baby. Good morning here on the Payday Friday / 50 Cent Friday / Frisco Friday here on the Morning Roast. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to Sam Lutman, who's doing double duty today. Double duty. And I know he's working double duty because Sam Lutman is so excited about those Giants. He didn't even come in with the Giant highlight. I thought he was going to come in with the Brandon Crawford double as the Giants rally again at Coors Field. And look, it's just the Colorado Rockies. I get it, folks. I get it. But damn it, that's a good win. You got to get the Giants credit for that. And now they started at, they go on the road, they sweep the Rockies, they come back home, take on the Cubbies before going to St. Louis and Dodger Stadium. So good morning to everybody out there. Giants are playing some good baseball right now. He had a hell of a game between the Mets and the Braves last night. Good morning, Shasky. What's on your mind today?
Nothing. Nothing's on my mind. No, everything's on my mind. The Giants look phenomenal right now. And, you're going to reference Brandon Crawford waking up in Colorado. Not wrong. That is for sure. There's something about Colorado when he sees them. He gets hot. He's a great example of a guy who makes his money, it feels like, every 3 weeks. He'll go on a 2-week run every 3 weeks, right? It's kind of funny. And he's been much better defensively as of late. To me, one of the plays of the game last night, that Lamont Wade dive down the line in the 8th inning. Good. I've said this like 7 times in the last couple of weeks. I really am shocked at how good defensively he's been at first base because they played him a little at first base last year. He looked like a fish out of water.
Right.
This year, mobility, I think, is an underrated trait for a first baseman.
Right.
Range, soft hands. And for a lot of shorter guys, I think that there's this stigma for playing first base. You want a big guy over there for a big target, which I understand. I think athleticism's the most underrated aspect of being an elite first baseman.
He's playing some really good baseball. And
incredible.
We're going to get into what Flim said in a little bit about him being one of the best baseball players this season in all the major leagues. And I think a lot of people rolled their eyes when you look at the way he's playing right now. He has an argument. Now, first base, there's a lot of guys out there. Pete Alonso's mashing at first base.
The Polar Bear, by the way, free agent.
I know. Oh, trust me, I'm aware. I am very, very aware of the Polar Bear, but he's going to want to break the bank. And
for sure.
Do I want to pay a guy like that?
But here's what
he's box office, though.
You're talking about DH for the next 10 years.
He's box office.
Yes.
Trust me.
And they need right-handed power. But keep going. I agree with you. He is going to cost, a ton of money. Giving him let's just say, I'm not giving Pete Alonso $300 million.
Yeah, I can't. I don't believe in that glove long term. So Matt Olson, though, is balling. So he's probably going to get an all-star nod with the way he's played this season.
He, to me, feels like one of the gold standards at the position across baseball.
No doubt. So, but Lamont Wade Jr. is playing some good baseball. But look, the Giants, man, at Coors Field, it's been a house of horrors for them for many, many years. Many years. Remember them blowing an 8-0 lead to get sent to the wild card game against Chicago Cubs? Nephew Perez still haunts me to this day.
You know who always killed me whenever? Carlos Gonzalez.
Yeah,
Carlos. He was a guy that I felt like we just never could get out.
Well, when they had Juan Pierre.
Yes.
They had Cargo. Todd Hilton. They had dudes.
I love Todd Hilton.
But the Giants, they won 8 straight now at Coors Field. 8 straight games, and their 11th straight over the Colorado Rockies. So if you want to get fat and happy, we think about in 2021 when they won 107 games. What was their record against the Diamondbacks and the Rockies?
It was like 19-6 or something.
Yeah, it was 17-2. No, it was a lot. It was like 30-6 or something like that. Looking lovely. Toss it ahead, folks. It's like, what's going on here? But they were really, really good against those bad teams. And to get the 81-81 last year, look, I don't consider them last year a 500 team. I thought they were a lot worse than that. But down the stretch, they beat up on the Rockies and they beat up on the Diamondbacks to kind of say, you know what? We own you guys. Yeah. We're not good, but we own you guys. So there's still levels to this. So their domination over the Colorado Rockies and rallying, when they were 1-25 going into the 7th inning, when they were down, they won 2 straight games after trailing in the 7th inning. And I'm telling you, man, that Crawford hit, you could hear it in Flynn's voice. Yes. You could see it in Crawford running around those bases, chasing that pitch down low on 0-2. That felt good for Brandon Crawford. Now, you know what? He's not the same player.
No.
He's going to bat around 200. But a guy like him who understands what it's like to be a Giant, I think he's good for this dugout. I really do.
He's an interesting case study, Brandon Crawford is. Most people say the bat is way behind the glove in terms of overall arching career.
Right.
But you look up and you're like, God, he's got so many clutch moments offensively.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It almost is kind of crazy. And
always had power too.
Sneaky power. But it just feels like to me, he's constantly coming through in the clutch when they need him. And I just look at his body of work, and I've written him off maybe 5 or 6 times in the last 5 or 6 years. And here he is coming around, getting hot when the team really needs it.
No doubt about that. So the Giants win. Logan Webb doesn't have his best stuff. Alex Cobb gives up a 4 spot right in the first inning. They rally and beat Colorado. They take on the Cubs today. A lot going on in the sports world today. Although it's a little slow, I want to give a shout out to the Oklahoma softball women's team. They won their 3rd straight College World Series. They have a powerhouse right now in Oklahoma, Norman, Oklahoma. They beat my Florida State Seminoles 3-1 yesterday to sweep that series. Yeah, after the Florida Panthers coming back and winning in overtime to make that Stanley Cup final, a series against Las Vegas. It was a very intense game. It was funny. I was on the phone with Love, and I'm saying, man, Miami's going to have a long offseason. The Heat's losing. Florida's about to go down 0-3. Next thing you know, they score a late goal in the third quarter, send it to overtime, or third period, I should say, because they do periods in hockey. And then, of course, they win in overtime. But other than that, I was like, boy, this may be the dog days of summer. Yeah. It felt like a very slow night in the world of sports.
Do you know when I know that it's summer?
What's that?
When I get the notification, used to be you'd be at the ballpark, and they'd have like these little, I don't know, it almost looks like a Scantron, right?
Right.
Where you'd have to punch it out. The All-Star ballot. That's when I know we're in full-fledged summer. To me, the beginning of summer, All-Star ballot. Obviously, there's the smells of summer as we come down Embarcadero. And it was like kind of humid in the car this morning. But like to me, sports-wise, I know we're into summer when I see that All-Star ballot. Now, I want to throw something at you. Giants are 32-30 right now, okay? It's not some incredible record.
No.
All right. And maybe I sound absurd and I'm stuck in the Giants bubble to say, I don't believe they have 6 All-Stars, but you can make a case for about 4 guys to make the All-Star game to represent the Giants right now. Camilo Duvall, who's your guy, absolutely has a case.
Another save last night.
Right.
Or yesterday.
Tyro Estrada. I think he has a case. I don't know how strong because he missed the last couple of weeks, and injuries are always going to hold you back. He's been awesome this year.
Yes.
Lamont Wade, who you referenced, I think he has thrown his hat into the ring as a guy that could potentially be an all-star.
Camilo Duvall, 19 saves, 1.95 ERA. He the 1 strikeout yesterday. He locked it down. Maybe he'll get a day off today after having 2 straight save appearances. But I'm telling you, man, the guy has the potential to be the best closer in San Francisco Giants history. I just love everything about him. And somebody mentioned it yesterday. Bonte, there's your swagger. He's everything you were talking about.
Yeah.
The chains, the earrings, the smile, the beard, the way he walks on the mound, the way he kind of slow plays everything. I love everything about him. Everything about him. Tyro Estrada hit the home run yesterday to set the tone.
Big one. I think it's his 7th of the year. So I'm looking at this team. I think there's an argument. I don't think he's an all-star this year, but I think there's an argument for someone like Logan Webb. Yeah. I think Alex Cobb at times has pitched like an all-star, came back down to earth. I mean, you give up 4 in the first inning yesterday, kind of set the Giants back.
What about a middle reliever?
See,
Taylor Rogers, the 8th inning.
We're up to like 5 or 6 guys. Now, again, they don't deserve 5 or 6 guys. But that, to me, as we talk about having a fun year, exceeding expectations. Wow, they're kind of building something. When you look up and you go, man, there's a case for 5 or 6 guys having career years thus far in their career. That is the essence of front office, of coaching, of putting things together. So I think Gabe Kapler, who we don't give enough credit to, has done a great job putting guys in a position to succeed.
And knowing when to pinch hit, knowing when not to pinch hit, knowing when to have substitutions defensively. I think him and Kai Correa are in lockstep there in that dugout on pulling all the right levers, pulling the right lever for Brandon Crawford yesterday.
Yes.
I remember when Elsa Slater was up and they were going up against the righty, and Flynn was mentioning on the telecast, now may be a good time to dust off the eyes. And Hunter Pitts was like, you know what? Let Slater hit. He's hitting the ball. He's barreling it up. Just let it ride. Now, Elsa Slater ended up striking out.
Yeah.
I thought he got a tough 2-strike call by the umpire there, but he's pulling all the right levers. So I agree with you with Kapler. Look, Logan Webb, he's pitched well, but when you're 4-6,
I
and
agree.
you start off, he had an opportunity. We talk about, remember last year, we were discussing Nick Bosa. You want to win DPOY, these are the games you got to ball out
yes.
in. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers game. Who else did they play down the stretch? The Miami Dolphins. They played the Washington Commanders. A lot of East Coast audience there.
Yes.
Logan Webb had an opportunity early on. You go to Yankee Stadium to open the season. You're going up against Garrett Cole. You got to match him pitch for pitch. He didn't. His second and third starts. I forgot who he went up against. Was it Dylan Crease did he go up against?
Yeah, and then it was
with the White Sox?
Alcantara. I don't know. I've heard it pronounced both ways.
Yeah, so
but he had like about a run of 4 or 5 guys that would be deemed aces in the league.
So those East Coast voters,
I agree with you,
are sitting back saying, "Well, we saw him early on; he wasn't good," and that sticks into their mind, unfortunately.
No, I agree with you. The advanced metrics people are probably screaming at the radio right now because his numbers have looked significantly better. He's logged a ton of innings.
Yes,
he's struck out a lot of guys. He has a nice whip. You know what I mean? Like he's got a lot of the metrics you're looking for. I mean, he's on pace for a career high in strikeouts.
Yeah.
But I would agree with you. He's not. To me, he's not an all-star.
Well, I mean, even with that slow start, though, he's still creeping in like the top 5 in most stat categories throughout the National League.
And that's
would
you say that
he's
been an all-star over like again? There's going to be lots of Spencer Strider, for example.
Well, I think this is where the slow start in April, like when you get that numbers crunch games, there's a lot of really good starters in the National League this year. I would say because, there's always that Sunday where like guys who pitch on that Sunday can't pitch in the All-Star game.
It's true.
What I think is going to happen right now with Logan Webb is he's probably not going to make that initial All-Star game roster, but then, some guys are going to drop out after pitching on Sunday.
Without a 500
he should be
record?
one of the first guys who gets called up.
Without a 500 record.
I don't know about that. I don't like that. I don't like that. Yeah, I don't like that at all. I don't agree.
In an era where no one goes into the 6th, like it matters to me if you hand
but
the
he's
ball
still amongst the lead leaders in innings, though. You say no one goes to the 6th, but he's still getting into the 6th.
Let's be honest here. Clayton Kershaw is going to be an all-star.
Yes.
Merrill Kelly, Arizona, and they're winning.
Yeah.
Tie with the, right there, neck and neck with the Dodgers.
He's a beast.
All right. Mitch Keller with the Pirates. And the Pirates have been in a race throughout the first half. He's 7-2 with a 3.6 ERA. Zach Gallen down in Arizona.
I watched
He's
Zach Gallen.
7-2. He's legit.
He's so good. By the way, he looks like Evan Giddings with glasses.
He does. He really, I could see that.
You can see what
Michael Waka having a resurgence in San Diego.
Waka is balling.
Marcus Stroman in Chicago.
Yes.
2.39 ERA.
I'm actually rooting really hard for him.
Justin Steele.
Yeah.
Justin Steele in Chicago.
Yeah.
Are we going to see him this weekend? I got to check out the pitching matchups. We may see him this weekend. But he's got a 2.65 ERA. Mm-hmm. He's 6-2 with the Cubs. Spencer Strider, who you mentioned, he's going to the All-Star game. He came on last season, and
dare I say this, and I do not put this out flippantly. He reminds me, he's not him. He's the closest to Lincecum in terms of like, when I hear he's pitching, I have to watch.
Yeah, well, last year
he's must watch.
I remember I picked him in fantasy baseball, and I was like, "Who the heck is this guy?"
The legs.
He was picking up 12 Ks, and he just throws gas sometimes.
Yes.
I don't think he has the junk like Lincecum.
No,
I don't think his changeup is there. I don't know if his slider's out there. I don't think any of that. But that fastball is unhittable.
I agree. Now, Alex Cobb has been much better than people want to give him credit for.
So I was just going to go there.
I think Alex
He may have a better case than Logan Webb to go to the All-Star game.
Which is crazy.
It is.
I kind of laughed as we went like 3/4 away through the year last year. Sam Lubman, me, and at the time it was Mark Willard doing the podcast together. But now it's just me and Sam. Sam would be like, Alex Cobb's pitching better than the numbers. He's getting bad defense. The advanced metrics are telling you he's getting better. And I'm like, Like I watched a lot of these games this year. I think this year he's been infinitely better than what he was last year, and he's getting better defense.
Yeah, no doubt. I think Cobb may have a better argument than Logan Webb here. So I'm looking at the pitcher.
And isn't there another guy for the Atlanta Braves that should deserve recognition?
They got a couple guys here. Not Charlie Morton, Elder.
Yes.
Elder's pitched really well. They're so good.
I know.
That team is so loaded. There's another guy.
And you got to think, even though they haven't been good this year, like Verlander hasn't been good, and
Scherzer
has
been hurt.
But they're getting up there in age. Could it be that they get those, resume nods, as I like to call them?
Maybe next year.
You think next year?
Maybe next year's a year.
This feels like the end for Verlander.
Yeah, he got rocked up. He got
that's what I'm saying.
Bryce Elder, who you're speaking about,
Bryce Elder,
2.26 ERA, 1.14 whip.
Braves are loaded.
I mean, Charlie Morton, he hasn't pitched great, but his ERA is at 3.89. Their closer, Max Fried, hasn't even pitched yet. He's been hurt for most of the season. So the Braves are going to have some guys there in that All-Star game. So I would say as much as I hate saying it, Logan Webb's probably not an All-Star.
That's what
probably not deserving of Seattle.
But I don't think
that's not a knock.
No, I don't think it's a knock. I just think that sometimes the ball doesn't go your way, and wins that could have been wins turn into losses, and you're undeserving of being an All-Star. And I don't think that's a negative.
We're going to see Marcus Stroman today at the Yard.
Oh, nice.
He's pitching tonight for the Cubs against Anthony DeSclafani. It's a huge start for DeSclafani.
I'm with you on this.
He's got to perform today. He's got to pick up the staff. Tomorrow's Kyle Hendricks, and the Giants will probably go bullpen game. All right, they'll probably bullpen it up.
I'm getting worried about the bullpen usage. Because they need to get another starter.
They do.
You're asking a lot from your bullpen. They've been really good as of late, but you're asking a lot. It's June.
Yeah.
And we've done 2 starters in a week. This is going to be our 3rd. Like, come on. We got to figure something out here.
So the Giants are going to miss Justin Steele of the Cubs, who's in 12 starts this year. This guy has been dealing 2.65 ERA 6-2. And the Cubs got some talent, man. They got some bats. They're not playing Morale. He's been having days off. He's been slumping. Mervin, their first baseman, they've been doing it. Oh, boy. We're going to start this already.
What?
I see the board here.
Who is it?
You want to go to this call right now? You sure you're ready for this?
Now I'm ready. Because I've got something planned in 20 minutes for you where I want everyone in the Bay Area to feel good. Because it's about to be a great weekend. I can feel it. It's going to be a great weekend.
Well, let's get this call out the way.
Okay.
I don't even know why I'm taking it. It's BPA, Brian and Paul Alto. And I see the caption. Brian, good morning. Okay. Go ahead, get it off your chest.
What's it say? Hey, Brian.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's all good. I'm not criticizing you or anything, Bombay. So.
You can criticize me all
Brian,
you want to.
The floor is yours.
The floor is yours.
The floor is mine. So I would say, this is the first time I've commented on the Giants, and I don't know, maybe forever, but yeah, I think they're going to be the 4th place team in the division, right? The Padres will pass them at some point. So it's probably a little bit better than 500 team, and I think, assuming that's what they are when they get around the trade deadline, this is the year Farhan should sell all the way, because you have guys like Cobb and Wade, guys that are on short-term reasonable deals, right, where you didn't have to overspend to get them, and they have guys that are worth something, and I think the look into the kids and Schmidt and Bailey and other guys coming, Matos maybe. It's all about that.
I agree with that. BPA, you and I are in the words of Lorenzo Neal, same pew, my friend, same church. And the reason why, I'm not selling just to sell. It's got to be the right deal. But to me, when I look at the Giants and where they're at as an organization cycle-wise, I agree with Brian. It's about the long-term sustainability of this team, not about this year. And that's not me saying, oh, Joe, when you have a chance to win it all, you should try. No. You have to be realistic. There are 1,000 teams jumbled in around 500 right now. Everybody basically is still alive. Even the Washington Nationals at 25-36 are slightly alive.
BPA, very polarizing. Comcast Business Text Line, good morning to you guys. Good morning to YouTube. Good morning to Twitch. 650, Brian has a punchable voice.
Oh, 650. That's not fair.
No, hold on. 650, BPA is possibly the best caller at this station. 650, another one. 650 coming in hard. Brian is a Skip Bayless of callers. Now, I will agree that guys like Jock.
Yes.
Guys like maybe Yaz. But 2 of those outfielders need to get dealt.
There's a log, Jim. Can we agree?
Yeah, no doubt. They need to get dealt.
And here's the way I would put it. It's not that you don't see value in a platooning of a Yes. It's that you actually have a guy who at 21 could be a potential everyday option, and you need to clear room for that guy to play a little.
You do. So I don't know fire sale, but
as in Matos.
I definitely think you got to open up some room for Matos. You got to open up some room for Kyle Harrison. Get BPA in the station for the last 5 minutes today. No, you know who that's going to be?
Who?
BPA could come in next week.
Okay.
Let's get BPA in next week. I don't know what he does.
Yeah.
I want to see who BPA. That'd be a lot of. We may need 15 minutes for BPA. I may strangle him next week. Tyler Miller's coming to the studio today.
Is he?
Tyler Miller's coming to the studio.
I like it. One of the day one roasters.
Yeah, he spams it up on the YouTube chat, but it's all good.
Bro, he posted a video yesterday, and I saw this same guy. It was a Michael Jackson guy who's doing the dancing, but he was boxing.
The boxing.
I swear to God,
I saw that.
Fonte, I was dying.
Yeah,
I know Michael Jackson's been canceled.
Right, but
look,
it was hilarious.
Can I admit, I have a hard time not listening to Michael Jackson music because the music does make me feel good. It makes me think of my childhood.
I don't listen to R. Kelly.
I know, but I'm saying I've made the conscientious choice to separate the person from the art.
Just, that's one of those things I just keep close to the vest.
No, but
Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson's my favorite artist.
Well, it's one of my most
I tried to mimic
influential.
his dance.
Man in the Mirror makes me cry to this day.
Yeah, I tried to mimic his dance moves. Pretty young thing. Michael Jackson was my guy.
Can you do some of the dance moves?
Oh, I used to do the moonwalk really good.
In that video, Tyler posted.
Yeah. Oh,
and he's like the voices, and he's dodging punches,
dodging the speed bag,
dying.
dodging the speed bag and everything. There's some crazy videos out there. The one on the 2019 draft class.
Did you see the shark?
Oh my god!
In Egypt?
Yeah, I did see that.
Poor guy.
That was shady.
Poor guy.
Well, the shark ate a human, but it's like I think the human was in the water.
Yeah. Poor guy.
And that was.
This is why your boy doesn't like water where I can't see to the bottom.
Yeah, I'm not a big water guy either.
No, I love water.
No, I'm not a big water guy.
Not where sharks are.
This segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. We got shameless shout-outs coming up at 7:45. Shameless shout-out 7:45. Our guest list. I will reveal that after the break. Oh, we got a good one. We got a dynamic duo today on a Friday here on The Roast.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
You know, we had our little best of moments on the last Warriors pre and post game show. And Larry Jude's moment when he starts talking about something, and he just goes beep 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 beep, starts making up sounds. And Bully was like, "This guy does he even know where he at? Does he even know where he at?" Like, he's sitting there sipping. He's got his entourage there. Loveman's like, "Hey, can you get a rejoy for us?" He's funny, man. Very, very funny. Got a funny story off air about that whole scene.
Okay.
Anyway, welcome back to the roast here on a Frisco Friday / Payday Friday. You heard the highlight from Dave Fleming as the Giants scored 3 in the top of the 9th inning to beat the Rockies and sweep them to improve to 2 games over 500. They're now 500 on the road at 15-15. They've won 8 straight games at Coors Field. They've won 11 straight against the Rockies overall. They have ownage over them. Again, they got 30 years. This is their 30th anniversary, the Colorado Rockies. And I have no idea where they're going for the next 10 years. No clue.
What do you mean?
Just, are they trying to get a hitting club?
Yeah.
Do they want to get
What's
pitching?
their identity, I guess?
The identity's just lost. I don't know if they can win there.
Okay, do you hate the Rockies? Like, in terms of, like, them being a threat to your team?
No, they're the free ticket giveaway.
They're just
whatever.
I want to like them. You know what I mean? Like,
well, they have underrated uniforms. Their pinstripe uniforms are good.
Totally agree. Greatest Rocky, Todd Helton?
Larry Walker.
Larry Walker to me is an expo, but I hear you. I hear you. To me, Todd Helton's the best.
Those early Rocky teams, with Andres Galarraga,
Vinny Castilla,
Larry Walker, Dante Bichette.
Yeah.
Murderers Row, the Blake Street Bombers.
Yeah.
They were really good.
Yeah, they really were.
And they would just light up your pitching staff all day long.
The other thing that I think of when I think of the Rockies, it's not like they haven't given their own guys mega deals. They gave Tulowitzki a deal at one point.
Yep.
They gave Arenado a deal at one point. But when you are a team that isn't, a destination and you can't develop pitching, I think they've had a really difficult time building around one guy making a ton of money.
Yep. No, I mean, they signed pitchers. I remember back in the day, they tried to invest in a pitching, and Mike Hampton and Denny Nagel, and those deals did not work out whatsoever. No. They had Ubaldi Jimenez, who had one of the best first halves I've ever seen. He was automatic, and then he kind of fell off the map.
I believe he's the one who gave up the final home run to Barry Bonds.
Did he? Yeah, he did. He
Jimenez.
Sure did. Yep. Yeah. He had one
762.
That year, he had the first half of the season that it was just, oh my gosh.
He was amazing.
He was dotting, and then he was never the same.
It's a name I haven't heard in so long.
Remember him?
God, I do.
It's a classic Rocky,
I
man.
do.
Carlos Gonzalez, no doubt. 415.
Matt
Holliday, very classic Rocky. He owned the Giants. Comcast Business Text Line.
Own the Giants.
415. 5 games back in the division and half game back in the wild card. We're talking about selling? No, we're not talking about selling core guys.
No.
I wouldn't mind seeing them move off of Jock Peterson and open up a spot for Montos, because at the same, do we believe the Giants are a championship team?
Well, let's look at this way. Right now, they're 15-17 versus teams over 500. Okay?
Not bad.
No, not bad. Not bad. But just look, I want you to look right now. So, Philadelphia, you look at the NL East, okay? Atlanta and Miami above 500. Atlanta is making the playoffs. That is a World Series contender, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. The Marlins, they might fall back down, but they're having a really strong year this year. Okay. Philly's 2 games under. The Mets are 3 games under. Both of those teams, because of the rosters and the money invested, I believe will be in the mix all year. I don't know if they'll make the playoffs, but they're not just going to fall out of it. Washington, I'll write them off. Milwaukee, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, the Cubs, and St. Louis. This division feels up in the air.
Well, and Cincinnati's having a youth movement right now. They're bringing up all their young studs. They got their young studs.
De La
Cruz, Albert, the pitcher.
Yes.
They got Hunter Green up. He's been up since last year. He's getting better and better. Pittsburgh are kind of in that mode, too, where they're trying to develop. Mm-hmm. Well, you know what? If we contend, great. This is good experience. They're kind of the same boat as the Giants.
So if Pittsburgh traded away, let's just say, not Brian Reynolds, but let's say
Andrew McCutchen.
Yeah, Andrew McCutchen's a great example. To the Yankees for whatever. People will be like, that's a smart move.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Get yourself a bullpen arm under team control. I know you love McCutchen, but he can help another team. You can get something back that can help you this year and down the line. So then I look at where the Giants are at. Again, so many teams are right around 500 because it's still early. The NOS, I think, and you and I were on this last year, Arizona is the team, to me, that is the template for the Giants in terms of we're going to flood you with a bunch of youth, okay? And we're going to see what sticks.
And look what they did. They got rid of their veteran World Series champion in Madison Bumgarner and haven't looked back. They actually been better since he's gone there. 8-2 in their last 10, a game and a half up on the Dodgers.
I've got a family member who's a Diamondback fan. The guy was the stick in the mud, the quote unquote. Interesting. So then you look at the Dodgers. Dodgers are always going to be in the mix, all right? And then I look at where the Giants are at, 32-30, and the Padres are below them. Now, I actually disagree with people, and Brian Palotti thinks that the Padres, I think right now the Padres, there's a lot of money turmoil. In the same way I looked at the Warriors this year, something's off with the Padres.
Well, I'll tell you what's off. It's their pitching, all right? It's their pitching. They don't have enough guys. Now, Musgrove started off on the IL, right?
Yeah.
And so he's not playing well at all. But then you look at Yu Darvish. And Yu Darvish is okay, but he's got a 4.10 ERA. Blake Snell, who we thought, boy, coming over from Tampa Bay going to San Diego, his ERA's at 4.06.
He's okay.
I mean, yeah, he's not that good.
Yeah, he's
not.
okay.
But Musgrove's come back, and he's struggling right now with 4.35 ERA. Their starting pitching has not been good enough.
I agree.
And I don't know if they could turn it around. And I think going back to that NLCS last year, they didn't have Tatis Jr. Juan Soto comes aboard. I thought Bob Melvin really misplayed his hand by playing Manaea in that critical game 4. Manaea just couldn't get it out.
Well,
he couldn't get it out. So I think the Padres, they may be a team that looks to sell. If they're 29-33 right now. Let's see what happens in the next month for the Padres.
It's interesting you say that because if you look in the business of sports, they were relying on money for their income, for their revenue from their television partner, who now cannot make payments. Now, they're committed to Manny Machado for another $300 million deal. They committed to Xander Bogaerts. They committed some big money to a lot of players. And Tatis got a big contract. The guy they haven't committed to
is Juan Soto.
And so where I'm going at with this, it's the same dynamic with the Warriors to a degree. I know there was a violent act in the Warriors practice, but there were money things too. Guys wanted extensions. Guys wanted money. They start pressing. You paid that guy. You didn't pay me. This guy's opted out. He got his money. There's just some weird stuff going on with the Padres. Now, am I writing them off? No. But I do think they're going to be bad all year.
Well, they got to move off. Yu Darvish is 36 years old. And think about his money coming up here. He's making $25 million this year, 16 next year, 21 a year after, 16, and then 15. That's a bad contract. The Xander Bogaerts deal may not age well at all. Blake Snell is 30, all right? He's going to be an unrestricted free agent after the season. Watch the Padres as sellers. Watch them as sellers. They got to turn this thing around in a heartbeat. There's a lot of pressure on that team to turn it around here over the next month.
You know who owns them? The guy who owns Rawlings.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
That is kind of wild. Giants, if they sell, you're not selling the Logan Webbs. You're not selling the core guys. You're selling guys like Jock Peterson.
Just to get out of the way.
And look, Michael Conforto hit another home run. That's one guy I'd be hesitant to give away. I get it. It makes all the sense. Everybody makes points.
I would love to get with him and be like, okay, I know you have an opt-out. Can we get a 2-year extendo? I like Conforto.
I like Conforto a lot. All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Shameless shout-outs coming up at 7:45, and I'll reveal the guest list after the break. Tyler Miller's got to come in studio for the last 5 minutes. We're going to do this during the summer. Last 5 minutes of a Friday show, we're going to have a listener come in and just talk shop with them.
And in literally minutes, we're going to have the most fun this show has ever had on a Friday.
Oh, boy. That's setting a high bar. All right, love it. Let's go to break.
Wine, NASCAR. Not exactly the first pairing that comes to mind, but in Sonoma,
Right? June 29th.
Yeah, I'm ready.
You know what? I was talking to the Hegan about it.
Yeah.
Send us down to Vegas for that. I want to go to Vegas for that.
I'm always down for that. I saw The Hangover the other day. It was on Netflix and only had X amount of days left. I said, you know what? I'm going to put it in. Okay, some things don't age well, but it's a great movie. It really is.
In what way?
What do you mean?
In what way? Because I think it's still great.
No. Well, there are some scenes with what's the guy's name? Who's the Asian actor?
Asian guy.
American actor.
Yeah.
I think
I know
some of that might be even it's a comedy, right?
Yeah.
But I can see how now America would be triggered, and then they say some stuff at the beginning, some slurs at the beginning.
That is funny. You bring up The Hangover. I swear to you, I was thinking about that movie the other day. I was thinking about the scene where he jumped out the back of the trunk. Oh, that's what it was. For some reason, I correlated him with this show called Beef on Netflix.
Okay.
With Ali Wong.
Yeah.
Anna was watching it. We went down the rabbit hole. We finished the season. I don't know how I feel about it. It was very weird. Very weird. Ali Wong, of course, went to University High School, class of 2000.
Nice.
Comedian, so I'm happy for her.
So family money.
Probably.
University is a very nice high
school. She
school.
struck a big, you know who she's dating now is Bill Hader.
Oh, yeah.
And Bill,
wow.
Yeah.
Power couple.
Yeah, power couple. Of course, Bill Hader just coming off the Barry series.
Good. Married outside of the San Francisco Loop.
Yeah, I know, but she comes back. Allie's a very interesting lady.
You know
she's
what?
doing well.
You know what, B? Do you have any reads you got to get in right now?
What's funny is I'm getting a text from Soda right now. Lauren from Soda, nutritionist.
What's she saying?
Bonte, can you please send me the video from yesterday? How's the program going? You're due for a food order. And I'm like, yeah, I'll call you after the show.
Wow, so that's Soda, the kind of service that you're looking for. State of the art, which is Soda. And now I'm learning more about it. I brought in donuts today because it's a Friday. We're kind of man down. Joe Spadoni had to go home and take care of the fam today. And God, we love you, Joey. And so your boy, this actually kind of loops in fun. I said, you know what? Loveman's going to be stressed out.
Yep.
He's going to be stressed out. I don't want to be stressed out. So instead of listening to the national sports radio because there is no Joe Spadoni, I said, I'm going to go to my music playlist.
Yeah.
And I got a lot of stuff on this playlist. So I just hit shuffle, okay?
Yep.
And this song came on. I rolled the windows down. I went to Uber Eats. I ordered from Bob's Donuts.
Yep.
All right. And I brought in donuts today. And so this song came on, and I said to myself, and we're going to play it in a second, and I want you to get in it. And I said, what are the top 5 most singable in a group songs that you know?
Wow.
Where you play the song, age, gender, demographic, background, everybody knows every word and they all start singing it.
It's just my imagination once again.
See, now you get it. So I'm
Run away with me.
Okay.
Right,
in honor of Music Quiz, who's one of our big partners right now.
Shout out to Volley.
Yeah, you could sign up for Music Quiz right now. Just go into your smart speaker, play Music Quiz. Everybody in the bay. Are you ready for this? We're going to do sing-alongs.
By the way, this website is sodaweightloss.com, sodaweightloss.com.
Perfect. All right, so here we go. I'm going to play a song like we would in Music Quiz, and instead of naming the artist or the name of the song, you and me are just going to start singing along,
okay.
All right? And you tell me if this would be one of those top-tier type of songs.
All right.
I just picked 5 from different genres that I think are fun, and this was the song this morning that I heard, and I rolled the windows down, and if you can't smile and sing this song, you have no soul.
Oh, I'm scared. I'm nervous.
Crank it up. A wee mo way, 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 a wee mo way.
Not my top 5. It's a good song.
In the jungle. Come on.
Mighty jungle. Yeah.
The lion sleeps.
Okay, let's wait. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. In the jungle.
Not my top 5.
No.
Not my top 5 sing-along songs.
Okay. But does it make you smile?
It does make you.
Okay.
It's a fun song.
All right.
It's a fun song.
In honor of Music Quiz, let's go to the next song.
A lot of people are saying it reminds them of Ace Ventura.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, Ace
That's
Ventura.
a good one.
Now, does Ace Ventura age well as a movie? It's a classic.
It really is. All right, ready?
Shout out
The
Jim
way
Carrey.
they handle the end of the first movie, though, probably not.
Yeah.
I wasn't a big fan of the second one. The second one got a little strange.
I'll leave my comments off air.
Yeah.
Let's go to the second song that I believe these are top top tier sing along songs. Any group, any age, you're in the car, and this song comes on, and everyone's singing, especially when you're the sober driver, because I do this a lot, and everybody's hammered in the car.
All right. We did not sing this. Me and my boys did
Do you even know who this is, Monte?
No.
Are you kidding me?
Who is this?
Gotta open your eyes.
Monte.
Yeah,
are you serious?
To the skies.
We weren't singing
Bohemian
this.
Rhapsody, Queen.
Yeah, I'm not a Queen fan. I still haven't even watched the movie.
Poor boy.
I still haven't watched the movie. All right, how many questions about Queen have I gotten wrong in the past? A lot.
Easy go.
Now, Nicholas on YouTube is saying the backstory to that song is very, very creepy.
Oh.
It's creepy.
Okay. So you don't know this song? Let's just go to the next one.
Hold on.
I'm
You say
really
top
pissed.
5 sing-along songs?
Just in general.
Got to think where I grew up at. You got to think who my boys are. We were not singing that.
In a room, reading the Chronicle, reading.
No.
These are
Ira
definitely the
Miller.
songs that me and my friends were singing in high school over in Walnut Creek. I don't know
Los
about,
Lobos High School.
About in San Francisco.
In San Francisco, no, we were
Bohemian
not
Rhapsody?
doing that. We were rapping the hot boys, Cash Money Millionaires, No Limit Soldiers.
Sorry, we can't do Back That Up on radio.
Sorry, I don't know, man. I don't know if we were singing.
Next one.
Vamp for a second. Let me pull it up.
Okay.
All right.
In honor of music quiz, we're having a little fun today. I think we need to smile here in the Bay Area. It's kind of humid this morning, and I'm ready to feel good.
Let's be honest about something. It's always humid in the studio.
Well, that's
why Tyler Miller, those hoodies that you like to wear, those tight hoodies, you may want to take it off, but you're gonna be sweating bullets, man.
My guy's gonna feel like Laramie Tunsil in the draft video.
This would be a tough place to hotbox. Let me tell you that right now. What is it right now? 80. Oh wow, it's only 70 degrees.
Oh, but it feels 90.
It always
Heat
feels
index
90.
says it feels 90.
All right, let's go.
All
Let's
right,
go, Lovin'. Give me something, man. Give me something good. Oh, regulators. All right, now you're cooking with hot grease.
You tell me that when you get in a car full of girls, they don't sing this song.
Oh, everybody does. Not every girls.
Geek off the street. Got handy with
Nate
steel,
Dogg,
if you know
Warren
what I
G.
mean.
Now you're cooking with hot gas.
Regulators.
This is something that everybody would sing.
Mount up.
Black night, a clear white moon. Warren G was on the street. Pete, do you even know the words?
I know the words. I love Nate Dogg. Nate Dogg killed this song. Nate Dogg killed this song.
Is this a top 5 combination R&B rap song?
Absolutely. Warren G.
All right. Vontae is feeling it.
So look at dude. I wish we had a camera on London right now.
Is jamming right now.
London dancing on the dance floor
It's
would
so
be
good.
great. All right, so I'm not mad at that.
Okay.
That's a top 5 song.
Okay.
That's a top 5 song.
And again, these are just 5 I picked that I
Right.
thought everyone
All right.
would be able to know.
All right, that's a good song.
Next one, in honor of music quiz. And we're going to get back into sports in a second.
All right, what you got next?
Give me a second. I still got to pull it up.
All right, you got to
He's
pull
by
it up
himself today.
There's a
working the
process
board.
back
So
here.
you remember where that song was from? What movie that was from?
Above the Rim soundtrack.
Yep.
And it's actually a song that was produced by someone else originally.
And I believe The Mask had something to do with that song. I don't know why I correlate that song with The Mask. Maybe I just heard it after The Mask movie. I went to go see The Mask with Jim Carrey at West Portal Theater.
See, I agree. La Bamba, Tequila, those are good.
Yeah.
Those are very good. But all it was tequila. That's all anyone knows in those ones.
Yeah, no doubt.
All
No
right.
doubt.
All right. Are you ready to fire off in this bad boy? Nope, not ready to fire off yet. It's okay. We're getting there. Bunty, you can do yours next week.
Yeah, I will do mine next week because I the first 2 songs, top 5. But it's all personal, right? It's all personal. Who you're singing with, like Michael Jackson, PYT. A lot of my buddies will sing that together.
Yeah, but again, things that don't age well. I'm with you. I love Michael Jackson in terms of the music catalog.
Love you, PYT, pretty young thing. It's just a loving TLC.
All right, here we go. We got one more, maybe 2 more. Here we go.
2 more. Let's go. Let's go, Lemon.
Just as long
Stand by me.
as you stand by me.
It's a good song.
Oh, brother,
It's a good
this don't
song.
make you
It's a
think of
great
summer?
song. It's a great song. It's a great song. I can see that. Man, it's not bad. It's not bad.
If you were to make an argument to me, you said, Joe, you can only pick one era, one decade of music, I might pick the 60s.
Now, what movie?
I might pick the 60s.
What movie do you correlate the song with? I guess it's so many, right?
Well, Stand By Me, the movie, the one with Macaulay Culkin, where he ends up, I don't want to give away the movie, even though it's 40 years old. But that's one of them.
Come on. This is a good song. I like this one.
Does this make you smile?
This is a good one. This is a good one.
I won't cry. All right, last one. Are you ready, Loveman? Last one. All right, and again, we will have a lot of fun. Songs that I hear and I want to sing out loud.
Listen, 650.
What does it say?
Comcast business text line. Ponte don't listen to any white people music, LOL. I'm not going to lie, man. There's a lot of rap and hip-hop and R&B in my game. That's, that's a whole... Now, I will say this. Watching the Bill Walton 30 for 30.
Uh-huh.
And how much he was a deadhead. And you look at his house.
Now you're going to be a deadhead? You
not
and my
gonna be
dad?
a deadhead. But they had some songs playing in that 30 for 30. I was like, damn, that's not bad, actually. Wow. I may have to go look up Grateful Dead for a second.
If you want to offend a real deadhead, say that your favorite song is Truckin'. It'd be like Eminem's Hi, My Name Is, to their catalog. It's like the one that they kind of look down on.
Oh, man.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, do they really?
Truckin'.
The deadheads don't like that?
Truckin'. Well, it's just it's more of a radio song than it is their real catalog.
Oh, come on, man. That's calm, man. Hold on, Ponte. That's like saying you should not know PC. MC, get off me, MC.
All right. Now, is this the one?
Oh, well, you know what? I got to say something. You guys are going to hate me for this. I said this before, and I'll say it again. This was a song, Last Call. Don't stop believing. Journey, I get it. Believing. Can I make an admission? I hate this song.
What?
I hate that song.
Why?
I just don't like it. They don't hit.
Bro, Last Call, Abbey Tavern,
so
1999?
Well, let me tell you. This was the Last Call song, and this was, do you got a girl to go home with? Where are we looking at? I'm not going to sing. I need to find out how I can get these digits. You're either striking out and getting some digits. That's what this song meant.
What bar do you think of in your head?
LaRocca's Corner.
Okay.
And
Shout out Roddy.
I actually think of the Marina, too. I think of a lot of bars, actually. Every bar in San Francisco.
You don't think of Tony Soprano?
No, I don't think of Tony Soprano.
Onion ring in his mouth?
I think, okay, I don't have anything locked in for the night. I'm depressed now. I'm not going to lie. That song to me, and then they play it at the Giants.
But don't you think people sing it?
Oh, everybody sings it. My guy, Wet, would sing this. And I'm like, you're a sellout, bro.
While drinking at Foster's?
No, that was Nance P.
My bad.
Wet, who the hell knows what Wet's drinking? Probably smoking on something, but don't stop believing. And I was just like, oh, God. Everybody would sing it, though.
Is there a Journey song that makes you smile? Lights? Wheel in the sky keeps on turning.
Any way you want it?
Yeah, see, make money in the building.
I think of Caddyshack when I hear that.
Make money in the building. I can't stand that song either. It's annoying.
Really? Put it on the poll. Don't stop believing.
Zucci Man. Bonte, I am with you. I hate this darn song. Closing Time is my bar closing song. Wow.
All right, put it on the poll, Loveman.
I got money out here trying to get me to put some Backstreet Boys on, too, so I don't know if we want to go there.
No, we're not doing that. By the way, they were playing Backstreet Boys at the wedding.
Oh.
And I was like, Anna, I can't dance to this.
Don't be that guy.
I tried, and I was like, Anna.
Dancing at the wedding is probably my favorite thing.
It's fun.
I love it.
It's fun.
And that's where, can I be real with a lot of these young people? Can I give you a recommendation? If you're having a wedding and you're planning a wedding.
Right.
I know it's your wedding. But it's for everyone.
It is for everyone.
So you better play music from lots of genres and lots of years and decades, because to me, the timeless hitters are the ones that get grandma and the aunties and the uncles and your cousins and the people that are like your aunties and your uncles out on the dance floor.
No, this is a good one. We should put your top 5 sing-along songs. Top 5 sing-along songs. 510 Comcast Business text line.
Give them to me.
Outcast Miss Jackson.
That's a great one.
I like that. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson.
I am for real. I agree.
That's a good one.
That's a great one.
That's a really good one. 209 Comcast Business text line. My girl. My girl. Temptations.
Talking about my girl.
My girl.
I'm telling you, the 60s, if I had to pick one decade, I might pick the 60s.
Yeah, no doubt. MC's mad at me. Bro, we really letting them slide with a Royals jersey? Well, check it out, MC. It's not just any Royals jersey.
These are Bonte's Royals, by the way.
So Bo Jackson All-Star Game jersey with the All-Star patch right here, 1989 California Angels. So relax, buddy. And by the way, I was on Bobby Witt Jr. before anybody out here. Bobby Witt Jr., baller. They're not winning many games, but he's a baller.
They're stealing a lot of bases, though.
They are still a lot of bases. By the way, my Orioles did win 2 or 3 last week.
You know what's a great wedding song that I don't care what anyone says, all ages love?
What's that?
Which is newer. It's newer. Usher.
Yeah. Yeah, it does hit at a wedding.
Hard.
It does hit hard. They played it last week. It was on there, Ramon.
Yeah,
dude,
yeah.
So my guy, Big Boris, tweeted at me. He said, thanks for the shout out. And everybody out there, all the groomsmen, Will, and everybody.
Look, I know everybody has their own opinions.
Big Boris is out there getting down. I was like, dang.
Does that song hit at a wedding?
Even it does hit hard.
It hits hard.
Yeah.
And everyone got dance moves to it.
It's aged well. Originally, I didn't like I didn't like it at first.
What?
I don't know
You're
why.
the only person in America that didn't like it?
I didn't think I thought it was a little overhyped. But then it is aged
LeBron
very
James
well.
is not a Hall of Famer. This is you. So you are Skip Bayless.
No, I would never say LeBron James. I'm definitely not.
Yeah,
Skip
is
Bayless.
overrated.
You don't ever
Michael
disrespect.
Jackson's Thriller is not a real music video.
Listen, I'm just joking with you, but Noreen and Mr. and Papa Shasky, your son ever calls me Skip Bayless again, I'm slugging him right in the mouth, all right?
Don't release the footage.
Don't release the Well, we got YouTube now. We're kind of stuck. Turn off the cameras, Lubman. Turn off the cameras. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and XC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Pimp of the Year. That's a good
See, you know what? I think the more underrated song from him is "Can You Feel Me?"
Yeah,
where that the Jordan song.
Oh yeah. Can you feel me?
Oh my God,
that is a hard one.
By the way, if you have that kind of hair,
oh my God,
you're about that life.
Ernie Chavez, this is a great question. Are Shasky and Bonte going to Curly's wedding? Hell, I ain't got a last-minute invite to his going-away party here at 95.7 The Game, so I would say a hard no on that.
And I know what will not be played at that Irish wedding.
Rap.
Little John, Usher.
Oh, my gosh.
And Ludacris's Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Could you imagine Curly? Yeah.
The playlist at that wedding is going to be depressing. Oh, my Lord.
Why?
Oh, John Curly's Rolodex?
Oh, I'm Irish.
Oh, man.
And the 650. I know we can't sing. That's the whole part. I'm hoping you make you laugh and smile a little today.
I'm doing that deal all day, Joe.
I will not be there this weekend, fellas.
Did Guru have his soda weigh-in today or tomorrow?
Is it like in a boxing match?
Yeah.
You do the weigh-in and you flex for the camera? Is that what's going down?
Yeah, no doubt. Bonte's a Skip Bayless in music. Why?
Yep.
Hey, I admit what I admit. I know what I don't know. That's the difference between me and a lot of people. I know what I don't know.
What would be a song to describe the Giants right now?
Ooh.
The San Francisco Giants and how you're feeling.
I kind of like the Major League song.
Oh, okay.
Pin It. What is it? Pin It Fever?
Okay.
Because these guys, we were so down on them. So down on them.
Yeah.
It's like this team's going to lose 90 games easily. And all of a sudden, you look up in June, and they're 2 games over 500, and we're like the construction workers with the newspapers. Hey, these guys ain't half bad.
I know.
These guys ain't half bad.
See, I was going to go in this direction. Every little thing is going to be all right. 3 little birdies. I got Casey Schmidt, I got Patrick Bailey, and I got Camilo Duvall. I got 3 little birdies that are making me feel real good about my organization right now.
Xavier, We Ready is not a song to describe the Giants.
We Ready.
Yeah, we're not there yet, Xavier. We're not there yet. You got to play love songs during the meal at the wedding. I got to fill in the bat signal. I already know who's on the bat signal. I know who it is.
Who is it?
I know who it is. It's got to be Papa Shasky.
How you guys doing today?
What's up, Papa Shasky? I knew it was you.
Oh my God!
I knew you were
someone breathed.
Right out of the gate, I got to say, okay, if you guys start talking about the dead, I like to hear that you even take a listen, Bonte. I think that's fantastic.
It's growth. It's growth, and I got to say, I don't know. You got to check out the 30 for 30 with Bill Walton. I did not know he was that big of a deadhead. I did not know it. His whole house, his entire house, his wife Lori was like, everything is deadheads. It's Grateful Dead. Grateful Dead doesn't look like a normal home. It's unbelievable.
Back in the day, I went to the Orpheum Theater down on Market Street, and I'm in the back row, and who do I see standing up in the front row, like absolutely almost on the stage with Bill Walton? He's gone to so many shows. It's incredible. Look, the thing about the Dead, right? They may play the same type of song, right, or the same song, right, but it's done in a different way each time they play it. So that's what makes it unique, right? It's not like when you hear regular music, you want it to be the same type, the same melody, same thing. It's not like that with the Dead. The Dead, each song, they're going to play it a different way each time they play it, right. And each time they play it, it's fantastic.
All right, so Kieran, who works here at the station, she's one of my favorites. She's befriended my wife. She's a sweetheart. I love her dearly. She's also very cutthroat. She said to me, Joe, Trucking is not even a real Grateful Dead song.
Wow.
So what are your Grateful Dead thoughts when it comes to me saying Trucking is one of their top hitters?
Well, you're pretty close because it was one of the only songs that made the top 20 or to something on AM radio, right? Because that was the big thing back in the days. You had to try to make a song on AM radio. That was really one of their only songs that made it. Now later on, they had some other songs that made it to the FM stations that were high up there. But Truckin' was like an AM song.
So what's your favorite song or songs?
Begonias. I mean, you know, One More Saturday Night. You know, when you guys are talking about a weekend. One More Saturday Night was a fantastic song, on a party night. There's just so many songs. It's hard to come up with just one.
Well, especially when you're tripping off of acid.
Well, Papa Shasky, what about Don't Stop Believing? How do you feel about that song? Because it doesn't sit well with me. I don't vibe with it.
Well, when the lights go down in the city, it's the San Francisco theme song, right?
Yeah.
That's the whole thing, right? I mean, if you're at AT&T Park or Pac-Bell Park or Oracle Park, whatever they're calling it these days, right? And they play that after a game. It kind of gets everybody in the mood, right? They're going to go out after the game.
Pops,
they're going to go.
I got to cut you off. Dad, we're up against it. Wow. I love you. We got a hard break here. I love you, buddy. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Have a great day, fellas.
All right. All right.
Hey, I'm getting yelled at.
Rob Parker, 8:30. Rob Parker, everybody's favorite guest, 8:30. The legendary Pam Moore is joining us at 9:20 to talk retirement.
Nice.
Pam Moore at 9:20. So make sure you get the butt rub song ready. Nice. Butt rub. We got to replay that song. I'm going to do that on the other side, speaking of music. And we'll talk about sports, of course, here on the Morning Roast, sponsored by cowhope.org and the Department of Healthcare Services.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated.
Brandon Ayuk has made every cornerback he is lined up against look foolish. Ambry Thomas, Womack, Lenore, he has made every single one look like a second-string cornerback, in my opinion. He is cooking guys left and right. He's left guys in the dust. I mean, we know he's one of the best route runners in football. He's shown that almost every single practice thus far. And people talk about, is he going to be here in a year? He might get traded. Brandon Ayuk might be the best receiver on this team currently.
No, he is.
And I really believe that.
Woohoo! What's going on, Bay Area? It's your boy, Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys, Bonte and Shasky, right here on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that voice you heard was Sterling Bennett, 49ers SX Podcast, Warriors Network coordinator right here at 95.7 The Game. Was on a post-game show last year at 95.7 The Game. I think with that performance yesterday on the Morning Roast, he brought the energy, he brought the heat. He may be having more appearances on the Morning Roast this season, and he's discussing Brandon Ayuk. And I got a question for you. I was talking about this with Sam Lubman. Everybody's got all these rave reviews about Brandon Ayuk. He's coming off a career year. He's in line for some money.
Can we just before you keep going? When you go to practice, I believe wide receivers can stand out the most at a practice because of the way that the game is played at practice, and you don't get to see physicality. And I've told you this, someone like Debo isn't ever going to look that great in practice because the way he plays is game style.
No doubt.
Right? He's a football player. Ayuk, the separation and everything, it's just he's going to always look better at practice, but he's a really good player.
He's a really good player. I think he's the best pure wide receiver on this football team. Now, look at CeeDee Lamb, who was in that same draft class, right? Justin Jefferson's been by far and away the best receiver in that class.
Historic.
Not even close.
He's been historic.
Not even close.
I didn't think anyone would dwarf Randy Moss's early numbers. No. Pretty freaking amazing.
But you look at CeeDee Lamb last year. He had the 9 touchdowns, 107 catches, 1,359 yards.
He's a good player, too.
He's a very good football player. We compare him to Ayuk a lot because the Niners, let's face it, they could add CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
They had an opportunity to select CeeDee Lamb. But I look in a run-first offense. A run-first offense that the 49ers have. Going to McCaffrey, they're going to Debo on jet sweeps, or going to George Kittle. A lot of times, Brandon Ayuk may be the fourth option.
I would say he is the fourth option.
Well, 78 catches last year, 1,000 yards, 1,015, 8 touchdowns. When he came on when Brock Purdy played the quarterback.
Wow.
But when you think about the combination of Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, it may be the best tandem the Niners have had at wide receiver since Jerry Rice and John Taylor. I think you could make that argument.
I mean, T.O. and Jerry Rice?
Yeah, T.O. That's very good. I guess I can't skip over them, but T.O. was still young, still dropping passes. Yeah. Jerry Rice is kind of descending, and he missed a season.
Yeah,
but what
I know.
I'm getting at here is...
What about Crabtree and
Bolden?
Randy Moss? Old man Randy Moss. He caught 40 passes. No, okay. No, I was just trying to throw a couple at you.
No
Keep
doubt.
going.
But I look at Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel right now in today's game. You hear Sterling Bennett talk about Ayuk and how he looks, and he can shake dudes in a phone booth, right?
Yep.
Do the Niners have one of the best wide receiver duels in all of football?
I would say.
Think about it.
I haven't even done my preparation. Off the top of my head, I'm going to go Cincinnati and Miami have some pretty damn good wide receiver cores.
No doubt.
Right? So I'm looking at Cincinnati, and I'm saying T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, and
ballers.
And what's the other guy?
Tyler Boyd.
But
just give me two. Just the starting wide receivers.
Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill.
Pretty damn special.
I mean, it's pretty good. But they're very good. The only reason I give you a little pushback, B, is because I don't view Debo as a wide receiver. I view him as a great football player.
Right.
So maybe I'm a little jaded. I might be actually underselling him. Tyler Lockett and DK?
Pretty damn good. And then, and who knows if Tyler Lockett gets replaced by Jackson Smith and Jigba out of Ohio State. We didn't get to see him last year because of the hamstring injury, but we remember that Rose Bowl against Utah.
And I think another ascending one, which is under the radar, and you're not going to get a chance to see it this weekend or this year because of the suspension. I was going to say the kid up in Detroit.
Oh, I was Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
St. Brown.
But the kid who got suspended from USC.
Jameson Williams.
Yep. He tore his ACL, came on strong at the end of last year.
Kid from Alabama.
Alabama. What I said, USC.
He started at Ohio State.
No, I didn't know that.
He was at Ohio State behind Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave alongside Jackson Smith and Jigba and Tim Harris and Marvin Harrison Jr.
Olave is another really solid player.
And so he goes.
Yeah.
Jameson Williams transfers to Alabama just to get some burn.
Yeah.
He can't even get burned at Ohio State. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith.
That's pretty freaking dynamic. pretty freaking dynamic. How did I omit them?
All right.
I mean, I'm just going off the top of my head here.
Top of the head.
Yeah.
Top of the head.
They're like Cooper Kupp doesn't really have a number 2 opposite him currently. I look at someone like Stephon Diggs, and it's a revolving door opposite him.
Does it have that?
Because he's so
right?
dynamic.
But does it have that number 2?
No, Justin Jefferson had Thielen, but I think Thielen's kind of tapering down.
Yeah, and he's now in Carolina.
Yeah.
By the way, Michael Pittman Jr. suspended in Indianapolis.
What?
For the gambling stuff. That broke the other day. I forgot to
I
talk
didn't
to you.
even.
This whole gambling
I missed
thing,
that.
The gambling on sports now, the NFL is going to have a big time issue.
Well,
when they start to allow people to bet in stadiums.
Do you know where the whole break came from in the Jameson case, the kid from Detroit? The gambling online, whatever the third-party app is, they're the ones who report it to the NFL.
Yeah, Bovada.
Because they want to be on the up and up because they're the ones that don't want to get audited and they don't want to cost their giant partnership with the NFL. So they have incentive to actually turn these guys in.
So when we look at the wide receivers here for the 49ers,
I would say they're in the top 6 or 7.
Top 6 or 7.
Which is pretty elite to me.
Which could be possibly one of the better duos the Niners have had over the last 30 years. Since T.O. and Jerry Rice, where Jerry Rice still had a couple prior years.
Yeah.
Niners
I'm going to buy
98,
into that.
You know what I'm saying? But you look at the last 20 years, 20-plus years, Crabtree got hurt when Bolden arrived. He came back late. He was out of shape.
Not the same player.
Not the same player at all. And then the next year, of course, everything with the crap with the 49ers.
When I look at the Raiders situation, I'm just thinking off the top of my head, because Devontae's so damn good. Opposite him, I thought Renfro would be better.
Right.
I don't think he's really a number 2, is he? Yeah. More of a slot? Like, are we omitting a group of receivers that would be farly superior? If you just look at the NFC, Seattle, Philly, that's about it.
That's pretty damn good. Now,
Hell yeah, that's good.
We got to see what happens on the other side of Green Bay because I think Christian Watson is going to be a star in this league.
Yeah.
But you got Philadelphia. Right? Dallas now has Brandon Cooks. I think Brandon Cooks could help them alongside CeeDee Lamb. We'll see.
How many times has that guy been traded?
I know. But he had some good years in Houston. He really did. Atlanta Falcons, Drake London.
I like Drake London and Pitts, but Pitts is a tight end. But I do like Drake London.
Michael Thomas has done nothing over the last couple seasons.
Honestly, it's surprising to see his career get ruined by injuries.
Chris Godwin, Mike Evans.
But Godwin's another guy who's always hurt. And I would also look at their production this year to be more reflective of where their current situation is because of the quarterback play. So, like, you don't have Brady. I'm sorry. I don't view Mike Evans the same way.
Right. So when it comes to Debo and Ayuk and their styles and their route running and, you look at the way they play.
And their ages.
Who's the better quarterback for them? Is it Brock Purdy or Trey Lance?
Why? I mean, where are you going with that?
I'm just saying, because Trey Lance, what we've seen with the playbook with Kyle Shanahan, a lot of run offense, right? A lot of quarterback draws, quarterback powers. Is that better for Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel, or is it a guy like Brock Purdy who showed that, hey, I can get the ball to everybody down the field. I can spread it around.
Yeah. Well, I actually think the one part of Deebo's game that doesn't get enough play because of the lack of Jimmy Garoppolo throwing the ball down the field is Deebo down the field.
Yeah.
I actually think they have maybe overemphasized the slants and smoke screens because of the limitations of the quarterback being able to throw it down. The one time that Trey Lance played, I think he has, 2 or 3 touchdowns with Deebo Samuel? And one of them being a 50-yard pass for a touchdown, which in terms of air carries was one of air yardage was one of the farthest balls he's had thrown to him in a Niner uniform. So I would lean Brock Purdy.
Damn, I got duped.
What do you mean?
That was a fake Adam Schefter tweet about Michael Pittman Jr.
Oh.
I got duped.
See, I thought I was the one who wasn't paying attention.
Right, no. But I saw it hit my timeline. Wow. Fake Adam Schefter pace. This is why you shouldn't have taken away the blue check marks. This is why you shouldn't make people pay for fake status.
I love how you immediately pivot to ripping others.
I'm pulling a Shasky.
Yeah, pivot, don't panic, kid.
I'm pulling a Shasky here. But the reports on Brandon Ayuk, I think, is really encouraging. Really encouraging. And now the 49ers are going to make a decision. If you had to bet on the future, would it be Debo? Would it be Ayuk?
In the NFL with the Niners?
With the 49ers. With the 49ers. Obviously in the NFL, but with the 49ers.
Like what? Just who's going to be the better player?
If you had a wide receiver to bet on.
Well, it'd probably be Ayuk because of health and the way, the style of play for Debo. Like, you play like Steven Jackson at the wide receiver position, I can't envision a long career for you, right? And he's already had some, conditioning, out of shape questions. Ayuk's never had those. Now, he's had some work ethic stuff in terms of maybe his focus or being a good teammate at practice. I'm not really sure exactly what put him in the doghouse to begin with, but I've never questioned his conditioning.
Well, he balled out the last 2 months of that season when he was in a doghouse. He put up some numbers that was very comparable to CeeDee Lamb. He was right there on less targets. So I think, when you talk about pure route running, hands. Think about the drops Debo has. Now, I know a lot of people, you go crazy about
the fumble against the Bears is one of the big plays of the year.
Well, set the tone in the first drive. He could have gone up 7-0, and we're looking at Trey Lance completely differently.
I know.
And then maybe Trey Lance does an airmail. Who was it? Who did he airmailed on the next possession?
Tyler Kroft.
Was it Tyler Kroft? God, is he still on a roster? Jeez Louise.
Tyler Kroft missing blocks for America.
Oh, you had to remind me about that.
Well, here's the other thing I would say, Ponte, regarding guys. Even if the league has legislated physicality, they're trying to legislate physicality out of the game. When you make your money in the middle of the field, man, like you're not long for the league. Like Wes Welker had a pretty good career, and you look up and his body is like a shell of itself. So when I look at someone like Deebo Samuel, I think it behooves all parties to try to get him the ball on other spots besides in between the hashes in the middle linebacker zone.
Well, you kind of lead me to my point here about Christian McCaffrey. The reason why I was banging the table for Christian McCaffrey, because we talking about it in basketball, spacing, right? Creating space for shooters, creating space for Stephen Curry, creating space for Klay Thompson and Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins. Spacing on the football field is just as important. I want to be able to utilize every blade of grass on the football field. And with Jimmy Garoppolo, at times, he just couldn't. He couldn't throw outside the numbers at all. At all.
At least to honor, to keep a defense honorable.
Loosen up that defense. Don't let them play in the 15-yard box. Make you stretch the field. So with that said, bringing in Christian McCaffrey, and we saw this in the Seattle game with Deebo Samuel in the playoff game where he had the spacing, right?
He looked incredible.
All of a sudden, you have Christian McCaffrey, you have Brendan Ayuk, you have George Kittle humming. Deebo Samuel now gets to go one-on-one. And we know Deebo in space is a problem.
Yeah.
Jalen Ramsey never wanted to tackle Deebo Samuel in space. He's probably happy he's in Miami. He doesn't have to see the Niners twice a year. He did not want to tackle Deebo Samuel. Deebo in space is so underrated.
Yeah, I agree.
So getting him outside on those edges there. So whether it's Brock Purdy, whether it's Trey Lance, whether it's Sam Darnold, and please, it's not going to be Brendan Allen. We did this last year.
Why do people do this? Brandon Allen.
Well, we did this last year with Nate Sudfeld. Remember how the reviews with Nate Sudfeld? I'll read something. I retweeted this yesterday. It's wild how this stuff works. And I didn't even know Brandon Allen was on the roster.
Well, if I told you Brandon Allen is starting for the Los Angeles Rams against the Niners week 1, they're not. I think they play week 2. Week 2, wouldn't most Niner fans be like, W?
Yeah, automatically.
So then why are we saying, hey, he could be the number 2?
Well, the argument too, to me, is lazy. He backed up Joe Burrow. I don't care. What does that mean? What does that mean? Seriously, what does that mean?
C.J. Beathard's backing up Jimmy Garoppolo.
Right.
Don't care.
Do not care. So, August 12th, 2022, there's a report from NewJersey.com. Ex-Eagles quarterback turning heads at 49ers training camp.
Heads.
This is August 12th of 2022. Nate Sudfeld is getting it done in training camp. The quarterback, who was previously with the Philadelphia Eagles, is making a name for himself at San Francisco 49ers training camp. And look at what he's been doing via the San Francisco Chronicles' Eric Branch. Check this out. He's 6'6" at 227, and his downfield throws look easy, effortless. During one recent 3-practice stretch, Sudfeld completed 37 to 44 passes, and that doesn't include the past 2 practices when he has delivered perhaps the best touch passes of any 49ers quarterback this summer. And then here's a quote from Shanahan. I think these last 3 days have probably been his best days that he's put together. So hopefully the trajectory keeps going up.
Okay.
Well, it did not go up because he got cut before week 1.
People who get paid to do that as their primary profession miss all the time on evaluations.
All the time.
All the time. Now, I'm not saying that beat writers, columnists, radio hosts can't miss, because believe me, we can miss, okay? I am one of them. We've all missed on something. But, can we pump the brakes on evaluating practice when it comes to no pads, no helmets? I mean, they're in shorts running around. When it comes to third stringers and fourth stringers throwing against air, does nuance not matter? We do, okay, for all the Little League coaches that are out there, Matt Nahigan, our boss who's answering calls right now, helping out behind the lines today. How many kids look great in a bullpen session when there's no batter in the box? And wow, little Timmy's throwing strikes the second a guy gets in the box, he can't find the zone.
Well, you get spring football practice, right? Shorts, jerseys. Guys are making plays all over the place, making picks. They look like practice All-Americans. Then the pads come on, and that kid is fourth string. Because the physical contact comes into play. And it's like, oh, boy, this is a different level here. So, whether or not we right, I'm wrong all the time. I mean, it happens. But to be able to write something like that on Nate Sudfeld. So we're doing this again with Brandon Allen. And the Brandon Allen stuff came out of nowhere. I guess it didn't come out of nowhere. I know where it came from. But, which is embarrassing. Your credibility is on the line now. Because now all of a sudden I'm saying to myself, boy, Brandon Allen? Backup for the 49ers? Or wait, he could start a couple games? We've done this with Nick Mullins. We've done this with C.J. Beathard.
Blaine Gabbert. Brian Hoyer. Remember the Blaine Gabbert?
Oh, I remember the Blaine Gabbert. He has the look of a franchise quarterback.
We did this with Sean Hill, Tim Rattay, Troy Smith, J.T. O'Sullivan. I mean, Niner fans. So you want to say deja vu.
So you got George Kittle saying that Trey Lance looks so much better than he did a season ago, and yet we still, for some reason, people want to say he looks like the fourth best quarterback in mini camps or the third best quarterback in mini camps. It's just, let's stop. Let's stop pumping up mediocre quarterbacks. Nobody even knew Brandon Allen was. Do you even know what Brandon Allen looks like?
No. Most people thought we signed Kyle Allen, the guy that we intercepted at the 50-yard line in the Carolina game a couple of years ago, okay? Like, most people could have no idea. They don't even know what team he played for until recently when he signed with the Niners. Again, Brandon Allen is starting for the Seahawks, against the Niners. Right. Most guys are like, we're kicking that guy's butt. B, you know who's a horrible practice player?
Jeff Garcia.
Jawan Jennings.
And Jawan Jennings.
When you watch Jawan Jennings at practice, for example, I was talking about Deebo Samuel. He doesn't really get separation. It's kind of big and lumbering, right. and the hands are kind of questionable. But then come game time, he makes plays. No, he's not the greatest. No. But, like, when you watch him in practice, you're like, he's kind of useless. You know what I mean? And then you see someone like McLeod, and you're like, wow, look at him running around all over there. Wow, look at the speed. And
then it gets in the game.
McLeod's kind of a niche guy.
I mean, he dropped the big pass against Atlanta last year. Remember that?
Yeah, I do. And so, like, what I'm saying is that there are certain guys who we can elevate in practice because, again, the situations and things like that. And other guys we downplay. Now, does practice matter? It matters more in football than any other sport. You know why? You practice 6 times to the one time you play, right? The other sports, it's the other way around. You have more games than you have practice.
But even in NFL practices during a week, especially during the season, you're not doing a lot. You're not doing a lot of hitting. Hitting is basically out.
No.
That's for most of the part. 2-a-days are done.
That's why August, to me, is the best part of the actual practice because it's hitting 11 on 11.
Right.
And that's where, to me, you can learn things.
Jeff Garcia was a terrible practice player. What people
notorious.
And you know what happened on game day?
You know who's good at practice? Notoriously? Oh, because he knew the playbook? Alex Smith.
Oh, I remember.
Remember? What was the guy? Kevin Lynch?
Kevin Lynch.
He used to write. This is
Kevin Lynch. I love Kevin Lynch. Shout out Kevin Lynch.
I do too. But I used to I'd run to the newspaper and he'd have all the little column, all this stuff, and he'd be like, Alex Smith looked composed and in full control coming out of the huddle. And then come game day, he'd look like he had no idea what was happening.
Why do you think we overrate practice so much?
Because we care. And because football.
Else.
Think about this.
Allen Iverson told us. The classic quote was like, come on, man, I'm out here leading this franchise. And y'all want to sit here and talk about practice?
Well, I believe in practice because I got coach's blood in me.
Well, practice, I do believe, makes, you got to practice well, but we overhype practice.
Here's the thing.
You got to have good practices, but that don't mean a damn thing on game day.
Well,
there's practice players and there's game day players.
Well, that's where I'm going with this. Like, I have a coach is saying, so-and-so is a gamer. We got this kid DeJuan on our team. Right. You watch him in drills, and you're like, I don't know. Is he a second baseman? Is he a left fielder? And then come game day, he just has instincts. The guy just plays. He's a baller, and he makes plays. And that happens at the professional level as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now, are there guys like Kobe Bryant, like Steph Curry, who
Jordan.
take practice as serious. Yeah, and that's why they're the Jerry Rices of their sport.
Right.
Because they take practice as serious as they take games, and they're excellent in practice and in games. And those are the unicorns.
Well, some guys don't. I just think with the stats and the completions and the interceptions, we don't know what plays are being called. We don't know who the primary receiver is. We don't know if the coach is telling Trey Lance, for example, hey, I need you to look this way. I just want you to work on this thing right here.
Yes.
They may throw a pick on that play.
Yes.
Who knows?
Because
I've seen it happen in practice.
Yes.
You just want to see
Yes.
it. You just want to see it. So I think we overrate practice a lot. Now, I agree that you need to practice hard. I don't like players who don't take practice
Well, that's why I love
seriously,
Fred Warner.
But I think we overhype the numbers of practice.
No, that I agree
What a
with.
guy completes, what a guy
To me, it's
drops
context.
passes. Yeah.
Like does a guy, for example, Fred Warner, when you go to 49er practice, doesn't Fred Warner stick out like, oh, yeah,
He balls out.
You're watching one of the elite players in the league.
By the way, 8 minutes. I almost forgot this, man, because we're rolling on 49ers football. Shameless shout-outs. Line them up right now.
I got a good one.
888-957-9570. I got a couple shameless shout-outs to give out this week. Shameless shout-outs coming up. This is your chance to shout out anybody you want to. Shout out your new graduate from high school, college graduates. Shout out your local liquor store. Cindy's Market out there on Hayes on Hayes Street. What's up, Cindy's Market? Tone and the rest of the crew. Shout out whoever you want to shout out. That's coming up in 7 minutes.
Like when you go to practice and you're watching Nick Bosa, he dominates.
Yeah.
And then you watch him on game day, and he dominates as well. Again, that's why he's one of the elite players in the league. Now, are there outliers? Like, again, you referenced Jeff Garcia. Absolutely. Absolutely. Where I'm going with this is that when you're looking at the stats of a third and fourth string rep and what they're doing and what they're going up against, like, most people can't even name the backups, let alone the third and fourth stringers at a practice at 49er camp. Now, when it's our first string going up against our first string, yeah, you can learn a lot from those things.
Let's go to Nick in Berkeley.
That's when I knew Travis Ward was legit.
Yeah, Nick in Berkeley. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Hey, man, I can't stand it, man. Look, all this talk about trading either Ayuk or Debo is just insanity. Okay, first of all, Shanahan, put yourself in the doghouse. This is professional sports, bro. The doghouse is for high school, not even for college, let alone the pros. What are you doing out there, like sourpussing and getting mad at players? Or I'm not going to throw you the ball because you're not doing something in practice. Dude, get over yourself. If your offense was so good, we should have been won a Super Bowl by now. And let me tell you something else, man. I'm like Philly. They were tight when we were playing them. When McCaffrey went Matrix on him and scored that touchdown, the Philly crowd was tight, and then our quarterback got hurt. But other than that, I don't want to be hearing all this Philly talk and all that because you know what? Our defense had them on lock for a minute. And if it wasn't for Purdy getting hurt, we had him, dude. We had him at their house. And all we got to do is not lose one of these early season games in the first two games like we always do every year and set ourselves back to get home field advantage because it's all about home field advantage. Shanahan, forget the primary receiver. If your offense is so good, there is no primary receiver because everybody's going to touch the ball, right?
Yeah.
I mean, but, you know, what is this fascination with scrubs? Nick Mullins? Come on, man.
Yeah.
Shaq, you get out there and throw some balls, man. I could do that. I mean, come on, man. Look, they just be drumming up stuff to talk about, man. Let's talk about offensive lineman blocking.
Right.
Let's talk about the Niners trying to get six. And the gamer, you're supposed to be a gamer. You're a professional athlete. Roll out. Look, blue chippers. We need blue chippers.
Well,
man,
I agree with that. I do have a problem when I see a year from now we're going to have to make a decision on Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk. Why can't I keep them both?
Yeah,
I drafted these guys.
Yeah.
I groomed these guys. I helped develop these guys into playmakers. Why can't I keep them? Why can't I keep this core together? I develop a blue chip player. Why I just want that blue chip player just to say, hey, I want to reset and go develop another guy? No, I want established players. That's what we want in sports, especially in a game of football. So I'm not with trading Deebo Samuel or trading Brandon Ayuk. I want to build off of that. Like when Christian McCaffrey got traded here, people started saying, well, now you could trade Deebo Samuel. Why?
Yeah, no, you keep them all.
No, we traded for Christian McCaffrey to help Deebo Samuel.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm 100% with you.
Shameless shout-outs, by the way, in 4 minutes. 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs. You know the drill, folks. Shameless shout-outs. Shout-outs whoever you want to do. Your mom, your dog, your cat. Who cares? Shout them out.
There is something to be said for certain guys. I'll use one in particular, Russell Wilson. I had heard through numerous people coming out of Seattle is that it's very difficult to practice with Russell Wilson because what he does in the game is so off script. like he almost is like three different players. You know what I mean? There's the practice version of Russ, weirdo version of Russ, game day version of Russ, right? And so a lot of his offensive linemen and receivers grew frustrated because they would practice things at practice, and then the second the game comes, even if the initial play is open, he felt the need to have to freelance.
Right.
Big Ben Roethlisberger got criticized, I think, as his career went on with that, where people would say, why are you pump faking so much? Just let it rip. Right? So I do think that there are certain guys, again, these are the outliers. Tom Brady, meticulous practice player.
Yeah.
Would anyone deny that?
But we don't overrate their stats. We don't keep track of numbers. Why do we keep track of numbers all the time? And then people judge it. Oh, my God. Like, I'm not going to judge. Trey Lance is having good practice. Is great. I don't care what his completion percentage is.
Game day.
Yeah, game day. Is he going to be ready for game day? Can he play well in the game? Now, you got to practice well. You got to have good reps. You got to have rapport and timing with the wide receivers and the quarterbacks. But don't give me this stuff about, oh, man, he was 9 of 18, and now all of a sudden he's the third best quarterback. How do you know?
But this is where I'm a little, I'm like worried for Brock in the sense that, and I know last year he didn't have a chance to play with the ones and then got thrusted into the role, and then he was seamless. But if you look at the great connections in the league, they're working all offseason long on timing. And I keep going back to the Matt Stafford Cooper Kupp thing. Think of how many throws the two of them had that first year when Stafford went there. And what was it, like 300 throws a day?
Oh, yeah, no,
before practice would even start. And I'm saying to myself, I'm worried that Brock's going to be behind this year. And not that he's done. I'm saying that, like, I'm worried because I want to see the best version of him hit the ground running. And because of the arm injury and the nature of it, I don't know if it behooves him to be throwing that much to get into synergy with some of his receivers.
Well, the whole rush with Brock Purdy is you got to have him week 1. You got to have him week 2. Is Trey Lance that bad that if Brock Purdy missed 3 games, Trey Lance can't come in and help you go 2-1?
Or
is
Sam
he that
Darnold?
bad?
Is Kyle Shanahan so bad that he can't get either one of Darnold or Trey Lance to be ready for those games?
Look at Shanahan.
Why?
To me, the player's got to play well. It's the player. At the same time, Shanahan can dial up all the plays. The players have to execute.
But I don't know who's going to win that job. Darnold.
Whoever wins that. Well, if Sam Darnold, I'm concerned.
What?
It's got to be if Trey Lance doesn't win that second job, if he doesn't outperform Sam Darnold, then it's time to move off from Trey Lance.
Well,
that's just how I feel about that. I'm going in.
No matter
saying,
what, you're getting
no
rid of
matter
him.
what.
If he can't win the number 2 job, you're ready.
Come on, man. That's a failed pick.
Yeah.
That's a failed pick. You can't beat out Sam Darnold.
I think, if you can't, I mean,
that's a problem.
I'm kind of with you.
From him. Shameless shout out to 1 minute, 888-957-9570. Read your text. YouTube, of course. Shout out to the Comcast business text line as well, Twitch and YouTube. Trey Lance, is he? Because we watched him against Houston. He looked like a comparable quarterback. We watched him against Arizona. Erratic a little early, made some plays with his legs, made some good throws, had some turnovers. Remember that game, his first ever start, they couldn't convert on 4th down. They were moving the ball all day long against Arizona. They couldn't convert 4th downs. Then you look at Chicago. That game was theirs. They dominated that game for mostly 3 quarters. Chicago made 1 play, flipped the entire game. Defense fell apart.
Dante Pettis.
Dante Pettis. So
I still can't believe he made that play.
So is Trey Lance that bad in which you want to rush back Brock Purdy? Brock Purdy misses 3 games. It's not the end of the world to me. You could still go 2-1 with Trey Lance.
Yeah, but I think that, we keep going, the Niners are rushing. I don't know if the Niners are rushing him, but.
It's Brock Purdy because he knows that if Trey Lance plays well, he might not get that job back.
I mean, it's the NFL. It's not for long. Trent Green thought he had a job. You know what I mean? A lot of guys think that they have opportunities and jobs, and then you look up and it's no longer the case. I mean, Carson Wentz. Think about Carson Wentz. If he never goes down, where's Carson Wentz at?
Yeah.
Think of how many stops his career has had since. I mean, I think we've forgotten, but he was awesome that year.
He was awesome, but he had a chance to continue to win that job, and it just wasn't the same.
But injuries happen. Injuries happen and derail people's careers.
Mm-hmm. Let's go. Let's get the shameless shout outs here on the morning.
Yeah, I've got a good one.
All right, I got a couple shout-outs here. Shout out to the San Bruno Bums who are playing in the championship series against the Junk King Hurricanes. Both teams 13-1 during the regular season.
Nice.
But the Dodgers won the head-to-head matchup and have won the last 9 games against the Canes.
What sport?
Court Wardell, baseball. This is baseball, yeah.
Nice.
Court Wardell's son. Let's go there. So San Bruno Bums, and San Bruno Dodgers. Let's go.
I don't love that name.
I don't like that name either, but it is what it is. And also District Barbershop. I got to shout out my barbershop, 8th and Brandon, and Neighborhood Shop. Billy came in there and got a cut with me last time. Shout out to B. Hill, Brian, my barber, Pat, Zach, Andy. They're throwing the damn thing down there. District Barbershop, the best barbershop in the city.
2 quick shout outs before we go to some of the people out there. First one, my man Ari, who runs Proposition Chicken.
Yeah.
Me and him sat down yesterday for about a half an hour, did a podcast. What an incredible story. I mean, you want to talk about started from the bottom, now I'm here. He's clearly a diehard Warrior fan, season ticket holder, and runs one of the sweetest, most amazing fried chicken spots on the planet. And his journey is it's just such a great one. We did a podcast together. I'm going to release it a little later. Just a great dude. Support people who support this station and support people who are from our community. Support Ari and the whole team at Proposition Chicken, Oakland, San Francisco, and SFO, Terminal 3, my guy. And then a shout out to my man Paul and his 9U Novato South Little League team that went to Treasure Island last night and played the SF Little League All-Stars, and they won 24-10.
Wow.
24-10 last night. A big shellacking.
So a football game going on there?
That was a baseball game.
Oh, wow. Okay,
Paul,
we got
shout out to you and the South Nevada Little Leaguers.
We got a lot of shout-outs here. A lot of shout-outs to get to. If you want to call in and give a shout-out over the air, go ahead. We got open phone lines, 888-957-9570-650. Gene from Sementel, shout out to Sarah High School class of 2023.
Nice.
And Devontae Shasky for making this year so much fun. 510, shout out to the MLS, Major League Soccer, for bringing in, Messi. Going to Inter Miami down there. It is
now they have on their Instagram more followers in 24 hours. They have more followers than the Niners and the Giants combined.
Yep, no doubt.
That's crazy.
We'll go to Lubman in just a second. 415, Spikes from the Beast, East Oakland. Shout out to my eldest daughter. Graduated from Skyline High School with a full academic scholarship to Cal State Irvine University with a 4.8 GPA.
Wow.
A 4.8 GPA. Damn.
That's like 4 years of my education combined.
Yeah. So overly proud of her. Love the Rose Show. Listen every single morning. 650. Shout out to Westboro Middle School, class of 2024. Congratulations to that class. 650. Shout out to my pop, scored through second round of chemo. Stay strong. Love you. Stay strong out there. The Rose sends the blessings to you. Go ahead and kick cancer in his ass. I know you're going to make it. Shout out to his pops right there. Lubman, what you got?
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to my guy, Steven Ruderman, who he got a job with a sports radio service that's going to have him in the press box for the Giants-Cubs game this weekend. He'll be there on Saturday. Nice. I'm looking forward to being there with him. I got my guy, Steven Risotto, will be there. Vinny Sistoni, he'll also be there. Think about what Steven, though, and what he's been doing to get back in the press box. He's been grinding for a while trying to find a media job that can get him credentialed for Giants games. For 8 years, he's been trying to get back in the press box, and after 8 years, he's finally doing it. So I want to give a shout out to him for really sticking to it, because getting into this media gig, it can be very hard sometimes. So once you finally get your foot in the door, things can really kind of go from there. So I just shout out his perseverance there and really sticking to it, and just very proud of him and very excited to be at this game with him on Saturday.
All right, 510. Good stuff there, Lubman. 510. Shout out to my daughter Kaylee from graduating preschool. There you go. Roy from Hayward. That's Roy from Hayward. 650. Shout out to my little sis, Ari Rosari, graduating from Deer Valley High School. That's right. 510. Comcast Business Text Line. Shout out to my fellow A's fans. It ain't over. It ain't over yet. Sell Mr. Fisher. I can't believe Dave Cavill is ruined his reputation for John Fisher.
I can.
What a joke John Fisher is. Let's go to our main man, Tamir in Oakland. Tamir, long time no talk, my man. What you got?
What's up, guys? I had to give a shout out to my daughter Hazel. She just getting promoted from 5th grade to the 6th grade, so I had to give her a shout out, tell her I love her, I'm proud of her. And to my basketball team, all the seniors that graduated from Tennyson, I love y'all too. Wish y'all the best in the college and stuff. That's my shout out.
Nice.
Awesome stuff. Since we got the boss man taking phone calls here, Matt Nahegan, pop on the mic. Who the heck are you shouting out right now? Matt Nahegan, I'm going to you. I'm putting you on the hot seat. Let's go.
We're shouting out Liz Cottriell. Liz Cottriell did an interview with me. Shameless plug. It's shameless shout-outs. Go to my Twitter feed and look at the interview I did. She was swallowed by a whale when she was kayaking. And she lived to tell about it.
What? That's insane.
She was in the whale's mouth for 15 seconds.
How the heck did she get out? I guess
the whale spit her and her friend out.
Jeez, that is insane.
Wow.
You're talking about a life experience. Wow.
What's the name of that? What's the name of that book from back in the day?
Was it the story of Jonah when he got swallowed by the fish? That's the first thing I thought of. But I mean,
is that what it is?
Yeah.
I guess Pinocchio too. He spent some time in a whale's
Pinocchio
mouth.
did get swallowed by a fish. It also happened in the Han Solo movie, I believe. Except they weren't swallowed by a whale. It was like a space whale, if you will.
All right. Shout out to the sprinkler fitters, local 483. That's from the 707 on the Comcast Business Text line. Also from the 707. Shout out to my son, Big Trey Willis, graduating from American Canyon High School. Good luck on your future endeavors.
Yeah.
That's good stuff there.
Shout out Jason Deeds, who graduated this week. He's going to be entering into high school right now. The kid's just got unbelievable lettuce on top of that dome. Congratulations, buddy. You know we love you.
Absolutely. Shameless
And it was
shout-outs.
Moby Dick.
Yep, no doubt. Moby Dick, you got that wrong?
Yeah, how did I not remember that?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Remember Moby, who was a part of No Limit Soldiers?
Yeah. And shout out to all the haters who like to chat in and say they're going to listen to another station while commenting our YouTube page. You have no idea you're contributing to our numbers. Thank you very much for that. That'll do it this week with shameless
we got
shout-outs.
one more. This guy's texted in 77 times. 925, shout out to my daughter Kaya. Congrats on your graduation today. And shout out to 925 for texting 77 times.
There you go. I love that participation. Shout out to all my PG&E gas service brothers. Cinnabar Yard represent. That's from the 408 on the Comcast Business text lines. And what do you know from the 910? Whales have tiny throats. Did not know that. They have tiny throats. Shout out
It's be like comparatively speaking, right? Because I feel like a whale's throat's still probably bigger than mine.
Hey, did you see there were 2 killer whales that are from the East Coast that made their way to the West Coast and killed a sea lion?
Oh boy.
Did the sea lion owe money or something?
And then they clapped tails together, like happily.
So they swam from one side of the country to the other, took out this seal, and then they celebrated.
Yes, they basically dapped each other up.
So wait, how do you do that? Do you swim through?
I have no idea.
Do you go from all the way down to South
Canal?
America, Panama Canal, and then come through
Southwest?
How do you do
that was a joke.
There's a lot of fishes they ate too, probably on the way. Shout out to all the Richmond High School graduates from the 916. And shout out to the 4 brothers moving out of Richmond, California. Also, shout out to the Morning Roast. You guys stay doing y'all thing. Thank you very much for that. With that said, it's time for the injury report. All right, we got Game 4, the NBA Finals. Man, it doesn't feel like the finals are happening, man. It's been some good games.
Can we be honest?
It's no buzz.
Can we be honest?
What?
We knew America was going to do this.
Yeah, that's...
And you can blame the media all you want. I just don't... It's the people. Like, the people tell you what they like and what they don't like. The media tried to tell you that they were going to cancel the NFL, and the NFL's never been more popular.
Yeah, no, that's very true. Well, Game 4 is tonight. This is a pretty damn big game. Heat win, you got a tie series at 2 games apiece. Nuggets win, they're up 3-1 with a chance to close them out in Game 5 in Denver on Monday. But the Miami Heat, boy, do they miss Tyler Hero, and he still has not been cleared for contact in practice. He has been taking part in team drills, but he's not been cleared to return to game action from a broken hand he suffered at the start of the playoffs, along with contact drills. Hero to take part in shooting drills as well, but still, he's going to miss Game 4 of the NBA Finals. Boy, do they need them. Looks like the Nuggets got a great shot to close this out tonight and take a commanding 3-1 lead. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Rob Parker, 8:30. The great Pam Moore at 9:20. We'll get some great butt rub stories. 32 years of Cron 4. She's going to step away from the anchor desk. She'll do some special projects for Cron 4, but she's taking a back seat after an illustrious career here in the Bay Area at Cron 4. So we'll talk to Pam Moore at 9:20. In the meantime, we'll get back into some baseball and talk about whatever the heck you want to talk about. 888-957-9570. Wide open phone lines here on the Frisco Friday on the Morning Roast.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Midsummer Days. We're celebrating with
Welcome to the roast here on the Frisco/payday/50 Cent Friday. We're having a lot of fun today. We're taking the calls 888-957-9570. And you heard Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Nearly a year ago today. It'll be a year tomorrow when Steph Curry had one of the more iconic games in NBA history. Game 4, which even the series had 2 games apiece. 43 big points for Steph, 14-26, 8-9 from the free throw line. We're going to get into that because the vibes right now with the Golden State Warriors are completely different, but we'll relive that game in just a second. But I want to let everybody know, we're feeling so good today, Shasky, on a Friday. As we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, getting ready for work, good morning to you. The boss man's in, so I'll say professional dancers. I won't say what I want to say. Teachers, all the graduates, and everybody out there listening to the roast. We're giving away 2 tickets to go see Jerry Seinfeld live at Chase Center November 3rd.
Wait, the Jerry Seinfeld?
The Jerry Seinfeld.
As in from the Seinfeld show?
From the Seinfeld show.
Wow.
And Jim Gaffigan. He's going to be there as well.
What
at Chase Center.
is going on with waiters?
November 3rd at 8:30.
Wow.
At 8:30. We're going to give away 2 tickets to go see Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan November 3rd at Chase. So
and Jim Gaffigan, Hot Pocket.
Yeah.
If you know about Jim Gaffigan, very funny.
Yeah. So we're going to give away 2 tickets there. We're going to give away 2 tickets. We're going to relive Steph Curry's Game 4. We got Rob Parker coming up at 8:30 as well. Pam Moore at 9:20. But first, let's get to DJ Ducci. Verducci up in the El Dorado Hills. What's happening, my man?
What's going on, fellas? Happy Friday. Driving back to the Bay, man. It's good to be back in this area. I want to talk a little bit about the Giants. I think the 3 people that they can trade right now, get some prospects for, definitely Jock. I think Flores. I think he's just bogging down a lot of space for prospects coming up. And I definitely think he has. I think you take those 3 out, you have people that can replace them in Fitzgerald. Obviously, you can come in and bring Harrison if you want him to help pitch. You got Matos there, so there's some options. And then Bonte, I was working hard on the freeway, giving you your top 5, bringing in the hip hop, little R&B flavor. I'm gonna go with a little hot in here, Nelly. Like a touch, Snoop. Mo Money, Mo Problems, Notorious, and Puff. And then I Just Want to Love You, Jay-Z.
I like
and we
that.
got to bring in the Rough Riders anthem. You got to have a real DJ take place with this. Gasky, baby, I love your top 5, but come on, baby, you got to bring a professional like myself. You guys know that. Hey, you guys have a great Friday, man. I love you guys. Keep up the great work.
Here's the key to any one of my bits that I do. You can't go too hard on the first one because you deplete the inventory.
So you want to set a low bar.
You got to spread it out. It's called rationing, Bonte.
Man, you're trying to be. You don't know anything about that. I thought it was all or nothing with you.
Young bull, old bull.
Oh man, stop it! When did you become the old bull?
Well, I'm full of bull, so I know all about it.
By the way, we were doing that in the 6 o'clock hour. The top 5 sing-along songs. So we could do that all day long. If you got top 5, I'm seeing some stuff on Twitter,
things
right?
that make you smile and you want to sing along with other people.
Let's hang up on them, Lovin. Ray Lord 84. Tell me when to go. E40. That's his top 5 sing-along song.
That's a good one.
Our boy Kyle Matson. We love you, Matson.
Yeah.
Forget about Dre or Dancing Queen.
Dancing Queen. ABBA? Is that ABBA?
I don't know who that is. You're asking
I'm
the
gonna
wrong
look that
person.
up.
You know you're
That is
asking the wrong
ABBA,
person.
yes.
It is ABBA.
All right.
Okay.
How about this? Young Lay, Anthony B on Twitter. King Borbs 81. All about my Fetty. Young Lay.
Not bad, but I don't think the entire room would remember that song or know of that song.
No, and we had a little Troy earlier.
Come on. Wanna be a baller, shot caller, 20-inch blade on the Impala.
So we had
caller,
that.
get laid tonight.
Yeah, so
Swisher got spread, I hit the highway, making money the flyway. But there's got to be a better way.
Yeah.
Wanna be a baller. God, do little Troy. That was like his
That was
only
a
hit.
hitter. That was his only hit. Like Hurricane Chris. Remember Hurricane Chris?
Yes.
Hey, baby. Hey, baby. It was a banger.
Hey.
That was his only hit.
Hey, Lil Boosie got to wipe me down. He's still eating off that on Instagram Live.
Hey, Little Boosie had an album that was hard.
Really?
Oh yes.
Well, maybe I have a hole in my Little Boosie game.
It came out at the same time around Gucci Man, Lemonade. Remember Lemonade? Anyway, SF Bay Drummer live in Houston. SF Bay Drummer. I know you got a top 5 sing-along list, and I know you want to talk about this Gigantes. What's happening, SF Bay Drummer? Happy Friday.
Hey, happy Friday. You know, it's too many songs. Me being a drummer, it's just too many to just be in my head, so I can't even just give you one name. But, yeah, man, the Giants, like, I've noticed the turnaround happening when they took 2 out of 3 at Houston. I was at one of the games, so I'm happy to see what the Giants are doing. I thought it was going to be a lost season, but hey, they're piquing everybody's interest, and they say, hey, the Warriors are out. I'm here to stay. But I got a special guest with me. I got Mr. D with me too.
Mr. D,
expand on
what's up?
He visits.
Mr.
What's
D,
up, folks?
what's up, Mr. D?
Speaking of, don't give me no Bammer.
I know y'all. I know we in the H-Town. I got a pandemic-born granddaughter that I'm just seeing for the first time.
Oh, that's
Years
amazing. That's amazing.
So we're having a great time. But listen, the Giants is hot right now. But I have to tell you guys, I need you to talk me off the ledge. My stress meter about the Warriors is at a 9.
Hey, listen.
I just think it's a domino effect.
Oh, man. Hey, Mr. D, listen. I'm stressed out, too, about the Warriors. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm waiting patiently like everybody else to see what happens. My guess is Draymond's going to be back, if I had to guess. Jordan Poole may be out. I don't know.
What about Kerr?
I don't know, though. Kerr, who knows? Listen, Mr. D, just watch those Giants. Watch those mini camp videos with Trey Lance and Sam Darnold, and just ease out and let's let it play out, Mr. D. Trust me. We're all with you, though.
Yeah.
We're all stressing out.
Yeah. Hey, I'm back in the Bay next week, but listen, I had to call. I'm with my son, and we vibing on the same thing.
Absolutely. I love it. SF Bay drummer and Mr. D. Listen, great call there. We may be the only show in radio that takes more calls with multiple people on that same call.
That's a good point.
Ken Oberdecal and his wife, Sean Day. She said, hey, guys. I mean, they just call it. I love it. They're both doing it. We're going to be the only show to do that. I don't know if it's good radio, bad radio, but who the hell cares, right?
It's fun, and that's all that matters. I mean, at the end of the day, don't you want to smile a little?
Absolutely.
I mean, seriously.
Absolutely. So we're going to get Pam Moore on at 9:20. She's retiring from Crown 4, and we were going to get her on. She's retiring from Crown 4 after 32 years at the anchor desk there.
If you grew up on local TV the way you
Pam
and I
Moore
did,
is one of one.
She's a legend. I mean, to me, like,
Next to Pete Wilson.
Dennis Richmond, I throw into that same category, There are certain faces and voices and names when they come on your screen and you see them, you're like, oh, boom. And like you feel a certain way. And Pam Moore is one of those people.
No doubt. So she's going to join us. Her and Uncle Gary had a great time at Crown 4. Pam was awesome. I got to meet her for the first time in Boston. She took me, her and Barbara Rogers.
Oh.
Barbara Rogers from KPIX Channel 5. Fenway Park. My boy Evan Barnes, who were out there eating lobster rolls.
Get out of the way.
No, Ross Mathai is just Ross Mathai. He could have any job he want. He was hosting the PCA Awards. I was like, Rod, still go back into sports, man, because we're all going to be out of jobs. I want to do the morning show by myself. We'll be out the door in a heartbeat, Jasky. We'll be kicked to the curb so quick.
Today's a lucky day. We're going to talk to the legend that is Pam Moore. 32 years at any station, in any job. That's, to me, it's rare and special, right? When I see people that have been married for like 20-something years or whatever, like, I don't think people realize how difficult it is to navigate the ups and downs of a career, a relationship thing. Because at the end of the day, when you're having a career like that, you are having a relationship. And we have a man in the back of the studio today.
Oh, boy.
He's looking right now. He's typing into this. Look.
Would you call him the Gamote? Because Rob Parker's going to join us at 8:30. And by the way, Rob Parker's in town this weekend.
Oh, nice.
He's
Very cool.
His trip in town.
He loves baseball.
He does.
I want to ask Matt Nahegan, who's our program director. He said he's been doing radio for 25 years.
We're in the radio business.
I want to do rapid fire with him really quickly because to me, he's one of the most interesting people in media as we kind of reflect on Pam Moore's career.
Now you just suck it up to the boss. You know damn well he's a boring individual.
No. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't be sucking up to the boss because he's right there.
No,
I know what you say behind closed doors about the boss, man.
Before he got to this market.
He tweets too much.
Before he got to this market, did he think that the Giants were a bigger draw to the audience than maybe what we've seen over the last couple of years? Because the Giants, it feels like when you talk about the Giants, they're like the lowest on the tier right now. But it does feel like sentiment's turning around on them.
I would say East Coast, so I was in Philly and then Chicago. The biggest problem, and you guys know this, the games are at 10:30 at night on the East Coast. So nobody, and especially you get the 10, 12, 14, the names weren't stars.
Gotcha.
So East Coast people were like, yeah, whatever. They didn't really care. I mean, and by the way, and this has been my big thing. I love those teams, but did any of those guys talk to the media?
Nope.
Were they any personalities?
No.
So it was just kind of blah for East Coasters and Midwesters.
So are you surprised? Because like the Warriors clearly, look, they kind of came out of nowhere, and the passion surrounded by fans on the Warriors is like through the roof. I mean, every day we do anything that's Warrior related, our YouTube numbers through the roof, right? The Niners, obviously, because football and everything like that. Are you surprised that the Giants are like the third? It feels like third place.
I am very surprised by that, but I will say, when I got here, Steph resonated with East Coast, Midwest, no matter what. People stayed up to watch Steph Curry.
Yep.
So but the Niners are big too. I mean, the Niners have always been. I mean, I grew up in Chicago, guys. I grew up in 1985. Super Bowl Bears was my wheelhouse, and that was Bill Walsh, freaking Montana, and we had some bloodbaths with you guys.
So, do you believe the Giants? Can they ever recapture this city? Can this ever be a baseball town once again? Because right now, I'd say it's a basketball football town.
Agreed. And maybe not in that order. It depends on what season it is.
Right, exactly.
Guys, this is about winning, but it's about superstars.
Yeah.
Yep. And look at what's happened we literally were like talking about how boring and uninterested, and all of a sudden Schmidt comes up, Bailey comes up, and now it's like, and listen, they've won some games, so it's been good, but people want to see young guys. Look at the Reds. I don't even know the throwing bats after walk-offs. I mean, like, it's crazy. That's what people want.
Yep. Can I ask you this one? You've been Chicago and Philly. Those are two, I mean, we're talking about passionate fan bases, different, but very passionate fan bases. What was the impression of the Bay Area sports fan before you got here?
Blah, very blah. And bandwagon-y.
What do you think of it now?
And I think it's totally unfair. And I'm not just saying that. I'm really not. Like I have seen, especially with the Niners.
Yeah.
It's been like nonstop. Look at what's going on. I think Twitter plays into this.
Yes.
We're in freaking June, and people are like going crazy about Trey Lance this and Brock Purdy. And
have you seen anything like that? Because I asked that to Mark Willard, and Mark's been in a couple different markets. He's like, oh, that's just quarterback in general. And I'm like, no, I get that, but this feels even more ramped up.
Guys, here's the biggest difference. In Philly, they literally want guys fired, and they call if anything bad happens.
Yeah.
Like they want Thompson fired right now.
Yep.
He took him to the World Series last year.
Right.
Gone.
Yep.
And here, I think it's they get mad, but they're not like outraged. And I will say, and I'm okay saying this, Philadelphia people, like there's not that much to do in Philadelphia. Their whole life is sports.
Yeah.
It's different here. There's things to do.
Well, this is probably going to get some people outraged when it comes to the Warriors. Monty Poole just wrote an article and explains why the Warriors should maximize the remaining years of their core as the draft approaches. And his headline is "No More Teenagers, No More Youngsters." So what does that mean for the Golden State Warriors in this offseason? You just heard from Mr. D. He is stressed out about the Golden State Warriors. This offseason for the Warriors, with Bob Myers already stepping away, we don't know what's going to happen with Steve Kerr. We don't know what's happened with Draymond Green. Can you imagine 10 years ago being so damn concerned about the Warriors offseason? Could you imagine even as we celebrate, we played the highlight coming in, Game 4, Stephen Curry, Boston Garden, 43 points to even up the series at 2 games apiece. Al Horford's talked about it. They celebrated like they won a championship. The Warriors, that is, because they came to Game 5, they mopped up the Celtics, went back to the parquet floor in Game 6, and took care of business. Think about the vibes of this team and what we were discussing after that Game 4, and hell, after that championship series. Boy, they didn't even use Jonathan Kuminga. Boy, Moses Moody's going to grow. They didn't even have James Wiseman. Jordan Poole in his first go-around in the postseason averaged over 17 points a game. Oh, boy, there were some up and down, some bumpy moments, but Andrew Wiggin's coming out and shining out. And now you look at where we're at a year later with this basketball team. It is night and day from that moment that we played.
I'm with you on that. And I think that article from Monty Poole represents not just maybe Monty's feelings, but I think a large percentage of the fan base. And this is where I want to go back to Matt Hegan real quick for a second, who's been in multiple markets, been doing this for 25 years. And I want to ask him directly, Is the Bay Area fan too attached to sentiment? Are we too naive and not cutthroat enough? Because you just referenced Philly trying to run a guy out who got them to the World Series 4 months ago. Are they too worried about their feel-good as opposed to actually winning?
No. I think they're totally on exactly right. I think Philly is way over the top.
Okay.
And listen, they get a bad rap for not caring when the teams aren't great. I think that's totally false. Look at the Warriors.
Okay.
During the time when they were like just awful in every, stuff got hurt and they were just like looked like they were done.
Yep.
People were still really interested in that team. They were.
No doubt.
Yeah.
I do remember, though, too, when they won our former assistant program director, Danny Freisinger. I remember I almost ripped his head off on the call because he goes, Bonte, I'm actually glad the Warriors are bad. I could take a step back and just catch my breath. It's been a lot for that. And I was like, what? I want to win every single year. What are you talking about here?
Well,
so the Bay Area fan kind of gets that rap.
No, but are we the I don't mean to cut you. My bad. Are we the outlier? You and me?
I think a lot of people are like you and I.
I mean, because I got a lot of buddies, and maybe it's my circle that think the way I think. They're obsessed. My buddy Delicella is sending me draft prospects that he wants to take, trade combinations. He's like every minute I'm getting text messages from him. Rocco, Rocco's dialed in.
Whoa.
He's doing the same thing that we are. But are we the outlier?
No, we're not. I got a lot of buddies. Who I grew up with are diehards about these teams. What do? Do you trade Jordan Poole? Do you trade Draymond Green?
Are they as loyal? Are they as loyal as you? Because I feel like I am loyal.
No, they are. All my buddies are loyal.
But aren't they also loyal to the front of the jersey where they want to win yearly?
Yeah, my guys aren't just player guys.
Yeah,
my guys are about the team.
Yeah,
they're
I
about
agree.
the team.
Yes.
No, I don't have any friends that are just about the individual.
Well, Hef is a LeBron fan.
Well, Hef is different. Hef is just, he's a lost cause.
Let me ask you guys one more thing.
Yeah.
Did your friends make their weddings around?
Yes.
Really?
In particular, my wedding was before week 1 and before the final weekend of summer for a variety of reasons, fantasy football being one of them, the NFL being another one, and I have other friends that have done the same thing.
Well, Big Dog City.
Is that sick? Are we sick?
No. What I'm going to tell you is this, and I'm dead serious about this. If you schedule a wedding on an Eagles Sunday, you know how many people you'll have at that wedding?
Nobody.
Zero.
My friend Aaron Dietz, who I referenced earlier, she still gives me crap to this day because she got married, I believe, in 2012, and the Giants were playing, San Francisco Giants were playing in a playoff game, and me and all her cousins and all her brothers were in another room watching the game, and then almost 10 years later, her sister got married in Joshua Tree with no internet, and I had an iPad, and I had to connect in, it's a long story, and I had all of the people there watching the Warriors-Grizzlies Game 6, and I'm like, I felt so bad, and yet I look around, and all her family, all the women and men, everyone was around this tiny little iPad watching the Warriors game.
I would too. Now, Big Dog City is a smart guy. He scheduled his wedding this year in New Orleans, Labor Day weekend, a week before the NFL season. He pushed that hard line.
Yes.
And look, I would have had to go to the wedding anyway.
There's a compromise.
But you know what? Labor Day weekend, it's the opening weekend of college football. We can live with that. We can live with missing some of those games. My friend Christine, she got married down there in Belmont. At that house I was telling you about. I forget the house.
Well, Belmont's house. Beautiful.
So she had his wedding there. And it was the Cavaliers and Raptors playing. I remember Game 3, Toronto Raptors, LeBron James hit a game winner. We were at our table watching LeBron James thinking, who's going to be an opponent for the Golden State Warriors? I just can't help it.
I know.
Last week at the wedding, Rosanna and Ramon got married in Pleasanton. I popped on the Giants game for the last 2 innings, seeing how are they going to end this game. Are they going to come back against the Baltimore Orioles? It's a sickness. If you schedule a wedding during football season, you're doing it wrong. If you schedule a wedding during basketball season, probably not going to go. It's got to be in the middle months. It has to be June, July, or early August.
Okay, one more thing, I promise.
I love this.
You love getting out of here.
He does.
You guys know I'm not sucking up to the Bay Area fans.
Yeah, give it to me.
I'll call it like it is. They travel, the Niner fans travel better than, including Philly, better than any fan base in the country. It's not even close.
Did you know that?
I didn't.
Coming in? Because I didn't think.
I didn't.
No, I did not.
I almost feel like this happened over the last 13 years.
Yes.
With the 49ers.
Yes.
When Harbaugh took over the team.
Resurgence.
The resurgence
Yes.
and everybody going to games.
And LA
and
not
that
having
Dallas.
a team, I think made the traveling fan bigger because a lot of people became Niner fans in Southern California.
I think the first time I ever noticed Niner fans really traveling on the road was that season opener in 2014 against the Dallas Cowboys.
That was incredible.
With Kaepernick, and they took over Jerry's World. It was like,
by the way,
wow.
Cap threw a throw to Vernon Davis in that game.
No, he threw one to Anquan Bolden, a laser, 25-yard quick slant laser. We forget how good
And
Cap
Alex
was.
Boone held out in that game? Was
He
that the
did.
game he held out?
He did.
I almost didn't forgive him until I met him.
Yeah, well, is it Niner fans? Might just be Bay Area fans in general in the travel, because when the Giants started winning World Series, you started seeing it all over the countries. You had Giants fans popping up at all sorts of different ballparks. Niner fans travel. Warrior fans, when you go on the Warriors go on the road, you always. I remember like when I would cut Warrior games, Tim Roy is on the road. He's like, all right, let's see how many Warrior jerseys I can see in the crowd here on the road, and he would still see a lot. So it might just be a Niner thing. Like Bay Area fans, they like to get around, and when you see as much success as we've seen with Bay Area teams in the last decade, yeah, it's going to make you want to travel.
That's a good point. That's a good point with the Giants. In 2011, when the Giants won that World Series in 2010, I went to Philadelphia the next season. Philly Zoo, we're college buddies. I go out there, and it was a Giants-Phillies series when Carlos Beltran got traded to the San Francisco Giants. I was at Carlos Beltran's first game in a Giants uniform in Philadelphia. They beat the Phillies to win the series in Philadelphia. It was the first time the Phillies had lost a series at home that season. Pablo Sandoval hit one of the weirdest home runs down the left field line. They win 2-1 to win that series. There was a ton of Giants fans in Philadelphia at that game. A ton of Giants fans. And it was like, wow. But when it comes to the 49ers, I think I underrated how many Niner fans are out of state.
Yes.
How many out-of-state Niner fans have we met over the last 2 years?
Is that the California exodus, or is that the 49er brand from the 80s, like kind of like the Bulls
A little
and
bit
where
of both.
the Warriors are at?
A little bit of both.
Okay,
Because my
so-
guy Jason from TNT, Jason, who was good friends with Rob Parker, he's from Chicago. So when I met Jason in 2014, he goes, "You from San Francisco, dog?" Oh, man, I'm from Chicago, but every time we got out of church, the Niners would come on at Candlestick Park in the afternoon. I became a Niner fan, so it's a little bit of both.
Because when I went to Boston in 2007, it was the first time the Giants and Red Sox had played an interleague game. I swear to God, all of San Francisco went to that series.
There's a lot of people there.
It was the most incredible thing I'd ever seen in my life. And that's 2007. That's before the World Series. They still had Bonds. I'll never forget. It was Dice K versus Matt Cain on that Saturday.
I remember
One of
Saturday.
the great games of all time.
And the Giants
Manny
got rolled.
Ramirez hit a home run.
Yeah, the Giants got smoked
in like
that
the eighth
series.
inning.
They got swept in that series.
You want to talk about?
I remember that was a brutal series.
Yeah,
to
the
watch.
Giants were not
Dan
even competitive.
O'Shaughnessy said that all Red Sox fans should stand up, put their hands in their pockets, and turn around during the Bonds at bat.
Yeah.
And you know what they did?
Well, they had the asterisk signs. No, they had the asterisk
Yeah, but they
signs.
applauded his ass when he hit a two-run home run with Wakefield on the mound on Sunday.
Yeah, but the Giants got swept. They weren't even competitive.
Well, they were terrible.
Hey, that was
Dave
a
Roberts got a
depressing
standing ovation, too.
Oh, man. All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. The one and only Rob Parker, the good boat. He's going to join us. He's coming up to the Bay Area tomorrow. He'll be here for 2 games as the Giants take on the Cubs. We'll talk about the finals and some football stuff with Rob Parker coming up on the Morning Roast.
Big bones, big dinosaur bones, preserved from 100 million years ago.
All right, man, we're giving away some tickets. Right after Rob Parker leaves us, we're going to give away 2 tickets to go see Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan. They'll be live at Chase Center November 3rd. We're going to give those tickets away to caller number 5. And we're going to do it after Rob Parker, so stay tuned for that.
Seinfeld?
And Jim Gaffigan. Yeah, there's only one Seinfeld. Is there any other Seinfeld?
Well, there's only
one Seinfeld. There's only one Seinfeld.
Yeah, well, I was going to say his dad, but that's Jerry Stiller.
I mean, come on. Jerry. It's Jerry. It's coming to Chase.
Jerry.
It's coming to Chase November 3rd. What is November? Can you check to see if November 3rd is speaking of Sundays, would you miss a football game to go see Jerry Seinfeld?
Probably not. I'm just going to be real. My wife already knew, we were going to church and everything, and then all of a sudden football season comes around and she knows she's a widow.
Wait, you go to church?
Well, every now and then. Got a lot of sinning to pay for,
You go to church?
Got to repent.
I don't believe that.
Maybe, hear a little sermon, get the Holy Spirit, a little Eucharist in me. I pass on the wine.
It sounds so inauthentic right now.
What?
You at church sounds so inauthentic.
What do you mean?
By the way, November
was a great
3rd,
altar server.
November, were you really?
Of course.
November 3rd.
Get out of school, number one. Number two, if you do a lot of the old people funerals, you get paid.
That's true. Get a nice little, that's not right, man. That's not right.
This is 10-year-old me.
Now, God is going to strike you down on that.
Well, he already has.
November 3rd is a Friday.
He's going to strike you down.
It's a Friday. By the way, Rob Parker is coming to town, and you know what? Go figure. We're going to be in town too, Rob. Rob Parker, of course, for Fox Sports 1.
I know you were going to be in town. I told you guys back when the last time I was on, you were like, I don't know if you're coming in June, it's going to be the NBA Finals. I said, rest assured, you won't have anything to do with it coming to final time.
Well, a broken clock is right twice a day, Rob.
All right. Well, my clock has been broken for 37 years.
What's broken with the Warriors, Rob?
Oh,
from an outside view, what went wrong this year?
Well, a combination. I mean, anybody who thinks that what Draymond did and how the Warriors handled that fractured that team. They were, and it showed on the road when you usually bond with teammates and camaraderie and hang out together or whatever. This definitely was a disconnect there when they allowed Draymond to do what he did, and then they didn't even punish him. I mean, they didn't even hand down a suspension. They let him walk away from the team so he could save face, and they wanted him there for the ring ceremony. And then Jordan Poole turned into goo in the postseason and was just not the same person. I mean, the Warriors are to blame for that. They handled that terribly.
Yeah, no doubt. Rob Parker, check out his website at MLBBro.com, one of the best websites out there when it comes to baseball. Founder and editor, of course, covers black and brown players from around the major leagues, chronicling the past of both past and present black and brown players, highlighting their achievements in the game right now and from a historical standpoint as well. Inside the Parker podcast every single Thursday, the MLB Bro Show every Saturday and Sunday. And he's going to be at Oracle Park this weekend. We may all have to catch up and do some breakfast or lunch one of the days here, Rob. We'll try to connect on that one. But when you look at the
Warriors,
where
I'm going?
Where you going?
What is it called? Delancey?
Oh, yeah, Delancey Street.
Oh, yeah, Delancey Street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. What a restaurant. I went there. I couldn't get over it. The ribeye steak and eggs for $12 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Dude, are you kidding?
Do you know the backstory?
Are you doing that Saturday or Sunday?
I'm doing that Saturday, before we go head to the game. My buddy Ron and I are going to the game, but we're going to eat there first. That's a great place. I love every time I go to San Francisco, I try to go to that spot.
Yeah, the backstory, just to give you a quick one, is a lot of people that have had, let's just say, hard lives. It's a rehabilitation center in many ways, and they're learning skills of how to become a chef and in the culinary arts so that they can go back into society as they're obviously struggling with recovery, but also putting together unbelievable meals. So not only is it excellent food, it's like a great place to support. So that's really cool that you're supporting them.
Yeah, I mean, when they told me the story, they lived there. The people who worked at the restaurant, they lived there. It's a nonprofit restaurant. That's why, the cost of the food is unbelievable. I couldn't believe when I first went there and looked at the menu. I was like,
is this right? Like I was like, what?
Right.
You know, you're in San Francisco eating a $12 ribeye.
Yeah, you got to think twice, right? It's like, wait, should I be ordering this? Am I ordering a ribeye or a pork chop? What's going on here?
I was trying to see if the ribeye had a tail on it.
So when you look at the Warriors here, because we will get the baseball, and the Giants are playing well. They're bringing up some of the youngsters. We'll see if it's fool's gold or not. Their June schedule is stacked with teams that they're going to be competing with. But Bob Myers stepping down. One, were you surprised about that? And two, do you think the Warriors will have the cojones to break up this core this offseason?
Yeah, I mean, whenever the guy who helped mastermind put it together, and I always hear, oh, yeah, it's just time to move on. You always wonder about that. What happened there? If there's some sort of power struggle or something, because, why would you mess up something that's been working for a long time? And it's not like he's retiring or leaving basketball. I mean, he's looking for another job, apparently, right? I mean, that's the scuttlebutt. So that's strange. And at some point, teams, you can't hold everybody together for a long time. I think I've always remembered the Celtics did that with McHale, Parrish, Bird. Like they held all those guys together. And then go look at their history. They had like a 20-year or 18-year drought.
Yeah.
Where the franchise was bad because they probably should have moved somebody, gotten some picks or some younger players, for an infusion, and they didn't do that. So holding on, you can't be sentimental in this. Yeah. This felt like this was over to me after this year, this past ouster in the postseason.
So what would you do? Would you be ruthless and move off Dre and Clay, or would you keep one of the two? How are you viewing that situation?
Yeah, I mean, you got to be honest. Is Clay going to be happy without getting the big contract that I think he was looking for? There's no way you could do that. Draymond, of course, has a player's option, so it's up to him to stay or whatever for one more year. But after that, again, you don't offer Draymond an extension, then maybe he decides I'm going to get out and go somewhere else. Somebody else has more money to give me. It was a great run. I mean, you don't have to go to the bitter end, like teams break up. The Beatles broke up. People break up.
Right.
Sonny and Cher broke up, The Commodores broke up. I think that's natural and it's okay. It ain't the end of the world. You remember the run that they had, how great it was, what kind of team they had, what they did to the city and the franchise. And it's okay.
Rob, how'd you feel about Steve Kerr joining Draymond Green on a podcast? Because a lot of fans are a little irate over that, and some are split. Some are saying it's okay, but it felt like there was a message there for the youngsters saying, "Hey, you can't mope, you can't do this." And we've seen a lot of finger pointing towards the youngsters, and I don't think that's right. But what was your perception of Steve Kerr joining Draymond on that podcast and saying some of the things that he said?
Yeah, I mean, Steve Kerr has been loyal to Draymond even throughout this whole thing, and maybe he just has a soft spot for him. Even the whole podcast thing, when Draymond's talking about his podcast is as important as his basketball career, I'd have a problem with that. Like, you're a basketball player. We don't want you to do a podcast during the postseason. Can you do it afterwards, and staying up right after games and doing podcasts? I just think your priorities are misplaced. And especially when you don't win, it looks even worse. And it's not like he played so super great. He played fine, but
right.
Are you a player? I understand you want to get into the business after, but let that happen after. Be a player. Do the most you can, and focus in on the job at hand, and then you can worry about a podcast. If Draymond does it now or once his career is over, he'll still be able to make his podcast work and get in the business. A lot of people like him, so that'll be the case. I never missed Draymond's podcast. I never listened to it, so I never missed it. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's gotten better. He's not swearing as much. It provides us with tremendous
Wait
content.
a minute. Does he? I heard some stuff where people come on, they say something. There's no pushback.
No.
There's no.
Yeah.
That's the issue I have with players' podcasts and players getting into the media. Is that too often I'm left disappointed in that there's no pushback. People can say whatever they want. And I'm not saying you have to attack anybody.
No.
But to have somebody just throw out any blanket statement and not say anything just is hard for me to listen to.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I want to transition to baseball, and allow me to set this up, Bonte, because he likes to make fun of me for my long-winded statements before a question.
So we got a guy in the afternoon, Derek Guru Johnson. He asks 90-second questions, right? He loses a guess.
God.
And Shasky pushes that line to about 65 to 70 seconds.
But I want to set this up.
I'm going to go to the bathroom while he asks this question. Go ahead.
I want to set this up. Like, look, your website.
Wait a minute. Put on Stairway to Heaven. Okay?
There we go. Exactly. Bonte wouldn't know what that is. His music taste is terrible.
I'm a hip-hop and R&B guy.
It's a long story.
Yeah.
But MLB
Come on, you got to know Stairway to Heaven. That's the bathroom song for all DJs in the history of radio.
Exactly. It's a long song, Bonte.
Yeah,
MLBbro.com, covering black and brown major leaguers. And the reason why I really appreciate you and the website and everything is because I do think you're doing a really good job trying to highlight black and brown players playing in the bigs. And to me, I'm coaching at Little League level, and Bonte's been out to our practice. It means a lot to me to see kids of all backgrounds, of all colors playing the game. You put out something about a local boy this week, Marcus Semien, okay? And this guy, grew up in the Bay Area, played at Cal. This is what it said. I want your opinion on this because you obviously are well-versed. Should Marcus Semien make the Mount Rushmore of MLB Bro second baseman? Can you elaborate on that? I know you didn't write the article, but Jackie Robinson, Joe Morgan, another local boy. Yeah. For Marcus Semien, a local kid, at this time, to even be mentioned on that list, that's crazy. I thought that was powerful.
I'm gonna tell you why he set the all-time record for home runs by a second baseman.
Yeah.
That's what elevated him from a year ago. Think about it. He holds the record. No one has hit more home runs in baseball history playing second base.
That's insane.
That's why. I know it sounds premature, but I think that's why. And that's why I was asked in a question form, right?
Yeah.
Should he be mentioned? It didn't say he is.
Yeah.
But I think that's the reason. I mean, he has a piece of baseball history. When you say who hit the most home runs in a single season by a second baseman, the answer is Marcus Semien. Is that fair?
Yeah. No, I love it.
It is.
I love it.
He's having a heck of a season for the Texas Rangers right now.
He is. He just had a 25-game hitting streak. He got on base 33 consecutive games. He's balling out. You remember he signed the big contract. Mm-hmm. He struggled last year, I think, trying to live up to that contract. But my God, what a year he's put together so far. And the Rangers, despite Jacob deGrom, are in first place.
Yeah, no, they're playing really well. We'll see Bruce Bochy and the Rangers in August when they visit the Giants at Oracle Park. Bruce Bochy's going to get all the love there.
He's done a nice job there.
Yeah,
I mean, at first I was a little concerned that, Bruce Bochy was too old. On opening day in Arlington, he stood out at the dugout steps and he yelled out when his team took the field, "Hey, you kids, get off my lawn."
Rob, by the way, Rob Parker on the line right now here on the Morning Roast. We love having him here at 95.7 The Game. By the way, after we get Rob off the line, you have a chance to win tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan at Chase Center November 3rd. That's a Friday night at Chase Center, so we're giving away 2 tickets for that. Rob, we're having a discussion yesterday, Shasky and I, about Nikola Jokic and whether or not he's being embraced by America. Dan Le Batard had a rant about it saying, man, he's like Magic, he's like Bird. He's averaging a triple-double in the postseason. But in baseball, it seems like we embrace foreign players a lot better than we do in the NBA. Would you agree with that? What can we do about that? Because Jokic is putting on an all-time performance in the NBA Finals right now.
I agree, and I think it's shameful. I mean, Kendrick Perkins was out front lobbying against Jokic for an MVP, and I thought that was wrong. And if go back and look at the vote total, how did he get trounced by Embiid when the numbers are very close and Jokic had his analytic numbers were better than Embiid. I mean, but he got trounced, and people were using the arm or the umbrella that Michael Jordan never won 3 in a row, LeBron never won 3 MVPs in a row, so Jokic hasn't won anything. He shouldn't get 3 MVPs in a row. You saw Mark Jackson left him off his ballot. I mean, I don't know how you can you cover the NBA and do games every day, right? Or 3 times a week on national television. And his name wasn't on the ballot, the 2-time defending MVP. I think the basketball writers got it so wrong. and were disrespectful to him, to be honest. His team had the best record. They won the West. They were good all year. When were the Nuggets not good? People discounted them, called them the chicken nuggets all year, and now they're a couple of wins away. And you're right. What we're watching is unbelievable to me.
You know, speaking of which, we embrace foreign players in baseball a lot. You see the Ronald Acuna Jr.'s, Jose Ramirez hit 3 home runs yesterday for the Cleveland Guardians. But you're going to come to Oracle Park and watch the Giants. And we grew up watching the Giants, and what made us fall in love, you had a who's who. You had an Asian player. You had a Latin player. You had a black player. You had a white player. Right now, the Giants have one black player. And I want to ask you this, Rob. Are we getting closer in baseball to embracing more African-Americans? Or more African-Americans going to begin the lock-in? What are the numbers? What are the data tell you here? Because I think baseball right now with the pitch clock and everything has been a really fun season. And I went to practice watching Shasky coach some little leaguers. And there was a who's who of kids. I could tell. I was like, wow, look at this melting pot of diversity here.
Yeah. Baseball is definitely. I mean, you got to check the minor leagues. I've talked to a number of coaches who are locked in the minor leagues. There's a lot of black players down in the minor leagues. They are coming. This past year in the Major League Baseball draft, 3 of the top 5 players drafted were African-American from this country.
Wow.
Never, you hear me? Never happened before where 3 of the top 5 players drafted were black. So yes, the numbers are coming. We watch this at MLBBro.com. We see the names. We know the people. More and more brothers have come up this year. We've seen already, joining teams as time goes on. So I do feel like that's happening. We know that less kids are playing football. Parents are very weary of that. So there's a lot of stuff happening that's good for baseball. And I think that's MLB Bro is in a perfect situation. And I did a 10 straight baseball game tour around the country in the Midwest. And I got a chance to talk to a lot of, black baseball players. I started in New York. I did Mets, and then I went to Cincinnati, and I went to St. Louis, and then Chicago White Sox, Cleveland, Chicago Cubs. I went to Milwaukee. I went to Kansas City, and then I finished up in Detroit and Atlanta. So it was a great stopped along the way, and I got to talk to a lot of different players, and it was encouraging. I mean, a lot of the black players said that they followed MLB Bro. They saw what we're doing. They're encouraged by it. Awesome. They love the whole concept of it. So we're just trying to get people to know who these guys are. We don't cover games. It's more about the personalities and more about them and what they're doing. We don't do game coverage or game stories. So if you get a chance, definitely check it out. MLBBro.com is growing every day.
So 2 quick questions then. Favorite stadium, just in baseball in general, and who's the guy that maybe the media doesn't know about that maybe me and Bonte need to do more research on that you've come across?
Favorite stadium, I'm still going to call it Pac Bell. I know it's not called that anymore. I think that's an awesome stadium. My top 3 stadiums are actually San Francisco. I don't know if you guys have been to PNC Park in Pittsburgh.
It's on my list.
Yeah, it's on our bucket list.
It's 38,000 seats. It faces the city skyline. It is gorgeous. I mean, and Camden Yards, which started.
Really? I've been there. Yep.
Am I right, Camden? There's not a bad seat in Camden Yards.
Wow.
That's the one that started all of the redoing of the stadiums and not having them be these big 50,000 seat cookie cutter stadiums. So that's definitely, those are my 3 top choices. Baseball players should know. I mean, it's a good question. The guy who, and obviously these names, Hunter Green at Cincinnati, he's going to be a stud. He's an ace pitcher. Tristan McKenzie I met, and I'll tell you the other one, Josiah Gray. What a great young man that guy is. I met him at the Negro League Museum in Kansas City when I was there, in between the ball game and eating some barbecue. But he's a guy you can look to and find out more about him. This dude is is a smart guy, is a great young pitcher. I expect big things out of Josiah Gray.
Wow. Washington Nationals right now by way of the Dodger system. Rob, what you doing Sunday, man? We got to make something happen Sunday. You Shaz?
You know what? It's a quick trip. I'm coming back to L.A. Right. So much to do. I know I'm trying to hook up with your boss, my longtime friend, Matt Nahagian.
Oh, he's on the air right now. Say something, Matt. Get on the mic right now. We got him on the roast today. The first time he's ever talked.
You guys are lucky because Matt put me on national radio about 100 million years ago, and we've been cool ever since. So Matt, whenever they get rid of me at Fox Sports Radio, I'll come up to San Francisco.
Don't hang up on Rob. Keep going.
He's always telling us, look, we've had you out for over 20 minutes and I already know the boss man. 10 to 12 minutes with the guest.
7 minutes too long.
No wonder he hasn't said anything. You guys are boys, so we definitely got to get together.
Yeah.
If we don't do it this trip, we'll do it soon, Rob.
Yes, absolutely, guys. Thanks so much for having me on, as always. All right?
Keep doing what you're doing.
Absolutely, man. Yeah. We love your site. Check it out, MLBbro.com. Founder and editor Rob Parker covers black and brown players from around major leagues, chronicling the path of both past and present black and brown players, highlighting their achievements in the game right now from a historical standpoint. Inside the Parker podcast every Thursday. He's got the odd couple with Chris Broussard, who always goes on with Steiny and Guru. He's Steiny's boy, but Chris is a good dude. MLB Bro Show every Saturday and Sunday, and he'll be in town for a quick trip this weekend. But first, Jasper, before we move on, we got to give away some tickets. Time to give away some tickets.
Some Seinfeld tickets?
Caller number 5. Call number 5, 415-951-2386. We'll get 2 tickets right now to go see Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan. They'll be live at Chase Center November 3rd. Again, caller number 5, 415-951-2386 for show and contest details. Visit 957thegame.com. 2 tickets to go see Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan live at Chase Center November 3rd.
All right, so right now, there's a couple of things that I want to get into just very quickly that maybe people are unaware of. Bruce Bochy, obviously coaching the Texas Rangers. They're off to the best start in their franchise's history. Which is kind of crazy, right? It's kind of crazy. And obviously there's the Bochy connection, which everybody can understand. And then there's the Marcus Semien connection. And this is a guy who was born in the Bay. His dad grew up in San Francisco, moved to Oakland. His brother is still, or his uncle, is still coaching over at Lowell High School to this day. Marcus played.
They just won a NorCal championship against University.
Yes.
Shout out Lowell High School.
Marcus played shortstop for the Oakland A's, went to Cal Berkeley. I mean, he's about as local as they come. And he is having a heck of a year this year.
Wanted to stay in A, too.
I know. And so he's going through this hit streak right now, okay? Right. And so I'm coming across some of these Marcus Semien things that are going on right now. Who do you think has the longest hit streak in Texas Rangers history?
Oh, Alex Rodriguez.
Nope.
Ivan Rodriguez.
Nope.
Juan Gonzalez.
Yeah, I think outside the box here, bud.
Ooh, last 15 years?
Just ever.
Ever.
Michael Young.
Nope. I was going to go Hank Blaylock, but no.
Mark Teixeira.
How about your manager of the San Francisco Giants, Gabe Kapler? 28-game hit streak.
I remember when that happened. I remember when that happened. I swear.
Face.
Hey, no, seriously. I remember when he was doing. I don't remember that he did that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a shocker. But I remember when he was with a Ranger, because on SportsCenter they were hyping up. Because whenever somebody gets to 20 or 25 games, they start comparing it. Well, Joe DiMaggio,
56-game hitting streak.
Joe DiMaggio, who's going to threaten it?
Yeah.
Wow, Gabe Kapler.
Isn't that crazy?
That is wild. And the Rangers have had some ballers.
Well,
Rafael Palmeiro, we didn't even say.
Juan Gonzalez, one of my favorites. It's like one of my favorites. I was going to say to you, B, you still haven't seen the Chasing Nolan or Facing Nolan?
I have not. I may watch it tonight.
Please watch it.
And it's going, well, we got the finals and we got Giants Cubs. I will squeeze that in. Chasing Nolan.
I learned some things about just the Rangers organization and where they were at, why they signed Nolan Ryan to kind of gain notoriety.
Right.
They've always been, how do I put this? The way the Angels are always kind of like the second thought when you think of baseball in LA, that's kind of the way the Rangers have always been.
In Texas.
Yeah. And baseball's so big in Texas.
But they got that new stadium, the old ballpark in Arlington, back in like 1994, 95.
Yeah,
Remember they had the All-Star game. It looked gorgeous.
Loved it.
And they had all those ballers down there. A-Rod goes down there. And then they bring up Blaylock and Teixeira, and they get to a World Series. And Ron Washington did a really good job with them. But it started with Buck Showalter.
Yes.
Buck Showalter was kind of that placeholder for Ron Washington. And Buck was, he was wild.
Buck's been everywhere.
Buck's been everywhere. He may not be in New York too much longer either after blaming the GM for writing out the lineup.
I think the GM's getting fired, but keep going.
But Texas they've kind of been there, but they've been able to land big-time free agents.
Yeah. And so anyway, the reason why I brought up the Marcus Semien thing is I'm looking at this article and it's saying, should he be on the Mount Rushmore of MLB bro second baseman, meaning black and brown players to play second base? Now, they don't have Roberto Alomar on here, and I would file him as someone that should be on there, but they got Joe Morgan, Jackie Robinson, Marcus Semien on there. And so I don't know. I found it to be quite interesting to me. Lou Whitaker is the other individual that is in there.
Look at Semien's career, man. 33 bombs in 2019.
He's had a hell of a career.
45 in 2021 with the Blue Jays. 26 last year, and kind of a down year for him, but he's still at 25 stolen bases. This year, he's having a career year. He's playing well with Bruce Bochy, and he's aged very, very well. And he wanted to stay over.
A couple years ago, I think when we talk about kind of like our frustrations with Farhan, I think right at the top of my frustrations with Farhan's tenure is when he decided not to go after Marcus Semien after that 2021 season.
Why?
Because, well, then we had, I guess the logic was the Giants had Brandon Crawford, so like, why go after him or something like that? Going into that offseason after that 107-win season, I really wanted the Giants to jump on Semien. It seemed like a perfect opportunity to really bolster the roster, and not making that move, that feels like a missed opportunity.
Well, I just wanted to highlight it because, Jimmy Rollins got, rightfully, him and CeCe and Dontrelle Willis represented maybe a different generation of ball players coming out of the Bay Area. And I just don't think we talk enough about Marcus Semien, and I wanted to give him a little love. I think he deserves it.
Shout out to Marcus Semien, man, playing really well. Shout out to Bochy and the Rangers. We'll see him in August. Rangers have asked about Hank Blaylock. True story about Blaylock.
He was a baller.
He was a baller, but I have a love-hate relationship with him.
Fantasy?
My first ever year of fantasy baseball. I was in the championship series. This was head-to-head. This was a different league. And I was talking trash to this guy. We're talking trash all season long. And I picked up Chase Utley to block him from getting – I didn't even know who Chase Utley was. He kept talking about him, so I picked him up, and I was like, oh, wait, this guy's a baller.
He should be the GM of the Giants.
Dude, was, exactly. Well, I had Chase Utley, Richie Sexson. He had 39 home runs that year at the Mariners.
Yeah, Brewers.
Sean Figgins.
Oh, yeah,
He was really good that year. Yeah. Uncle Cliff Floyd. Uncle Cliffy.
Love Cliff Floyd.
Hit 42 bombs that year with the Mets. I mean, it was a career year.
Marlins
I had Dontrelle Willis, Mark Pryor. Oh, I was loving it. So I get to the series, and we're even. And lifetime numbers against John Patterson, the former pitcher with the Washington Nationals.
Wow, what a name.
John Patterson. Chase Utley didn't hit well against him. So I benched Chase Utley for Hank Blaylock, who, by the way, was balling. And I benched Chase Utley. He had 2 home runs that day, had 4 RBIs. I lose that championship by 1 RBI, by percentage points in average. And I said, I started Hank Blaylock over Chase Utley. And I can never live it down.
Wow.
And so that's why I don't like Hank Blaylock, because he did not come through. And I gave him the big start on this Saturday before the end of the regular season. And Chase Utley had 2 home runs.
While we're on this Ranger
that
kick,
was random.
I love going random. No. Who, in your mind, when you close your eyes and you think of Texas Rangers, who do you think of?
Juan Gonzalez.
Not Ivan Rodriguez? Not Adrian Beltre?
No, Juan Gonzalez was my introduction.
Okay.
Or no, you know who? I even think about him. Ruben Sierra.
Oh, Ruben Sierra. He had the juice going.
And then Jose Canseco traded for Ruben Sierra. He comes to the Oakland A's.
Yeah.
Ruben Sierra. So Juan Gonzalez, Ruben Sierra. Pudge is up there.
Okay.
He's up there.
When you close your eyes and think of Pudge, what jersey is he wearing for you? Marlins because of what he did to the Giants?
The Rangers jersey.
The Rangers. That's what I thought. Yeah, the Rangers.
The Rangers jersey. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC177.
By the way.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. What's up?
Ryan Crowley just wants you to know, Chase Utley, Olympic Club member. He's always listening.
I saw Ryan last Sunday at the game.
So I heard.
Yeah, I know you heard. I'm sure that text went out in 10 minutes.
Nah, he waited a couple days.
He waited a couple days. He wanted to press sit on that bad boy. Had baby Chaz rolling. I was holding like 2 slices of pizza, I think, and some. Oh, actually, we're going to get pizza and popcorn. Baby Chaz had like the buffet, the baby buffet is what I call it. Pizza, popcorn, chicken strips, and fries.
I like that.
It's the baby buffet.
Yeah,
she had it all.
The baby buffet.
She had it all.
I'm feeling that.
Let's go to our main man, Father Time, up in Napa. Father Time, what's happening?
Hey guys, it's Friday. Delancey Street I'd really love to have some of those guys. My guys today are late to work, so per usual. Anyway,
sorry.
I'm going to be a little contrarian. I hope I don't hurt your feelings, but I've been listening all day. I mean, all morning. I listen all day. I want to weigh in on Bay Area fans. I think that we're in an area where there's so much to do. There's a lot of educated people. There's a lot of stuff. And I think we have a really good perspective. You know, I go to games all the time, and what I was talking to your producer about is we're rooting for laundry. You know, the players don't care about you. They are entertainers. You ask one, they are entertainers first. They are about the money, and they resent fans. They think that fans turn on them when they don't do well. Wearing another man's jersey is cool. When I was 19 and I was going to Western Washington University, and Ken Griffey Jr. was an A-ball for the Bellingham Bells. I love Ken Griffey. I spent way too much money on that upper deck card, dude. I blew it. But my point is this. You would never wear a jersey of Tom Cruise. You would never, it's just, we've been duped by sports. I still love sports.
Hey, Father Time.
I appreciate what happened to, yeah.
We'd wear a Tom Cruise shirt, though, wouldn't we?
People wear Pink Floyd shirts all the time.
What shirt? Maybe the Outsiders.
But you know what?
But
to your point,
people
it's
wear
a great
band shirts
conversation
all the time.
But Father Time, do you blame some of these athletes because you do have fans who turn on players so quickly and start going into their mentions and calling them all kind of names if they don't hit? Like if a fan bets on a game, Father Time, and that player misses a shot. Well, for example, Danny Green in the bubble
is that a
missing
fan
wide open
betting?
three. It's a fan of the team. Just betting, fan of the team.
That dilutes
Think about
you.
how much heat Danny Green got for missing a three in a finals game for fans. He screenshotted everything.
Of course. What I'm trying to say is I recognize the duality of things. I always do. Like two things can feel in opposition, and they're both true.
No doubt.
I know 95.7 is carrying the Warriors. I love the Warriors, man. But, it's not reciprocated to me. It feels weird. I appreciate art. I love it. And there are artists all over the sports landscape. But this notion that there's bad fans and that we're not crazy enough is actually a good thing because your life should not revolve
I agree with
around.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just kind of. And the last thing I would say is, I love you guys. I listen all day, every day. That may be a problem for me. I'm kind of a fan.
Yeah, it's kind of a.
I'm no different than anybody else. But I don't I don't revere you. You're dope.
No, you shouldn't.
Entertainment. It's super cool.
No, and I appreciate that perspective, and nor should you. You know what I mean? We're just two dudes chopping it up.
Right.
That's literally all it is. And hopefully we can.
Why do we feel that way? Why do we feel that way about our sports heroes? We don't feel that way about Hemingway or anybody, another incredible genius artist. You know.
First,
anyway,
last, and only Hemingway drop on the show.
The rest of the show. I love you guys.
Have a good one, brother.
Appreciate it.
Good luck with the restaurant today.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's go to Antonio in Oakland real quick. Antonio, what's happening?
Hey, man.
What's up, Antonio?
Oh, hey guys. Yeah, as far as Bay Area sports fans, man, we're very passionate, man. We're very underrated in that category, man. They just think we're a bunch of California surf dudes and all this, man. Like when our teams lose, it really gets to us, man. Like it takes me 2 weeks just to kind of get over it. And I'm still not over it, man. Especially when we have loaded teams like the Niners and Warriors, man, and we still can't win. Oh man, it just drains me, man. But guys, thank you for the call and have a great day.
All right, Antonio, good to hear from you, my man. Good to hear from you. Can't wait to see you dancing at the Levi Stadium parking lot. Just some comments here.
YouTube is out of control.
Look.
I would create an account if I like this show strictly to look at the comments on YouTube
because it's out of control. It's out of control. Some people do live and die. My entire life, my schedule is based around sports, the great thing is Anna has embraced it. She goes, I know we can't take vacation during this time, so we got the small window. Oh, wait, we can't go to this dinner because so-and-so plays a game. That's how I roll.
You know what I've told my wife? And I want you to just tell me if this is a level of insanity. This is just you and me talking, B. I can't trust people who don't like sports.
Does anyone really have a choice?
I'm not saying you got to be obsessed.
Listen.
But the people who I hate sports and I don't like, the ones that want it eradicated from their life and they don't like that you like sports, I can't, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We can't be friends.
Listen, I tweeted this out a few years ago. I said, imagine growing up not loving sports. That's why the pandemic drove me crazy. When the NBA announced they were going in the hiatus, and that second week of the pandemic on a Friday night, I said, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. I was going to lose my mind. I needed The Last Dance so damn bad. You have no idea. I was fiending for anything. I started watching so many old games, whether it was the Niners, the Giants, all YouTube all day long. It's I don't know how to live that life. I don't understand how You could grow up not liking sport. I just don't understand it. Now, I'm not knocking you.
No,
I'm not
but it's
looking
how
down
we
at
were
you.
raised.
But I just don't get it.
I know. Well, I'll take it a step further to Father Time. Father Time thinks it's maybe weird that people wear, other people's jerseys or whatever after a certain age. Let me just tell Father Time something. If you think that's weird, wait till you see your kids watching someone else playing video games and being obsessed with following them on 3 or 4 different outlets.
Yeah.
There's a reason Kim Kardashian has the following that she does. Mm-hmm. There's a reason Taylor Swift, they're called Swifties, okay? Right. It's not exclusive to sports.
Right.
People obsess in lots of different professions
I get
over others.
Yeah, I get all the interest in other things. But I think about the Paynes. They've grown up. They do other things. They travel.
Yeah, you got to
know what they were at? They were at the freaking Stanford, Texas A&M game on Monday. Ross Payne. Shout out to Ross Payne. We didn't do that. I want to shout out Ross Payne. Obviously, Coach Lyle Payne, he left this world a few months ago and went to the funeral, and he lived a great life. He was a great dude. Always grilled us about a 5-year plan. What's your 5-year plan? Coach, I'm 22 years old. I'm trying to figure out if I can get a date or not. Like a 5-year plan? Well, I can't see past the night. But Ross Payne just got out of surgery. She's doing great.
Oh, nice.
2 days after surgery, she's at the Stanford baseball game.
Wow.
It's therapeutic for a lot of people, sports. So if you got other interests, that's fine. But I'm with you. If you don't know anything about sports and you don't like sports.
No, if you actively are like angry at us for liking it, I think
can't
you're
vibe
weird.
with you.
I don't get mad at people that are like huge Lords of the Rings fans.
Right.
Maybe I don't get it, but I'm not going to actively like, you're a horrible person. Here, one last thing on college baseball. Did you see the Tennessee Volunteers' new stadium?
I did.
Oh, my.
Wait, the one they played in this year?
They are doing like $100 million renovation.
Wow.
They're going to have a grill section where every single person down the line will have their own grill in their little area to have a tailgate atmosphere.
Well, that's the most southern thing I've ever heard. Just a full-on grill section for people.
To a Tennessee baseball game.
You ever watch Mississippi State?
No.
And what they do in the outfield and Ole Miss, what they do in the outfield, they have tailgates and they're barbecuing out in the outfield all day long.
Didn't know
it is
that.
wild down there in the SEC when it comes to baseball.
We should
just means more.
It does mean more.
It does, though.
It does mean more.
I mean, how can Washington State look and like a Georgia fan in the eye and say we're on the same level?
Yeah,
no, it's just the level of just obsession down there will never be that out here.
It's not even close. I still have a $2 bill from a Clemson fan when they came out here and played the national championship. They gave out $2 bills with a tiger paw on them. And I'm like, why do you guys do that? They go, well, we got to let people know that Clemson was here.
Oh, really?
And they go to the banks and they withdraw all these $2 bills. I swear, it's so straight. But it means something to them. And they leave their stamp everywhere they go.
Know that a Clemson fan was here.
Hey, I still keep that $2 bill in my wallet. I still do. It's wild. I'm never spending that thing.
Everyone know you met a Clemson fan.
I met a Clemson fan. And the guy was a Clemson fan and an FBI agent. How about that? And they went out there and kicked Alabama's ass. Real quick, Pam Moore joining us in 10 minutes here on the Morning Roast.
Wrapped into that sentence.
Pam Moore. And we're going to ask her about this right here. Lubman, do you have it? We're going to ask Pam Moore about this and her career. She's retiring from Crown 4 after 32 years. But we want to ask her about this.
Like, this is the real you, right? Would you please tell people out there? Because a lot of people think that we're fake.
And it's 20 years ago, too.
Man, I got to keep it real with you. It ain't even me, man. I'm whoever they want me to be.
So you're not the real Bub Rub?
No, I'm a singer, man.
You're a singer?
What?
Yeah.
I
sing. I don't do singles.
So wait, so Bub Rub. So you weren't in this video with the whistles going woo woo?
Yes.
Wait, yes you were, or yes you weren't in it?
Yes, I weren't in it.
So that's you with the whistles go woo woo, right?
Woo woo.
Oh my gosh.
No, that ain't me, bro.
That ain't you, wait. So what? Do we have this song?
Yeah, we do have. We can get it on the other side, though.
Oh, we get it on the other side. All right, that's what's coming up in the game. The great Pam Moore. It's going to join the Morning Roast right here on 95.7 The Game. That's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your...
Coast with Bonte and Shasky.
Oh, man. Pam Moore is going to join us in moments here. An absolute icon. Evening anchor for KRON 4 for 32 years. She arrived in KRON 4 back in March of 1991, and she's been here since. Graduated from the University of Michigan. She's a Wolverine. She's worked in Detroit, Dallas, Louisville, L.A., Boston. But she's been here for 32 years, so she's one of ours, and she's going to step away from the anchor deck. She'll still do some special projects from KRON 4, but what an absolute icon. We're going to get her on. We'll talk about some whistle tips. We'll talk about Gary Rightness. We'll talk about whether or not she ever wanted to get into sports.
That's like an alarm clock.
It's like an alarm clock. We'll just go woo-woo. And we had the fake bub rub on, and he started singing for us.
Well, no, it was the real bub rub.
You think that was the real bub rub?
100%.
Why?
I mean, clearly the guy was out of his mind.
You think that was the real bub rub on our show?
Absolutely. You see, you don't watch Always Sunny in Philadelphia. The de-evolution of cricket, I think that's what we were witnessing.
All right. Yeah, I don't know if that was the real bub rub. I don't know.
Bub
a lot
rub?
of people bub rub. He started singing, and once Lubman gets off the phone.
The singing was great.
The singing was awesome.
Singing was great.
But I don't know if that's the real bub rub. He had no idea he was on the airwaves. Matt Nahiga will tell you it was the real bub rub because he had a full conversation with him.
How about Rob Parker saying that Matt Nahigan got him his first job?
That's unbelievable. That's unreal. I did not know that.
Nor did I.
Matt Nahigan's a legend in these streets.
He really is.
I mean, he's on Twitter. His Twitter account is buzzing right now.
I wanted to ask him at some point. I don't know where he is, but I wanted to ask him, like, honestly, did you think overtime would turn into this?
That's true. That's true. Well, in order to get the Hornet slot, we needed to be attached to Kate Scott.
Stapled. Like we were those expiring contracts
right.
you have to staple to good draft picks.
We don't want to fire them. Just throw them in there with Kate Scott. By the way, Kate Scott, we're talking about a come up. Ever since she's left the show, she has not looked back.
I know.
She's not going to call preseason games for the Seattle Seahawks.
Oh, so go Hawks are in the future.
Yeah, go Hawks. She's going to be raising 12 flags. And she's going to get the call the Women's World Cup coming up.
Wow.
So before we bring in
Congratulations, Kate.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm so happy for her. Before we bring in Pam Moore, do you have the song from the fake or real bub rub?
We're not
sure. Do you
sure.
have that up? We're not sure but let's play the song that he sung on this show.
Well, let me hear one of your
So let me hear a note then.
Yeah,
if you're a singer, then you better be good, bub rub.
Check this out. I wrote this from the top of my head. Just hear it out before you judge it.
Okay.
And this is to all the fans out there. It goes, I don't go to church on Sundays. No, I don't. I don't fall on my knees and pray. No, I don't. I might don't read my Bible, but I praise my Lord I praise my Lord every day. He's okay. See, I ain't got to ask him no questions. No, I don't. Because he ain't going to tell me no lies. But if you listen to my story, you see, I'm trying to testify. I don't want to die. He helps me on my journey. See, I ain't ready for that. That's kind of stuff I do.
I don't know if you're bub rub or not, but this is the most incredible segment in the history of 95.7 The Game.
Well, I had to tell.
All right, let's bring in the legend, Pam Moore. And we were going to get her on that week to talk about the whistle tips, but bigger news dropped. Pam Moore, of course, been with KRON 4 since 1991. Our television sets will not be the same once she steps away from the Acres sets. I'm dead serious, Pam. We had to get you on. We got a bevy of questions for you. Pam, first of all, good morning and congratulations
to you and Shasky. I mean, thank you so much for asking me to be on the show. You know I'm not a morning person because I've worked nights for 32 years.
Oh, yeah.
You're a legend.
But I'm so happy to be able to talk to you this morning. Thank you for asking me on.
It's long overdue. I know we share texts. It's long overdue. 32 years of KRON 4. You've been in our television sets for so many years. I was lucky enough to meet you in Boston back in 2014 with the great Barbara Rogers and my boy Evan Barnes.
Yes.
And it's one of my favorite photos ever. I'll share it with the crowds out there. And I was like, Pam Moore, you're looking at me like, who the hell is this little young whippersnapper? I was like, I watch
and then remember how you used to come into the station and do, analysis with Gary and, Yeah, we have some tenure behind our relationship, Bonte.
Oh, absolutely, Pam. So, why the Bay Area? Why'd you settle here? Because you worked in all type of markets: Detroit, Dallas, Louisville, L.A., Boston.
When I got the job offer here, I was working in Boston at the time, and I wasn't planning. I knew I wasn't going to stay in Boston, and when I got the job offer here and came to the Bay Area, I felt like I was home. You know, sometimes you find that a place feels like it's the right place, and this certainly has been that for me.
Yeah, you know, you look back at a career, and everybody wants to go to all the great things and whatnot, but, like, they never see the struggle behind the scenes. Mm-hmm. Me and B talk about this, like, early going on this show, we were ready to kill each other. We loved each other. We were trying really hard, but we were failing miserably, right? And so was there ever a moment or a period of time where you doubted yourself? Because 32 years, you had to have some ups and downs, no?
Oh, my gosh. I doubted myself many times, all throughout the 32 years. There's all kinds of times when you doubt yourself, feel like, oh, gosh, I could have done that better. Different mistakes that I've made, or I've grown. This Bay Area has allowed me to grow through those mistakes and through those growing pains that all of us experience at work or in your personal life. It's just a part of, and that's why when you find a place that feels like home and you feel nurtured in that place, you want to stay. And I got lucky. I really did, because, a lot of people don't get a chance to work in one place for that long and still love it. And so making the decision to step away was not an easy one. But I'm just also looking forward to the next phase of my life, still here in the Bay Area. And I'm hoping it will unfold just as wonderfully.
Pam, it's interesting. I mean, I know not as much as you at all when it comes to, like, the media thing. Me and B watched you every single night, and I think of I call the luminaries on television when we were growing up. Dennis Richmond, yourself.
Obviously, Dennis, absolutely.
Gary Radnich, you know what I mean?
Wilson.
There's so many different ones over the years. And, like, behind the scenes, did you ever think about jumping ship? Because being with one company for that long, I'm sure some of the other companies in the market were trying to lure you away. Maybe other regions trying to lure you away. We know the affiliation kind of went away for Cron at one point. Like, did you ever get the temptation to bounce?
I did not. And I know that sounds like, oh, come on, Pam, be honest. I'm being honest. I did not. Now, I'm going to tell you, there were a lot of ups and downs because the station originally was owned by a local family for so many years from its inception. And then when the family sold it, we've had a number of different owners, like maybe even 4 or 5 companies have owned Cron since the original owners had it for decades. And that was tough. We had some really tough periods. One time it was a company that wasn't local, several times companies that weren't here, people who weren't here and didn't know the Bay Area, yet they wanted to craft a newscast and craft a station that wasn't who this region of people is, to create something that was maybe more cookie cutter, to slash, all the stations have dealt with layoffs and things like that. So there have been some lean years for sure. But I just, once you find a place that worked, it worked for me. I was very fortunate. And I don't take that for granted, through the ups and the downs, because you're going to get that wherever you are. So I managed to just, survive and get to this point where I can look back and say, boy, this has been a great run for me.
No, it has been. Pam Moore here on the Morning Roast on 95.7. The game will still be part of Cron 4, but it's going to step away from the anchor desk after 32 years. And we got to ask you about Uncle Gary. First of all, did you ever think about jumping into sports? Because I know you're a Michigan Wolverine. They love their sports up there in Ann Arbor. You're from Detroit. Did you ever think about jumping into sports or leaving the news desk at all?
I never thought about jumping into sports, but I always enjoyed talking with Gary. Was the best part of the newscast when we would get to the sports department. Because and then during Gary's reign, the sports was kind of different on local newscasts than it is now. He had a lot of time to talk and banter and play and make jokes, and was such a big personality. Gary, I always say, was like a bad big brother to me. We would fight on air, off air. And I just love him. He really added to who we were at Cron during his tenure. He became so much a part, his personality was so much a part of our identity. And from him and Pete Wilson, who I started with him, he had a great start, and it's gone, for me, has become the same to work now with the crew that I'm with Ken and Lawrence and, Vicky and Grant, and Jason, we have a great relationship, and I think people can see that in their own way when they watch a newscast, whether people really care about and enjoy one another. And I couldn't have been luckier in that regard.
What's the thing that you take the most pride in? As you look back and you're kind of soaking everything in. I mean, we're teasing around with the bub rub thing, and I know that's probably virally funny. Like, you know what I mean? But, like, for real, when you look back on it, like, what are the things, there's probably many, but what are some of the seminal things that you like, man, I'm glad I'm being remembered for X, Y, and Z?
Oh, man. That's a great question. I've had, doing the news in a local market, you build a relationship with your neighbors. You know, this is my community, too. I'm telling stories that are affecting me and my loved ones. And I think that people would feel that they could trust me, that I was trying to be honest about everything at all, all the time. Some of the profiles that I've been able to do and will fortunately be able to continue to do on people that I've met and interviewed. There's so many things that I can't necessarily pick out one story or one event, but it's been a fascinating opportunity. I tell you, on the Bub Rub thing, more people, all I did was introduce that story. Was the reporter. I have had more people over the years create memes and include me. All I did was throw it to the story. That Bub Rub story has just taken off. It has a life of its own. It's hilarious how that took off. And
we don't know if we were
a lot of fun.
Pam, we don't know if we were duped, if that was the real Bub Rub or not, but did you hear that song coming in?
I did. Whoever that was has a great voice.
Feel me?
That was so cool. I don't know who that was. I don't know what happened to Bub Rub and Little Sis. Remember Little
Sis?
Sis?
Oh, yeah.
We remember
How about
Little Sis.
The best is at the end of the clip when the car's driving away and almost whaps about 6 cars and then blows the stop sign.
That story has had a life of its own ever since. And people just love that story. And again, all I did was introduce it, but I got looped into his celebrity.
Hey, Pam, you know what's funny is like the people that love you, it really does. I know you because you're just a normal person. Like I know it means a lot to me and B when people come and go, hey, I listen, I really appreciate and all that stuff. But then there's the other side of it. There's the navigation of the haters, okay? And back in the day, it was phone calls and emails or fax or letters or whatever. Now it's obviously the social media era. What would you give, like, as a recommendation? If this was a class of young journalists, how do you navigate the haters?
Well, I don't. I'm not really on social media. I mean, I check it through. Either friends will say, hey, this has happened, people are saying this, people are saying that, but I don't live on social media. Yeah. And that's what I would tell anybody for your mental health, because there's always going to be somebody who's not going to like, I think, let me say it this way. I can take any criticism, observations that are said, that really offer to augment and make me a better person, a better reporter, a better whatever. All of us can take and deserve some kind of observation, somebody who helps you be better. But the haters, I don't want to hear that because it doesn't add to my life. And I think that's the main thing that I would tell young people, to kind of be discerning about how much of that you consume, because it can be more detrimental to your growth than helpful. And I just don't do social media that much. I know that's not the best thing to say.
Right. No.
It's real. I do have to say that because my friends have been sharing, and the station has been sharing with me all of the wonderful comments from the people in our area, in our community, who've been watching me. Some when they were little, probably like you, when they were just little kids. And I can't tell you what that means to me. Now that has been overwhelming to just hear so many wonderful comments, and that means a great deal to me. So
no doubt. I mean, you eat for free. I have a saying that you eat for free here in the Bay Area because you are a legend, and it gets overwhelming with the love or whatnot. But I think you're really great at your job, and we grew up with you, and that's all we know. Pam Moore, my girlfriend's from Belarus, and her grandmother is 86 years old, and all she does is watch Crown 4. So when you announce your retirement, no
doubt. He said this just the other day behind the scenes to me.
Yeah, so she loves it. By the way, Jason Dumas, what do you think about we've had Dumas in studio. We love Jason Dumas. He is something else, huh?
I love Jason. I feel like he's a little brother to me. He's really growing and has so much more growth to do. I think he's going to just, wow. I think Jason's going to really take off. I mean that. He's got quite a future. Even when I think about Gary, and again, that was a different time, in terms of big personalities on television. And of course, Gary was on radio. You guys, I don't know if you remember Johnny the Gout Man.
Of course.
Like that.
Oh, yeah.
And so the sports guys don't have as much leeway to show all of that, but it seeps through with Jason. And he manages to show that personality, and he has some really great observations about sports, I think, his analysis, too. So I think he's got a really bright future. And he's still a young guy, so...
Yeah. Yeah,
well, what's changed the most from 91 to where we are now in terms of just behind the scenes, maybe the presentation, the industry as a whole? Like, clearly it's changed a lot, right? And I know the old timers, the past was always better. I don't know. Maybe you think now is better. I don't know. But what's changed the most, you think?
The technology. Yep. The technology has affected everything. How we cover the news. Instead of being sent somewhere, now they just, get a reporter on satellite to tell a story. It's just the technology has changed. Like it has changed all of our lives in so many different ways. It's changed the newsroom, too. But the other thing that has stayed the same, pretty constant, I think, in local news is that the connection that the people in the newsroom, on the air, make with the people in the community. And that still matters, just like you guys are making a connection with the people in our community. Right. People still like that. That means something to folks. And that's nothing to be taken lightly. That relationship between your listeners, between my viewers, that is crucial to, being real and being what we should be in terms of giving back to serving our community. That's the way I look at it.
Pam, you're great at what you're doing. Do you feel blessed that you didn't have to try to come up in his game through the social media area? Because it is tough doing the social media stuff with somebody.
Yeah, I'm telling you. It is tough. And that's why, you asked about what to tell young journalists is not to focus on that, not to be driven, not to let social media comments drive your career. Even the good comments, you have to, take everything with, I don't want to say a grain of salt, but and keep things in balance. I think that's the most important thing.
All right, Pam.
But it's hard to be under the scrutiny of everybody, people you've never even met, making comments about this or that, or how you handle this or that all the time.
Yeah, well, Bonte got to work with his biggest hater.
Yeah,
me, you know what I mean?
He is my biggest hater.
Him every minute
we've got
I
the YouTube chat. They're pro Shasky. They're anti Bonte.
Yeah,
we got the Comcast business text line. They're texting stuff. It's all over the place, Pam.
Pam, I don't know enough about you though. Before you get on out of here, can we rat-a-tat-tat some fun things real quick?
Oh gosh.
Okay. Yeah. Favorite movie? What's your favorite movie?
I love movies. I have too many. A
couple.
Godfather.
Okay.
Oh, I like that.
Favorite musician?
All right.
I like a group called Maze.
Okay. All right. What's your favorite restaurant here in the Bay Area or around the world?
Oh, so many restaurants. You're not gonna nail me on that one.
Well, what kind of cuisine do you like?
What kind of what?
Cuisine.
Favorite course or favorite meal?
Yeah.
Italian.
Oh, Italian. Interesting. Godfather, Italian.
Yeah,
wow.
Online shopping?
It's all starting to make sense.
Online shopping, or you got to go walk around, and touch the material?
Hold on. It's Pam Moore. She can't go around. Paparazzi's around. She's got to do the online shopping, right?
Come on. No. That's nothing. I don't have to worry about any paparazzi, believe me. I'm just a part of this community. I like to shop in person because then you don't have to send it back. If you don't like it, you can just... But I'm not a big online shopper. My girlfriends, most of my girlfriends are, and so they're trying to lure me into, this is so much easier, Pam. But I used to enjoy just going in, strolling through the store.
Who's somebody
that anymore?
Wow.
Who's somebody from outside media that you admire?
You mean as a somebody in my personal circle?
Or who's maybe who did you look up to?
Yeah,
who did you look up to? What inspired
like
you to
that.
get into this business?
Yeah.
My dad, when I was growing up, he was an avid reader. He always read, newspapers were big. We had 2 dailies that would come all the time, and he read them from front to back. And when I was growing up, I was very curious about that. And then as I got older and I started reading the newspaper, which of course now people would be reading online, but we would debate and argue about issues, and that's and then I was very active in community organizations growing up in Detroit, and then it just kind of rolled from there. I would do things at church that would be in front of the congregation, so that helped build my confidence as a kid in terms of being in front of people. All of those things combined when I was growing up in Detroit really contributed to me wanting to be a part of news, particularly working in the community with community organizations.
If you weren't doing the news, what could you envision yourself doing?
Wow. You're good.
See? There's a reason I'm the backbone to this show.
Oh, my
and
God.
He's the face.
See, Pam. See, here you go, Pam.
Oh, gosh, I'm good. Let me see. When I was young, I used to think I'd be a social worker before I got into news. I thought I'd be a social worker, like working in Detroit. Right. I grew up with Motown, but I couldn't sing. I thought, if I could sing, I'd be in Motown. But I got into news early. I got interested in news early. So it's been a constant for me.
Well, you do a lot of things in the community. I want you to speak about that because I met you at the National Association of Black Journalists Convention.
Right,
I know Barbara Rogers is here in the Bay Area National Association of Black Journalists. Of course, so kind of talk about some of the things. I know you did some work with breast cancer or whatnot, so kind of touch on some of those things, Pam, that you did in the community.
Well, the group that I probably devote most of my time off air to is EOIDC, the East Oakland Youth Development Center, and I have we have they have a summer program, and I've always every summer tried to take kids on field trips and whatnot. When we hit the pandemic, that had to, of course, weren't able to do that, so we're starting back up, and I always start every summer program with taking a group of middle schoolers over to Marcus Books in Oakland, which is a historic black bookstore on the West Coast, actually, and buy everybody a book, and then they have to write a book report over the summer, and then I take them somewhere for lunch, and then we give out book awards on the best book reports, and so we've been to many restaurants. Like last year, we went to Matt Horn's barbecue.
Ooh, yeah.
And they take the kids, and then I have the owner come and talk to the kids about running a business and give them a tour, and so I do a lot. I try to do work with the OIDC, but I've also volunteered for other things. And you mentioned breast cancer. That was our Friends of Faith group that many of the women here in the Bay Area in media were involved in. A group named after Faith Fancher, who worked at KTVU. She was a reporter who was diagnosed with breast cancer. So that organization existed for 20 years. We raised money for low-income breast cancer survivors. And the rest is kind of like doing MC work and whatnot, which I'm sure both of you, get out in the community, just being at events, and participating and supporting other organizations like Girls Inc. and, the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights. Just a number of other, organizations that over the years I've been, a part of their programs or their events.
Pam, on behalf of everybody in the Bay Area, we love you. Thank you. I judge people by how they treat people out in the real world when no one's looking. And I get so many texts right now. Pam's been so sweet when I ran into her at Whole Foods or when I ran into her over here or there. But on the way out the door, we have to be self-serving. Are you surprised by the come up of Bonte Hill across from me over here?
Don't do this.
Are you impressed by the young man's come up?
He is the best. Come on, Jesse Bonte is the best. I'm telling you.
He's sucking up to me after taking shots.
Pam, let me tell you.
Thank God I'm attached to him. After taking shots at me all day long, every single day, I can drill him because he's the fanalist, Pam. See, he gets to get it. See, this is the cool part about being in media, right? You come up through the journalism schools and you do things the right way. Then you get this fan who's Joe Shasky, right? And he's the most passionate fan, but he's allowed to flip-flop every single day, and I have to deal with that. And it's not fair to say, well, you know what, it's Shasky being Shasky. But if I'm wrong about something, Pam, I'm going to hear about it all. So I'm taking your advice. Less social media, less Twitter.
Make a good team. No, I mean this. I'm not just saying it because you asked me to come on your show. You guys make a great team, and it's fun to listen to you. And I love, because you also do informative and uplifting stories, like the thing you did yesterday on the mental health. So
appreciate
perfect,
that. Man.
I love those interviews, and they really, again, you're having fun. You're having a lot of fun, but you're also giving important information for our community, and this is our community.
Yeah, no, we take pride. We take pride in being from San Francisco and being two homegrown guys who know this city and know this area, the Bay Area, that is. And so we take a lot of pride in that, and we like to have fun, man. We don't like to do the normal radio. Hey, it's Bonzi and Shasky.
Let me tell you about what's coming up next. We're going to talk to the bullpen coach.
We're in the quiet taste. I tell people, Pam, all the time. They're like, oh, man, we wake up and listen to you guys. I said, boy, you got to find another hobby, man.
My wife don't even listen.
Well, Pam, enjoy. I know we're still going to see you around, but 32 years in the Bay Area alone. Alone in the Bay Area. So we wanted to give you respect because we're watching from afar, and we appreciate what you've done over the years and what you continue to do here in the Bay Area.
Well, you are so kind. Thank you both very, very, very much. I appreciate it.
Anytime, Pam. Pam Moore, everybody. Round of applause. That was a lot of fun right there. Pam Moore right there. Pam Moore, Cron 4, retiring after 32 years. She eats for free in the Bay Area. Lutman, I need you to do me a favor. Tyler Miller is waiting down in the lobby. Go get Tyler. Let's go get him. Lutman, if you can run down. Don't even worry about it. Yeah, run down. Go get Tyler. Get him in here so we can hear about how Draymond Green should do this, and he's going to spend the hell out of
Smokey the Bear's coming in, huh?
Smokey the Bear's coming in. He's coming in.
Only you can prevent Swisher Sweet Fires.
That was all class, man.
Pam Moore's the best. And the fact that she listens to the show is my big takeaway.
Well, she probably just listened yesterday to prep for the show. It's like, let me see what I'm getting into before I commit and confirm an appointment with these guys.
My favorite thing is I love rapid fire questions because it gives you a better feel for who someone is. And by the way, Godfather, if you say The Godfather is one of your greatest movies of all time, just two people just cutting it up that I can relate to. You know what I mean? If Godfather's one of your movies, come on.
Godfather in your top 5?
Godfather 2 I have rated higher than Godfather 1.
A lot of people do. I still like.
I know. When he comes out of the bathroom and shoots dude in the face. I mean, come on. The police officer, that's like one of the greatest scenes of all time.
Corleone, he's just the man right now. He's the man. We're going from Pam Moore to Tyler Miller. Yeah, I know. I know.
From one legend to a legend in his own mind.
It shows how wacky this show can be. By the way, if you're looking for the best Giants talk in the Bay Area, then check out the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Joe Shasky and Sam Lundman. Joe Shasky, the backbone of the morning roast.
Do they make them?
The straw that stirs the drink every
No, no. I'm the spine. You're the face.
No.
I'm the gut. You're the face.
I'm the heartbeat?
Yeah,
or am I just a moral compass?
That too. We don't make journalists like we make Pam Moore anymore, do we?
No.
And I don't mean the knock on young journalists. I'm just saying like class and dignity. There's an air that she carries herself with, like an aura, that she carries herself with. It's just like legendary status, man.
No, she's a legend. I've been wanting to get her on for a long time. Her and Barbara Rogers, one of my favorite. I was like, Pam, I was a fan. When you see those people, when you see the Pam Morris, Marky Banez, who was at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, was great to see him as always.
That's when I knew I had not that I had arrived, but like I was going in the right direction. When Mark Ibanez wanted my number so he could text me Giants takes on the side.
I mean, I
love Mark.
Marky Banez, the Gary Radniches, and as she mentioned, going down to Crown 4. Like when I was doing hits with Radnich, I was like, what is going on here? Yeah. And I called him Uncle Gary on the telecast. And he goes, Bonte, if you call me Uncle Gary again, I make sure that other station fires you on the spot, okay? And Pam's laughing in the background. But when you meet those people, like, these are living legends.
Absolutely.
Are living legends in the community. So we appreciate what Pam Moore has done in this market. By the way, you know who she's married to, right?
No.
She's married to, or she's been together with Frankie Beverly forever.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I know.
Wow.
The text line's getting on you.
I'm sorry.
No.
But I didn't ask about her love life. I thought that's out of bounds.
That is out of bounds.
I thought that's out, like I'm trying to be respectful of anyone.
The straw that will break Pate's back. Don't know how many of these morning shows I got.
Well, knowing me, the straw, well, you know what? I'm going to leave that joke.
The paper straw?
Well, I was going to go in another direction. I'm going to leave that straw joke alone.
Yeah, you probably should. All right, we're waiting the arrival of Tyler Miller. We got Cubs, Giants over the weekend. We got game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight. No more mini camp talk. We'll wait on Brendan Allen in training camp. Can't wait for that. Oh, my gosh, training camp with the Niners. We got the Warriors offseason, which hasn't even started, and then it's going to lead straight to training camp. There's no slow period this year in sports.
Trading deadline, too.
Yeah, that's going to be important.
All-star game. You know what we did yesterday at practice to end practice? Soft toss home run derby.
Yeah, that's all.
It was great. A lot of fun.
How did Charlie do?
Charlie
That's
was
all I
not at
care
practice
about.
yesterday.
Skip practice?
Yeah, well, the Moylans had something going on, so I'm not sure exactly what. I don't
What
want
about
to put any
Prince?
other business out there. I don't know. But we did a good time. I believe Mr. Vines ended up winning our little home run derby yesterday.
Joe on YouTube. Can't wait for the 30 for 30 on the morning roast. What if they have a Shasky and Bonte, Mike and the Mad Dog type of? Because you would be the guy. So Mike and the Mad Dog had a falling out for like months. They wouldn't even talk to each other. They were doing 2 different shows.
The only way I'm leaving you is if I'm marrying up. I'm letting you know that right now. I'm not going backwards.
No, I'm not
All
going
right, I'm
backwards
not
either.
like in the divorce. I need to I need to win the divorce. I can't lose the divorce.
You remember the part of the 30 for 30 when Mike Francesca, you laugh at your own talks. What's that funny? Let me laugh at it first. You make me not want to laugh at it with the way you. No, Mike Francesca played an intro. Oh, no, Mad Dog, Chris Russo played an intro without Mike Francesca's name in it.
I know a guy who's pulled that stunt.
You?
No.
Who? Who's pulled that stunt?
I'm not going to mention.
Here at the station?
Yeah. Somebody missed a day, and somebody went old school and played their solo song coming in. And
Oh, yeah. So Mike Francesca was ready to kill Chris Russo for doing that. If I leave for 3 days and you play a solo intro, you'd be the guy to play the solo intro.
Go right back. Wait, play the morning. What was my evening song? Come on, I had the Butcher Shop. Play the Butcher Shop open.
Oh my gosh!
With a Trey
my
Lance
gosh.
jersey.
Oh my gosh! I can't do. I can't take this guy. I can't take him serious because it's a replica Trey Lance. You got to get the stitch. You got to get the stitch.
Oh my God! My guy came in wearing the upside down Niner hat. He's got the fatigue pants on and the Trey Lance jersey.
So I'm in the rocking a hard place right now because we got Can Opener Cal on hold. We may have to tell Can Opener Cal
next week.
He's got the caption says Bulls versus Warriors.
Okay, Cal, I give him 10 seconds.
Cal, you got 30 seconds.
Yes.
Once Tyler Miller sets up and turns on the microphone. Calvin, you got 30 seconds, Cal. Here you go. Cal, what you got?
I really appreciate it, guys. Thanks for putting me in at the last minute. But anyway, just look at the similarities between the Chicago Bulls and the Golden State Warriors, and I don't want that to happen because everybody's coming after Clay, and Clay is Scottie Pippen. Once that team was broken up like that, guy, they never recovered. You got to understand, Klay Thompson is Steph Curry's Scottie Pippen. With that team put together in the implementation, and then on top of that, Steve Kerr got hit in the mouth by Michael Jordan, just like what happened with Draymond Green and Jordan Poole. So Steve Kerr should have handled it the same way. Look, we got a game to play. We're going to focus. We're not going to worry about that. We're going to put that behind us. We're going to win as a team, as an organization, and we're going to do this for the fans.
All right.
So that's all I'm sitting up here have to say.
All right, Kat. You have a good weekend. We'll talk to you on Monday. Get your microphone on, Tyler. We're going to do this every single Friday during the summer. The last 5 minutes, we're going to get a roaster on the airways live in studio. And Tyler threw a hissy fit because we had the night of numbers. Alex and Atlanta on the show.
Man, how y'all have
see
Alex?
what he does to me?
Alex in Atlanta came on before Tyler in San Francisco. That's all I'm saying.
He was in town. We had to get him on.
Come on,
You're always
man.
down the
Come on,
street.
man. I've been rocking with y'all since Kate.
I
Shout out to
know,
Kate.
yeah.
Man, nah, Kate's a legend.
She's coming up too, right?
No,
She left us and
she
came up.
left y'all in the dust, brother.
Damn.
Let's go.
Tyler, I love you, man. I see you at the gatehouse. You know it's
He's
always
right.
love. You're one of the only roasters who have a hoodie because we can't get no gear
Oh
around
man,
here.
no, you know, I got my hoodie today.
Let's
man.
go.
There you go.
Man, shout out.
But you got the Trey Lance
Shout out to the
jersey
boys.
on.
Yeah,
Brandon
and
Allen. You ready for Brandon Allen season?
Brandon Allen, that was like 1 for 5 the other day.
1 for 8. 1 for 8.
One
Let's
for
be
8.
accurate.
Look, Greg Papa's a legend, but like, come on, brother, be better. Be better, man. No.
Oh my God.
Dude, I'm so hyped for Trey Lance season. I watched all 10 minutes of Grant Cohn. Shout out to Grant Cohn, the legend. He has some footage up on YouTube the other day, and I watched all the throwing from the quarterbacks. You can see Trey has made the change in his when he releases the ball with the bottom with the feet.
Yep.
Dude. And when he launches it, so when he launches it down the field 60 yards on the rope, Sam Darnold, little dead at the end.
Little medicine ball.
Little medicine ballish.
Come on.
Allen,
Come on.
No comment.
What are we doing?
What are we doing? I know
Like,
Mark
come on,
Willard.
come
He
on.
said Brandon Allen was bad. It's like, come on, Mark. Mark Willard's had a rough week here on the
Yeah,
airways. No doubt.
hey.
The Warriors. What do you want to see happen with the Warriors?
I want.
Because you're mad at us. I know about
No,
Draymond.
I'm not mad. I get a little frustrated. I feel like Shasty be coming at my boy Draymond, but you love Draymond.
I
'cause
do.
I feel like you and him are very similar.
100%.
Yeah.
But I want to see the core three definitely come back. I want Jordan Poole to try and work it out with Draymond. I really feel like if Draymond would let him get a free shot off, I think that might even things out and get back on the right track for us to go back to win another championship.
Can I be honest with you?
Yep.
You're my favorite follower on Twitter. And what's your handle?
I don't know if can I say the A word on here?
Fly A Mill?
Yes.
Okay.
All one word.
Can I
All
be
one
honest
word.
with you?
Fly ass Mill. Everyone follow me. Shout out.
The
I feel like I could get
non-media
fired for
member
liking
in
the
me?
tweets.
I'm jealous because you get to tweet the things that I want to like and retweet over and over and over again.
True story. Back to he goes, Tyler Miller, let me pull some of his tweets. I'm going to add them to. He goes, boy, I don't know if I could share these.
The Michael Jackson. I was crying.
Oh my God.
Shout out to Nikki. She sent me that one. I was crying laughing off of that video. He has another one where they said this is Jordan Poole playing basketball.
Yeah, I know. I shared it to the chat last night.
It's the sound.
The John Morant one.
The sound.
Oh, it's sad.
No.
These people on the internet have too much talent, man.
He had put out there, and now it's everywhere. But it's the one with Beetlejuice from the Howard Stern show.
Yeah.
And it's just there's so many that are good. I just thank you because I live vicariously on these Twitter streets through you.
I'm just trying. You got to get a burner account, Shasky. That way you could really be out
Here's
here.
the problem.
You guys
I
both
would be the guy that got caught up
using
my regular account instead of the burner
it's
account.
easy.
The burner account, I would get busted.
I have a hard time spelling
it just wouldn't work out for me. It wouldn't work out for me well.
See,
I would
that's
have liked all of Tyler's tweets, though.
Hey, speaking of which, big Capricorn. This guy, if
Capricorn.
I'm out of the media, I'm retired from social media.
Yeah, I'm out.
Nah, Bonta,
I'm
you
out,
would not
bro.
be out.
You're
Why?
the biggest-
The
I'm out,
liar.
dude.
No, he was
Thank
lying.
you. Thank
He was
you.
lying when he said he wouldn't go onto FS1 for X amount of dollars.
Come on, dog. We all have a
Millions
price.
of dollars. Yeah, look
We all
at
have a
Bonte's
price.
face, y'all. Look at Bonte's face.
You know
He's
what I would say?
liar.
I would say,
listen.
when does
liar.
that check clear? When does the direct deposit
Look,
hit?
man, for
Listen.
3 years of your life, you couldn't do it, Bonte?
Well, listen, I was looking at Zillow.com last night, and I was like, maybe I do.
Well, you know,
Skip, you need somebody?
that's when it gets sad.
That's fine. Man, let's go, London. Oh, man.
Fast five.
Our guest of the week, Tyler, start us off.
Let's
Final
go.
thoughts, real quick.
5 thoughts.
Final thoughts, not five.
Oh,
just
final thoughts. My final thought is Trey Lance is going to be the starter week 1. Trey Area.
I like that.
as
Okay,
well.
final thoughts from me. My 12U All-Star team is going up to Elk Grove.
Yep.
London, what you got here?
I want to really love how Giants fans were finally seeing this team get things together, and the first thought is they're like, yeah, let's start trading people now. You know, let's start chipping this thing down. I love you, Giants fans.
Oh, man. Final thoughts for me. Pam Moore, what a legend.
Legend.
Rob Parker, what a legend.
That was fire.
We got Tyler Miller in the
I know.
studio. Yes, he made it.
You know what
I'm
I'm
a little
saying?
disappointed because he's not. I don't smell anything.
Oh, no, we had to smoke outside, so I didn't want to, have the reek coming in. But
This is the kind of man,
hey,
bro,
man,
who
I'm
understands
professional.
society.
I'm a professional.
Exactly.
You are a professional. We got some sound for
Professional
Paul.
blunt smoker.
It's professional. That's it for us.
Him
Fast
and my
Five.
boy Brennan would have a great time.
Brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. What a Friday show. If
Great
that doesn't
show.
scream Friday show, Tyler, come on. Did
Hey,
we mail
Tyler,
it in today?
We're
Hey.
going to a Giants game together.
Oh, I'm down.
All right.
For sure. This
We
summer.
good? Let's
Oh,
go.
yeah. Hey, I'm a casual Giants fan. I love
bringing
it.
you in.
But you
I'm
get me
bringing
so
you in.
excited. Oh, I can't wait.
Yes,
I cannot
that's what I'm
wait.
talking about.
Until they fall off the table. And, we'll see what
They haven't fall off the
happens.
table, dude. I
Not
get
yet, not
the
yet.
alerts. I get the alerts on my phone,
what I'm
and
saying.
I've been like, man, Giants, go Giants.
Let's go.
Steiny
right,
Guru
let's
next
go.
here on 95.7 The Game. Have a good weekend, everybody.
Yeah.
That's like an alarm clock.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite.
you know what kind of day it is. It's payday.
Yes, sir.
It is payday. It is Friday. And let me tell you what we're doing in a half hour. Right off the rip.
I was just, shout out Richard Hamilton.
Coming up during the 10:30 segment, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give you a chance to win 2 tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld.
Oh, my goodness.
And Jim Gaffigan. Live at the Chase Center on November 3rd. Tune in today at 10:30. Chance to win a pair of Jerry Seinfeld tickets.
That's incredible.
He's a funny man.
He's a legend.
He is. He's a big boy. And you know, here's the other thing. Now, the Seinfeld show is in November. Now, let me ask you
this. What do you mean in November?
That's when the show is. We're just giving the tickets away today.
Okay, gotcha. Right. I thought you were saying a reboot. They were coming back.
No.
To do it, the reunion or something.
Yeah, no.
Okay, my bad.
His show's in November.
All right.
But, the boss did something. And, Peter Guber is the co-owner of the Golden State Warriors. And I guarantee right now people are saying, where the hell are you going with this?
Yeah, take your time.
Oh, yeah. So, Peter Guber, when he took over the Warriors with Lacob, said, under promise and over deliver. Under promise.
Love this.
And over deliver. So yesterday, the boss is talking to us about these Seinfeld tickets, and he goes, Seinfeld sometimes calls in to WFAN in New York.
Right.
Maybe sometime this summer we can even get Jerry to call in. Get Jerry on the show as a
Big
guest.
sports fan.
It's like, you don't say that unless you can produce.
Yeah, right. But you didn't say that to him, though.
No, I'm saying it now.
Okay, right.
I'm saying it now. I mean, you can't.
He's a man.
So.
Yeah, Jerry's a big boy. Steiny, I need all the jackals.
Oh.
All the haters. Please. I love everybody. But in my left hand, and what I'm about to do right now is make right and give this C note, which is $100, back to my man, Matthew Steinmetz.
Thank you.
So he can enjoy himself, him and Evan at the cafeteria, or do whatever you guys want to do with it, because I won't be participating, but I'm going to be there. And now I feel good about myself, Steiny.
Isn't it fun to give?
Little Calvin is growing up, baby.
Isn't it fun to give?
Yeah.
All right, so that's $100.
There was no reason that hundo was in my pocket. Why did you give it to me in the first place?
Because I buckled under the pressure of Warrior fans.
And it was your initiation to Dub Nation.
Yeah, I just buckled.
You get it
Warrior
back.
fans, I'm
missing that
as the
already.
great Brad Gilbert used to say,
our guy.
Warrior fans took me out to the woodshed.
Is that Brad's?
Well,
that was
he
before
uses
Brad,
it a lot.
BG Tenants, I like it.
Yes, so that's the all right, so we got $100.
Somebody trolling me.
Good starting point.
Early.
I saw that.
Guru, what do you think about CP3 to the Warriors? Not today.
Yeah, that was
that's pretty good. That's
it was everything was taken care of with Willard and Dibbs. Willard just boiled it down. If you want Chris Paul on the Warriors, you don't know basketball. So it's official.
Shout out Willard.
It's official.
Yes, his daughter graduated.
That's right.
Yeah,
he's having a great day. Larry Kruger in for Mark Willard today with Dibbs. So, a year ago today, Steph Curry threw in 43 points in Game 4.
Oh my God!
Of the NBA Finals, and it changed that series. Faux show. Where does that rank, Goo, on your like when you think of the all-time Warrior memories in the last 10, 12 years? Where does Curry's Game 4 stack up?
You tell me what you think. Steiny, it's not even close. It is number one. They were down 2-1. They were down double digits in that game, staring 3-1 in the face. And you know what that would have meant. So on the Guru metric or metrics, when you do it, means it carries a lot of weight.
Doubt.
And to me, Wardell, if you're listening, we love the chef. That performance was the best. And you talk about that raucous crowd in Boston, Shasky, Bonte in the house. Steiny, I'm sorry. That is by far number one.
Right.
And he looked like Michael J. Fox in Teen Wolf, the movie.
Yeah. And I agree with you. I think when you talk about greatest games,
cut that.
Greatest games, it does matter when. You know what's funny is the first two that come to mind are basically the two most recent. To me, it's Game 4 and then the 50-point game against the Kings. What else? I'm trying to think. Obviously the Game 7, the loss sticks out, but for different reasons. But I guess about a year ago today, Steph Curry put on one of the indescribable shows that he's put on over the course of his career.
I'm going to 50 Burger at Madison Square Garden years ago because they were in the process, the 73-win season, am I correct, Steiny?
Yep.
They were in the process of letting everybody know what they were, but when he did that at that cathedral, Madison Square, Steiny, I'm telling you, man, I really believe that was the Warriors and Steph Curry's coming out party. Like, this is real. It's not going anywhere.
They 2013 was the 50-point game in Madison Square
and they
Garden.
looked like babies.
Was David Lee even on the Warriors?
I want to say, yeah,
David Lee, and then of course I think it was Draymond's rookie season because there was that video of Steph running down the court. Draymond was asking for a high five, and he just totally blew by him.
I don't remember that. I remember when David Lee was with the Knicks. He and Steph got into it.
Now, I do not recall.
Do you remember that?
At all.
I want to say David Lee had a game against the Warriors where he
You
went
mean
like
they were playing
40
getting
and
into
20.
it?
No,
it wasn't a real one. Like,
yeah, well, I mean, they didn't fist fight, but
no, but
yeah, somebody help me out here at
Lil
888-957-9570. So it must have obviously been before Lee came to the Warriors, which was I think in 12. So yeah, I want to say in 2011 they squared up in Madison Square Garden. And David Lee was like, "Yeah, and Curry was like, "Yeah, don't do."
Oh, okay, I gotta find it. Some saying Game 5 against Houston. That's Zuki Mane on the Comcast Business text line.
If you can't remember it off the top of your head,
I believe that was in H-Town.
Okay,
the I'm Back game in Portland.
Oh yeah,
Game 6. Or sorry, Game 3 or 4. I believe.
Now I'm glad you brought that up. Because this is kind of what one of the things we may be talking about.
Game 4.
Remember what happened in that game? Something happened in that game that nobody thought was even within the realm of possibility.
Sean Livingston got ejected.
That too.
Dude, you guys are wow.
That too.
Where are you going?
Here's where I'm going.
Because I didn't. Sean got ejected.
Hopefully I have the right game. I'm pretty sure that was the game that Curry didn't play in the first half. Then started the second half, then played all of overtime. Now think about that for a minute. I specifically remember that day, and I wish I knew who the caller was. The caller said, "You know what? I think I might do is because there was a minute. How many minutes do you play him? He was coming off an injury, this, that, and the other thing. And how many minutes do you play? Can't play him for you." And a caller called in and said, "Well, one thing you could do is you could sit him the whole first half, and then play him in the second half so you can." And I'm like, but I was trying to be a nice guy and see nobody ever does that. Well, they did it. Warriors did it,
and it worked out for him.
Well, he played seldom in the first half, and that was the plan. But then when Sean Livingston got ejected, he had to play almost the entirety of the second half just by default. And he was
did
also
play in the first half.
Yeah, but he shot terribly, which is probably why you didn't realize he was out there. I think he missed like his first 6 shots or something.
Yeah. And the 707, the game was definitely in New York City.
Yeah, no doubt.
When David Lee and Steph Curry kind of
I thought you were talking about the 50.
Faced off.
What about the double bang? Bang!
Regular season.
But still, it was
you're done.
Those shots were incredible.
They were. They were.
Did that make Mike Breen's career? The bang bang.
Is that the game where Durant threw the CYO pass?
You love me for, dude. We're 2 peas in a pod on that. Yeah. Like, dude, what's going on upstairs? Where's the elevator? Steiny, the amount of love I'm getting for giving you that hundo, dude. I'm floating.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where?
Just text line, YouTube.
Double bang, Mike Breen. The game was in New York. Game 5 against Houston. Thank you for doing the right thing, Goo.
And we got somebody. Now, I don't need you to check. I just need you to move on when I say I'm getting a lot of love. Goo, you got one.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
do you guys remember Curry's Game 1, their first playoff run against San Antonio? He had 44 in overtime. They lost that game.
Oh, that's the game they
tricked
off.
Yes, they did. Good word. What'd they do, Steiny?
They tricked it
off.
No
doubt about it.
Well, you know what? That's
funny.
Yeah, but that was another. That was another
what?
One of the. Everybody thinks they know. So the Warriors, I want to say they lost. They couldn't beat San Antonio. Yeah. Then they tricked off Game 1, and everyone's like, "Yeah, that's done." They won Game 2.
Yeah.
Warriors
and that was
coming
not
back
Steve
and winning
Kerr, right?
Game
That
2.
wasn't Steve. That was Mark Jackson.
Yeah, that was Mark Jackson. Yeah.
It was Mark Jackson.
Oh, man, Mark.
Absolutely.
With all due respect.
Hand down,
Fighting for my life.
Yeah. He ain't used that in a while. Mama, there goes that man.
Steph Curry. Nice little ball game about a year ago today.
You think he's rejoicing in this, or
No.
it's nothing?
No.
That's amazing.
He's charting out his next move.
Or moves.
Yeah, my sources are saying Curry's now strategizing about what he wants to dictate to the organization.
Well, that's what's big. He's probably done that before. That's why I don't understand how Wiseman even got here. If the big three that's when you say your boy's a killer, I'm like, that might be Exhibit A. Joe wasn't hearing it.
This is James Wiseman.
What a difference a year makes. Feels like the Warriors are at a much different place now. Much different place.
Could I use Steiny? It's more gloom. How about that? And it may end up being sunshine, but right now it's gloom. And if you want to go recency bias, I compare them to the Nuggets. Oh, good grief. It's scary right now, and that's with Steph Curry.
It is. It is. Here's the other thing I was thinking about. Let me just throw some stuff at you, because a lot was going through my mind yesterday. So after the show, went to down the street and watched the last of the Giants game. And
another comeback.
Brandon Crawford, pinch hit double.
Beautiful swing.
Big hit. And I'm watching Brandon Crawford, and I'm thinking, I guess people can change. I mean, Brandon Crawford doesn't pinch hit much. He's got like 45 pinch hits in his whole pinch hit at bats in his whole life. And there's Brandon Crawford pinch hitting off the bench. It was his only at bat in Colorado. His only at bat in Colorado, a place where he, quite frankly, mashes. And I'm thinking, remember when the Giants thought they might have had Correa, and they were saying, well, maybe we'll move Brandon Crawford to third. Oh, no, he's never played anything but shortstop. And how do you think he'll feel? It's like, why do we not think that guys can change? And it's kind of just on the heels of the Chris Paul thing. You know, if Chris Paul wants to play 38 minutes a game, of course he doesn't fit with the Warriors. But who's to say a guy can't whittle it down? And I'm trying to think of all the guys who were able to kind of whittle it down. Tim Duncan. All right, Tim Duncan was the best player in the NBA. But then later in his career, he became the second best player on the Spurs and then the third best player on the Spurs. And it was a seamless transition. And people say, that's Tim Duncan. And I'm thinking, yeah, that's right. That's Tim Duncan. He changed. You know, he went from a star to a role player, and he handled it perfectly.
Carmelo Anthony lost his career because he couldn't make that.
That's right.
Nor did he want to do that transition. He got humbled.
Right.
Then he came back.
Exactly.
We fought on that.
Exactly. So I'm trying to think, you know, when we say guys can't make adjustments, who are some of the players that have made great adjustments? And how about some players who could, like I look at Russell Westbrook. I don't think he's ever going to change.
Well, I got to give him some credit here. Well, he did. He came off the bench in L.A. They tried to start him. Then some stuff was going on. But he went to the bench. If you want to say he pouted, that's fine. But he's now a starter in our league.
No, he's not, though.
Now, when you
he's
say
not good enough anymore.
But he's a starter for the Clippers.
I know.
When healthy.
I know.
A candidate to win it all. What?
No, they're not.
So what are you saying Tyronn Lue is doing just in this instance for Westbrook? I don't think they're giving him a scholarship. I think he has way more than Chris Paul left athletically.
All I'm saying is I've not seen Westbrook change his game one sliver.
Oh, all right.
Like he hasn't changed his game one sliver.
No, you're totally right.
And I'm just, I just wrote down.
I kind of respect him for it.
Like the guy we love to dislike, Andre Iguodala. Remember, Kerr had to go to him and say, "Can I get you to come off the bench?" And to his credit, Iguodala said, "Yeah,"
and it saved his career.
It didn't hurt it. And the Golden State Warriors ended up winning it with Harrison Barnes starting and Iguodala coming in off the bench.
A great one, real quick, Sonny, from the 415, Mark Aguirre. going to the 6-man.
Yeah. And the Pistons end up. Wait, it was Aguirre. Yeah, they won it with Aguirre.
I'm gonna go real quick.
After they moved off
this
Adrian
ain't NBA,
Dantley.
Steiny, but I'm looking. His face is on your shoulders right now. Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice transitioned from not being a 1 when he went to the Raiders, and then he moved on in the sense that he loved the game and he wanted to continue to play, but he knew he wasn't a guy.
Who was when he went to the Raiders?
Tim Brown.
Okay, so he became the number 2.
Yeah.
He's still caught for over 1,000. I'm pretty sure. I looked up those numbers recently, and I'm not sure.
Yep.
I'm
What
not
made
sure
you
why.
do
I don't
that?
know. It had something to do with the guys aging and what happens when they age and how their numbers get changed and stuff like that. So
I know we had it out yesterday, but it was fun having it out. But Steiny, honestly, if you had to bet your life, do you really believe Chris Paul? No, I'm not. I wouldn't. I'd let my wife hear it.
What'd she say?
That I can't tell you what she said. I don't know. Anyway, there was a bus involved. Steiny. Listen, he's 38.
Yeah.
He doesn't have much time left.
Right. Neither does Curry.
My thing to you is,
Clay.
if the sun has not set for Chris Paul yet in his mind, I don't think it will. He will take nothing less than a starting position. And you did come up with a real point, and we're not being negative on purpose. Steiny, is he looking at this Warrior team like, if my ass does do that transition, I might do it somewhere else where they're close. I ain't doing it for the Warriors because he might not deem them close enough. Just a thought.
He might not. He absolutely might not. And then here's the other thing. By the way, we're giving away Jerry Seinfeld tickets.
Oh, my God.
10 minutes. And Jim Gaffigan.
Can I give you my top
Seinfeld.
5 sitcoms of all time?
You have a list handy?
Right now.
Okay.
All right.
Sure.
Seinfeld. No particular order. Good Times.
2.
Dynamite.
Number 3.
Sanford and Son.
Number 4.
Cheers.
Number 5.
And this one just warms my heart. Curb Your Enthusiasm. Larry David.
Did you look at my list before the show?
No.
I got a bunch of those shows on there.
Come on, Steiny.
Great minds think alike.
You want an honorable mention?
You might be the only black guy I ever know that likes Seinfeld.
You know what? We can talk, but yeah. Reg Silk Base is a big Seinfeld
Silk
guy.
likes it too?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You got to be intelligent.
415 saying Taxi.
Dude,
No,
man.
Taxi didn't do it for me. No, Mary Lou
What
Hayner?
about Jim on Taxi, the bum?
No, that was Andy Kaufman. I'm thinking of. You're thinking of
No, it was Jim.
No, you're right. You're right.
Where
the guy's all
DeVito
disheveled.
paid him one time. He had brought in a video game, and it was payday, and he gave it to him all in quarters, and he went right up to the Pac-Man, and his game was over in 2 seconds, Steiny, but he was enjoying himself. But the point is, he was blowing his check back. Louis, right? Yeah, Louis. Anyway.
925. Didn't Kevin McHale come off the bench? He did early in his career.
Now, some of these guys have no choice because the fall was so, you know what I mean? There was like...
Well, like Bill Walton, when he went to the Celtics, great 6-man in 86. So, that was a former MVP.
Bob McAdoo.
Good call.
Yep.
Scoring leader, scoring champion.
Man.
Someone as recent as like Malcolm Brogdon. I mean, he was a starter in Indiana.
That's a great
and then
one.
Came off the bench for Boston.
What's happening there? Who sold him on that? And how did he not blow a lid? Like, what the F is going on? I love Smart, but I can make an argument Brogdon should be out there, Steiny.
So the other thing I was thinking of, Goo, this is spurred by Mark Willard.
Okay.
I actually texted him during the show.
Did he respond?
Oh, yeah. Typical Willard fashion. So I was on my way home yesterday, and I just heard Willard and Dibbs talking, and they were just, for whatever reason, Joe Mixon's name came up. Now, Joe Mixon went to Oklahoma. He's from the Bay Area, plays for the Bengals, and he's really good.
Yeah.
Hell of a running back. Joe Mixon made a big mistake when he was 19 years old. A big mistake. And it's still kind of following him 9+ years later. When he was 19, he hit a girl.
He didn't just hit her.
No, right.
He could have killed her.
Yeah, he hit her. He He made a big mistake.
Hit her like a man.
Right. Okay. So I'm listening to Willard, and he's basically said, it's a bad guy. Joe Mixon's a bad guy.
Okay.
Well, it just so happens that his agent is a guy I went to college with.
Your boy.
Peter Schaefer.
Yes, sir.
So it's funny. I picked up the phone, and I called Peter and was like, let's talk about Joe Mixon. He's like, okay. So Peter Schaefer's had a relationship with Joe Mixon for 10 years and said Joe made a big mistake. Joe made a big mistake when he was 19 years old.
We all do. Okay.
But he said, I'll stand by Joe anytime Joe wants me to stand by him. Because for 10 years, he's telling me that Joe Mixon learned from his mistake. He knew he effed up royally. And my agent's telling me, Steiny's a good guy. He's a good guy. So it just got me to thinking that we like people or we don't like people based on nothing more than our feelings. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not fair.
Like Mark Willard thinks Joe Mixon's a bad guy. Yeah. And I think Willard's wrong. But the only reason I think Willard's wrong is because I know a guy who knows Joe Mixon.
Right.
So
but you
what I'm trying to come back to is
I got something for you.
Let's just all acknowledge that we like people for a certain reason. We don't like them. And it might not have any basis in how things are.
It's real talk.
Like
it's judgmental too, Stein.
Like, why doesn't Chris Paul just come out and say you don't like Chris Paul? I'm not saying Willard. I'm saying anybody. Why don't you want Chris Paul? I can't stand him. That's why. Okay, that's fair. He's a jerk. Okay, that's fair. But is he? Is Chris Paul a jerk? I'm hearing yesterday, locker room cancer, Chris Paul?
Yeah.
I've never heard. Really?
And he's the president of the the Players Association. Well, one of them. He's got a big title. So he comes across as a basketball jerk.
Right.
But for Willard, and I don't know if Willard knows him. Let's just say he doesn't. Steiny, your boy knows him.
Right.
That's a friend. He's family, basically.
Right.
So Schaefer's going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that was one incident in the big grand scheme of things. Willard, to me, and I do this too, and a lot of people do it to Westbrook. There's something about how they play the game that I feel like people decide that, you know what, that's almost like an example of their character, and it's unfair.
Well, for example,
how would Willard know he's a cancer?
You know who I think's a bad guy? Ben Roethlisberger. Now, to me, he's a bad guy.
There's some stuff I think he's a...
Now ask me if I know Ben Roethlisberger. No.
But do we know of some of the stuff he did and got away with? I don't want...
Well, that's my point. That's my point.
I've been out on Big Ben since that stuff went down.
Well, my point
is... And he
got
away with it.
You have Mixon on the left. You have Roethlisberger on the right. Let's say they both are... Yeah. I like Mixon. I can't stand Roethlisberger.
Now, can I take reason I like your boy out of this?
No.
Would you still feel the way for
Mixon?
Mixon?
No, that's my point.
All right, got you.
That's my point. Yeah. That has impacted my decision.
Wow.
I'm like, what? So my question is, how does anybody, I'm talking about off the field, off the court stuff, how do you as a fan determine a bad guy from somebody who made a mistake? You can root for a guy who made a mistake, right?
Yeah.
What's the difference between a bad guy and a bad mistake, especially at a young age?
Was drunk driving and killed somebody.
Seinfeld tickets coming up on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't call that number right now, though. Yes, 10:30. Right on the other side of the break. Seinfeld tickets and also more talk of sports.
Off clean feel, so I can accessorize with studs and not with mosquitoes. I can wear my classic white crop and flag panel jeans and know that I'm covered with 8 hours of not sticky, fragrance-free protection. Get your
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're going to give away Jerry Seinfeld tickets for November 3rd in about 5 minutes. I'll tell you exactly how to get them. Here's how you don't get them. You don't get them by calling 888-957-9570. You will not get them that way. We got a new special super-duper number. The 888-957-9570 line is reserved for the people who want to talk about athletes who have made big mistakes or bad guys. And here's my question, Goo. Have you ever had an athlete that you liked who did something unforgivable where you stopped being a fan of him? You just could no longer be a fan of him. You would never want him to be on your team or her, and you just want to have nothing to do with him.
Yes. And again, Stoney, I'm kind of lightweight, uncomfortable voicing this.
Fair enough.
Tupac said only God can judge, but Adrian Peterson, when I found out how he chose to, demonstrate parenting or whatnot and how far it went and what we found out that came out, that I was done with him. And again, you're like, well, Guru, you're not a Viking fan.
He hit his 4-year-old son with a switch.
Yeah, and a little more stuff, hitting body parts.
Right.
So, to me, that's just over the top. I was done.
Right.
Because I love children. I love, I love everybody. But that one to me, Stoney, that was low as you could go.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. And yet, I know this doesn't have any. I grew up with the paddle in public school. Kids used to get paddled in public school.
That's okay.
That's okay.
No, I got the Norm with the belt.
Well, no, wait. Do you want to? Who gets to hit you, Norm or your teacher?
I think the parent.
I do too.
Hold on.
I don't like
I'm not mad
I don't
at
like
the paddle.
any.
We need more of that now. Dude, a lot of this here we go. A lot of these robberies and everything going on in all these cities, a lot of these, Stoney, they're 12 and 13. They're getting younger. They're like 11 and 12 and 13 with a gun. I'll leave that there. I'm not against the paddle if the parents give you permission. It used to take a village to raise these kids. Now, I'm just telling you what I read from Adrian Peterson. There's one vivid example I'll leave out.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, damn, is that parenting, or are you on some type of testosterone med to where you don't even know what you're doing, and the kid damn near is an infant? So Norm had the belt, but he knew how to use the belt. It wasn't abuse.
Right. All right. Okay, here's what I'm trying to. I don't think I've done a good job of setting this up.
I like the question. It's just, boy.
I guess, I want to find out why I cannot stand Ben Roethlisberger. Why I will never give him a break. Okay, why do I like Mike Tyson?
I'm going to be real. You want to be real right now?
Yes.
I think it was Desiree Washington, the young lady that got him in prison and accused him of sexual assault.
Right.
And her father was a big Tyson fan. I don't think Tyson did that.
Okay,
that's just me.
I do.
Okay.
But I still like him. Look, what about Kobe Bryant?
And that's what I was going to now. Oh, my gosh. Here we.
So,
but we don't know all the facts.
No, we don't.
Kobe could have. Well, Norm would say something happened, but consensual and not is totally
Ray
different.
Lewis.
Well,
you like Ray Lewis? It doesn't matter if you do or not.
I'm going to say something to you about Ray. Somebody died.
Everybody's got double standards left and right, is what I'm saying.
And Ray didn't commit the crime. Now, he may not have said or dimed out his boys, but, Stoney, I've been in situations to where we saw it with Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett, where, guys and gals are doing something, you can't control them. But, man, we're on a road now. And my thing to you is, how can we even pose the question, is what they did so bad if they kept their career? Like I brought up Leonard Little. He had a DUI.
Right.
He killed somebody, went to jail, came back and resumed playing. Did he pay his debt to society?
Well, I think if you're kind of an American, you have to believe in that, right?
Well, then that would be Mike Tyson.
Well, that's what that's what UC Steve said. Mike did time. Ben
Michael
Roethlisberger
Vick
didn't.
See what
I like Michael Vick.
I think he paid his debt, but some are but some are like, hell nah, that dude's vile, man. Well, like what he did, I'll never forget. So where do we draw the line?
Do you like Michael Vick?
I do like Michael Vick.
I do too.
Even after this stuff was going, when they said he's going
when I found out, I'm like, this guy's a scumbag.
Okay,
this guy's a scumbag.
So you're done with him?
No. What I'm saying is, how long ago was that now?
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So
you feel like he paid this debt?
Yes, I do.
That's wow.
But I think there's kind of other aspects to it. Like, what about Ray Rice?
I'm done with Ray.
Are you?
Yeah. He went barbarian, man. He could have killed her, and he probably was 2 seconds from getting away with it. But what if that were your daughter or our daughter?
Well, that would mean I would hate him.
Okay, no doubt. And that's where I'm at.
Okay.
And there was real quick, there was a part of me that I thought I was feeling sorry for him that he didn't get a second chance, but nah, it's not. Ray Rice got what he deserved, man. One and done.
Yeah,
some people are can call, and I understand it. Guru, you're wrong with Ray Rice, but
no, that's the point.
He took classes.
There
is
no right
life.
or wrong. I don't think.
All right,
and that's kind of what I want to, just examine. Like, who gets a break? Kobe Bryant got big break.
I read that whole police report, man.
Yeah. Let's go to Anthony and Hayward. See if he can.
Came up.
I know. See if Anthony can get us started here. Hey, Anthony, how you doing, man?
Hey, doing pretty good, guys. Just want to shout out Happy Friday.
Oh, you know it.
Let's get that out the way.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So the one player that kind of did it for me was Michael Vick with the dog thing because, I own 2 dogs.
Sure.
So kind of hit a nerve there. And then I want to give you my guys' TV sitcoms top 5.
Mm-hmm.
First 2 in order, Seinfeld and Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Okay.
The next 3 are not in order. I got Friends, Martin, and Fresh Prince. And Guru, me and Reg, we talk Friends all day at work here.
Silk Macy
tell stories.
What's your name again?
He tells me stories when he lived in Oakland. That he would be laughing in the room, and all his friends would be like, "What is Reggie laughing at?" In Seinfeld.
That's my boy. Wow, small world, Steiny.
Yeah,
dude, this top 5 list.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Friends didn't have no black folks. That ain't playing the race car. What no black folks?
We're talking about 2 things here: great, funny sitcoms, and then on the other side of it, athletes who did something unforgivable on 95.7 The Game.
Boy.
I want to give away these tickets.
Do it.
Time. Let's do it. Okay, here we go. Here's your chance to win 2 tickets to Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan live at the Chase Center from November 3rd. All right, it's on November 3rd. Here we go. You ready? Caller number 5 to the following number, 415-951-2386. You get 2 tickets to Jerry Seinfeld. That's a 415-951-2386 number. For show and contest details, visit 957thegame.com. There you go. Caller number 5, 415-951-2386 is the number. Trying to think of some more. Okay. Here's another one. Why, when I see this guy on Twitter, and I hear his first sentence or 2, do I chuckle? O.J. Simpson. Not like that.
Yeah. I can't fight. I'm done fighting for
No, what I'm saying is, like, I'm not saying I like him, but and I know what he did.
Yeah, right. 10 years ago, I might be
like,
what did you do, Snotty?
Pete Rose.
I'd give him the biggest bear hug in the world, please. Pete Rose didn't do a damn thing.
Well,
he gambled,
right?
Not on his team.
Well, that's what he says. Apparently, he might have had something with an underage.
I don't like people doing what you just did.
Which is what?
Like with Tyson, too.
What?
Well, no, Tyson got convicted in the court, but that's neither here nor there. He says he did. It's like Barry Bonds, the clear. You can't put that jacket on him just because you feel that way, that you feel he did it. It was never proven Pete bet on his own team. And that's why I'm like, I feel sorry for Pete.
Yeah, Pete had some stuff in his personal life.
Oh, we all do.
Well,
but he didn't spend no jail time.
Well,
that's how I gauge it. You do time.
So as long as you don't get caught.
Well,
you're
going down. Henry Ruggs.
Michael Vick has absolutely, to me, paid his debt to society.
But, Stoney, I'm telling you, 80% of the world feels he's still a pig.
Who?
Michael Vick. They don't. They think? There's no. I know.
Oh.
There's no.
Well, if I said that, you'd be like, "Now, how do you?"
Even when he came back out of jail and he resumed his career, they were, you had PETA. They were still boycotting.
Jerry Sandusky.
Oh, I don't even. Now,
like he's a lost cause for me.
That just you talk about a documentary, and I'm throwing. Can I go somewhere with that?
Sure.
People might. I looked up to Paterno. I don't now, man.
Yeah.
Like I know. Am I wrong for that?
No,
Stoney. I'm like.
No,
there's no doubt about it. If those were some of my kids, my God.
Christopher Walken in the movie The Dead Zone. He knew.
Great actor.
You knew.
Great actor.
You knew. Hey, Sturch Lee, if you're on the other side of PETA, you're doing a good job. Careful. We love animals here.
Where you at with Alden Smith?
See, I feel sorry for Alden Smith.
That's different.
But
no doubt. He didn't.
He hit somebody probably,
domestic violence.
Isn't there?
It was alcohol has been his big. Yeah, he crashed a car by a school. But yeah, Stoney, when you don't fit,
okay,
if you got a substance abuse problem, I'm with you all day. But when you are Ray Rice and Joe Mixon,
so you know who? What about him? You done? You just can't.
If
19
my
years
wife
old
says she's done, or you or Evan, I can understand it. But he's living a free life. Like he made a mistake, like you said. But what if that were my daughter or my sister?
Yeah, I think it's tough if you don't have a personal connection to them. Like you and your friend Schaefer, obviously, Schaefer, he knows Joe Mixon well, and so that's a little bit different. But I think for some people, they just will never be able to forgive him. They don't have that.
And that's why just to Evan's point, you think Mixon is okay because of your relationship with your friend.
Well, yes, but I'm also, right. That's why I like Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
But I'm also acknowledging, why do I like Mike Tyson, but I can't stand Ben Roethlisberger? I don't know either of them. I just kind of know what both have done. So what I'm acknowledging is...
Oh, I thought you were out on Tyson.
I love Tyson. I think he's incredible right now. I think he's funny. I think he's smart. I think he's
right.
Incredibly interesting.
But Ben makes your skin
Ben Roethlisberger, I might hit over the head with the brick.
Doesn't it? It feels like he walked. Tyson had to pay whatever price for what he did. I just don't like guys that get away and then still are smug and arrogant.
Kobe?
I got to keep it real. Kobe. Rest in peace to the Mamba, Stoney. Some would say, there's a line of people that would say that. But he got off.
Yeah, I wonder how much of it plays into what they did I guess in the ring in the case of Tyson, but also just on the field. I don't think there's a lot of people in this area that either saw or really cared what Ben Roethlisberger did on the field. He's a great athlete, but he's not as aesthetically pleasing or as entertaining as a guy like Mike Tyson.
Wow.
How about Spreewell from the text line?
I got him. He don't even rank. Spree's a good he just made some wrong life decisions. Oh, well, he was at the Knicks game not too long ago. I mean, so he's still... He had the incident with the dog.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
What are we doing there? Things happen, Stoney.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That was a big deal. In case you don't know what we're talking about, I want to say Latrell Sprewell had a 4-year-old daughter at the time.
You got it.
And they had a pet bull, I believe.
You're
it was
correct.
A pit bull.
Yep.
And the pit bull bit his daughter's ear off.
Oh, man.
And everybody was, not everybody, but people were shocked to find out later that he didn't, quote unquote, kill the dog.
He kept the dog.
Yeah.
Wow.
People couldn't understand that one. But that, actually, see now, is this fair? That bothers me more than him choking Carlissimo. Dead serious. Like, how crazy is that?
I don't know why I look at the Carlissimo just as a tangle. Two dudes got into it. Spree told him from allegedly, Stoney, get out his face, leave me alone. He kept going down
Don't come up on me.
Yeah, and he
TJ.
got them hands put on him.
He did.
We all know about Aaron Hernandez. There's no debate there. That dude was a killer.
Right. So anyway, it didn't all stem from the Chris Paul thing, but just starting to think of it's all arbitrary who we like, who we don't like, and we can make a case either way. Totally make a case either.
Yeah, the text line brought up a good one. Ray Lewis. I wasn't as a kid familiar with what he was involved in legally, but I saw him on the field and I thought he was a great athlete, and I had to actually be educated on what happened with Ray Lewis.
Yeah, see, I feel like he got away with something.
And he knew probably his posse, but he didn't snitch.
Right. Well, you know what the thing about Ben Roethlisberger, there's one thing about the Roethlisberger.
Some people love him for that, Stoney, because he didn't snitch. I'm just throwing that out there. And his life went on. He got to go to the Hall of Fame. He's probably going to get it. He was on TV, got inside the NFL. Like, he didn't do anything, but the people are like, who did it. They were with you. But, man.
The thing about Roethlisberger, there's like one, but here's the other thing, like on Roethlisberger, there's one thing I read that sticks out.
Go ahead.
And I just can't get past it. One little detail was that he was in a bathroom with a woman. And he had one of his teammates or friends outside the
security,
door, making sure that
I reread.
And I'm just thinking of Ben Roethlisberger, all 6'5" of him,
like taller than that.
Like what?
I hear you, man.
Like I can't get. I can't.
All right, I'm totally with you.
I can't.
Let me throw this one at you.
I can't stand the guy.
It's the older version.
All right,
Brett Favre. What went down with the resources that he was using? That should have been going to the people.
How about him sending sexually explicit photos to the sideline reporter of the Jets, too? Don't forget about that one.
Yeah. Now,
I think Favre's.
I don't know what was going on there because they got a thing called sexting. So we don't know. I know he got exposed for that, but Stoney, things like that happen. I'm not condoning that.
Right.
We don't know what was going on there, but I'm talking about his charity. Tiger Woods. I had no problem with Tiger Woods, and I don't condone infidelity, but he didn't break the law. Tiger didn't.
No, but he was presenting himself as something he wasn't even close to being.
What church was he at doing that? That would America.
Oh no, he's always been very image conscious.
Can you break that down? Because I'm not riding for Tiger, but I think I am.
Well, what about
he ended up being he shamed himself more than anybody because of this fake persona he had that
you can't be married and have multiple affairs.
I agree.
Like the reason Derek Jeter can be Derek Jeter is because he never got married.
I understand that.
Okay. So
do you look at Tiger like he went to jail because he had
I look at Tiger. I think Tiger
affairs?
is an infant. Like, I don't think he's ever grown up.
But he ain't Big Ben, is what I'm hoping you're going to say. You don't have him in that category.
No.
Okay.
No.
Right.
No.
But as far as the public guy next door image, we thought Tiger was it.
Yeah, file Tiger under a killer.
No doubt.
Dude locked out his girlfriend from the house.
Yeah,
changed the lock. Come on.
Hey,
wow.
it's Tiger.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
somebody says Guru Ray told on his friends. Well, damn. Well, yeah, you know what? You might be. Man,
I don't.
Yeah. I was going to say, what about a more recent athlete like Ja Morant? I mean, I think he's kind of going through this image repair at this point.
It doesn't matter. Silver said it doesn't matter.
Do you look at him differently though?
I think he's immature.
Yeah,
I think Ja Morant's just immature, like Tiger in a way.
But you don't dislike him for being immature. I don't. He's crying out for help, but he's doing something that regular kids are wannabes, wannabe thugs, wannabe tough, Evan. So he didn't. Well, I guess technically he didn't break the law, but I don't hate Ja Morant. I just feel bad. Like I'm watching a guy throw away a career for what? To try to fake be tough?
You're gonna root for Deshaun Watson.
Wow. What time we get out of here?
Nope.
No, Evan, wow, that's a good one, Stein.
Root for Nick Chubb.
Let's just acknowledge that.
I didn't get what did I miss on that one?
Nick Chubb,
just the running back for the Browns.
Oh yeah.
Nick Chubb said he's dedicating the season to Jim Brown. Big year for my guy Nick Chubb.
Some put Jim Brown on here.
Yeah.
See, then
he made a big mistake. He made a mistake. Like I don't know if he's a good guy or bad guy. Just all I'm saying is, just acknowledge. You pick and choose who you want to like and who you don't want to like for your own reasons, and they're your reasons. They're
right.
your reasons, nobody else's. Yeah. Ben Roethlisberger.
So what are your reasons about Mike Tyson?
Well, he loves him now.
I know.
But you believe he did it. I don't believe he did anything wrong to that young lady.
Well, my buddy Dana says this all the time, that he said Tyson maintains his innocence, but says he got away with so much other stuff during his life, he may as well have just gone to jail for. He figured he'd go to jail for that because he'd gotten away with so much when he was a kid that he didn't go to jail for. Yeah, no, I didn't do it, but you know what?
I'm here for
I did some stuff a long time ago that I never paid the price for. So
Dana Alley.
You got anyway. What's the difference between a bad guy and a guy who made a mistake? That's my question. And how do you determine that? Who's a bad guy and who just made a mistake?
Like Martha Stewart. I know she's not an athlete, but she did some insider trading, went to jail.
I like her.
But so when she went to jail and went through her stuff, you still liked her.
Yeah.
You didn't think any differently of just her person.
Not really.
All right. Snoop Dogg. He had to bodyguard.
What happened with him?
Wait, remember his freedom was up
I don't
in the
remember,
air.
honestly.
He was in a car and his security shot a dude. And the guy died. Murder was the case. He went to court.
Murder most foul.
Yeah, that was. Just listen to Beyonce and Jay-Z. On the Run Part 2, man.
Steiny, watch Once Brothers, 30 for 30. What's that about, 415?
Once Brothers.
It's about Vlade Divac and Drazen Petrovic, who are from different sides of a war-torn country.
See? Now that's a documentary. Yeah. You say war-torn, now we got action.
No, but
See
I'm
what
in
I'm saying?
on that. Real quick, Draymond Green.
I think it's unfair to put him with some
of
these.
You will admit he's lost some fans for what he did to Jordan Poole.
Has he?
It wasn't a crime.
How many people?
15% at least. I believe 15 to 20% of the fan base turned on him. And now that the Warriors didn't get the ultimate goal, I think they're doubling back, Steiny, saying you blew it. Especially when he says into a microphone, we would be playing it had I not punched him. I know it wasn't a crime.
Hey, 49ers might have some decisions coming up, too. We got, God, I get my list today.
Oh, boy.
Dude, that's great.
What was that?
Let's try to tee you up.
I got a lot on my list today. That's all I'm going to say. I got a lot in my notebook. Might have to talk about Madden San Miguel at some point. Bet you don't even know who he is.
Don't.
Yeah, I'll tell you maybe on the other side. It's also, you got to read here, I think. Right? Yep. Guru's live read coming up. Like that, I'll tease the live
partnership
read. I'm going to tease the live read rather than the content on the other side. Now, 888-957-9570 is the number. 510 can't root for athletes that abuse women, children, or animals, period. Okay, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. This segment was sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. Coming up at 12:30, we're going to talk to Mike Yam, NFL Network, and we got some action coming out of OTAs. I may have to sneeze in a sec. Goo.
Oh, bless you. If you do it 3 times, somebody's thinking, nobody's thinking about you.
Well,
one and done.
Mike Silver wrote something interesting we're going to get into a little bit later on the future of the San Francisco 49ers. A year ago tomorrow, Steph Curry threw in 43 at the Boston Garden.
And you have no problem with me saying it was his best performance of his career.
You know, I have no problem with that at all.
Down 2-1 and down in that game, staring 3-1 in the face.
How do you think we've been talking about Chris Paul, who's 38, and Draymond's getting up there, and Clay's getting up. How do you think Steph's going to age?
I think we already have the answer. Steiny, he ain't 31. He ain't 32. Some come along and can do it forever. And the way that he plays, his weight, the fact that he's added muscle, I see no slowing down from the chef. I'm not telling you it's not going to happen. Maybe it's happened, but it's not apparent to the naked eye. It's like LeBron. He slowed down, but he's still so effing great.
Yeah, but you can tell he's slowed down.
Well, now it's really obvious,
Okay.
but that body that he was gifted is still his main. It's his moneymaker, Steiny. It's how he can get to the rim. It's measurements. It's his shoulders, and everything that he does is predicated on that frame that he has. So can't you just speak into the mic? And I'm not putting you on blast because there's nothing to put you on blast for.
No.
But can't you step into the mic and say, I was one of the people or persons that thought we would see a fall off more drastic than we had from Steph at this age? He's 5 from 40.
I don't even give you that.
He's 5 from 40.
That's a lot.
Ray Allen, what was the drop off with Ray? I know they're different players, and he was a catch and shoot at the end, but Ray never looked like he was laboring. I just don't see that from Steph. 3 years removed from averaging 31, 32 points a game with no other real option out there. Even though they didn't get to the playoffs.
Ray Allen.
This is incredible,
When Ray
man.
Allen was 35, he was an all-star at 35.
No, come on, Steiny.
That was his last year as an all-star. Played 80 games, 36 minutes a night. Ray Allen, we're talking about. 49 field, 44 3-point range.
Damn! Did it say how many threes,
88.
Steiny? I got to ask you for that 44.
2.1 a game.
Man,
So not that
Ray.
many. I'm
going to call him Ray.
He averaged 16.5 a game at 35. And then he averaged 14, 10, and 9.
So for the analytical people, what's fall off look like? Because I know you're a big JD, you're a big percentage guy.
Minutes go down.
I'm a big eye guy. Like, is it hard? Is Steph laboring? And he's still running like Reggie Miller every night to get open, the Eddie House. Because Eddie used to do
what you could say about Curry is, tell me. Steph Curry a year ago today scored 43 at Boston Garden. And
they needed every one of them.
And he's 35, and he's got 3 more years left. You think he's going to play more than 3 years?
I do.
So he's 30. Let me figure this out. 35.
Then I got to be careful here.
So he'll be 38. He'll be Chris Paul's age when his contract's up.
A guy that's still
Maybe
playing.
He'll be ready to go to the bench. Steph Curry at 38.
I don't think he'll need to.
Oh, come on. You don't think Steph would be a great 6th man?
So when is it going to happen? Is it going to be the offseason?
No, it'll happen down the road if he wants it.
Brandon Payne, Steiny, his Alfred the Batman.
Roy's in San Leandro. Hey, Roy, what's going on? What do you got?
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
I like Roy. Good. What's up, baby?
Yeah, Roy.
Not much. Hey, look, I was just, you guys were talking about the 49ers. I just wanted to say the 49ers look good, and people expect quite a bit from them this year. But let's be honest, though. That offensive line outside of McKivitz and Williams, let's be honest. And really, if you look at the depth chart, they're not deep at offensive line. That's all basically I wanted to say, and it's great listening to both of you as usual.
Hey, thanks, Roy.
Appreciate it, Roy. Roy doesn't like Aaron Banks or Spencer Burford.
And who did we have on?
Jake
It was
Brendel.
Cam Inman.
Yes.
You know, who was the poster boy for the offensive lineman that McFlinchy? He's gone, Steiny. He's in
McGlinchey.
Denver.
Mike McGlinchey.
But I said McFlinchy.
Yeah, that's a 0.
Evan, what you gonna
I'll give him a 1.
Anyway, Steiny, I mean, what's life gonna be like without him? I'm just saying. We got Larry coming in here. He's filling in for Willard, so we'll talk to him about it on the crossover. This is what I want to know. What's a successful season
for who?
If we're not going to
For the Niners?
if we're not going to put a window on the Kyle and what have you, and I told you yesterday, I kind of went off the other day about the Niners, the fan base. You think Shasky and Bonte and 49er Frankie and who else? Fillmore Mike, you think they're okay with getting close? I mean, it's a fun season. Steiny, this team needs to get over the top, and so does Kyle. They just went to the championship game. I got to believe that is
Are they the
minimum.
best team in football? The 49ers? You think they're better than the Chiefs?
No.
Oh. So they'd have to upset some people to win it all. If you're
what do you got to do to get back to where you got the NFC Championship last year? Dallas has gotten
win the
better.
division. Go win the division again.
Okay. Is Dallas, Philly, and the Niners to me, and Detroit, dark horse. Lions putting something together.
You're going to learn the hard way, just like 49er fans are going to learn the hard way. Keep leaving this team out, and I don't know why.
Seattle?
Yes.
No, you don't got to sell me. I get that, but they lost. The Niners beat them.
I'm willing to go into this more a little bit.
Where are you at? Because I know I can aggravate you when I talk about the Kyle Shanahan window, but everybody technically has a window. I do wonder if Kyle's going to do the Andy Reid model and his Super Bowl will come with another team. I don't know. I know it's not close there, but how many cracks are you going to get at it, Steiny, here? And now the quarterback position to some is the biggest question mark. Not to me, because if you
what if they take a step back this year? What if they have quarterback issues and they go 8-9?
Then we can revisit whose doorstep would that fall at? Because I have a candidate.
Who?
Kyle.
Okay. Then what do you do?
That's what I don't know.
Well, you bring him. He's under contract.
No, I'm not saying run him out of town, but are we going to start talking? Damn, are you going into year 8? You ain't found your QB. That's why I'm Team Trey Lance in the sense of just find out if the kid can play.
My problem
you can be
is
right.
the word,
they may already know.
As a man of nuance and who's into words.
Well, you talking about yourself?
The word expect is the issue. Any 49er fans expecting their team to win the Super Bowl, that's foolish. Expecting.
Okay. Even if you got to the last 2 NFC Championship games and had a 10-point lead in one, and then your quarterback got knocked out last year.
Expecting.
This ain't 6-11, Steiny.
Expecting. You're expecting to win it. Means if you don't win it, you're shocked. You're surprised. You're disappointed. You're angry.
That's the word. That's where I go. Yeah, angry. I'll take angry. Steiny,
let me tell you, if I were a 49er fan, or a realistic 49er fan, I would not be like, we have to win it this year. No, we have to do what we've done 3 out of the last 4 years. Let's make the playoffs first. Ideally, we win the division. We get a bye. Maybe we can have the best record. You go for the best record in football, then get into the playoffs, and let's see what happens. Like, the only team in my lifetime in the Bay Area that I expected to win were the 2 years when Kevin Durant was here. I know he was here 3, but the first 2 years he was here, I think it was fair to go into that season saying, we're the best team. We should expect to win. But the 49ers are not the best team. They might be. They could turn out to be, but they're not as good as Kansas City. Now, they could just get to the Super Bowl and pull an upset, and they're the Super Bowl champions. I get that. I just don't understand the expecting.
Well,
expecting.
I'm not mad.
My question would be this to 49er fans. How the hell can you expect to win a title? We're not talking about being in the mix. Let's try to be in the mix. How do you expect the title with this quarterback situation?
I'm about to explain to you. All right. And you tell me after I say it how you process it. Anything in life that you try to achieve and you get close and there's progress and you get closer, those are things that give you confidence, right, Steiny? So the Niners the last 2 years have got to the game before the Super Bowl. Okay, so right there, you know you're better than a whole bunch of teams. You give me that, right?
Sure.
Just last year, for you to say what you just said about the quarterback position, which I get, but the quarterback got knocked out in the second series of the game. So really, one could argue that wasn't the Niners' offense to go up to see how good they were against Philly. So now, if it's Brock Purdy's, he's healthy, and they hook up again, and maybe it's here in San Francisco, maybe it's in Philly, don't you want to see, like, when I was at Willard's house and I watched that whole game, I kept looking at those Eagle uniforms, and tell me if it sounds like I'm taking something away from them, because I'm not. I kept looking at those Eagle uniforms in the red and gold uniforms. I was putting the Niner uniforms on them because I kept wondering how that NFC Championship game would have played out had Brock Purdy remained upright. Okay. So I feel like you are acting like the Niners have gone 7-10, 8-9, and then we're telling you we'll be angry if they don't get to the Super Bowl. Steiny, they're right on the cusp. You go get Hargrave.
So's Cincinnati. So's Buffalo. So's Kansas City. So are the Eagles. The Seattle Seahawks might be on the cusp. Maybe the Jets.
Right. No, hey.
They're just one of 8 teams that could win it.
But we're talking
about... Why would we think... Why
we're
do the
talking
49ers
about the
get
Niners' expectations. You're right about those others.
Fans.
They're tired of getting close.
There's only one expectation to have about the Niners. Let's make it to the playoffs, and let's see if we can make a run and win it all.
Oh,
if we win it all, obviously it's great. If we don't win it all...
Why was Steve Kerr brought in
what
here?
What if Brock Purdy stinks this year?
Then they're not getting that close.
Okay,
then
what happens?
Oh, no. Then it's like, oh, go get the fire extinguisher. We got major issues.
There you go. This is Sammy G. Yeah. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Sammy G, you're representing who I am. They're right there. It's all we can ask. I agree. You got to give yourself a chance to win it all.
So you admit they're right there.
Of course they are. They've been to the NFC Championship 3 of the 4 years.
So the word...
But you know what? That doesn't mean you automatic... Disappointed is a fine word. It's a fine word, and it...
I was looking for the other one that you said earlier. Angry. Because, Steiny, it's like...
Well, nobody was angry last year.
Give me this.
Because you can't get angry over an injury. You're like, we should...
But the finality of it all, forget why it happened. You got to the game before the Super Bowl again.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So, Mark Jackson, it was proven the offense. They needed somebody to come in and take the offense to the next level. Steve Kerr did it, and they got it done his first year. They got their Steve Kerr, by all accounts. The Niners have their Steve Kerr. So, how can I give this guy a bouquet of flowers, and yet... we might be weeks away from saying, "Oh boy, Purdy wasn't it."
I mean, I just look at Kyle Shanahan. And I told you, like, this is his 7th year, right? 7th year. So he's made the conference championship game now 3 of the last 4 years.
Yes, sir.
The minute
1 and 2,
and he's been to how many total?
3.
Okay,
he's 1 and 2.
Okay, like that's more successful than 9 out of 10 coaches.
But I guess what's frustrating me is, Steiny, we're not talking about the other 9 or 10. We're talking about him getting close, and what do they have to do to kick the door in?
They got to win.
Now, he could sit up here and pull up a chair and say,
them to kick the door
my starting quarterback got hurt in the
Let's
first
hope
quarter.
they kick the door in this year. Let's hope.
So you think Niner
we can't expect.
Pete Franklin taught us this. Fan short for fanatic. You think the Niner fan base is taking that approach more than I believe? They're tired of getting close. Extenuating circumstances every year because we don't know what's going to pop off.
Close as Buffalo.
Well, we could throw it to 888-957-957.
You got to read.
They're ready. I can't wait to ask Larry and Dibbs, what their definition of a successful season for the Niners would be.
How can you say you expect a team to win a Super Bowl when you also acknowledge they're not the best team in the league? Ponder that one.
No.
You got to read this text.
Yeah,
Demetrius
I'm
Thacker.
not buying Philly is better. Which one?
What about the Chiefs? Demetrius Thacker? I can read it to you.
Oh, go ahead.
Paid $4.99.
Oh,
Goo, how is the soda program going? Do you feel that your body is getting accustomed to the diet changes? Big ups to everyone working on the mind body. I'll answer that.
Okay,
Demetrius.
I was going to throw it to you.
I'll answer that.
Oh, here we go, Evan.
So I'm sitting in the green room today, waiting to do my show, expecting to win another show. And here comes Guru, and jovial, like he is most of the time. And he goes, Steiny, check it out. He lifts his shirt up a little bit. He wraps his two thumbs inside his jean pants. He pulls out his pants to show that there's space now between his lower stomach and his upper jean.
Yeah.
Steiny, look at how loose my jeans are.
Man,
And I said, dude, I'm telling you.
And you don't give it out. You would have said, Goo, ain't nothing there, but you.
I said that first
you
week,
would
Goo.
have
I think you're going to. So the weigh-in Saturday.
Tomorrow, 7:30. I feel like I got
we
at least
put a
be
number on it.
8 pounds, Donnie.
More.
You think
It's like the Michael Cohen. More.
Okay.
More.
I'll let you know.
200.
I'm
more.
excited.
500. About right.
What's in these packages that they got? Bonte
Apparently
and I
nothing.
Soup. They got protein chips. I'm just not eating the soda sugar. That was my regimen,
So
Donnie.
I forget what we said. We're talking about soda, the state of the art.
SOTA.
So did you give us the number you were at your original weigh-in?
Yeah, I lied. Yeah, I lied yesterday. I was a little ashamed. Yes, I lied.
So you don't want to say it?
No,
you don't have to say
no,
it.
because now I know what I'm feeling, and Steiny, your boy was still running full court at this weight I'm about to give you. So I said 247 yesterday. You want to really know what it was?
Yes. 258.
259.
Okay.
But let me tell you, 9
You're
of that
guy.
was air.
You're a big fella.
Yeah, but Steiny, I can't believe I said it. So
you know
when
what?
Steiny, give me 6 pounds tomorrow. Give me 6 pounds.
Lucas.
Yeah.
When Guru weigh 888-957-9570 is the number. 259.
Yeah.
How many? What's the weigh-in going to be tomorrow? I'll start. I've done this kind of thing before.
Okay.
You're always surprised. You can't keep your first week pace
Because I don't want to be disappointed, but I know something's
You
come off.
are going to be 246 pounds.
Oh, no.
I have Guru losing 13 pounds in the first week.
Hey, I love you. That I'm gonna go 250. I'm gonna say I lost.
Okay.
I feel like, and I've been to the gym 3 times this week.
Wow.
So I feel like I've lost 9 pounds. and I ain't been on a scale.
I think
But
I'm going to win
those
this one.
Steiny,
You don't get
can
it,
I
man.
share with you guys what was going on the drive home?
I can't wait.
I had to unbuckle the belt buckle because it was like, what is that little? I said, is my stomach hitting? And now I come in without the boy. So
Now-
I'm going 250.
Okay, now do you have a target weight you want to get to?
220.
So you're going
Monte's
for...
lost 35. He's melting before our eyes.
What's your number, Evan?
I'm going to be a bit conservative. I'm going to say 7 pounds in the first week. But I do have to say, just from seeing Goo and his eating habits before and after, it is night and day. He went full cold turkey and has been very impressive so far.
Do you think you can tell? Like, I think I can almost tell a little bit.
No,
just
the
looking at
cheeks
you.
will go down. That's when we'll the face, the cheeks will go down.
Lucas,
Vontae, he's the boy.
Lucas, you want to guess?
In honor of what you guys were just talking about, I'm going 249.
Wow,
Right,
give me 10.
249.
And Evan, hey, Stein, if I get 5, it's progress, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So if I'm disappointed.
Anything's progress.
Yeah. But I feel it. So
Bert's
I'll
in
let you know.
Benicia. Let's talk about expectations
Yeah,
for the Niners. What's up, Bert? How
Here
you doing,
we go.
my man?
Tell us, Bert.
Bert knows.
I'm doing good, fellas. I'm doing good. Hey, the only expectation a Niner fan should have is that our quarterback's going to get hurt, our running back is going to get hurt, not finish the season and have under 1,000 yards, and somewhere in the playoffs, we ain't going to finish the job because that's all we've seen the last couple of years. injuries and not finishing, whether it's Tart dropping a pass in his hands that should have sent us to a Super Bowl, Purdy getting hurt in the NFC Championship game. The only expectation we have, it should be to not finish the job and see a quarterback get injured, because that's all we've seen.
Oh, Bert, you're such a pick-me-up.
Dude, no, that's real, though.
Well, that's not a guy who's expecting to win the Super Bowl.
But there's anger in that. Or no, there's disappointment in that.
Disappointment. That's an okay word. The word is expecting. That's the one I have a problem with.
Oh, I can't wait for Larry and Dibbs.
Why?
Because they're two
What's wrong with me?
level-headed dudes, two fans of the team. And, Steiny, I'm not throwing, doesn't it get old getting close? We talked about Buffalo, the Bills under Jim Kelly, the Philadelphia Eagles under McNabb and Reed.
Yeah.
Steiny, it gets tiresome getting close after a while.
It's disappointing. It's frustrating. I'm just saying, how the hell can you go into a season expecting it? That's part of sports. Only one team gets to win it. I think the Niners are going to be good. I think they're probably going to make the playoffs. Win the division? Maybe. Maybe not. They get playoffs. To me, and I know you always say, Steiny, you're not a fan. You're right. I'm not a fan of a team. But I'm an unbelievable fan of sports. And I can put myself in a position of, if I were a 49er fan, Shanahan's doing all I can ask. Dad, we had a shot 3 years ago. Yes, we had a shot 3 years ago. Dad, we could have, last year, we got beat by Philly. God, Purdy got hurt. Dang it. But this is what I want out of my sports teams. Year in and year out, feeling like you're in the mix. 888-957-9570. When I ask you 49er fans, what are your expectations for this season? Do you really expect them to win a Super Bowl? Come on. No, you don't. You know they can. You know they have a chance. But let's just all agree we like where they're at right now. And all things being equal, they're probably headed to the playoffs, and we know that's 6 months ahead of time. 888-957-9570 is the number. At 12:30, that's in an hour, Mike Yam, NFL Network. And then that segment also after the Mike Yam interview, let's say about 12:45, that's when we're going to give you another chance to win Jerry Seinfeld tickets. He'll be at the Chase Center on November 3rd. 888-957-9570. Let's get some realistic expectations right here on the table next to the Rat.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service. My little brother has no idea how lucky he is. Back in my day, we didn't have it nearly as good.
Oh yeah? Back in my day, you couldn't even stream outside the house. I don't like to think about it.
Please, back in my day, we had phones with cords, and they were mounted to a wall.
Forget phones. Back in my day, we wrote letters. Remember, Herman?
Oh, I remember.
Vintage texting. Cool.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile, the fastest mobile service.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
50 pounds. That's what you got to lose.
And people are asking, is sodaweightloss.com, SOTA weightloss.com. Steiny, I'm juice. I've never been this juice. But I was like a tired crackhead. I was tired of the sugar. I was feeling guilty eating the hot Funyuns. Steiny, I had a combo.
I don't even know what a Funyun is.
The yellow bag with they look like onion rings or chips, and you can get the hot kind.
Oh.
So I had a combo too. Red Bull, Colt, Starburst, and hot Funyuns.
This is the old Guru.
Yeah, that would be a number 2.
Yeah. Well,
number 3 would be Mamba, hot Doritos, Cold Red Bull.
Well, let me just be,
you got a guilty pleasure, Steiny?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Snacks.
Beer's my guilty pleasure.
But you don't abuse it. That's why you ain't fat.
Tell Susan that.
Oh, that is. I'm gonna tell Mia that. That's pretty funny.
I love chips and salsa. I love chips and salsa.
But you don't eat it out of your comfort zone. Evan never
gorge myself
at the house.
Yeah. Anyway, from the bottom of my heart, I will support you. I hope you lose as much weight as you want to lose.
I'll be happy with 5, but I'm going to send you guys the text of the number.
With sodaweightloss.com. Soda weight loss.
Because Bonte, just real quick, Bonte it's incredible.
I'm jealous of you guys.
Bonte, help me.
I'm trying to use it to
You got your hair?
be positive.
Yeah, but
you know what? Maybe I'll get a haircut. I'll lose 2 pounds.
That Tim Jordan's thing. Every time I say, you got a haircut.
Lose 10 pounds, cut your leg off. There you go. You're underway.
I didn't like that one.
Yeah. I just got a text from my friend Derek. Why don't you ask Guru?
Oh.
This is the gentleman that wants to have you out at the Contra Costa Country Club golfing. And there's only one thing that's holding it up.
What's in the way?
Me.
Oh. No, this is the first I've heard of it.
Oh, yeah. He wants to get you out there.
Why haven't you told me?
Because you're not ready.
Dude. Anyway, what'd he text?
Hey, ask Guru if us Lions fans should expect to win the Super Bowl. 49er fans keep saying they're due for a Super Bowl. Hit the pike. We want a playoff win. 49er fans
that would be
That's what I'm talking
Let me talk to the Lions fans. The
Derek,
playoffs,
his name's Derek.
What's up, D? The playoffs would be their Super Bowl. The Niners, this is getting old. There is somewhat of a window, Steiny. They got one. I don't know whose defense is better, Philly or the Niners, and I got to just go to Jalen Hurts. Are you buying him?
Yes.
I know he got paid, Steiny.
Yes, I am. He's good.
Cost him the Super Bowl. The fumble that was for 7 points.
Is that how you look at sports?
No, but it's just I was watching with Evans. That was a play that happened.
Jalen Hurts lost him the Super Bowl.
Montana, the great one, Troy
Bay
Aikman.
Area. This is where
that was a play that happened. I won't say cost him.
This is why I struggle to talk sports sometimes.
It was a play that happened.
Jalen Hurts.
It was 7 points.
Lost the Eagles the Super Bowl.
You know I'm not saying that.
No, well, I can only go by what comes out of your mouth.
He didn't protect the ball.
He had 375 yards and 4 touchdowns. Nope.
How many turnovers, Evan?
1.
Did it go for 6?
It did.
I think we're exposing Goo here a little bit.
Please. You hadn't heard this
I blame James Bradbury.
Wow.
Well, that's the guy who held?
Yeah.
And then he said he hold.
People say, he still didn't hold. You don't call it.
707, we expect to be in the playoffs. We hope we do well, but we wish we win the Super Bowl. Yeah, why can't we all do that? Expect.
But how big of a line is that?
What?
Of people thinking like that. That's probably 10% of Niner fans.
See, I think it's more. I think there's a yacht. I know that Brian Sabian, the great Brian Sabian,
I miss him.
Called these kind of people the lunatic fringe. And he's right. People that expect the Niners to win a Super Bowl, that's the lunatic fringe. That's you. It's you, Goo.
Oh.
And it's okay. It's lunacy.
You know I'm not looking at you saying I expect him to win it because I know how hard it is to do so.
Fair.
I'm telling you, Steiny, they got to cash in one of these tickets sooner or later.
They don't have to. They
what
might
if Bosa
not.
goes down with the injury again?
What if Brock Purdy is the best quarterback in the NFC next year, and they get to the Super Bowl but lose it. See, I would be saying at that point, holy hell, we've got this is the thing about this window. This pisses me off about this window. 49ers are supposed to only they've got a window, Super Bowl window right now. Well, if Brock Purdy's good, you should have a Super Bowl window for 10 years.
No doubt about it.
Okay, so the first thing I would like to see this year for the 49ers is for Brock Purdy.
He's already won 2 playoff games.
Right. Yes, he has.
Okay.
So this is a big year. Can he be better? Is he going to get better this year, or is he going to come back to the pack?
No doubt. That's part of
their
their
fortune. Well, if he comes back to the pack, they're probably not going to win the Super Bowl.
But then if he comes back to the pack, now where are they at? We can mark one dude off the list of future franchise quarterbacks, because right now, a lot of people would bet on Brock Purdy being their guy. So if you are right, Steiny, you're going to be further from the Super Bowl than you've been in years past.
Right.
And that's why you'll look back like, damn, we had an opportunity. And, of course, you can't do nothing yeah, you can. Don't dial up a play where you got Croft, your backup tight end, blocking Reddick. But I'm not going to tell you, Steiny, if they got to the Super Bowl and lost, it's a horrific year. It's not that. It's just disappointment city. That's what I know fans are feeling.
It's absolutely. But I would like, 49er fans, and you people that listen to this show know, Steiny, you don't like any team. All right, I'm going to pretend I'm a Niner fan.
Well, you do like some team, yeah.
I do?
You like the Eagles. Well, you root for them. You're fond of them.
Yeah, when they win.
Okay.
I don't like them when they lose.
So right now you like them because they're winning.
Well, they haven't played any games this year.
Well, they went to Super Bowl.
Talking about the San Francisco, I forgot what I was going to say.
While you do that,
I know.
415, you don't have to be in the Bay Area to do the sodaweightloss.com diet.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. If I were a 49er fan, I would be happy right now. I would be excited. Why would I be excited? Because I do think my team is in the mix for a Super Bowl. I think they might be one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the conference. I still think there's a couple teams in the AFC that might be better, but that doesn't matter because it's just one game you're going to need to beat them in the Super Bowl.
Up 10 last. Okay.
I'm just saying this, if I were a fan, this is what I want. I want to be a fan of a team like the Niners, right? That they're going to be there every year. And is it a guarantee they're going to break through? No, but every year they're going to knock on the door. And I would, as disappointing as people may be, I'll take 3 more. I'll take, 3 out of the last 4 years they've been in the NFC Championship game. I know nobody's going to like this, but you give me 6 NFC Championship games in 8 years and 2 lost Super Bowls, that's pretty freaking good.
See,
and you can't win a Super Bowl unless you're in the mix.
If we were having a beer in the woods on top of Mount St. Helens, and you said
that would be dumb.
And you said that, I don't know where that came from, and you said that, you would be right. But in this era of sports, Steiny, that's not how we look at things. Each year is its own entity, and right now, I can tell you the 49ers have a trend. And the trend started in 2019. They are getting as close as you possibly can to getting that Lombardi trophy, and for whatever reason, they're not closing the deal.
Because
I'm not putting that all on Kyle. It's part everybody.
How do you look at the last 4 years?
Am I a Cowboy fan looking at the last 4 years?
No,
Am I a Lion fan?
You're a 49er fan looking at the last 4 years. How you feeling?
Frustrated.
Really?
Frustrated. And I'm frustrated because I need to find the answer as to why we can't kick in the door. Now, J.J. Evans, I mentioned it earlier. Are there good times in those 4 years? Hell yeah. Would other fan bases trade places with me? But Steiny, this ideal that you have of, Goo,
this idea that 4 years is paying your dues.
I'm going to give you a name
so funny.
of how I'm computing your thoughts on this. It's the participation trophy mindset that, hey, we're not winning. We're getting close. But you know what? The last 4 years, who wouldn't want to be us? That's cool. But I'm telling you, the Shaskys, the Mr. Hills, the hard diehards.
Joe Shasky does not expect the 49ers to win a Super Bowl.
No.
That's it.
No, I think it's Super Bowl or bust. That's what I'm saying. Like when Larry and Dibbs come in here, I'm just going to ask them, where's your flag at for a successful season? And that bitter taste, Steiny, Niner fans, that bitter taste that I bet they have, I can make an argument that there was no NFC championship game. So we really don't know if Brock Purdy is not a Super Bowl winning quarterback or worthy to play in the game because he got knocked out. That leaves bitter taste.
Guess what I'm saying is you can't win a Super Bowl unless you make the playoffs.
Come on now, I got you there.
The San Francisco 49ers have made the playoffs 3 out of their last 4 years. That's step one. Boom. That puts them right now up in an upper tier. They're 4. What are they in the playoffs? 4-2. Garoppolo's 4-2. They won.
Now they're 6-3.
6-3.
Yeah,
6-3. I got news for you. Go look at the all-time coaches.
You're like a doctor. I'll make you feel good.
Go look at the all-time coaches' playoff records. You tell me how many coaches have a 6-6-7 playoff record.
Okay.
Percentage.
I love that, but I'm going to throw this at you. Would you take a 550 playoff percentage with one Super Bowl victory?
Well, of course, but you don't have that choice. See, this is to me, this is I think there's conflation here that I'm saying it's all good enough, or this is fine.
See, that's how I'm processing what you're.
No, I'm saying you can't win a Super Bowl without going to the playoffs. They're going year after year after year.
Yeah,
now.
And I'm trying to give you a fan perspective of how. I know
you know what it sounds like? Okay. 49er fans like you, you know what you need to feel this year? You need to feel what it's like to watch a team that doesn't make the playoffs.
Okay.
That's what I think.
Okay.
So is it better not to make the playoffs if the Niners went to the NFC title game again and lost?
Title time 9 times. Okay. But listen, I feel like you're omitting what happened.
With what?
Last year's game.
Which one?
The fact that the Niners really weren't the Niners. So it was a game of heavy magnitude.
Right.
But because of the and it happened. But because that happened, Steiny, Niner fans are feeling like, you know what? It wasn't Ali Frazier. We didn't really get to put up a fight because we didn't have a quarterback. So that's frustration.
Right, so you got a reason. I'll give it to you. First of all, I think the 49ers would have lost to the Eagles with Brock Purdy.
You keep saying
I don't care. Okay, you know what?
I think some would feel better had they lost 30-10.
It doesn't matter, though, because if I'm a 49er fan, once Purdy goes out, once you're going to Josh Johnson, it's like, well, we're never going to win that game. The Niners were never going to win that game after Purdy got hurt.
No, hey.
So nothing slipped away last year. What's the frustration? I don't get frustrated with injuries.
Stoney, Brock Purdy playing 4 quarters. And if he plays 4 quarters, that game could be different.
Let me ask you a question. Would you rather, let's say that game was the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Would you rather let's say the Eagles 49ers was the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Would you rather have lost the Super Bowl that way or the way that Jimmy Garoppolo missed Emmanuel Sanders?
Jimmy Garoppolo missed Emmanuel Sanders. Because I know when the game is completed, we went 15 rounds of almost getting it done. That last year was a no contest.
And that's why it doesn't bother. Like, if I were a 49er fan last year, it does not bother me.
That hurts me more, Steiny.
Well, you could say there's stuff. When stuff happens that's outside of your control, it's like you can't do anything about it.
I know this is random.
Nobody
cares.
Can't do anything about it.
The great Danny White was playing the Redskins in the NFC Championship game, and Gary Hogaboom had to come in because Danny White got knocked out. That hurt like 3 losses because you always had the what if Brock Purdy would have stayed upright.
Think they say if we would have had Brock, you say what they like. You do this every day. If Brock Purdy didn't get hurt, we probably would have won. Okay,
but I would feel better about. I think I'm speaking for the fans. I would feel better about the loss knowing we went down. It was a fair fight.
See,
that psychology.
You and I are different. I think you're looking at it backwards.
So because it sounds like you're like, hey, our quarterback lost, nothing to see here. We had no chance.
When the Golden State Warriors lost to the Toronto Raptors,
that's a great one.
It's like
I keep counting that as a championship. Remember, I'm like they should have won. Like we know they didn't. Right. We kind of know why they didn't.
No, we do know why they didn't. They got 2 injuries in the finals.
Right.
Okay.
That's not easy for me to move off of. Because
it's out of your control.
They were the better team. Yeah,
it's totally out of your control.
No, it is out of my control. But Steiny,
don't you get it? It allows you to say, we would have won. And like everybody just says it. We would have won without injuries.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't disagree with that.
It kind of makes it worse for me, man.
I mean, I guess what I'm saying is once Brock Purdy got hurt, they were done. Like, you're right. The game was over.
And you had to watch that whole thing play. You could have left the TV. But it was like, oh, my gosh, we got to sit through this. And this is really not real life.
No, it is real life. That sometimes happens.
I can't rob you of that. It does sometimes happen. But we have yet to see Brock Purdy perform in an NFC Championship game.
Well,
and we were all robbed of that. And that's all. And we were robbed because of injuries that I know do happen, Steiny.
Here's 408. I'm with Steiny. If you lose with an injury, it's not as bad. I couldn't even get mad last year.
Man.
Yeah, see, that's what
oh man.
I can't tell you how to feel. I'm just saying if I'm watching if I'm watching the Niners last year and I see Brock Purdy go down and I know that we've got 2 quarterbacks down already, at that point, I'm disappointed. Why am I disappointed? Because I know we got no shot. Okay. Well, to me, it's
like the game wasn't even played.
That's right.
But Philly gets the dub. They earned it,
right?
Technically, but
not technically. Not technically. In life, they got it. See, when something happens outside your control, wasn't that saying you control what you can control? What's that one? It's got God in it. It's got giving them the attitude and the wisdom to know the difference. What the hell's that? It's not the one where Jesus picks up the guy and says, when I was walking along the beach, I noticed the footprints. You know that one, right? These things were hammered home.
You talking about the Serenity Prayer?
Yes, give me that one.
Grant me the serenity, accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom
to know the
you went from God on the beach to I knew the Serenity Prayer.
Jesus on the beach.
Jesus on the beach.
So the footprint story goes like this. Something like this. I can't
see. That's what's good.
I'll do it. If I'm wrong with a couple details,
the prayer, I would have been like, I got some action.
It's about this guy who looks at footprints on a beach, and there's 2 sets of footprints, and for most of it,
okay,
but there's only 1 set of footprints for a portion of it. 2 pair of footprints, and then there was like 1,
okay,
and then there's 2 again, and then up further there's 1. And the guy, talking to Jesus, says, Jesus said, yo, that's your life right there. And the dude goes, well, wait a minute. I've noticed there's only 1 set of footprints during those times in my life where things were going wrong. Did you, so Jesus has half the footprints, and I have the other 2 footprints. And so the dude's like, Jesus, when I needed you most, you left me hanging. Look, it's just 1 footprint. You left. You took off. And Jesus said, no. That's when I carried you.
Wow.
I'll be there when I be there.
You are special, man. The Serenity Prayer came up on
that's Serenity Prayer, and Footprints is the other one. So anyway, I feel like I carry a lot, I think.
Hey, what about that video I sent to you of the principles of 9? Because you got me thinking. Did you know if you do up until 11, if you do 9 times 2, and you get the answer, if you add the answer, it equals 9. Do you know? Are you familiar with I sent it to all you guys. The principles of 9. So 9 times 2 is 18. I found out 8 plus 1 is 9. 9 times 3 is 27. 7 plus 2 is 9. 9 times 5 is 45.
Okay.
5 plus 4 is 9. 9 times 10 is 90. It goes up. 9 times 9 is 81. 8 plus 1 is 9. The principles of 9 blew me away. Dude, you got to read the stuff I send you.
I know.
You and the boss. Send it to Willard. Dibs responded. Dibs is my go-to. Evan, too.
People want to know, what is going on here?
You started it.
You're welcome, Alnetta. By the way, Alnetta.
I love her. She came to the
she was at
the summit.
And I wanted to shout
the
her out.
first annual.
What does that mean? We're doing it again?
I would have. Why not? That thing took off.
Well, I lost money. That's why. I lost money at the summit.
I hate that.
Sorry.
Big Wallet Willie. Come on, dude. You ain't living like that.
Hey,
did they pay that guy?
I lost money that night, and then it was a great show, great night. And now they're saying, hey, do one of those every season for every team.
Well, you submitted your mileage.
No, I didn't.
Look at big.
I never do
big
that.
money. Bob.
I don't even use gas. How do you submit? What do you submit electricity?
I
don't know how it works.
Ernie on YouTube about the Irish goodbye. If he was feeling some type of way.
You got an electric car. You're doing all right.
Come on.
They're cheap electric cars.
A hybrid.
Oh, Alnetta did like your example.
Oh, thank you.
Little church. Last time you've been to Sundays, honestly, service. Because I'm going to a family reunion soon. Sunday we'll go.
Well, I just like last week.
Did you go in?
I went in to pick it up. You talking about car? My service for a car?
No, church.
Oh, I thought
Sunday
you meant
service.
for my ID, for my VW.
Gotcha. Yeah, Sunday service.
Okay. So what's the question again?
Last time you've been to church where you said, you know what, I'm going to church. You sit in for an hour. Black church is 3 hours, but yeah.
What's the question again?
Evan, I got my answer.
Jesus.
I was just asking. You fidget. I couldn't see you sitting still.
Look, fellas, I apologize.
I couldn't stand. Yeah, I did have trouble in church. This segment was brought to you by Cars.com. And on the other side, we got Mike. Oh, that's his at 12:30. Wait, 12:30 Mike Yam. 12:30 a Mike Yam. And I'm going to ask 49er fans again. 888-957-9570. I'm asking, what are your expectations? It's what you expect. And my feeling is, somebody had this earlier, I'd expect them to get to the playoffs and maybe make the NFC Championship game again. Okay. All right.
But now that's three in a row if you don't win it.
And?
You're turning into the Eagles under Andy Reid. You're turning into the Nobody wants the Cowboys. Nobody wants that. That's I understand.
It's better than what 28 other teams experience over that decade. This is and see here, and this is why our society stinks.
So Kyle doesn't need a Super Bowl with their logic.
No, that's not what I said.
Just keep getting close.
That's not what I said. Don't you do that on the break. Don't you dare do that on the break. What I'm saying is this is the thing that's wrong with society. When the 49ers win it, no one's going to be happy. They're just going to be like, about time. And that's the way certain people play golf, and it's why I don't play with them. They hit a good shot, about time. I stink, about time. It's like, no, celebrate your good shots. Celebrate your positive seasons. It's all sponsored by Cars.com.
It's been said that time flies.
he could possibly die. He said, I'm going out happy. Crown Royal. True story. He's no longer with us.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Good afternoon, everybody. Matt Steinmetz down, the Guru Johnson.
Payday Friday.
Weekend starting soon. By the way, earlier in the show, Guru with top, how many?
5.
5?
Yep.
He had his top 5.
A lot of people saying I didn't have enough variety. I love my top
time.
5.
See, of course, my mind goes to what are the worst 5 sitcoms of all time? Just the kind that I couldn't stand.
Bosom Buddies.
I like that show, actually.
I watched it, but I didn't like it.
I didn't like Bronson Pinchot. It was Tom Hanks.
Yeah, Tom Hanks.
Oh, no, I'm thinking of something else.
Does a sitcom have to have a laugh track?
Dude, that is too funny, man.
I'll tell you what, I do have 2 shows.
Give it to me.
That absolutely, positively belong.
You got them in order, or they just make your list?
These are I'm going through a list of all the shows.
Real quick, great movie, Chris Rock, top 5. Check it out.
What movie?
It's called Top 5.
We're talking about sitcoms.
But the movie is called Top 5.
But we're not talking about movies.
But we're not.
Well, why don't you bring up the Atlanta Hawks while you're at it? It's a non sequitur.
You see what prompted me to bring up the movie Top 5.
All right.
Yeah.
These are 2 of the worst sitcoms of all time.
We want the best.
I'll give you the best.
All right. Damn. Then we'll go to worst.
Night Court.
Judge Harry T. Anderson.
That show stunk.
Oh, this is the worst. Please.
That show stunk.
What was Duquette? What was his name? Dan
Duquette is the former GM of the Red Sox.
No. What was his the guy that he got all the women? The district attorney. What was my boy's
John
name?
Larranaga or something.
Yeah, no, I'm off. But go ahead.
Yeah, that
all
show
right,
stunk. The only redeeming quality was
Harry T. Anderson
was Marky Post. That's
she was
it.
Hot.
Well, she was a good actress.
Yeah, good actor. I'm bringing him.
And then Big Bang Theory. That show stinks.
Yeah.
I agree there.
I got mad every time it came on after football.
Seinfeld, definitely one of the greatest. And then I have two sleepers. John Larroquette, thank you.
Dave, man. Here we go.
What about Seinfeld?
Number 1.
This is in the best, top 5. Easy.
Yeah, in like a half hour, there might be a chance for someone to
thank you.
Go see him.
That's right. We're giving
that.
What? See, this is, you know what? This is where the boss has been like, Evan, you got to keep, dude, he strays. He's like a dog.
But he don't say that to Evan.
Who?
The boss.
No, the boss tells Evan, dude, you got to get Steiny out of control.
Oh, right.
So in other words, this is what he means. Like,
okay, gotcha.
If you just tune in and be like, why the hell are they talking about sitcoms?
But you're not a traditional.
But, you know what? The reason I'm not a traditional host is because I get interrupted all the time.
See, now that hurt.
So Evan, oh my gosh, I can't believe we're doing this. The reason we're talking about sitcoms is because in a half hour, we're going to be giving away 2 tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld. He of Seinfeld. He's at the Chase Center in November.
Yep.
So we're giving away 2 tickets to Seinfeld in a half hour. So I was saying, let me tell you what Veep, absolutely.
What?
Veep.
What the hell is
Julia
that?
Louis-Dreyfus. She's the president. Well, she was vice president.
What network was this on?
She was a president. Somebody got sick, and she was in there for a minute.
Yeah, that was in like season 4 or 5. But...
Huh?
Veep?
Yeah, VEEP. Vice.
What was that? What network?
It's on HBO. It's hilarious.
Unbelievable. It's so funny.
Are you guys?
She is so profane.
Veep? Yeah. Wow. Go ahead. Now that made your list.
I'll tell you what I'm putting. Tell you what else I'm putting on there. I think I'm putting The Office on there.
Well, that.
What?
They were on my honorable mention. Now I need a top 10. Damn it! Nope. Office is classy.
Too late.
Hey, I started Ted Lasso too.
I liked it. I didn't love it. It's good. It's good.
It's the soccer version of Major League. Because she hired. I don't want to ruin it for the. She's trying to ruin
season 4 now. I don't think you're gonna.
No, I'm
3.
season 1. She's trying to ruin the team.
Who's she?
The tall, beautiful. Let me get her name.
Yeah, the owner of the club.
Yeah, the owner of the club. Thank you, Evan.
First season is incredible. I'm still on season 3.
Yeah, I'm on season 1, episode 2.
I like this. This is a 4. Veep, more like bleep. I like that. Hey, Danker, what's up?
Danker.
By the way, Danker's been showing up here and there on the YouTube chat, and you know what? He hasn't been very nice all the time.
Oh,
We've all met Danker. Not just you.
Well, I didn't know.
What's up, D?
What's up, guys?
Dave.
Not much.
I'm just a little perplexed with this whole the 49er fans think we always, have some window. When it's just I get confused because I'm pretty sure we created the West Coast offense, which is
Bill Walsh.
Everyone
You
is
had nothing
running,
to do with
right?
it. Yes.
Well, yeah, but
I'm kidding.
well, he got it from Paul Brown, and he reinnovated it. I understand it all. I know my football.
Yes, sir.
I understand. And season ticket holder, candlestick since the 70s.
Yeah.
I could not give tickets away in the late 2000s. Empty ballpark expresses. Like, we know when it's time. We know when we have a real shot, especially with the defense. And you have a coach who understands how to use the West Coast offense, like a Shanahan. And it's just, we finally have good quarterbacks. But we know Jimmy was a bit of an Achilles heel. So my point is, it's just, we know our football. Like, we pretty much created the classroom. You know what I'm saying? So it's a little disrespectful to go at 49er fans like that when we really helped innovate the game. And when we were like the first to 4, or we wanted to be the first to 5, excuse me. And, we saw ourselves as like the Yankees of football. Things have changed. I understand. But we know we helped procure this game. So,
Danker,
Danker, how the hell did you help procure the game?
I love Danker. Danker, let me say this
I
to you.
was louder than Chasky. He sat behind me. Ask Tay. I took Tay to games. Ask about
Bonte.
Worst home field advantage in the NFL.
Hey,
49ers during their heyday.
Let me say this to you, Danker, and you tell me if I'm off, it's all good because I love you, man. You can't afford, and I'm trying to tell Steiny to keep a Super Bowl team together for 5 to 6 years.
Huh? Really?
They're lucky that they got a young quarterback because you do have a win. You can't afford to keep doing that. So my whole point is you want to cash in for that
because
success.
of the 49ers, because they had to make a salary cap because of Bill Walsh. Yeah, we know. Yeah, we know this. You're telling us about our own life.
So where are you at this year for a successful season for the Niners for Danker?
Man, with this, when in 2019 I called in, I said we go 5-0 because of that defense. This defense is going to be better. We have better safeties. We have Hargrave, which is Buckner, which is going to open up the blitzing for Warner. It's going to be real scary for other teams. Real scary. I just want to see. I want to see the play action with McCaffrey and Lance because that's even scarier for defense.
Oh.
Thanks, Danker.
Yeah, have a good weekend. Wow, he said Lance.
Oh, I love Danker. I don't know what he was getting at.
He was telling his truth.
Yeah.
He called Bonte.
He's excited.
Tay.
He's excited.
I like that.
About the season. Why not? Why wouldn't you be excited? Shanahan's building the bully. He's building the bully.
Been 7 years, I think. Yeah.
Well, first of all,
the bully's been built.
Well,
now
what
the
happened
bully's got to go. Mission accomplished.
First 2 years, we all gave him a mulligan.
I love how he was using we. You got to love
I can't stand that.
I know. And it's our league.
Danker, we procured the West Coast offense. Yes, we did. See, tell the students that. No, I love Danker. Love Danker. Hey, by the way, you should have come out with us yesterday because.
Where?
Oh, shoot. That's right.
See, it's all good. I'm glad I'm on the desk.
No,
we had a meeting.
It was after the meeting.
Oh, yeah, I heard you. Remember I said I'm out?
Yeah. Tony, right? Tony?
Yep.
Tony had a hat on that was the old ship hat.
Okay.
Do you know the hats I'm talking about?
I'm going to do this for everybody listening.
Go ahead.
Who is Tony?
Tony's a bartender at the old ship.
Okay, got you. I
So he has this hat on, and 3 people came in a half hour and said, God, I love that hat.
Oh, boy. Which
I was one of them.
Yes. And it was a hat that it said the old ship, but it was.
Are you kidding me?
No. So I said, I was like, yeah, it's pretty cool. I said, what? He said, it's a Bart Bridge hat. I was like, what's Bart Bridge? He said, it's a Bart Bridge hat. They're made in Oakland. And They have neighborhoods and it's a whole style.
Is it a fitted hat like the pro?
No, it's a
trucker style hat.
Trucker style hat, which I'm not usually into, but they're pretty cool.
You think you'll have it on today?
Yes.
Okay.
They're nice golf hats.
They sell them at the bar.
So was Oakland on the hat, or all the surrounding cities in the Bay?
Yeah,
was San Francisco on the hat?
I'm looking at the website now, and you could get like Bolinas,
But what
Eureka.
did he have on?
He had a bar name on. Oh, the Old Ship Saloon.
Wow.
But I'm looking now like San Rafael, San Francisco,
Union City,
the Marina, San Clemente. They're really cool hats. Anyway, Bart Bridge. So I guess they're right here in Oakland. Anybody else heard of them?
Evan gonna get one?
Hell yeah.
Evan was the one that said they were cool. And
I like the powder blue.
And I'll tell you what. Let me tell you something.
How many deep were you guys
I'm almost
in?
Just 2.
Yeah.
Maybe 3.
You're doing Coors Light. But no, think about this. Evan's half my age, and we both like the hats.
Yeah, and they're expensive.
Are they?
Well, regular giant hats, A's at almost $50 now.
Yeah, they're not like the new eras. Yeah, I've seen those. Those are ridiculously pricey. But these are, I would say, probably in the 20 to 30 range, which is pretty affordable for a hat nowadays.
There you go.
Jules with the funniest YouTube comment of the day. Bar Bridge moving to Las Vegas. Because you mentioned Oakland.
Yeah, that's not.
This is where you laugh.
That's not. So, anyway. Oh, we were. Anyway.
Any progress with Bob Myers?
Jeez. For what?
Remember? Jesus.
What are you talking
Yesterday
about?
you said you're going to reach out and try to get him on the show.
Oh, that's right. Let me see if
Evan, thank you, boy. Boy, that man looked at me with like, man, just doing my due diligence.
Hey, you know what? I'll
just try to get an update.
You know what? I'm going to get the boop, boop, boop. I'm just going to do it.
Wow.
I'm going to do it because the guy knows he can trust me. So, Joe Lacob, can I share something with you?
You already started.
This is why I got to tell you. There's something about Lacob that I really like. So, Bob walked away. And so a couple days passed, and I texted Lacob, and I said, what a run, for Bob and this and that. And I said, what? I said, nobody could have ever predicted, thought they were a great run. Just want to say congratulations. And not that I said, I'm not saying it's over. I said, but look,
But if you said type that.
I said, Joe, I'm honest with you. I said, I don't think you guys can stay relevant. And over the next, 5-10 years.
You sent this to him.
I did. I said, look, I said all dynasties come to an end. You're in a period right now where you're in a real tricky spot. You're in uncharted waters in terms of keeping. I said,
this is a long text.
Well, and I was just like, I don't see it, Joe. And
tell me the response.
This is why he's great. He's like, I appreciate that. Keep saying it. He said, keep saying it because I love proving people wrong. Yeah. But the point is, he doesn't take it personally.
Oh no, and I love that.
So he.
that's man. He said, "Just I love it." He knows where you're coming from.
So he said, he's like, "We're gonna win again." I said, "All right, good luck." But what's wrong with that, by the way?
Oh, nothing at all. Okay. I love that.
All right,
and it speaks more to him. Like he didn't get
all. It also is a. Well, it also is.
I'm gonna call your boss.
Well, it is also it shows a lot about me, too.
That you could do it via text and
just that
or over the phone. Like if
I got it
on the show.
Yes, Joe did say that.
Okay, so where's the update with Bob? You gave us the Joe Lacob thing. Where's the update with Bob coming on? Maybe Tuesday.
He's still working.
Oh, yeah. Well, then he should be on regularly.
Listen, Guru, I told you. Okay?
Bob, so I'll take care of Bob. We got
Guru. I told you.
I'll get
we
Bob
can
on.
only get him at 12:30
right,
because he only has a half hour for lunch.
That is the whole concept is funny. That's funny.
Joe Lacob only gives him a half hour for lunch. Now.
Somebody accusing you of lying, I'm not going for it, and they're saying it in a bad way. 510, third one down from the top.
As for your predictions,
I believe you.
Is what he said. As for your predictions, fine. I hope you keep saying that. better for me when we keep being relevant and maybe win another title. I acknowledge we're getting older in our core. No doubt true. The rule changes they perhaps accelerate a transition, but I have no doubt that we can continue to be successful.
And he just look at me going, Dan Rather.
I don't think I broke any confidences there.
No, not at all. When he said the core's getting older, but it ain't going anywhere.
Yeah.
So Dre's staying.
No, I wouldn't. No.
That's mine, Russell Crowe. Beautiful mind.
No, that's too much.
He said our core's getting older, meaning it's going to stay intact.
He said we will figure it out. So
let's hope.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Zealy, he said the Warriors got more pressing issues than the draft. He insinuated like they got Draymond Poole relationship. He feels like it be mended. Then he was like,
yeah, of course he does.
Well,
of course he does.
But to put it on print,
team spokesman.
No,
Festus Ezeli.
No,
He's
but
spokesman.
If he's saying a relationship can be mended,
right,
and it hasn't been, he's hoping that happens,
right? Because he's a Warrior spokesman,
but it ain't happened. We try to get him on next week. Maybe.
Festus is a class act, but he knows these guys. He played with these guys,
but he couldn't fix the bridge.
He's all in.
Mully couldn't bridge the gap.
Bridge what gap?
Poole and Dre.
Did they ask him? That would be news.
You can volunteer.
Ooh. What do you mean?
If Dre's telling you the punch is why they.
Oh.
Dr. Phil, we'll have Larry do his Dr. Phil today. Dr. Phil, come help us. Who can do it? Or is it just it's a lost cause?
I don't know if it's a lost. I don't know. See, like I'm willing to acknowledge there's stuff we have no clue.
Yeah.
You know, the simplest question: can Draymond Green and Jordan Poole play together? I don't know. Who knows? I guess those two know. Steve Kerr might know, right? But we don't know.
I think Dre wants to play with the kid. It's just the kid.
Well, sure. Needs a punching bag. What?
That technically could
you don't
be
like
a 5. That? No, it's pretty damn funny. He needs a punching bag. I get it.
Giving away Seinfeld tickets in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Jerry Seinfeld. He's a comedian.
You ever see him live?
No. I've never seen him live. We got Mike Yam coming up at 12:30, and then we're going to give away those tickets to see a Jerry Seinfeld at Chase Center. So there you go. But anyway, yeah.
No, that was dope, the Lakeup info.
Yeah.
When was that? Yesterday?
A couple days ago. I have to be honest. I can't. How's Curry going to keep it going?
Well, you didn't type that.
No, I just typed.
I know what you typed. You were insinuating some stuff. He probably took it as it's over.
It is over.
But you don't know that.
You're right.
You feel that.
You're right.
Because we all thought it was over 2 years ago.
Right.
And we ended up at the damn.
You're right.
What's the place where we were faded?
Would you shut up?
No, I'm talking about for the finals. Come on.
I know everything.
And the policeman knew us. They let us park the car there.
That was Keysar.
Yeah, Keysar, boy. Yeah, come on, Steiny. We didn't know.
Qualified as snitching.
I'll tell you what. I have lost my train of thought. There were 4 things in my mind in the last 3 minutes. I was like, because you know what? I can hear the boss saying, these guys got to get moving. And I'm like, I have stuff. I just can't get it out.
Don't blame me, I hope.
No, it's your fault. I think it's your fault.
And the reason I started Ted Lasso as a commenter on YouTube yesterday said this show reminds them of it, and they loved it. And I dialed it up last night. Let me see what Ted Lasso's about.
Oh.
They said our show. Chaos. What you going through now? Not me.
What are you talking about?
Because you're all flustered. I had 4 things. No, I'm just, come on now.
Okay.
Evan said I snitched. Oh, my God. Oh, you were about to. My bad. No, see, I'm going to take a.
I'm going to use this moment to once again explain where I'm coming from with the Warriors.
All right.
I love Steph Curry. I love Clay. Kerr's the man. You know how I feel about Myers. Got all the respect in the world for Joe Lacob. What the Warriors are still attempting to do is next to impossible. That's all. If you look at basketball history, Trying to win another. They win another title. It'll be one of a kind. One of a kind. Like it'll be something almost wholly unique from anything that's happened in NBA history. So sometimes I think that Warrior fans, surprise, surprise, don't realize how hard it is and don't realize how hard it's still going to be for the Warriors to win another title. It's so hard. And I just hate and getting to the Niners, I do hate the idea. I hate it that if you don't win it all, it's failure. I hate that, Goo. And I hate
that you think that I'm saying that.
Well, unfortunately, if I say that, then you like participation trophy. It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I feel like I have an understanding of math. And if there's 32 teams in a league, only one team every year can win it.
But a fan base doesn't give a rat's ass about the other 31 fan bases.
But
they're worried about what's going on in their home.
Right.
And what's going on in their home is a beautiful season, some great times. But are you going to get mad at the beat writer that says that Shanahan, let's say they go again and lose an SC championship, and you're a writer, Steiny, and somebody wrote, hey, Shanahan's a great coach. When's he going to win the big one?
Maybe never. Maybe never.
But is the premise of the article foul? No, I think it's fair.
I don't think a trend is 2 10-point leads being blown.
And plus a Super Bowl.
But he wasn't quarterback. He wasn't even a head coach.
No, I'm talking about 2019.
Okay.
Kyle.
Right, but you're also talking about the Super Bowl where he was assistant coordinator.
I think that's a low blow. But I'll tell you what, if this thing keeps on going as he's a Niner head coach, there's something to say that's fair game. Forget what job he was overseeing that offense. He was telling Matt Ryan drop back the pass when you could have ran and just bleed the clock. So I'm not there yet, but Steiny,
but you
want Kyle
always
to win
bring it up.
Kyle's so brilliant. You think he's in good position. He's gonna deliver one. But what if he's like Andy Reid and it doesn't happen in Philly and he has to go to Kansas City?
So you'll call him a failure here. Was Andy Reid a failure in Philly?
Again, if you're Steiny and you tell me compare him to all the other fan bases,
no.
Hell no.
Forget me.
Yeah.
How would you? What word?
It was disappointing.
What word would you use to describe Andy Reid's?
Disappointing, because he had 4 opportunities, to play in 3 other Super Bowls and 1 Super Bowl that they almost won, but his quarterback was thrown up. But
I guess
just
we'll never
don't want
agree
you to
on
put
that.
me on Moron Island. You don't win big one, you stink. It's not that.
You
it's
said it about Andy
Steiny.
Reid, and it's starting to come up about Kyle.
If I want to invite Super Bowl winning coaches over for dinner, Andy Reid's ass would have got left out while in Philly. Right, and that's when we had that big one.
See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. I don't know who's going to win the NBA Finals. I don't know if it's going to be Jokic's team or Butler's team.
Okay. Right.
But I'm going to tell you this right now. This is what I know. I don't care who wins that title. The team and the player that loses it is no less a champion than the guy, I should say the player. The player, like if the Miami Heat lose in the NBA Finals, I'm sorry, Jimmy Butler is not less of a champion than Jokic. I don't believe that. I believe Jimmy Butler has every competitive instinct, every inner fire, everything that Jokic has. He just might not get it done. 888-957-9570. Seinfeld tickets on the other side. Mike Yam on the other side. NFL Network. And don't forget, this segment was brought to you by Cars.com.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has approached banking with a simple idea in mind. Growth comes one customer at a time.
to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You know who this is?
Of course.
Sprinkle me, man.
Yeah.
Who is?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Who is it? He gave you a clue.
Who did?
Evan.
What was it?
Nope.
Give me another clue.
Yep.
Oh, it's. I know who it is. It's E40.
Oh, my boy.
There you go. Efforting Mike Yam of the NFL Network, and going to talk some 49ers with him.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I've been stepping on your toes.
No, that's all right.
I ain't doing it on purpose.
That's all right.
Where
we got Mike
you?
Yam?
Oh, go ahead.
Hit the pike, Goo. Is that a solid thumbs up for Mike Yam? All right, Mike Yam, NFL Network, joining us right now on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Mike, how you doing, man?
Doing great. It's always appreciate the invite and good to be with you guys.
Absolutely, and thanks for coming on. Let me start with the 49ers, of course. And I always love to do this just to get, not that you're an outsider, but you're a national guy. What's your perspective on what's going on with the 49ers quarterback situation?
Oh, boy. One of the more interesting topics, I think, that the league has right now, because look at a roster that is ready to win in this moment. And, hell, I mean, who knows what would have happened if Brock Purdy doesn't get hurt last year in the postseason. We could have been talking about this team as a Super Bowl squad. There's no doubt in my mind. So you look at a defense that is as dominant as any in the NFL, skill position players, at the wide receiver spot, and certainly coming out of that backfield that make most teams in the NFL, salivate and be jealous over that talent. And yet I still look at the quarterback spot. And if there's one team in the league, because of Kyle Shanahan, where quarterback is, and I'm trying to find the right way to say this, but maybe slightly less of a priority than other teams. And that's a good thing from a scheme standpoint and what's currently on that roster. Like, they can get away with winning without maybe having the definite answer as who's the week one starter.
Mike, are you like myself? There's just a part of me, that knows Brock Purdy hit the scene and shocked everybody, but I want to see what Trey Lance can do.
No doubt.
Is there any part of Mike Yam that feels that way too?
There's no question. I think when you give up as much draft capital and you think about why the Niners, and I actually had San Francisco for that draft. I was covering them for NFL Network. And I do think back to the conversations that I was having with people ahead of the draft about the potential of Trey Lance, and then heard John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan talk about why they went in that direction. I'm 100% with you. Why wouldn't you want to see what this guy is capable of doing? And unfortunately, hasn't necessarily been able to stay healthy. But what he did at college and knowing the fit and what he could potentially do just with his legs alone. I mean, I've been at some of those practices where, you watched when it was Jimmy, throwing, you'd be like, oh, okay, cool. And like the accuracy was there and he was making the right decisions. And then all of a sudden Trey gets out onto the football field and it's like lasers out there. And you're like, my Lord, I can't wait to see this dude, in a real game. So I'm with you 100%, but at the same time, because the roster is what it is right now, and John Lynch had said this, he goes, hey, when we moved up, when you pick third overall, most teams that are picking third overall aren't ready to win right now. And that's really what's unique about this situation. The Niners roster is, and if you got a guy in Brock Purdy who clearly can win you some football games, it's almost hard to say, all right, let's go and see what Trey can do for us. Like, there are other teams in the league that could mess around like that, and I don't know if the Niners are one of those teams.
Mike Yam joining us from the NFL Network. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. 10 minutes from now, we're going to be giving away those Seinfeld tickets, so don't go anywhere. Seinfeld might come into the Chase Center. How about that?
Go.
Yeah.
I'd be up for that.
Yes, absolutely. Let me ask you a little bit about the 49ers, their payroll, because it looks like we're coming up against, in the near future, that the 49ers may have a decision to make on Brandon Ayuk, and Deebo Samuel. Can they afford to keep them both in the kind of post-Christian McCaffrey era?
It's a great question. And then you start to say to yourself, who's more needed? And I think, you go back a couple seasons ago when Brandon's a rookie, you go, oh, okay, cool. Like, here we go. And as I think it's fair to characterize his game as a little bit of inconsistencies until last year, watching him consistently perform. I think it sort of squashes some of those down moments that he had, a couple seasons ago. But, Debo is as dynamic a player as there is in the NFL. In fact, he's on the short list. If you said to me, who's your favorite guy to watch, Debo's name is there because of all the things that he can go and do. But you're right. Christian is dynamic, and there's a real investment in him, and rightfully so because of what he's capable of doing. I think the short answer is probably not being able to keep both. And I think there's some other teams right now that are going through similar situations. Cincinnati certainly comes to mind. Minnesota's had to make some tough calls with their offense. Adam Thielen not being there, they're trying to clear space so that they can afford to keep Justin Jefferson in the mix. Dalvin Cook is now available because, once again, you got to make sure that you can keep your guys and within the structure of the salary cap. So I think the short answer is probably not, but the good news is, if they're able to figure out this quarterback situation, it might not matter. Right. Like, let's win right now with this roster and see how far they can go.
Good stuff, Mike. I can remember a couple years ago, Mike, this Niner offense was Debo dependent. He was fantastic in the playoffs, Dallas, Green Bay, the Rams. But now all of a sudden, the quarterbacks, Purdy was getting the ball to Kittle, Ayuk. I'm high on him. And now you got McCaffrey. What did you make of Debo's comments about what he put on film last year?
I saw those comments. We played them on NFL Total Access the other day, and I just smile because I'm sitting there going, "Man, if I was terrible like that, I'd be a real happy guy." Right. I'll tell you. He's so damn dynamic, and yet I was working with Michael Robinson on that Total Access, and I asked him that same question. I'm like, "Hey, man, what do you make of some of that stuff?" And he said, "Hey, it's exactly what you want to see some of your best players say publicly, and know that they are trying to do everything that they can to get better." And, I think back, and not to make this an NBA conversation, but I remember years ago I worked with Kenny Smith, and we were doing a radio show together, and we were talking about the off season. And he said, Mike, when I was a player, and at that time he's playing, he was referencing his time with the Rockets. He said, when I was young, it was all about, just sort of just kind of getting better. I didn't necessarily take it as seriously. And he's like, as the years go on and the more you're around veteran guys, it's what's the move that I can learn in this off season that will make me that much more harder to guard that upcoming season? What are those little things in the off season that I'm going to work on? And I think, now in a day and age of social media, we see all these players working out and trying to do that. And, people referencing what Kobe was able to do and trying to work on his game, and working with Olajuwon, trying to work on post moves. And, you see that stuff now. And I think that influence is starting to shape the current crop of athlete in a variety of sports. So I actually applaud Debo for saying what he said. And it is kind of cool to see. But I think the reality is, we know, hey, on the short list of guys in the NFL that you want on your side, even in a terrible year, according to Debo, he's still the dude that you want on your team.
Mike Yam joining us on 95.7 The Game. He works for the NFL Network. Any chance Seattle's better than the Niners this year?
Yeah, I absolutely think that's possible. Another year for Geno. This roster, the last 2 years, I think they crushed it in the draft this year. I think they crushed it last year in the draft. I think Pete Carroll's got probably a coy smile on his face, thinking to himself, yeah, we legitimately have a chance. I think they were able to fill some holes here. And to your point, Matt, the fact that we're even asking that question, I think automatically means the answer is yes. Right. And I think part of it has to do, and I know I sort of said that, the Niners are the one team in the NFL that I can think of off the top of my head where even if you don't totally know who the week one starter is, you still feel good about their chances. There's less questions, I think, around that Seattle team because of these last two drafts. And if I wouldn't be surprised if Seattle won that division, just based off of what we have on paper, which is still just on paper.
Wow, Mike, because, I like Seattle. I was telling my partner they got pieces, but they do got an inability to stop the run. Some say they fixed and rectified that in the draft, but that's high praise. I was going to ask you about the former Super Bowl champions in that division, the Rams. A lot of people have left them for dead. What do you expect from the Rams?
Man, I hope they're healthy. It was sad to see the amount of attrition that they had to their roster. A revolving door, it felt like, at every single layer. I hated the fact that Jalen Ramsey got shipped out of town because I think it marks a new era of Rams football. But if Matthew Stafford's healthy and he's out there the entire season, Cooper Kupp is able to stay out there the entire season, Aaron Donald's able to stay out there, it's hard for me not to envision more wins than they had a season ago. But I think it's going to require Sean McVay to be as creative as we've seen him in his coaching career thus far. There's pieces that are here, but that's not a Super Bowl team right now based off of some of the losses that they've had in this offseason. And we have this conversation a lot. Like, they went all in on free agency to go and try to get a title. And there's some other teams that are probably thinking in those terms, and they were able to do it. But here's the offshoot of it. Like, it's not necessarily the most sustainable thing. And other teams, I'll throw Cincinnati out there for an example. Like, Cincinnati hasn't won a Super Bowl, but like right now they're set up for consistent success for years to come because they built through the draft. They made some shrewd moves in free agency. And yet here we are, like the main building blocks are still in place for them to go and thrive. And right now, from a Rams perspective, they have some building blocks. But when you have that many guys that you're relying on to play at an elite level, like they did a couple of years ago when they won the Super Bowl, and those three dudes in Stafford and Kupp and Donald all are coming off a season where they were banged up and hurt, to me, that's a little bit of a red flag.
Mike, thank you so much for joining us as always. Really appreciate it. And football can't get here soon enough.
Man.
Yeah, you're not lying, guys. Matt, always good to hear your voice, man. I hope you're doing well, and certainly this time that I had to get to work with you for a short period of time there.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate the kind words.
Take care, guys.
All right, man. Whoop. Just a total pro. And he recognizes a total pro. What? You look dumbfounded.
No, my wife texts me that I'm stepping on your tongue like I don't like you, so I'd let you go. When did you work with Mike?
I worked with him here at 95.7 The Game. He was with the Pac, I think it was the Pac-10 network back then. But I told you, God, the weirdest stuff gets me mad. And the fact that Penn State doesn't play Michigan this year and Ohio State next year makes me so mad. I don't know why. That's weird. That's totally
I'm still
weird.
tripping on Mike. Yeah, I didn't know you were there with
Mike.
They call y'all folks, Snotty. They say that.
Do you know who you're working with? Sometimes you don't seem to understand.
And I talk about it. We do.
Let's give away some Seinfeld tickets. What do you say? Jerry Seinfeld, he is coming to Chase Center November 3rd, along with Jimmy Gaffigan. November 3rd, Chase Center. Here's what you're going to do if you want 2 tickets to Seinfeld. Caller 5 to the following number, 415-951-2386. Caller 5 gets 2 tickets to Seinfeld, 415-951-2386. For show and contest details, visit 957thegame.com. Hey, you know what I'm starting to think? And I got my finger on the pulse of that Seattle Seahawk fan base. I'll tell you what, they expect to win a Super Bowl this year.
They can't stop the run.
What are you talking about?
That was their
Mike Yam says they're going to be better than the Niners.
Yeah, that's his opinion.
Yeah.
They're a good team.
Right. So their fans have every right to expect a Super Bowl.
No, they don't have.
Why not?
They don't have the past that the Niners have since 2019.
What pass?
A Super Bowl.
Oh, they're getting
NFC
better.
Championship game against the Rams where you're up 10. And then you follow that up with a visit to Philadelphia.
Cincinnati, can they expect a Super Bowl? Cincinnati fans,
well, they've been to one, and you can make an argument they should have won.
Right, they failed.
Well,
they failed that year. They're failures.
I ain't saying that. They lost. Yeah.
No.
But do the Niners have their Burrow? We know the answer to that.
Actually, do we know the answer to that?
Well, you know what? You're using my... Man, I want to see Lance, Donnie. So does your boy Mike. But I'll tell you what.
Well, 49ers want to win. So... This isn't time to experiment with an unknown.
Dude, Trey Lance. What
about him?
Who was the fan Bonte and Shasky had in?
Tyler.
Yeah, dude, you're great with names.
Sure.
He had...
I'm actually terrible.
If he's listening, he's probably like, F that dude, Steiny.
Me?
Yeah, because you're making material off of Trey Lance. Like, if they want to win, they're not going to play him.
Well, you can't develop and win a Super Bowl. We found that out. Well, we found it out with the Warriors too.
Well, what about Brock? He didn't get development. Is not why they lost. He got knocked out the game.
Yeah, he's fragile.
Well, that's a different story.
You need quarterbacks who can stay on the field, ladies and gentlemen. Why do I think the 49ers have an injury problem at quarterback?
You're not wrong. And we can add every other. We could add the running back position. Who did you get into?
Just forget about.
It's you and Willard. I don't want to.
Of course, it was me and Willard. Who else would it have been? No, I do. This is
because it's happened. Jimmy gets. Come on, man. The youngster broke his foot, his ankle. Jimmy Garoppolo was injured every other day.
But this is like a stock, and I'm asking you if it's like a stock. Do you feel like past performance does not affect the future, or do you think
there's a cloud over
there's a trend here where you know what?
I have no answer for it.
Yeah, I don't either.
I'm with that though. I've been, and I'm going to the running back position. I don't want to jinx McCaffrey. But, Steiny, I'm telling you.
Let me ask you this. I'm going to give Brock Purdy the first 3 weeks off. All right? I'm going to say he's not back week 1.
All right.
Will Brock Purdy quarterback more than 13 games this year for the 49ers?
I'm going to say no, because I'm going to say that Trey Lance knows in those 3 games, those 12 quarters, he's got to do what Brock did, but better. And if Larry said that he's improved, and who else was down there that talked about the improvement, the mechanics, Steiny, this is more of a want than a I got sources. I'm going with my heart. I'm saying under, because Trey is going to take that job and not give it back.
Okay, so you're not making that prediction based that all on injury.
No,
okay.
Just that Brock is going to get it and not let go. And how many? I'd probably be in a line by myself, right? Betting on Trey in those if it were 3 games.
Not necessarily.
Yeah. Evan, if you had to bet what Steiny just asked about, if you missed
you can use Trey Lance too. Will the 49ers have a quarterback who quarterbacks 13 or more games?
Oh, I do believe so. I don't think it's that bad. Okay. Right, yeah.
Yeah, I'm also with Guru. Yeah. I think 13 or more.
Yeah.
For
Brock Purdy.
All right, so you think the injury stuff is just coincidence?
I think even if he is healthy, if he doesn't come back originally, he'll be back very soon after week 1. I feel like there would be some breadcrumbs towards him not being available early on if that wasn't the case.
I guess what I'm saying is
I am excited for football too.
Oh my God.
Man, yeah.
Except
preseason. No,
I hate preseason.
No, they run them on loop now, Steiny, on NFL Network. Give me that. Just injected in my veins. Do we know who's playing in the Hall of Fame game?
Yeah, I don't. I'm sure they do.
Well, I guess I got it.
What if I told you, and I can't put my finger on it, that I'm not saying there's something to these injuries, but
I'm right behind you.
It is hard for me to imagine, like, Brock Purdy quarterbacking all 17 regular season games, or even Trey Lance. I don't know why.
Well, his was the less fluke.
Brock?
Yeah. He did 8 in 2 playoff games. He was fine, durable. And then the blind side on the elbow got him. But he could call into the show like, guys, Jimmy got hurt at left, right. Come on, I'm not there. That was just one. And maybe Trey Lance, Trey had the finger now, Steiny, that we're finding out was way more injured than we thought or knew. And then he got treated like Earl Campbell and he broke his ankle.
I guess
there is something to it. I'm going to Mostert. I'm going for running back position. I'm going back to Breida. I'm going back to Elijah Mitchell. Steiny, there's something I can't put my – but you look at the injury report, it is kind of a head scratcher. Remember I told you, should they fire the training staff? Are they looking into it? Why are the Niner guys dropping?
Yeah, and I didn't even want to. I'm talking mostly about the quarterback position for some reason, but I hear you. I'm usually.
Well, it seems like you should give him a pass then, because Jimmy's gone.
No,
and Jimmy just had a knack to get injured. Kansas City, low ankle sprain, but it's Jimmy. So how are you putting
Trey,
these youngsters?
And now it's Purdy, and you know what? Let's throw Josh Johnson in there.
Well, we can't.
But no, what I'm getting at is I usually am the guy who says, can't do anything about injuries. Injury can't prepare for him. He just can't.
Which is the truth.
But there's something about the Niners where, honestly, if you say, okay, Steiny, put your money where your mouth is, they've had bad luck, so this is the year that they'll have a quarterback who plays, 14, 15 or more games. And I wouldn't make that bet. I don't know why. Oh, that's right.
That's great.
Remember that?
Great timing.
From yesterday? I forgot. We didn't talk about that on the other side when Steve Weiss put you in place.
Evan, why would dude? Now he lights up like a look at it.
Because I went and asked for it.
Okay, it was two grown men having a conversation.
No, really, it was one.
And there was
grown
no
man.
disrespect.
There's only one grown man, Stevie. Steve.
Nice job, Goop.
Yeah, I said, damn, he didn't like that.
He's my guy.
Well, your guy is Mike.
Mike who?
Yam.
I got guys, but because I'm going to help. Is Mark Grandy here yet?
Yeah, he's over there somewhere.
Okay, tell Mark I'm going to give him a little, just a journalism lesson on the other side.
Little airtime for Grandy.
I'm gonna speak about Mark Grandy, but it also will apply to Darryl the Guru Johnson too.
Will Grandy be able to respond?
Sure.
Yeah.
Speaking of journalism, how many drops did Mike Yam make in a single answer?
I'm going to go 4. He was letting you know. 5 with the Steiny. When I worked with you, I wouldn't have known.
650 Goo. I think the injuries outside of quarterback are related to the physicality which the 49ers play with. Don't tell that to Willard.
Dude, that's your
I'll tell you what. I should. You know what?
I said that a couple years ago.
In the last hour, I take cheap shot after cheap shot of Mark Willard, who's not here today.
Look at that.
Willard stuck it in me.
And you're laughing.
Right, because it's good natured.
Oh, no doubt about it. That's what we do.
Most of the time. Most of the time. All right, on the other side, we've got...
We only got an hour left.
That's an hour and 10.
12.
Why don't you...
Don't give me the fly-by-night stuff. I don't like that.
I don't know what that means.
Like when you're out and you're like, Guru's going to drive, like I couldn't read. Guru's driving. It's just talking into the same microphone.
No, it's different. This is a power chair.
Right. See,
I'm in the power chair.
You're mine.
Tell you what. Here's what I want you to
I know. Dibs is a natural driver.
And
he did our national BetQL show on Saturdays. We wish we had.
That was Goo's reaction to me telling him that Dan Dibley is driving today in the afternoon drive show.
Oh.
That was in your ear, Goo.
Yeah, I heard you.
How's that show?
This currently is over the air.
We didn't technically get canceled. Dibs is our BetQL.
I didn't say any.
We were national.
You're offering, I think, a little too much information.
We'll be back, Jack. Stay tuned.
Goo's going to take the next 5 minutes during break, and he's going to come out with a strong take on the other side about something. I feel it. I'll also help Mark Grandy out. Teach him how not to be timid. It's okay to be it's okay in our society to be bold. In fact, I'd encourage being bold, and I'll tell Mark Grandy likewise. It's all sponsored by Cars.com. You know you lie.
Oh my God.
Odyssey app.
You know what? In-game situations, I'm looking at Kyle to see if he's gotten better.
I've got to strongly disagree.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7
I hear
The
it, I
Game.
don't like it now.
I forgot about that.
He said hey, we just chopping
Steve
it up.
Weish, NFL Network expert.
Class act.
Such a class act that he was able to strongly disagree with you.
That's okay. It's not the first time.
So,
and he
did he change your mind?
No. Dude, I'm a grown-ass man. Ain't nobody changing my mind.
You've never changed your mind about it?
Oh, no. Please. About my career every day.
So,
Grandy.
We have a lot of people doing podcasts around here, right? And Mark Grandy.
Yeah.
And Evan.
Oh, they do a great one.
Giddings. They do the 415ers podcast. And that's twice a week, even during the off season. These guys do a great job.
Also roommates.
TMI.
So the station will tweet out sound bites and podcasts. And they did so 35 minutes ago promoting the 415ers podcast. And there's a quote from Mark Grandy, who's on the podcast, and he says, there are no excuses now. Mark Grandy says. He says Deebo Samuel has a lot to prove after his awful 2022 season. And Mark Grandy says there are no excuses now. Good little. I like it.
Yeah, boy.
I like it.
He rocks.
A minute later, clearly, Mark Grandy sees the promotion.
What's going on?
And he did what you always do. He became a little gutless.
What are you talking about?
He puts on the promotion, Mark Grandy.
Yeah, I love it.
Because it sounds strong.
Yeah, right. Let's
go.
go.
Grandy, no excuses now. He was feeling the pressure because he added, I should add, I wouldn't bet against Deebo Samuel. I expect him to blow by his 2022 season out of the water. But will it be enough?
And that bothers you, right?
Randy, stand on it. No excuses.
Appreciate the promotion, Steiny. Thanks so much.
No soft pedal. No soft pedal.
All I would ask, maybe take a listen to the full episode.
Oh, context matters. Yes, sir. He hit you with that.
Oh, hell is Deebo Samuel? Don't be afraid of him.
He was your offense 2 years ago.
Bro. He's just a guy.
Well, that's what he is now.
He's afraid of these pro athletes.
He's an all-pro.
Was.
Look at you.
I tell you what, you think
He's still in his bio, though, all pro.
Yeah, just like Ayuk's a 1,000-yard receiver.
I hated you when you did the math.
58 yards a catch, 58 yards a game.
I thought it was 84.
58 yards a game. If you average 58 yards in receptions or rushes.
Yeah, I'm going to 1,200.
58 yards a game. You're at 1,000 for the year.
He only had 2 touchdowns in the air last year.
Brandon and Franco Harris. Yeah, these guys are Franco Harris. So, anyway, the 415ers podcast is good stuff. They keep it up for two times a week during the off season. So go ahead. Oh, I know what I was going to say. I am going to agree with you on something. Because Mike Silver of the San Francisco Chronicle was writing about Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. And, down the line, they're going to have to maybe make a choice.
All right.
And he said, there's only a finite pot of gold there. So it leads people to believe maybe it's going to be one or they're not going to be able to keep both.
Yeah, we've been talking about it.
Well, I know Brandon Ayuk's your guy, and I tend to say he's not. I think he's got a more level. But my point is this. If it comes down to those two, I'm with you. You got to keep Ayuk.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And I don't know why I feel like Deebo, in a crazy way, knows that, and that led him to say because let's be honest, Donnie, it wasn't a worse year from Deebo Samuel last year. What was reflective is the fact that the Niners could do it without him when before was all they had. So I feel like he was just letting everybody know he knows what time it is. So I'm with you, man. And it may come to that. But, Steiny, they got so much offensively with Kittle, with
weaponry.
Mitchell. Man. Yeah, with come on, man. Like, it's going to be hard to get balls. Like, you got to take – now, why would you do the sophomoric smirk? You're not into that. I thought you were in my
club. What are you talking
you
about?
It's going to be you're not going to get all the balls you used to get. If you're Debo, you got people, there's other people at the table.
Why don't you turn around for a second?
You
think I'm the one? I'm not laughing. Look at Evan.
I'm disappointed.
He's literally
in you.
on the floor.
Yeah, it's like that show. Balls. You talk about game shows, make me laugh. Oh my
Bobby Van.
Oh, dude, Steiny, I was addicted.
I love that show.
Bring it back.
Oh my gosh, I'm
Make me
totally
laugh.
with you.
And they'd
run out the unknown comic, and my god.
I wish I could drink today. We'd have one.
We can.
Well, you can. I want.
Yeah,
dude, that was the go. And I won't dime Dibs out for coming in.
What happened?
He gave us one on his top 5 list. Sitcoms. We both rebuked it. No. Yeah.
Anonymous is in San Francisco. Hey, Anonymous, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, you guys? How you doing?
Doing well, man. It's almost a weekend.
Yeah, I want to call and speak. I'm a real 49er fan, and I'm very disappointed in the Niners ownership because we let Aaron Rodgers go to the Jets. We keep playing around with so low-budget ass quarterbacks, and we got a real dynasty. And the Yorks, man, they fucking, excuse my language.
That's going to cost you.
Yeah. But man, he's done with all 3 of the quarterbacks. He wants a ready-made Aaron Rodgers.
He's also done on 95.7 the game. Anonymous is 408. Hey, Steiny, Taylor Swift was born in Reading, Pennsylvania. Yeah, Taylor Swift was born in Reading, Pennsylvania, my hometown.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm dead serious. Why missing actually, which is actually where I'm from in Reading. And then she moved to.
That's pretty common.
Then she moved to Nashville.
Knowledge.
At a young age.
Because there was no one else.
You know what? She was I am so good at this at times, even though I'm not a normal number one. You know who I'm going to say Taylor Swift is like somebody who's in the news right now. Baby Gronk.
Oh, my God.
Have you heard about Baby Gronk, everybody?
Today I have.
Okay. Baby Gronk is a 10-year-old football player. He's already getting recruited. He's already got celebrity followers. 10 years old, they're calling him Baby Gronk. His father's making Todd Marinovich.
This is sick.
His father looked like laissez-faire.
I love the young
So this kid's 10 years old. He already does that. He eats no junk food, works out 6 times a day, 6 times a week. And this guy's
is living through his kid. It sounds like Marinovich's dad or any.
But my point is, Taylor Swift grew up in Reading, then moved to Nashville to become a star, and that's what Baby Gronk hopes to do in football. All right, this is unbelievable.
That's got to be Pops.
It is.
I'm telling you to get off the Baby Gronk thing.
Give him the line to call in the show. He's thinking about you.
Sorry, boss. So anyway, Baby Gronk, how do you feel about that?
That's disgusting. At 10 years old, and then you take the sport. We're talking about just how vile football is right now in regard to concussions and just everything. And this guy, Steiny, he ain't pimping his kid out, but it sounds like it, man. Like, yuck. Teach him, read a book.
What'd you
10 years
think of
old, and he's on a diet and all that. Come, let him live. Let him be a kid. He can still have skills.
What is it, do you think? What is it? The father, let me get this name right.
I'm out on him.
Mr. San Miguel, the kid's name's Madden. You think you wanted him to play football? So the father said he doesn't push the kid at all. The kid's just at the same time, he says, I don't have to push the kid. The kid is just so into it. In the next breath, they'll say, I planned this before the kid was ever born.
Okay, right. So we know the truth, but...
So my question is this. Is it different than LeVar Ball? Is it different than Serena and Venus's father? Is it different than Marinovich's dad? And then there was one other one I wanted to throw in there in terms of a demanding parent.
I've never heard Venus or Serena say their dad pushed them to the point to where he forced the sport on them. Okay, going to practice and reminding them to practice is different. LeVar Ball, you look at what's going on with John Morant. I'm giving him an A+ on being there for his boys and being supportive, but he really did the double Kyrie Irving to the world on y'all thought I was going to have a Hennessy and sit front row, and I wanted my boys to play so I could have my moment. He just faded into oblivion. So this is bad, Steiny. I guess we'd have to talk to the kid. But the kid's 10 years old, man, and you got him like working out like he's in the Navy. Tiger Woods never said he felt forced.
Yeah. I'm just
I picked up deer hunting. Why? Because Norm took me hunting. He didn't force me.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think there's a difference.
Where did you first hear that story? Because I'm curious.
Baby Gronk?
Yeah.
The Athletic?
Wow.
He's all over. He's taking pictures with Shaq and
oh, come on.
The other thing is he's got celebrity friends.
Girlfriends.
Oh, the dad.
No, the kid. Like the real popular gymnast from LSU, a woman. He had a picture with her. He's got pictures with Shaq. And anyway, he's got like 315,000 Instagram followers.
Oh.
And his dad's like, when his dad gets criticized, his dad's like, why? If he's not good enough to make the NFL, he's still going to make $1 million a year because his profile is going to be so expansive and he's going to have.
Now I'm going to sound like a dirtbag. Any highlights? Like, how do we know he's Baby Gronk? Is he trucking on? But the highlights. So you haven't.
The kid looks like that picture of Jokic when Jokic was 10.
And I think that hurts Jokic, even though it's a cute picture.
Oh, it's so cute.
I think people look at him like that, like just his style and his brand is kind of that. Jokic is incredible, but Steiny, I think that picture doesn't help Jokic, and he'll probably be like, Guru, I don't give a damn. I'm fine. But
what about Brady's photo from the draft?
It's what makes him incredible. That was the greatest.
Why was that the greatest for Brady, but the worst for Jokic?
It just shows you how hard. No, not the worst for Jokic in regard to. I think that's how I'm talking about the cool kids of social media. That's how they look at Jokic. And
I think he looks pretty cool.
An indictment. It's not that he looks bad, Steiny. It's just it's not exciting. I find Jokic exciting. I could watch him play all day. Some think it's boring. And I was going to Tom Brady because he was that and turned himself into Mr. Cool.
But Jokic hasn't.
With the public.
Oh, I got you.
I think the public look at Jokic through that picture like that makes it
along the lines of the sports parents, is it just because Baby Gronk's dad in this case isn't a former athlete? Like, I do think we look at someone like, I don't know, Howie Long, who's got a couple kids in the NFL, or Pat Mahomes. Like, they were athletes in their own right, and so if they kind of push their kids, maybe not like this parent is, but we look at it differently because their dad has done it, if that makes sense.
I don't remember Archie Manning, Evan, doing anything with Peyton and Eli.
That's a good point.
Out of the ordinary.
Well, what about Steph's dad?
Right.
I mean, all Steph's dad did was let Steph tag around.
Yeah.
Tag along.
And that was all he needed. So, again, I'm asking you, Steiny and Evan, are there any highlights that this kid is Baby Gronk?
I'm sure there's some highlights.
Like, how do you get that and this thing takes off? You got to be out there bulldozing in Pee-wee.
Being recruited by LSU, apparently.
10 years old. Are you jealous? Like, this is the kind of thing sometimes you get jealous
Did Kyle
about.
Shanahan give a date when he said everything is going to end? We have become dumber as a society every day.
The Mayans.
I mean, Steiny, the crime, you do stuff, you get out in an hour, the breaking of windows, the stuff we like, the Kardashians.
I don't like that.
All the smut on TV, the sales. How do some people sleep at night? I'm being serious.
You need to be more specific.
Twitter, social media, the cesspool that it is, and we're all involved in it.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
You came in here one day, I had to give you a pick-me-up.
That's right, because
and there was no one person. It was just a whole
No.
beam.
No, what I'm saying is Twitter negative? Yes, but I don't contribute to that negativity.
Oh, okay. Right.
I will not do that.
But we have no standards or morals. No, I'm being serious, man. When does it stop?
It won't. Never.
And I'm done voting.
Oh, there you go. There's a public service announcement for the Bay Area.
It was an ad. I decided last night.
Why don't you just say you're running material?
You know I am.
Well, I know you are. By the way,
what you got?
Grandy's back there. I was giving Granny a little good-natured grief, and somebody, of course, on the text line said that I'm the most negative person on planet Earth.
But you heard that before.
Of course. See, this is what I mean. Like, this is yes. So I do want to say this.
I got a hard job.
This is the same two guys, Mark Grandy and Evan Giddings, who are great play-by-play and color men for the Oakland Panthers. Like
they do a great job.
Mark my Bay Area Panthers. You mark my words.
You hear the loud.
You mark my words. These guys will have play-by-play gigs
no doubt.
in the next 10 years.
I
know
wish
10's
people.
I know they're like 10.
Yeah,
that's a long
like
time.
that too.
Like 10 years goes by in a heartbeat.
Steiny, I'm right with you.
So I absolutely have.
I've listened.
I was legitimately impressed when I've heard their calls on the Bay Area
and
Panthers.
Two guys like us, and I told you that adds to my experience. I care about the medium that is sports announcing, play-by-play. I have the league pass. Nobody cares. The MLB extra innings. I have an NBA. I got it all. There are some bad ones out there. And when I heard them two dudes, I'm like, oh, they're on their way.
Well, you tried to do some play-by-play at times, remember? When you go like it sounds really
Can I tell you about my career here?
I'd love to hear it.
That was one of the most stupidest things that got run that's come out of my mouth. It was the sound of a bat.
So
you know what I mean? Let's hear it, Evan. Oh,
I mean, and here's where
okay.
just that, and this is God. This takes me back to my youth, and trust me, I don't like to do it, Goo, but don't say most stupidest.
Oh, yeah.
You say most stupid or stupidest. I hate my parents.
Well, I get that.
You see what they've done to me, Goo?
But I like that.
You see what my parents have done to me?
I'm secure enough to like that.
I am so appreciative of that.
Now, that's my 1 error. You're 8 today. I'm up 7. You called them Oakland Panthers.
And?
They technically used to be.
Right. They had a name change.
Rebranded 2 years ago.
They absolutely had a name change.
But you know what I mean. It was an air, Steiny.
Oh, my gosh.
We can start Monday, the air game.
One more time.
Well, you got more responsibility than me.
Somebody saying it wasn't the stupidest thing you did was thinking you could beat Jordan Bell.
Well, one of us is still playing. The other is not.
No, that was an L.
What you mean that was an L?
It was an L.
That made the San Jose Mercury. There was an article about it.
Circulation's about 14,000 for that paper now.
Now, why couldn't you just say, "Goo, wow, did it"? I'll take him.
I've got to strongly disagree.
Like, that's not funny to me.
Yeah, it is. Oh, to you. I can't speak for Guru.
Wow.
What was I saying the first time Guru interrupted me? I was trying to get us going on to
something. Dude, I'm at 10 of those.
I'll tell you what's going to happen today. Let me tell you what's going to happen today, and you're going to be...
I gave you $100.
You're going to be mad. Yeah, I know. Thank you.
I think that's why I'm doing
it. We're going to have the rare Friday meeting, I think, today.
Have we ever had one?
Yes, we have.
Please.
We have.
No.
We have.
I'm not drinking, so we can't have it. Only when I'm drinking.
Can ask a Guru anything on the other side.
We should start doing stuff like that.
Okay, set it up. You got about 4 minutes.
On the other side.
No, you got 4 minutes.
Oh. So I'll do it, a minute before?
No, start it now.
I was, and you interrupted me. I said on the...
Zip. I'm zipped.
Keep it that way. On the other side, 888-957-9570. Ask your boy Goo anything. I'm with third person. Ask me anything, and you will get an honest American answer.
See, I have a feeling that what happens? 888-957-9570. When we're going to introduce Ask Goo Anything. I guess I'm not interesting enough.
What if we get no calls?
So that's what I'm worried about.
Well, I got thick skin.
888-957-9570. It's not about your skin. It's about
I told you
the
my weight.
jig being up in the Bay Area with popularity. You know what I mean? We've got to maintain the image that we're very popular as opposed to not getting any calls.
So when I first got into business and there were no calls, I'd say 4 people, the lines are back. Dude, that used to get me, or I'd text myself.
Exactly.
I'd be like, Guru, you're the best.
888-957-9570. Ask Goo Anything. And we're going to go to break in about 4 minutes. So far, no calls.
They got time.
I would love to get a call or two in before we
Austin
go to break.
and San Jose or Leroy a call. Leroy texted.
No, Leroy texted.
Yeah, I saw that.
He can't call today.
He said something about Kyle.
Yeah. So they call Bird
Bird why? Because he looked like a bird?
Wow. Great minds.
That's just that one.
Great minds. I want to also, we have a couple minutes. The NBA final schedule, it's a joke. It's a joke.
I want to hug you right
Evan?
now.
Why?
Because there's 3 days off.
I'm with you.
Or no, there's 2 days off between every single game. But tonight.
And why
and
Friday
Wednesday
is payday? And date night. You don't share an NBA final game with Friday. And then we have nothing on Sunday. There's a game on Monday. That's stupid. Seriously, that's stupid.
I don't
Sunday
like
is sacred for some time. A championship game is supposed to be on Sunday. No, nothing.
I'm kind of with you.
And I'm running out of TV shows and series.
Oh, I can give you a few.
Documentaries, no thanks. Like, give me...
You know what I watched last night? I watched a movie that I'd see. Hey, Evan, I don't know what you're doing back there, but it ain't working today.
I like it because it's pissing you off. What's the show?
I watched a movie that I'd seen parts of over the years. It's called, I think it's called Breakdown with Kurt Russell.
I always like Kurt.
It's about a guy and his wife who are driving in the middle of Oh, that's it. I thought that was Nahegian. It's about a guy and a wife from Massachusetts who are driving in the middle of nowhere in the West, and a trucker comes along and messes with them, and a little unsettling.
Do you recommend it?
Yeah, why not?
Oh, that ain't a recommendation. Why not?
It's such a non-me type of movie, but I just started, I just got into it and was like, hey, you know what? I'm going to write it out. Write it out. That's what I did with Breakdown. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Ask Goo Anything. I guess there's an original segment we're going to use on the other side. And, 888-957-9570. We already got, hey, Greg in San Jose's got a question for you right off the bat. We'll do that on the other side. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
The train is off the track, Jack.
Bay Area Panthers indoor football. Hard hitting.
Ask me anything, and you will get an honest American answer.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, we're getting there.
Some on the text line, that counts too. You ain't got to call.
I was going to say, coming up next, Willard and Dibs with Larry Kruger in for Mark Willard today. So those guys will be in about 10 minutes for the crossover. I guess we're unveiling a new segment today. Ask Guru Anything. We had 5 callers. One's dropped off. I'm going to start with the text line because I got a kick out of it. I got a kick out of this one. The first question to Goo is, Goo, hold on, God, Goo, who would be your dream co-host?
That's the question?
Yeah, it is.
Wow. I don't know.
Dream co-host. You know, like it's not, the point is you don't want it to be me.
Michael Irvin?
Who would be your dream co-host for a radio show? That's from the 415.
This guy's, hopefully he's doing better, but I'm going to go Jamie Foxx. Jamie Foxx.
Oh.
Yeah, Jamie Foxx.
All right.
Yeah.
What about a sports guy?
You already know the answer to that.
Shannon Sharp's available.
Yeah. Yeah, come on now, Skip. Come on, God. That's my Shannon. I'm going to go
pretty good.
Stephen A.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
God-given snipers.
Let's go to Greg in San Jose. He's got a question for Goo.
Greg.
Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I was really calling because I didn't want you to get no calls, but I did have a question.
I appreciate it.
I love your show. You're always so happy. Is there ever a day when Guru is not happy and having a great time?
Oh, man, that's a great question, but no. And the reason is I know what it took to win this contest. I never dreamed the contest would even happen to put me in a position to work with the likes of Steiny. So when I come to work, no matter what I'm dealing with in real life, I'm winning. And I've told the bosses this.
Winwood.
They can walk me out today. The Goo won. No, I mean
with security.
With security, yeah, in a box. But I'm serious, man.
Dude, you beat out 3 guys.
The number grows for me. It's 184, I believe.
I think there were 3 people in the contest.
There was a lot of them in there.
Nice job, Goo.
The one guy you couldn't even understand.
But it wasn't about that. It was about
much of a
staying.
win, really.
Hey, and there was a part 2. Don't sleep on that had 2 winners. 2 of my buddies.
Who?
Bassett and
that's right.
Meatball.
Wait, who?
And I got balls.
Meatball.
Yeah.
Caesar is in Vallejo. Caesar.
Oh, I gave you the wrong answer on the Dream Host. I'll fix it.
Sure you did.
Yep.
Hey, Caesar, how you doing?
Yeah. Caesar.
Hey, I got a question. So, if Kyle Shanahan doesn't win the Super Bowl with the Niners, who's a bigger disappointment? The Kyle Shanahan Niners or the Harbaugh Niners?
It's the Kyle Shanahan Niners. The Harbaugh Niners are like, that hurt me. He should have never left, but that was personal. It eroded. But Kyle's had more than one shot at it. So I would say the Kyle Shanahan. That's a great one.
Okay.
Yep. And my dream host, Kim Kardashian. Sorry, Stephen
That's
A.
why I can't stand you sometimes.
Sorry, Stephen A.
He just spent 5 minutes,
But the
an hour
pool was
ago, talking about how Kim Kardashian, the Kardashians, the smut we watch, this, that, and now you're going to have her as a co-host. We had phrases for you're two-faced.
You know what? My arms are up.
And you know what's funny? It's right, and it's a day after the boss talked about staying consistent and not talking behind people's back. And there you go.
You know you lie.
There it is. There it
guy?
is.
That's the real Steiny.
Sasha in Benicia.
Oh, hey.
Hey, Sasha.
Hello. Hi, this is Sasha in Benicia.
Hey.
My question for you, Guru, is would you please tell me something positive in the future for Ja Morant? Because I've been praying every day for Ja.
That's a phenomenal question. I'm going to. Oh, go ahead, Steiny.
Well, I wanted to ask her some
She's still
questions.
there.
No, she's not. Go ahead. I'll ask him.
Okay.
Whatever, rhetorically.
Ja is going to find, because I'm going hard here, I don't believe he has one now, a positive male role model that will get him to see where he's at, what's at stake, and how to just be a functional, professional, top 5 athlete in the league, and how that is what I just talked about my radio career, a blessing. I don't think T. Morant can do it. And I'm blaming T. Morant for his son, his grown-ass son. Being at the games.
Martin? Could T. Martin do it?
The quarterback from Tennessee?
Or wasn't he a receiver?
Well, he was quarterback, T. Martin.
Yeah, T. Martin.
Yeah.
I don't know why I said that.
That was bad.
That was awful.
Yeah.
Just absolute. But now,
am I wrong for being mad at his dad?
I wasn't listening.
LeVar Ball never had a cup of Henny front row with shades indoors.
Listen.
If you're telling me that
I'll
means
say this
nothing,
every time his name comes up. I got no problem with LeVar Ball.
Okay.
Look at the sons that he raised.
I appreciate that, man.
Look at the sons that he raised.
Before when it was going down in the draft, we didn't know, right?
I don't have a problem. Like, he's a kook. He's a character.
And he went behind the scenes.
But the bottom line is he raised sons that are this whole thing, that this time AAU culture. Well, he had kids make it to the NBA.
Yep.
And here's the thing about LeVar Ball that I'll never take away from him.
Go ahead, man.
He actually put 2 guys into the NBA who are very fundamentally sound.
Okay.
He put 2 players into the NBA who what they want to do more than anything else is pass.
Okay.
That is so different than all the stereotypes and perceptions about AAU parents and about, like, LeVar Ball.
Okay, and can I give you this? I'm going to go deep on
developed, and he raised 2 incredibly unselfish players.
Okay, and I'm going to throw 3 in there. I'm going to throw his brother in there. Let me tell you why I give LeVar Ball all the credit in the world. Steiny, he's in Los Angeles. There's gangs everywhere, but there were so many alleys and avenues. Those kids could have went down. I'm talking about all 3 of them. And LeVar, with his tutelage and his wife, they raised 3 damn good kids.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the one stole the candy bar in China. Now you got in some trouble, but
I think.
Yeah, whatever. But other than that, come on, man, give LeVar credit. Then T. Martin, you got your kid riding around.
T. Morant.
Sorry,
I put that in your head.
Yeah, riding around showing guns.
Sterling and Hayward.
Go ahead.
Questions, real questions.
Yeah.
Sterling's got a question for Goo.
Sterling.
Hey, guys.
Not Sterling Bennett.
My question, kind of piggybacking on the last one, just about Ja Morant. Let's say you were writing checks for the Memphis Grizzlies. If Draymond Green was to opt out with the Warriors, do you think it would be a good fit? Like, do you think Draymond still has enough credibility to go over there to Memphis and affect those young guys?
You know what?
See Draymond Green helping out Memphis locker room.
If we had a prize for best question of the day and they all been phenomenal, you get it, because I just sat here and tried to rack my brain on who could that person be for Ja, and it could be Draymond. And Draymond's maybe doing it on his podcast because he talked about it. But to answer your question, hell yes. That's why people that say I hate on Dre, no, I don't, because I know what he is. The impact Draymond Green would have on Ja Morant, just as a man, would be incredible, and that would help him on the court. Oh, my gosh.
I don't know.
What?
I don't know about that, but that's fine. It's your,
Do you think Ja wouldn't receive
it's not
it? Do you
ask
think,
the ass.
No.
It's Ask Guru.
That'll be your segment, Ask the Ass.
See?
Yeah.
Sasha here. Somehow I got disconnected. Thank you. I heard your answer about Ja.
I like this.
All right, Sasha.
Some said this is the one I want to answer. Guru, does Steiny talk to you like this off the mic?
Talk to him worse.
I'm 6'4". I said the weight earlier.
And your pants are falling off.
Dude, but I'm
so
a problem. Steiny don't want them problems. We are bros. Like Big Dex. I got to tell them lay off. They be hot.
Big Dex.
Big Dex. From
Short for Dexter.
Yeah, D. Holloway, we call him.
Dex.
Yeah, D-E-X.
Big Dexter.
You better be careful.
I'll say.
Steiny's a poodle. In a good way. You ain't know, you use the voice and I'll hit the power button. Yeah, we got to go.
You're not lying.
Hell with both you guys. I'm not doing my read. Just take us off.
Crossover next.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15.
cares?
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Thanks, Steph. Appreciate it. Back in the gym, by the way. Crossover brought to you by California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.org. Let's welcome in
the guys,
Dan Dibley and Larry Kruger. Larry Kruger in for Mark Willard today.
You guys are my new favorite show, man. I really seriously.
Dynamite.
Dude,
I
take
that
barber,
personally.
Though? You are seriously. You're whipped, as we say.
I'm getting. It's tight, isn't it?
It looks good.
I told him
he got that cut at Benihana. You know, trust me.
Somebody told me last night, on the stream, he's like, you got the comb over going. I go, I got to get it real tight, and then
good.
Not use as much gel.
Can I ask? Castani will spend $140 on a cut.
Once.
Yeah, it was at Brogan.
It wasn't at Brogan.
Yeah, tell him.
And Sons.
Can I ask how much that cost, Larry?
30 with a $10
Oh,
tip.
you're good. 40.
I go to DiMaggio's, downtown Walnut Creek.
Nice. Nice. Hey, you have a relationship with Willard outside of work, right? You're friends with him?
We're secret lovers, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's his problem?
Shout out, what was that?
Seriously, what's his problem?
I'll tell you his problem. He can't come up with a dog name, so he stole my dog name.
You have a Penny?
Yeah, I had the original Penny. I've got the real Penny, and then he gets a dog, and I'm like, what's the dog's name? And we've been doing face-offs over there I've been talking about my dog. It was all during the pandemic. He's like, Penny. I go, stop.
That's unbelievable.
I go, stop, Willard. He goes,
Atlantic Star.
Penny.
What about him? I've seen them in concert.
Secret Lovers.
Yeah.
Because he said Secret Lovers, and Goo and I were locked up on 90s R&B, maybe late 80s. But
are you an Easy Lover?
That would be Phil Collins and Phil Bailey. Yes.
Bailey.
For you to think that you and Mark were the first ones to name a dog Penny is hilarious to me.
Well, I didn't say I was first, but I mean,
because you're both biting on
Larry.
like a generation of dog owners.
Wow. It is weird.
Why did you say Copper?
I'm like, how about Scout? How about give me something? Come on,
Kill
Willard.
a Mockingbird.
I've always thought it's kind of humorous when you just name a pet a normal name. Like, hey, Jim. What's wrong with Jim?
I got a buddy whose dog's name's Walter.
Exactly.
Oh, wow.
That's cool.
I mean, Walter for a dog?
pretty
Little
cool.
Walter.
Probably is a Walter Payton fan.
What's that?
A lot of people name their pets
Yeah,
after
Walter
their favorite
Payton. Exactly.
athlete.
Yeah.
Shaq,
Peyton's a
Kobe.
real popular girl's name right now.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
You are right.
There's multiple Madisons.
No, you're right. Yeah.
Taylor, I believe.
Taylor's very popular, yeah. Yeah, I went for unpopular names with my children. My
What'd
3
you
kids and
request?
counting. Keon and Mila, baby Mila.
Now, Mila's taken off, too. I got a niece named Mila.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, sneaky popular. Yeah.
Oh, I'd never heard it up until you.
My wife's brother's kid. Is that my nephew? No. What is that?
I never figured that out.
My wife's brother's kid.
In my family, we call it Neff. Uncle Daryl. I'm not really your, but
Second
we're
cousin,
close enough,
yeah.
They named their kid Humphrey.
Oh, yeah.
I said, that's fine. Just don't call him Hump. And he said, they're going to call him Huff.
Yeah.
Huff.
Mick who? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a free-for-all
Interesting.
Friday. I'm
No, I've
putting you
heard
guys
it.
on
I've
the
heard it,
spot.
yeah.
Larry, I'm going to go to Divs first, and if you can kind of get yours ready. But your top 5 sitcoms of all time.
Like Curb Your Enthusiasm. Does that count?
was on my
that
list.
Yeah.
Is that, whose list is that not on?
Okay, Curb Your
Yeah.
Enthusiasm.
Yeah.
It's
Okay,
awesome.
one. I had
when he
Cheers.
picks up the prostitute so he can get in the carpool lane.
So good.
Or how about when he calls info to look up Crazy Eyes Killa? And he's like, I think it could be a Z. There could be a eyes with a Z.
Oh.
Killa with an AH.
Last season, by the way, coming out this year. The final
One
season
more?
of Curb. Yeah, he's got one more in him.
Larry,
Yeah, it's already been filmed.
It's about his
They've-
real life.
They've already wrapped it, and so that last season will drop on not HBO Max, just Max now.
Yeah. Give me
Just
one
Max,
more, Larry.
As a little kid, I spent a ton of time watching the Brady Bunch.
Oh,
I'm not
that's
mad at that.
classic.
I mean,
It's a classic.
seriously, I could quote that.
Oh,
I could
God.
quote that thing forever. It's like deep in the memory bank, too. It's like sad.
Davy Jones. Remember when
Look
they?
at
Davy
you.
Jones?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Who
Look
are
at
all the
Spidey.
celebrities?
Yeah.
Joe Namath.
Don Drysdale.
Wes Parker.
Wes Parker, absolutely.
That's a good poll.
Joe
right there.
Namath.
Joe
Namath.
Namath.
Don
was on
Drysdale
it.
was on there.
How about Jesse James was a mean, dirty killer?
Oh, I got one. How about remember Vincent Price?
Yeah,
You know,
that's a great one. Part
Thriller.
2. Part 2, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, I used to like that show.
I'll tell you, my wife. I didn't watch it when it was on, but somebody sent me a box set years ago of 30 Rock, and also what's the one with Jason Bateman?
Arrested Development.
Arrested Development.
Very funny.
I have not watched
Arrested
that.
Development is funny.
It's really good. Obtuse. The Office definitely is on there.
I like The Office.
And I took issue with your Big Bang Theory take from earlier because Big Bang Theory, I think it's very funny.
I think it
stinks. I would encourage you to actually watch it a little bit deeper.
I've never watched it.
Right, and you think it stinks. That is such a
awful.
Steinmetz take.
Dude,
That's a classic Steinmetz take. Sheldon, one of the great single performances in sitcom history.
Wow.
Michael from The Office, and The Office has to be on there. Michael in The Office is one of the great characters of all time.
How about Dwight? Dwight's pretty special, too.
Dwight's great. Dwight is, Dwight Schrute was great, but I don't think Dwight is as good as Dwight is without Michael, because Dwight plays into Michael as, the assistant to the assistant general manager, essentially.
Right.
So Dwight is elite. The whole cast is great. It's a great show. Actually, Mark is friends with Brian Baumgartner, who plays Kevin.
Yes, okay.
Kevin. So we actually had Kevin on the show.
I met him once.
No, dude, of course, Mark. And I'm playing the role of Mark because I'm in Mark's spot right now. And if I was Mark, I'd give you a 3-minute story on the time I played golf with Brian Baumgartner. But I'll just spare you.
Can you talk up your lentil dip? I mean, that would,
Well, it's 7 layers, and I could walk you through all 7 layers. But again,
can you make sure to get me out of here wanting to punch somebody in the face?
I could try. I think I've done that already on my own without having to play the role.
Wait a second. If you punch somebody in the face, I guess you'd admire them then if it was mixing, right?
Good.
Man,
I heard that.
What did
earlier
you think
today.
of that? Were we being judgmental, or it's like?
That's
Come on,
the question.
man.
Are there unforgivable things?
Yes, if you punch a woman in the face the way that Mixon did, you're no longer a good guy.
Larry,
I don't
that
care.
wasn't even a
I don't
punch.
care who you know or who knows them or
10 years
who
ago?
you know that knows
He
them.
could have
10
killed
years
her,
ago?
Larry.
Yes.
19?
Yes. A violent crime against women is timeless.
And he did no time.
Right.
Well,
to me, that's
she was
defiant.
calling him some.
Yeah, well,
Steiny, you have a daughter.
No,
3 of them.
No, my
man, Larry.
my whole argument is we decide arbitrarily who we stick behind and who we don't stick behind. Why do I like Joe Mixon? Because I've heard good stories about him since that incident. And the guy says that he obviously it's awful what he did.
But the video is just that to me it's a game over.
Okay. And I'm not saying you're
You got
wrong.
me thinking, how did nothing, how's he still playing? Would they?
Well, he was a first-round pick.
No doubt.
As well.
That's
because
why,
they
but
settled.
you-
They ended up
I got a
settling.
daughter. I
Leonard
got a sister.
Little ran a
I
red
brought
light
his ass up and then
and
got another
killed a
DUI
woman and played
after that.
again.
Yeah,
in the
got
league.
another one.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
That is terrible.
But Dibs, I need you to bring this. I call you Yoda on this one. Kobe Bryant. Did he went to court? There were no charges. Nothing to see here because some people
Right.
was blowing up. How do we Kobe kind of how do you process that one?
Well, I've always
Nothing to see here
processed it.
because he went to court?
No, I've always processed it different than most people because now what we think about Kobe is completely different than what we thought about Kobe 10 years ago. And I happen to actually be sitting next to your partner when we got news that Kobe Bryant had died. I actually was in the basement. And we were watching golf or whatever, and I'm on my phone. He's on his phone.
Saturday.
And the great Sal Castaneda was on his way over, and we're checking whatever. And I go, "Oh my God, Steiny!" I go, "I think Kobe Bryant has been involved in a helicopter crash, and he's died." And Steiny goes, "No way, no way!" And I go, "I'm with you, no way." And then because it's TMZ, and who believes TMZ? Well, all of us now. And so as we're going through it, Sal shows up, and Sal has the ability to go to the FAA website, and he then tracks the aircraft that he was in, and Sal's like, yeah, it's confirmed. And then at that point, we're looking at all the reports that come out, and now it's confirmed, and I'll never forget, I was with you.
Yeah.
Steiny, it was me and you and Sal, and, the big fella came over 45 minutes late as always, and we're all in the basement, and, it was just another garden variety day. So what I think about Kobe now is different than what I thought about Kobe back when all that happened. And it's because of what Kobe became. But to your point, and maybe I guess to the Joe Mixon point, if Joe Mixon is able to, change his narrative, much like Ray Lewis did, because Ray Lewis was either a principal part of, or at the very least, a spectator to.
But he ended up telling on his buddies.
Right.
Yeah.
But he told on his buddies, but what role did he play? We don't know. And this is what makes me think about all of this in terms of what you said, the video.
But he didn't do it himself. He has a.
Are you sure?
It was
well, no, I'm not sure.
And that's my point about all this.
I'm not sure.
And I don't want to make the Draymond Green, Jordan Poole thing comparative to these levels of violence.
Come on.
However, if we didn't have video on the Draymond, Jordan Poole thing, we all would think completely different about what happened because we wouldn't know.
I think you're right.
That's as real
You're
as
listening
it
to
can be.
95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. My point is, why do I like Mike Tyson, but I can't stand Ben Roethlisberger? Like, I hate Roethlisberger.
Interesting. Because I feel like he got off. I told Stein
and
that.
Mike
Big
Tyson
Ben. Come on,
did
Larry.
some things that... But, like,
he went to
prison for rape.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If you,
But-
you read the story, you'll be like, "Did he really?" Okay,
But like, why do I not?
The fact is,
I
he
never
went to
wrote off
prison. He
Michael
was charged
Vick.
with, and he was convicted of rape. That's just the fact.
Right.
Whether or not Desiree Washington,
that's what I
the
told him.
pageant
Yeah.
contestant,
Whose dad loved Mike Tyson?
who knows what happened? Bottom line is, he went to prison for it. Meanwhile, Big Ben, on a number of different occasions,
I brought it up.
allegedly.
Yeah,
I mean, we all kind of have selective morality.
That's all I'm saying.
You know what I mean?
Selective
It's selective
All I'm
morality.
saying.
To me, I've never been able, and I've had lots of people confront me saying, man, you don't let the Vic thing go, because he was torturing innocent animals and only gave himself up when he was caught red-handed, and there was no, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Torture.
But what about the time in prison, though?
I know, but
Regardless of how he got popped,
that's
the time
great.
in prison.
I mean, it's not like if I saw him walking the streets, I'd be like, he should
Yeah,
be locked
right.
up. He served his time, and that's fair. But I can't get beyond torturing innocent animals. And I'm not the biggest animal guy. I've got a dog, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? Torture
So
is
there's unforgivable things
that's
that you have.
Each his own. Yeah.
Well,
Or maybe
and
not
the-
unforgivable, but
Yeah. The other part of the Michael Vick thing is that, we all say he tortured dogs. I don't know if he ever actually did.
He was overseeing it,
It was
though.
his
Okay,
house, and
yeah.
it was his friends. I'm not excusing it,
I
Larry,
think he was
but
no, he was worse than that. He was profiting from it, wasn't
but
he?
I don't know
It was
if
like a
he was
business.
principally involved. And again, I'm not defending
Right.
Michael Vick's action. All I'm saying is, you said it. It's the relative morality.
Selective morality.
Thank you,
Selective
Steiny.
morality.
Selective
Amazing.
morality. And for me, I'm kind of in the guru camp in terms of Michael Vick went away. He went to Leavenworth, I believe, which is not your garden variety, like cushy Martha Stewart jail. That is prison with a capital P. He served his time, and
It's
so,
not the holding tank at the Chase Center, is what you're
correct.
saying.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Do they have one?
Who hasn't been there?
I think all of the arenas have some kind of jail, don't they?
You would imagine.
Well, we all know about the one in Philly, but I
haven't been to one.
I want to run
What's
this
that?
by
I haven't been to one, but when I was working for the Sacramento Kings when I was in college,
Yeah.
That's the best thing going.
where we sat at Arco Arena was next to their little jail cell, and it was hilarious. I mean, guys would be cuffed and thrown down there, and drunk, and just it was always fun to see. Who's
this
coming
is gonna
in?
be a low
Who's
blow.
coming into that?
Did you see the video of the Oakland A's, the fan running on the field, and they say even the security's giving up on the A's, and the fans running nobody chasing them. Before they tackle them, but this guy's just running, having a good time.
The security was shocked that there was a thing called a A's fan actually at the
I'll
game.
send it to you. I know you're waiting.
Well, what you can't see in the video is David Forrest is running behind him trying to sign him.
No, somebody's inviting him to the treehouse.
Thank you. I'll
three.
take it.
Come see Townie at the treehouse.
Townie.
That's it. We've been having a good show. It's been friendly.
No, I've enjoyed it.
I got to ask you this because and it's not bad. I'm a fan. He's not a fan. So two different
when you do that.
perspectives. But we're looking at the Niners and the expectations.
You guys are like an
this
old
year.
married couple, man.
Yeah, that's my
Just say
baby.
married couple.
But Larry,
So like
You're a fan.
Lockhorns?
you do both, and I'm coming to you, Dibs. What is your definition for this Niner team after losing and basically getting robbed of a chance to beat the Eagles? What do you think the fan base as a whole is looking what would determine a successful season for the Niners? I'm telling him you got to at least get back to the NFC Championship game.
I just discussed this on the show an hour and a half ago. No, you have to win a Super Bowl.
Oh,
they are now in
Larry.
the Super Bowl or bust category. Them, the Eagles, and the Chiefs have a different standard than the rest of the NFL. If the Chiefs, Eagles, and Niners don't win the Super Bowl, the Chiefs, Eagles, and Niners organizations and fans it wasn't a successful
year.
year.
Every other Larry, the Chiefs just got one. I know they're going to try to get another one.
But once your standard is there, once you're on that level, that's your standard. And especially for the Niners, they've been seeking that sixth thing since the mid-'90s.
Dibs?
No, I disagree with that in terms of Super Bowl or bust, but you have to be one of the final 4 teams remaining, because if you get to that point, then if you make it to the conference championship game again and you lose, however you lose, or if you make it to the Super Bowl and you lose, it's not a failure. Very few teams make it that far, and I understand what you're saying. It's the quest for 6, and they haven't won a bowl in what'll be 30 years now, coming up this year, since they last won one. But if you look at all the other teams that haven't won one either, it's not that easy. How many teams have won one since '94?
Well, it's interesting that you guys keep going to that, though, but the fans ain't looking at it that. They're worried about when the Niners used to go, they used to win. Not anymore. 19. Right. They lost to the Rams. They lost last year against Philly. Like, who's saying, the Buffalo Bills, there's no fan calculator that's making it worse, Donnie. That's all I'm saying.
What I'm getting at is
the trend is they keep getting close.
We're putting like the cart in front of the horse. If I said that if I'm a 49er fan right now, I'm on cloud 9. This is every single thing I want my team to be. Would I like them to have 3 Super Bowls under Shannon? Yes. My point is they're in the mix every year. They've been to 3 NFC championship games in 4 years. They haven't won it. They've lost 1 Super Bowl, but it's like that's all you can ask as a fan.
Well, we're talking about different standards. What you ask for as a fan, I'm talking about when Shanahan and Lynch and Jed are sitting in the room, they're trying to win the Super Bowl and add that thing to the trophy case. And to me, that will change the trajectory of all 3 of their professional existences if they get it done. Also, we're talking about windows of championships. The Niners have had a window that's been open for a few years. Now they're on the tail end of that window.
I reject that.
They haven't gotten it. They haven't gotten it done.
Reject that.
If they don't get it done, and they do, the difference between getting it done and not getting it done, to me is they don't have a second place parade. There is no second place trophy. You play to win, and not everybody's got the. I know it's a little miserable existence because it's like, you're going to be disappointed more times than not. But when your standard is championships and you're inside your Super Bowl window and you haven't gotten it done, it's time to get it done.
Right. My whole issue is, but even Larry Kruger, you do not expect the 49ers to win the Super Bowl this year. Expect them.
I do. Expect.
Well, that's a big word.
I don't expect anybody to win the Super Bowl, really.
That's all. Maybe if you're a Chiefs fan. Or to me, there's only one time in that I know of that you can say that was when Durant was here.
Right.
When Kevin Durant was a Warrior, you expect him to win a title. Are the 49ers the best team in the NFL?
No, of course not. There is no best team in the NFL ever to that level of expecting them. Guys? They're in the conversation.
Right. Vegas has them as the favorite in the NFC, so they're the best team in the NFC according to Vegas.
Now, what about that window that we went at it over?
Well, if Brock Purdy's any good, their window's 10 years.
Trent Williams is the left tackle. He's kind of irreplaceable.
He's a myth.
You don't think he's any good?
I think he's overrated.
This is Steiny's bit every single year. This is what Steiny does. Mark Ibanez, retired anchor, sports anchor.
Legend,
yeah.
Said he's overrated?
Tier 1.
Retired sports anchor Mark Ibanez is what we need to characterize him as. He's not Mayoko. He's not Barrows. No, he's not Inman. He's not Silver.
He might be more elevated than those guys. Because he covered Montana and Young.
Sure, and he's at practice as often as those guys. And I love Mark Ibanez. And I'm not coming down on him just because he didn't invite me to his retirement party. I wouldn't have gone anyway. The point is...
He was afraid you were going to steal from him.
Thank you. That's a different sports anchor, and we had that discussion recently. But this is what Steiny does.
You thought you were going to pull a Schumann and grab a jacket and
last year, Steiny's bit was Kyle Juszczyk. You don't even need a fullback. He's overrated. He's overrated.
I love this.
I'm trying to get you agitated, so maybe you'll leave. But that's a Steiny bit. Steiny picks one very decorated non-skill player. And Steph Curry drills down on him.
You know what my favorite part of your guys' show is? When Steiny looks at Guru and says, The Warriors are getting older.
Hey, hello.
Who's not?
Hey, that's my retort. Who's
Right?
not?
They're getting older.
See, can you hear me out on use check?
Okay, go ahead.
I don't like the idea of a skill position player who doesn't get the ball.
He's not a skill position player.
He's a fullback.
Correct. And by nature of the way they run their offense, 21 personnel, I'll walk you through it if you'd like. He's
going
not
to do it. Krug, he's going to come through and piss me off.
He is not a skill position guy
Okay, well,
in that fashion. Okay. He is a sixth blocker.
Yeah.
It's like saying Tyler Kroft is a skill position guy because he's a tight end, and they don't throw him the ball.
Steiny, let me ask you this.
Man.
There's twice as many people in this room as Debo had receiving touchdowns last year.
That's because he's not a receiver.
He's not a receiver.
He's a running back.
Nah, he doesn't play running back.
Let's go out hard on a Friday.
Yeah. Okay, how many?
He's most effective when he can carry the ball 9 times.
He had 2 touchdowns rushing. I think he had 3 receiving. So I think he had 5 total.
Man.
And I think those comments, he's seeing the handwriting on the wall. He used to be the offense. Now he's like, oh my gosh. We got McCaffrey, Kittle looking like Kelsey now. Ayuk just looking like a natural receiver in his catch radius. Debo knows what he's doing. It's like, dude, it's life without him when before he was everything.
And we'll get into that. And we also have Seinfeld tickets. I know you guys have given away a couple of pair, and that's been huge.
Was that on your top 5?
Seinfeld, absolutely.
I didn't hear Larry say it.
No, and you know what?
I like Seinfeld. I like the old Seinfeld. I like the later Seinfeld, not the newer Seinfeld.
Wow.
The oldest Seinfeld was too slow.
It still was very, very funny. It did kind of jump the shark a little bit, but what people will never give credit for because it was animated, it's a show that's still on, The Simpsons.
Oh, that's right.
The Simpsons is a sitcom, but because it's a cartoon, it was a situation comedy, and the situation was Springfield, and Homer Simpson is one of the greatest characters of all time, animated or not. But, Goo, you hit on something we're going to talk about, because if we look at the future of the Niners, McCaffrey, Ayuk, and Debo, can you really afford to pay all 3 long-term? Plus, we're going to get into Larry's camp crushes. And even though Nahigian already warned me outside, you know what? I'm doing it. I'm driving this thing.
You're going Steiny.
No.
Oh.
We're going through the camp roster, either numerically or alphabetically. We're going player by player. And guys you've never heard of.
We're only going to talk about players that are getting older.
Exactly.
Snippet.
Which, by the way, is every human being on
stick
Earth.
it to me and roll it out here.
Kruger stuck it
I'll
in
end
me.
on this note. The text line says, Dibs, tell Lorenzo Neal he's not a skill position player.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Man.
I did for 3.5 years. I don't know if obviously you're not a listener of Jolo and Dibs.
Same church, same pew.
Pump up the volume. It's time to play ball. All right, fellas, enjoy the cafeteria. It's a payday Friday. Let's go, guys. It's Kruger in for Willard and Dibs, and we're coming up next.
Quitting gets a bad name.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yo, happy Friday. It is Willard and Dibs. Dibs in for Willard. Kruger in for Dibs. Essentially, Kruger is in for Willard, and it's a payday Friday. 888-957-9570. It's your show today. Love to hear from you. We will get into the Niners, and the topic I just threw out to Larry is something that we want to get into. The San Francisco Giants, 2 games above. Big 3-game home series against the Cubs starting tonight. And I haven't gotten Larry's thoughts on the Warriors yet, but we need to start right where that little changeover ended off mic with Guru thanking Larry for coming on yesterday. Larry, what the heck? You gave away all your best stuff to them on the house yesterday. What are you doing?
I know. I mean,
man, selfish.
Why do you want the cow if you get the milk for free? You know what I mean? You know,
right?
But that was a very. I did see it was a very highly looked at YouTube segment.
Okay.
I was telling Lucas on the way up here that I believe the Kruger appearance on Goo and Steiny got better numbers than the Steve Weish. When I can beat Steve Weish, I know I'm good.
No, you're a big deal. You're a big deal. Larry Kruger's in. The Krug Show is the podcast. It's also the YouTube, and I know that that's your main, and we are your side. And I appreciate you coming in and being my side piece on a Friday, because we do have a lot to talk about. 888-957-9570. We're going to talk about the Niners, and I'm going to try to get through every player on the roster before the boss comes in and grabs me by the scruff of my neck and hauls me out of here, because I do appreciate
you were there this week.
I was there.
Boots on the ground.
Yeah, exactly, on Wednesday. And, doing afternoons now, I'm going to have an increased chance of actually being down there. My whole career, I've done mornings. And when you do mornings, to get off the air at 10 and race down there doesn't really make a lot of sense. And doing middays, you've got no chance. But now that I'm doing afternoons, I'm hoping to get down there a lot more, because when you actually see practice up close and personal, or in this case, it's mandatory mini camp, you definitely get a greater sense of what's going on, not only by watching, but by spending time with you.
Yeah.
Because you and I talked a bunch about, and you would say, hey, look at 46, Dibs. I think this guy's got a chance to, and there is no 46, but I don't have my roster. I dropped
69. 69. I said, look at 69.
And you also said, look at 40.
Yes.
Some dude with 3 names.
Marcelino McCrary Ball.
That was the guy. Yeah. There's my roster. Thank you, Lucas.
Look at you. You got a roster.
The boss, because I was joking around in the pre-show. Thank you, Lucas.
Look how small those names are, by the way.
Dude, tiny. I got to squint. We could go alphabetical or numerical, and I said that, and Nahigian, our boss, looked at me. He's like, "You think you're funny, right? You got jokes? You got jokes?" I'm like, "Boss, this is what we're doing. I don't know if you've seen the rundown. Neither have I, but this is what we're doing.
You know what?
Alphabetical or numerical?
It's game on." And you might want to test me on the numbers, because I think I.
Well, there's 2 number 2s as we get this bit underway. I'm just kidding. I'm waiting to see the
Diamador Lenore, I think, is one of them, right?
Yeah. And Isaiah Winstead.
There you go.
I saw reports that he looked pretty good in camp, the wide receiver. He won't make the team, but
you didn't hear from me. To me, but you never know. You never know.
Coming up next, more single-digit Niners, but I do want to ask you about the big topic, which is something I threw out to Guru and Steiny before they left, which is the idea of the 3 skill position big boys, and can you pay all 3? And especially this, to me, it struck me in light of the Dalvin Cook news, where he's, a top 5 running back in the league in terms of just being a ball carrier, and Minnesota said, nah, we don't want to pay you. So what does that mean for the way the Niners go about things?
Well, he's hurt a lot. I mean, that's really the deal. And they got other backs. So they got Alexander Madison. They got Ty Chandler. Minnesota's got other guys, and they just don't want to pay Dalvin. And Dalvin's a smaller back. He's had injuries, and that's the thing. Your money's got to see the field. Otherwise, you're going to lose. So I think that's what's going on there. But, yeah, the 49, don't forget Kittle either. Kittle might be, if you said who are the alphas on that offense, I think it's Kittle and McCaffrey and Debo, probably in that order. But yeah, can you keep everybody? No. And that's what makes the urgency for the 49ers this year, is they've got a lot of talent on their roster, and they won't be able to keep it forever. They got the cheapest quarterback room in the league. They got the cheapest starting quarterback in the league if they go with Purdy, and eventually that ain't going to be the case. So right now, that luxury affords you, or that reality affords you the luxury of having all this other talent. And the Niners have some of the NFL's best individual players scattered throughout their roster because the quarterback is cheap.
Right, and can they keep these players long-term, which I think speaks to your sense as far as the window, the Super Bowl window, because Brandon Ayuk is going to be in a situation at the end of this year where he's going to need a new contract. Either they pick up his 5th-year option or they give him a straight-up new deal. The Debo signed. McCaffrey, I think, has an out after this year with a little bit of a cap hit. But honestly, based on what we saw from the mandatory minicamp and even the OTAs, Christian McCaffrey, what did he get? The hardest working Niner award unofficially?
He's the tone setter. He's just out there running, 50 yards on every play, and he's playing at a speed. He's like basically saying, hey guys, this is the speed we're going to play at this year, and let's see if you guys can match it. It reminds me of Roger Craig and Jerry back in the day. It's fair. He's going on every run. He's running 25, 30 yards down the field, and some of the D linemen are chasing him.
Yeah,
and it's like the example of how hard he expects the Niners to work.
And even at that, and maybe this was just a dog and pony show, but when I was at camp on Wednesday, McCaffrey runs a route, middle of the field, and there's a pass breakup. He thought that there was contact. He immediately goes to the referee, and shout out these referees who aren't really officiating. They throw flags, but there's no huddle and we're going to adjudicate the yardage. They throw the flag so that when they look at it on film later, the coaches can say, oh, yeah, they threw a flag for illegal formation or offsides or whatever the flag was. They don't stop practice, but the flag is thrown nonetheless. And so McCaffrey runs a route. There's contact. There's no flag. And he beelines to the side judge. And he's giving him an earful. And it was right in front of us. And I'm watching it. And I know you and Mark were too. And I'm watching it going, this is kind of funny. This must be for comedic effort. But it went on for a minute and a half. And he goes to the huddle. And then he comes back out and he gives the guy more of an earful. And it made me feel like this guy's taking this all very, very seriously, which was refreshing.
Well, and it's interesting because it's a little bit of a departure from last year. Last year, he just stepped in, tried to learn everything as fast as he could, and just contributed. This year, you can tell he's taking ownership of the leadership angle on the thing. And Trent Williams joked about it, and he's like, I was over there with him. And, it's just, these things matter. These things matter to these guys. And also, I think he just wants to, the best players on some level are perfectionists.
Yes.
And they believe perfect practice reps, somehow lead to perfect game reps.
Yes, and a tone setter. And now that McCaffrey's in camp for the first time as a Niner, he's definitely trying to set the tone. 888-957-9570. Larry Kruger's here. Nobody's more dialed in on the 49ers than Krug. We'll get your questions, your thoughts coming up here momentarily. We got Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan tickets to give away, Larry.
Nice. Where at?
It's at Chase Center. It's in November. That's coming up here in the next 15 minutes as we continue to poke our way through the Niner roster. Number 3, Ray McCloud. Have you seen him take a step up to where maybe he becomes more of a wide receiver 3 on this team?
He's one of my favorite guys. I love talking to Ray. He's a super tough guy, but he's going to be challenged, Dibs. He's going to be challenged. And for his roster spot, because there's other return guys this year. They got Ronnie Bell, they got Deshaun Jameson, and those guys can return too. So if somehow Ronnie Bell has this awesome camp and is going to make the roster, you look at the receivers. They're going to probably keep 5. You got Debo, you got Juwan Jennings, you got Ayuk, you probably got Danny Gray as your vertical threat. Last year you had Ray. Those were your 5. But you brought in Ronnie Bell, there's Chris Conley, there's other guys. Tay Martin. So, there's going to be good competition there. And if somebody besides, if some other player somehow makes an impact as a return guy, then Ray could be challenged. I think Ray's going to make it because he's explosive. He can do a lot of things. But he's going to be challenged for his roster spot this summer.
Definitely competition at that spot. 888-957-9570. Larry's in for Mark. It's Willard and Dibs with Kruger in. Up next numerically is a quarterback, but Dave in Pleasanton has a QB question, so it'd be better if Dave in Pleasanton asked you as opposed to me continuing to go down the roster, risking my livelihood. Dave in Pleasanton, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
Pretty good. I still want to say, Dibs, you're the funniest man in sports talk radio, and Larry, I love your YouTube.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate you. I'm a big Pleasanton fan, by the way. Very underrated Bay Area community.
It is. So my question is, we're getting all these reports. The other day, Darnold was 8-12. So was Trey, or the numbers were identical. With all these hypotheticals, Darnold's been in the league for 5 years. He's seen all the snaps. Trey hasn't seen the snaps. If we threw that all away, I want to know, Dibs, you've been there, Larry, you've been there a few times. If we were to have to go with one of them first, in your opinion, who are you going with based off what you see, no hypotheticals?
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate the phone call. For me, I haven't been there as often as Larry, certainly, but I think it's becoming more and more clear that it's going to be Sam Darnold. And I made this point to Mark yesterday or the day before about the way I think it plays out. You brought Sam Darnold in because you told him that he was going to have a legitimate chance to be the 2. And what I've seen, what I've read, what I've heard in terms of Trey versus Sam, Trey has not separated himself from Sam. And I think with Sam's experience and his ability to dissect the defense and deliver the ball, I think that he'll ultimately win the 2 job.
So we're assuming that Brock's the 1,
yes,
and who's the 2? To me, it's a 3-horse race between Brandon Allen, Lance, and Darnold.
And Allen is next up numerically. He is number 4.
And I it all comes down to consistency. And to me, Trey looks the best of the 3 to me as far as all the way through. But I just think that consistency-wise, I wouldn't be shocked if it was Brandon Allen. And I know that's going to probably surprise some people, but I mean, this guy was number 2 to Joe Burrow. He's accurate. He's athletic. There's a lot of inconsistency with Sam Darnold. Trey's been hovering around 50% completion percentage. I just think that there's a little bit more inconsistency. Now, that's what I think you're looking for, more consistency, but the high-end ability is definitely Darnold or Trey. Darnold throws the ball, I think, with a little bit more consistency. But Trey, to me, I'm going with, if it's Darnold or Trey, I'm going with Trey. I really believe that Trey, because he only played 1 year of college football after high school, that his growth potential is, his improvement curve.
Right, it's greater than the other 2, for
Sam
sure.
Sam Darnold's been in the league for 5 years. I think we got a pretty good idea what Sam Darnold is. I'm not saying that he won't be better here.
Right,
He will be better
in a bad system, though, in a broken system in New York, and he had 2 coaches in New York and 2 coaches in Carolina.
Let's not excuse it all because Dibbs, the guy turned it over a ton at SC.
Right, but think about Alex Smith in terms of how many coordinators he had. He had, 7 coordinators in his first 7 years?
He'll be better. He'll be better here.
Yes.
And also, if you look at Darnold's turnovers, high percentage of his turnovers have come second half with the Jets, from behind, trying to make a play, forcing it into windows. And March said it the other day on that was a 33rd whatever website.
Yeah.
That he brought him up and compared him to Steve Young. And he made the good point was that young quarterbacks, there's not a lot of structure, there's not a lot of support, and you're just out there to carry the whole outfit. Where here you don't got to do that. And look at Steve Young; he was the lowest rated passer in Tampa. And he comes here; he's a Hall of Famer.
Right.
So sometimes you got to see things as they potentially can be, and not necessarily as they are.
Right.
Or as they were. Let's say.
Yeah.
And you got to give people the ability to improve.
888-957-9570. Your thoughts on the quarterback position plus the McCaffrey, Debo, Ayuk triad? Can they all still be here as this year continues to go on? Larry's in for Mark. It's Willard and Dibbs. Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan will be live at Chase Center November 3rd. We are giving away tickets coming up next on 95.7 The Game. And we are sponsored by calhope.org. Willard and Dibbs, Larry in, Mark on a 3-day weekend. Come with us on the phones, 888-957-9570. Your call's next on 95.7 The Game.
for your summer vibes at the Alameda County Fair. It's happening in Pleasanton from June 16th through July 9th. 95.7 The Game has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Alameda County Fair. Enter now at the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We're back. It is Willard and Dibs. Mark enjoying a 8th grade graduation and a 3-day weekend. Much deserved. I'm in with my old buddy, Larry Kruger. And Mark and I always joke about the breaks on how we should do a podcast about what goes on during the breaks.
Right.
And I think you'd be our first guest.
Thank you.
Because you and I go, how far back do you and I go? Probably damn near 20 years now.
Well, how old's Quest?
He is 22, coming up in a week.
So he was a baby.
Yes.
He was a baby.
That's right. He was a baby.
He was a baby.
Yes.
And I would stop by the Dibs house.
Which is crazy because I've known you for, let's just say, 20 years. And up until you came here about, I guess, 6 months ago or however long it's been, you and I had never done a show together.
I know. And we know a lot of the same people. We had the same
job.
Did you go to Marin Catholic or San Marin?
Marin Catholic.
Marin Catholic.
Yeah.
Yes, all my Marin Catholic friends know
Of course. And, I followed you at a place, and then you left, I came in, and then I left, and then you came in, and then I came here, and then I left, and I came back, and then you came here, and here we are. So it's been a hilarious kind of game of whack-a-mole between you and I.
That's right. The fact that we're in the same room at the same time is a bizarre sequence.
Super bizarre.
Yeah,
it's got me worried, and you should be worried as well.
Exactly.
Because it usually doesn't go well.
2 men enter, 1 man leaves.
Dude, totally.
Mad
Shout
Max
out,
Beyond
Tina
Thunderdome.
Turner, rest in peace.
Yes.
And she was a big figure there. We are streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957thegame to watch us live. And if anyone swears, you get to hear it. Like and subscribe for all 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. And while we're at it, let's give it away. Larry, are you in a giving mood?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah. Let's give it away right now because Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan will be live.
Give it away, give it away,
Chase
give it away
Center.
now?
Yes. That's Red Hot Chili Peppers, if I'm not mistaken. November 3rd, Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan live at Chase Center. Caller number 5 to our contest line right now, 415-951-2386. You'll get 2 tickets. That's 415-951-2386. For show and contest details, visit 957thegame.com.
Who's the headliner there?
It's a good question. It's got to be Seinfeld, right?
I would think, but Gaffigan is hilarious, man. He is so funny. I think Gaffigan's one of my favorite comedy guys.
Absolutely. And I think that they're doing a 4-show run, just 4 big-time arenas. I don't think it's a huge tour. At least that's what was announced today from the good folks at Chase Center.
Do you and your lady ever go, hit the comedy club? You ever get out to Tommy T's or any of the, remember Cobb's?
Yeah.
Punchline.
I would like to, but
it's a fun night, man. It is a fun night. Get a couple pops and laugh.
For those of you calling 888-957-9570, I hope you're calling in to weigh in on the 49ers because Larry's here and he's an expert, but that is not the contest line. The contest line is 415-951-2386. So that's the number you want to call if you want to win the tickets. And again, we will have another pair of tickets, the last pair du jour. That's coming up at about 4:30. It'll be before 5 o'clock, Larry, I promise you.
I took French for many years, so du jour means
of the day.
Of day.
Yeah, soup du jour.
Yeah.
The old soup du jour would be the soup of the day. In case you ever go to a restaurant and you want the soup du jour. That's kind of what that is.
One time we went to a restaurant as a kid, and the waitress came over to my brother and said, "Do you want the super salad?" And he thought she meant the super salad, and he said, "Yes." And it was a hilarity went from there.
Yeah, no doubt. And that can always be awkward when you're young and trying to go to a restaurant.
Do you want the super salad? I'll take the super salad.
Would love a super salad.
Are you kidding me? What's on that super salad?
Totally. You got to have some meat in that super salad, without a doubt. Larry's in for Mark, 888-957-9570. Your Niner thoughts. Coming up at the top of the hour, we're going to pivot to the San Francisco Giants so Larry can weigh in on exactly what he thinks about this Giants team. 2 games above 500. Plucky little young core. Is it sustainable this year? And we'll get Larry's thoughts on the Giants coming up. But I did want to follow up on your Danny Gray. Danny Gray's next up numerically. He is number 6 in your program, number 1 in your heart. Only 1 catch last year for Danny Gray. Is he a guy in jeopardy of losing his spot with an already crowded wide receiver core?
Well, I mean, the whole thing's it's a gigantic competition, and he by no means is guaranteed a spot. But I've talked to Kyle Shanahan in the past about play calling and what a guy like Gray does for a play caller like Kyle. Speed creates space, and if you don't have that element, it's kind of like not having outside shooting in the NBA. You don't have three-point shooting, everybody packs it in the lane. If you don't have a vertical threat, somebody who can burn right by the defensive back, everybody's leaning forward and guys get crushed underneath. So Danny Gray creates space. He's dynamic. He's in better shape. The biggest improvement is year 1 to year 2. I think he's noticeable on the practice field. He's so explosive. And I did a bunch of interviews with him last year. He says he has an unbelievable touchdown dance. We just haven't seen it
We just haven't seen it because he had just the 1 catch last year, right?
Right. And he had the bomb in the preseason against Green Bay.
Right.
Trey went up top and hit him on the dead run. Danny Gray has got ball skills and 4.2 speed. So he is going to be a difference maker. He absolutely is. Now, Purdy's doesn't have the biggest arm to go down the field. Doesn't matter. Danny Gray is going to be an electric player. I think you're just seeing... You haven't even seen his career start to blossom yet. He's going to take off.
Can you unleash a touchdown dance in the preseason, or is that something you don't do?
I think that might be frowned upon. You know?
Okay. Well, Kendrick Bourne, we know, was down to dance at any time.
But Danny Gray's like, I started asking him, I go, give it to me. What do you got? And he's like, well, and he started to do it, and he's like, no, I don't want to give it away. So, but he says he's got an elaborate touchdown celebration coming.
Okay. Hopefully we get a chance to see it.
But I'll say this too. He's not just a speedster. He's not just one of these guys that runs 4.2, but he can't catch a cold. This guy can catch. He's got good ball skills, and it's coming. I mean, it's coming. He to me, nobody would say he's guaranteed a spot, but I think he kind of is, because I think he provides an element that no other player provides, and you really want with your receiver core is complementary pieces.
Right.
And he complements Ayuk and Debo and Juwan so perfectly.
Well, who else could be in that Juwan role? And I do want to get into the Ayuk and Debo conversation here with Christian McCaffrey, a principal part of that. 888-957-9570. Do you think that these three can coexist for the long term? But Juwan Jennings as the slot, the third down wide receiver, who's coming for his job?
It's so funny because he's an awesome game day player, and he's like the guy that you trust with the game on the line. How many big catches has he had?
Right.
Out against Green Bay, out against Dallas.
But on Wednesday, I could barely even notice that he was out there.
When he had 2 or 3 drops.
Exactly.
He's not a practice guy. But Ronnie Bell, the rookie 7th round pick out of
Number
Michigan.
10, yeah.
Yeah, his dad coaches wide receivers at Southwest Missouri State, and you can see it. I mean, there's a reason that rookie receivers usually aren't very good. It's because there's so many nuances to the position, and it's all about technique and reps and experience and all these things that you would never think do matter in the NFL compared to college. Ronnie Bell's dad currently is a wide receiver coach, and when you watch him, you can see it, right? He's super refined in everything that he does. So it's Ronnie Bell and it's Tay Martin, the second-year wide receiver who's 6'3", great, huge catch radius, put on about 10, 12 pounds above upper body weight. He was so weak last year that I don't even think he did the bench at the combine. But Tay Martin's legit, and Ronnie Bell's legit, and they're cheaper than JJ. So if those guys flourish this summer, and Juwan's a free agent at the end of the year, I would not be shocked if the Niners moved Juwan in a trade for like a 5th-round pick in August. But
because you're keeping 6 wide receivers, right, for the most part?
I think 5. Because this team's going to have 3 quarterbacks. They're going to have a bunch of D linemen, and they're going to have Juszczyk, right? And you also have Jack Coletto in your backfield. And you got a super loaded backfield with Jordan Mason and Ty Davis-Price and all these guys, Elijah Mitchell. So, it's usually either keep 5 receivers and 6 running backs, or 6 receivers and 5 running backs.
You're going to keep 4 tight ends at least. You would figure, because they go 2 tights and occasionally they go even 3 tights on in some formations.
That's going to be competitive too. Is Dwelly going to make it this year? Is Warner going to make it? You got Latu, who's a third-round pick. You got Braden Willis, who got that gold helmet designation.
Yeah, number
which
9.
means that they love him. So I think the tight end competition is going to be fierce.
Yes, but offensively, the most fierce competition might be at wide receiver because you look at Ayuk and you look at Debo, and they're the only 2 locks. You would figure Juwan Jennings is also in that lock category, but then if you have 2 more spots, and you mentioned Ray McLeod and Ronnie Bell and all the rest of the wide receivers, that might be a ferocious camp battle when we get there in about 6 weeks.
Yeah, I would say, huge competition at quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end. I mean, seriously, all the skill positions are going to be intense competitions because there's a bunch of players here. I mean, this is where Lynch and Peters should be shouted out a little bit. Is they got a loaded deep roster. They really do. I mean, and you really have almost every year that Lynch has been here. And that's where it all begins, right? You got a good competition. As Harbs used to say, iron sharpens iron.
Yeah, and he's right. And this is a good sign, I think, in terms of the viability of your team. If you have camp battles across the board, not for your starting jobs, but for your backups and even for your third string, if that's where your battles are, that shows you that your roster is incredibly deep. And when you look at that situation, Larry, what is your expectation? And I'll throw this out to the listeners, 888-957-9570. Looking at the Niners roster, even with a quarterback room that is very inexperienced. It's Brock Purdy, who had a good end of the year last year, but he is wildly still unproven. And Trey Lance, we've only seen 5 quarters, really, of him as a starter in the past 2 years. Sam Darnold, a guy seeing ghosts, a player looking to recoup his career. And then Brandon Allen, maybe the sleeper. It's a team without a surefire quarterback as we know it right now. And Brock Purdy's going to be the starter. We're pretty sure about that, assuming that he gets healthy. But with a team that is not quarterback heavy, what can your expectations be? 888-957-9570.
I mean, they scored 33 points a game when Brock Purdy was in there last year. So, I mean, the offense, he and that was as a rookie, right? I mean, you got to think that there's going to be some significant. We talk so much about Brock and the injury and how does he recover that nobody's really focusing on. Look what he was able to do as a rookie quarterback in a very complex, very detailed system. There's shifts and motions and. Matt Ryan was noticeably better. He won the MVP in year 2.
Yeah.
And so I think there's huge upside for Brock to get better. If they had a redraft of last year's draft, he wouldn't be Mr. Irrelevant. He'd be a top 15 pick.
Right.
So, I mean, and then Trey's got a lot of talent. Darnold was a top 3 pick too. So there's unknowns at the quarterback spot, but I think the offense, there's no reason at all to think that the offense is going to take any step back. I don't even think the move from Mike McGlinchey at right tackle to Colton McKivitz is even a downgrade. I think Colton McKivitz is maybe a better pass protector than McGlinchey,
but not as good in the run game, and that's
not
where
not as good in the run game, probably. Yeah, and also they're not as deep there. Like that third tackle might matter, right? I mean, and I don't know who that third tackle is going to be. That's kind of a question mark. But yeah, I was talking about this the last couple of weeks. Is the Niner O-line closer to a strength or a weakness? And I think a lot of people will say, oh, it's a weakness. But if you go left to right, now there's going to be some regression with Trent, but Trent's still a premier left tackle. Then you got Banks and Burford, prototype guards, and they're just getting nothing but better. Brendel, the center, was a Pro Bowl alternate. They brought in John Feliciano to challenge him. So I think their line is, McKivitz is the big question. But I'll say this about McKivitz. He's a gamer as far as he's not going to whiz down his leg. And
right.
It's not going to be too big. The moment's not going to be too big for Colton. He's kind of an old school throwback, tough guy. So the question is, can they stay healthy?
Right, and can they run the ball? Because that's where their team really makes its hay, and that's where Mike McGlinchey was so good in the run game. And so for me, if the new right tackle, McKivitz, if he can't be a part of a successful run game, then you got problems because everything the Niners do is built off of that run game, the play action, the deception, the motion, the stretch, and all the rest of it. So that to me is even more important than whether or not he can pass protect. And, people who don't realize the way the season went and how Brock Purdy got hurt, you want to blame Mike McGlinchey. And I don't know why Mike McGlinchey was the scapegoat last year, but it felt like so many fans blamed a lot of their offensive struggles on McGlinchey.
You know, I'll tell you what it was. He had one real liability, is that he didn't have the quickness to kick out against the best speed rushers, and so he would lunge. And then if he would lunge out to his right, and then you saw Micah Parsons banged him hard on that inside shoulder, and he basically, since he's lunging and not balanced, he's almost parallel to the ground. People snap the picture. It goes out on Twitter, and suddenly everybody's like, look at McGlinchey. He got hurled across the formation by Micah Parsons. And his mistakes became viral, and so the image of his play was like, oh, he's a joke. Not only was he not a joke, he was a very solid run blocker. He graded out as such. He also was one of the real leader, tough guys in the room. It's just he had one weakness, and his one weakness is he struggled against speed rushers, and it kind of blew up the whole rest of his pass blocking game.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. Larry is in for Mark Willard today, and we are talking about expectations for the 49ers with Brock Purdy at quarterback and question marks really about Brock because we don't know exactly what he'll be. 5-0 in the regular year, 2-1 in the postseason. A very good start, but certainly not an established quarterback. Does that change the way you think about this team's ceiling? Because Larry is a guy, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you're thinking Super Bowl or bust. Like this team with this much talent, and even with Brock Purdy, they should be a Super Bowl winning caliber team.
I mean, Vegas has them as the favorite to go to the Super Bowl out of the NFC, despite the fact the Eagles beat them in that game, despite the fact that there's murky quarterback situation, despite, the turnover. So, I mean, there is no such thing as a team without a weakness. I mean, Philly just lost their O coordinator and their D coordinator and Javon Hargrave. So it's not like, you're going up against the 94 Niners or the 92 Cowboys or something. It's not, those teams don't really exist. So, yeah, I think the 49ers, it'll be very, very disappointing if they don't win double digits. I know for a fact that they're not going to be satisfied unless they go to the Super Bowl. They're in their window. It is a miserable existence, though, to be like, we win it all or it's a failure.
Right.
I do understand that. I mean, you have to enjoy the ride, but let's make no mistake about it. Every guy in that room expects to win the championship this year. I mean, they're expecting that they're in the mix. And the one thing about the Niners, what's creating their urgency is you don't know how long you're going to be able to have as much talent as they have on one roster together. It's the cap is the cap. And
it's relentless. And having the quarterback room that you do have, where the highest paid quarterback, I think it's Trey Lance, which is not a lot of money, then Sam Darnold, then I think it's even Brandon Allen before Brock Purdy in terms of total deal. I know that Brandon Allen has a $200,000 guarantee, so if he doesn't make the team, he gets $200K, and thanks for coming out. But to have a quarterback room that cheap, the window is definitely open because of that. 888-957-9570. Your chance to weigh in on the 49ers. Larry Kruger, Niner expert, is in for Mark Willard. Let's go to Dave in El Cerrito. What's going on, Dave? Happy Friday.
Thank you to you as well. I'm of the opinion that I think the Niners will go to the Super Bowl. I've consistently been of the opinion that they will go to the Super Bowl with Sam Darnold as the quarterback for a variety of reasons. But I don't agree with Larry that, first of all, I do not think that he would be a top 15 draft pick if the draft was redone regardless of last year, because everybody went to the combine. Everybody knew what he couldn't do. It's not as if he can do those things now, like throw darts to the outside the hash marks or get deep downfield, or even really have great pocket awareness to avoid a massive hit like Eli Manning couldn't move for years but managed to never miss any games. So I think that's an overstatement. On the other side of it,
yeah, thanks, Dave. I appreciate that. We were losing you toward the end of that, and I do appreciate the phone call. I think Larry's point about the redraft is not only at what Brock Purdy became, and we can all agree that if you took Brock Purdy and you redrafted it, he's not going to go 262nd. I think that's fair to say that Brock Purdy would not be the 262nd guy taken. Larry said top 15, and I think you'd be hard-pressed to find 15 players in that draft that you would absolutely certifiably take in front of Brock Purdy based on where he went and the year he had. If you look at Sauce Gardner, who went number 4 overall to the Jets, he's probably your number 1 overall. He instantly became a Pro Bowler, and he had an amazing season. But outside of that, you look at even the first round, you didn't have too many slam dunk superstars. And Brock Purdy, you got to put some respect on his name. Going absolutely dead last in the 7th round is a player who was impressive. Impressive not only the fact that he was able to take over the job as QB3, but able to go on and go 5-0 in the regular year, win 2 playoff games. And if it wasn't for the injury against Philadelphia, who knows? Maybe he goes to the Super Bowl and has a chance to be the first ever rookie quarterback to win a Super Bowl as a rookie. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. Larry Kruger is in for Mark Willard. We're taking your 49er phone calls all day long. Larry's been out at OTAs. He's been out at mandatory minicamp. He's got his eyes on everything that has to do with the 49ers. But coming up on the other side, I want to get Larry's thoughts on the San Francisco Giants. It's been an up and down year. As I mentioned to Mark yesterday, they've been 6 games below 500 on 3 different occasions. The last time they were 17-23. They've won 15 of 22. It feels like they've righted the ship, and they've done it with the youth movement. They've done it with Schmidt and Bailey. Kyle Harrison is said to be right around the corner. We're keeping our eyes on Sacramento to see if Harrison gets scratched from his start, which is expected to be today. If Harrison doesn't throw tonight, you might see the young phenom from De La Salle sooner than you think. We'll get your Giants thoughts coming up on the other side. Larry Kruger's in for Mark Willard. We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Happy Friday. Your phone calls coming up next. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Mom, Dad, Sis.
Here we go again.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
No, it was not awkward. Actually, it was great. It's what I love about this business. Larry Kruger's in for Mark Willard. It's Willard and Dibs. Happy Friday, 3 o'clock. And it's, man, so good to see you, Larry. And that is actually what I love about this business. Your phone rang. It was a call you had to take. I knew you had to take it. I was excited for you to take it. You took it. And the clock moves on. Sports is still here, Larry, and your Giants thoughts coming up in mere seconds.
And I'm excited about the Giants. I went to the Cactus, brought my kids down there and hung out.
Give it to them, Grandy. Whoop. Thank you.
And I got to sit right there with Gabe Kapler as he had very many awkward conversations. But you know what? I haven't been this excited about the Giants since 2014. Really, I mean, maybe 2016. They had a nice little deal going, but to me, the youth movement of the Giants has made them watchable once again.
And who are you most excited about when it comes to the youth movement? Because you got Casey Schmidt, who's here, and he's doing big things, although we're starting to see a little bit of him, I guess, being adjusted to his chase rate would be something that alarms many people, swinging a lot of balls outside the zone, and I think other teams are starting to get hip to that. His strikeout-to-walk ratio is not good, but he's off to a great start. Patrick Bailey looks like he's cementing the catcher spot. Is there someone else that you're getting excited about?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I was in Salt River at the Rockies facility. Have you ever been to Salt River? I think I did a segment with you.
Yeah.
I did a segment with you and Willard
Yeah.
from Salt River on the berm. And Luis Matos hit just an absolute bomb in the game I was at. And Matos is the real deal. And last night in Sacramento, doubled, homered. The guy's got a howitzer for an arm. I mean, to me, that's the really exciting guy. And then the lefty, they got a left-handed pitcher named Carson Wisenhunt. And Dibs, this guy's changeup is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the arm angle is the exact same as the fastball. He throws mid-90s. The changeup's got just unbelievable movement. And obviously the kid from De La Salle, Kyle Harrison.
Yeah.
My kid played summer ball against him a few years ago. He's obviously a big-time guy. So I'm excited for all of them, but Matos is the guy that I really like because he's got ridiculous right-handed power and really strong wrists, and he can hit it out. I think he can play center, and he's got one of the best arms you're going to see. And I think he's going to be up. I mean, I think he's going to be up maybe in a month,
right?
Maybe in a few weeks.
But where do you play him? Because the outfield seems to be pretty full right now in terms of Haniger, who's finally healthy and playing well, and Conforto leading the team in home runs. You got Yaz out there. You got Slates. Is there a spot?
Slates.
That's what Slates. That's what Mark likes to say. When he does his Gabe doing Slates. Is there a spot for Matos to come up and play?
Well, maybe not. But you know what? He may force a spot. I mean, you're right. They got a lot of inventory. And the great Martin Lurie was saying they have no room for any additions. But you know what? When you're as talented as that kid is, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you can make some room. To me, one of the interesting subplots in the Bay Area this summer will be what do the Giants do at the trade deadline? Because we're about a month away, and they, do you make a play for an Ohtani, or do you put that off into a big offseason pursuit? Do you try to bring him here and sell him on your situation this summer? I've heard it argued both ways. Some people say this would be perfect. Bring him here, let him get a taste of it, and then you could woo him behind the scenes without the competition. Maybe get him signed. He's going to get record-setting money. I think if you could get the farm system to produce, and you could get in a guy like Ohtani, because let's say the Giants have two problems.
Right.
They're not good enough on the field, and the farm system is going to help that. But it's a ghost town in that their games. Have you seen the crowds in the weekday? I mean, it's
smallest it's ever been there.
Yeah,
and it's because they're not exciting. And if you're a casual fan,
right,
and you look at this team, who are you most excited by in terms?
Schmidt,
right? But if you're a casual fan, you may not even know who that is because you're doing your thing and you're living your life. And the Giants are 32-30, and maybe you haven't locked in on the fact that he is from the farm and he's playing great. So outside of that, there's really no big marquee name where you can say, oh, yeah, I'm excited about Buster Posey, for example.
And it's not only about that. It's also about the Warriors moved in down the street, and they got a nice house and a great team and a great organization, and you get the football thing. Football's bigger and better than ever. You know, the audience is huge. I mean, you look at the football numbers. I see it on YouTube. I mean, the football topic is just, there's a level of engagement with the NFL fan and the Niner fan that's far greater than the other sports. So that's part of what they're fighting as well. So they got to be more compelling. They got to have a draw. An Ohtani would be a great draw, but he, in and of its, just by himself, isn't going to do it. And I don't think he would come here unless he has a supporting cast. But the Giants suddenly look like they might be able to have an interesting supporting cast. So,
Right, and a cast that can win, because the word is that Ohtani doesn't want to just be the lone star, and he's not now. He's one of two stars, but that team isn't winning either. He wants to be a part of a team that has a chance to win and win for a long time. So are the Giants getting in that spot now where they're building enough from the farm and building enough controllable pieces to where Ohtani would look at them and say, yeah, I like what you're doing for the future?
And then they dodged maybe the biggest bullet, and we haven't really touched on this, but in December, they offered Carlos Correa a 13-year, $350 million deal, and it blew up. And that was the greatest thing that ever happened to this franchise, because he's hitting 210. He's banged up. Could you imagine if a guy's hitting 210 and you paid him $350 million and you've got 12 more years left on the deal? I mean,
right.
Seriously, heads would have rolled.
And he's already come out and said he doesn't even know if he wants to play 12 more years. And yet, or 10 more years even, and you signed him to a 12-year deal if you would have had that deal go down as the Giants. And now you'd be in a very difficult spot, because I was advocating for the deal, thinking, all right, you'll get 6 or 7 good Correa years, and then maybe he goes downhill. But already in year one, even when healthy, he's been struggling.
Yeah, 210. He's hitting 210. And he's banged up. He's starting to fall apart. How long can he stay at shortstop? So the question is this. With Ohtani, what is the better route? Do you trade, Luciano, the shortstop, Marco Luciano and Kyle Harrison as a centerpiece package to the Angels and get Ohtani, because there's a lot of talk of that? Or do you say, you know what, don't give anything, wait till the end of the year, and then just throw him record-setting, average annual value, AAV, and
well,
see
if you trade
can
for
land
him at the deadline, you're not going to be assured that you can sign him unless you get some sort of a declaration from him that if you acquire him, then he'll sign right away for a long-term deal. So if you do trade assets at the deadline, you aren't guaranteed to keep Shohei Ohtani.
And can the Giants really afford another tease of their fans? I mean, no fan base was teased more brutally and ruthlessly than the Giant fan this last year. We're getting Aaron Judge, Arson Judge. It's done. Exactly. It's a done deal. People are high-fiving. Oh, that didn't happen. Carlos Correa. Oh, yes, we got Carlos. Tomorrow's the presser. Oh, that didn't happen. So I don't know that you can tease the Giant fan again. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and the Giants have tons of cash. So it's like, maybe it's just, I don't know. I don't know how they're going to play their hand. I've heard executives suggest that maybe the best way would be just hoard your prospects, don't give them away,
exactly,
and then go to him and say, "Look, we got Wisenhunt and Harrison at the top of the rotation, and maybe you trade Alex Cobb or Jock Peterson,
and
or
you
some
got
of these
a
guys
first
at the
baseman
deadline.
of the future already in Lamont Wade Jr. Am I right? Am I right, Larry?
Biggest shock of the year.
I was
me.
told to rub your nose in
I
it.
know. I didn't.
Willard told me repeatedly.
I know.
Make sure you call Larry on the carpet for his late night Lamont hate.
Well, no, there was no.
No, you
hate.
hated on him.
No, not because I was.
You've been anti-Lamont from the get-go, Kruger.
Stop. 207 is what he hit last year.
Okay.
And I just thought, you know what? Why are they so enamored with this guy? But he's a borderline all-star this year.
Yeah, he is.
He's got a Barry
In your
Bonds
face.
He's got a Barry Bonds on base percentage. I mean, that's the thing with the Giants. Tyro Estrada could be an all-star. Alex Cobb could be an all-star.
Yeah.
Doval
will be an all-star.
Doval. I mean, they've got like 6 guys.
Conforto.
Well, Conforto, he went deep yesterday. You saw that.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's an all-star.
No.
But you know what I'm saying? They do have like 5 or 6 guys who potentially could be all-stars this year.
Which is crazy, and they're only 2 games above 500, which is a big reason why they won't have 5 or 6 guys make the all-star team. But I was told Lamont Wade Jr. in Larry's face. Just one more quick one before we...
damn you, Willard.
Before we dip out. Sacramento's pitcher tonight, the scheduled pitcher for the River Cats. It should be Kyle Harrison. It's his turn. TBD. Still TBD, and the game is set to start in 3.5 hours. So
that's either very good news and he could be called up, or it's very bad news because he got some kind of injury.
I think that it's more likely the former, that it's very good news that he would maybe be called up. He's shown no signs of injury previously, and it is his turn. He hasn't pitched in a week.
Have you seen him? He's a lefty who throws
nasty
97, 98, kind of has a combination of like a Bumgarner, Chris Sale arm angle. It's not quite Sale. He does not quite the fluidity of Bumgarner, but man, he's 2 or 3 pitches that are all plus.
Yeah, and just you're right, the way he deceptively kind of slings it. He hides it a little bit like Bumgarner, and his arm angle is like Chris Sale. So we'll keep an eye on Sacramento and see if that move might actually happen. We are sponsored by Raid from SC Johnson. More from Larry Kruger coming up on the other side. Later in the hour, we're going to do Krug's Camp Questions. If you have a question for Larry about Niner Camp, 888-957-9570. He's here to answer all of your Niners questions. It is Willard and Dibbs. Kruger's in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
This can't keep your loved ones.
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby. Happy Friday to everybody out there. It is a wonderful day. Larry Kruger's in for Mark Willard. It is Willard and Dibs. 888-957-9570. When Larry fills in for Mark, I feel like I can really lean on a guy he's like my left tackle. You're like the offensive lineman that I never had, Larry. You're the guy who I know who has my back. And if I've got football questions, you've got football answers, and I want you to be that person for the listeners. 888-957-9570. It's an ALA. Ask Larry anything. It's Camp Kruger questions. C-K-Q. And I got to mix up the consonants.
Right.
Camp questions for Kruger, CQK. However you want to slice and dice it. Larry's here for all of your Niner OTAs, your MMAs, your LMAs, your mandatory mini camp avails, which would be the MMA.
Your ASAPs.
All that. Your ASAPs.
Right.
Larry's here for all of it. And your calls, 888-957-9570.
Your CIAs, your FBIs, your
all
KGBs.
Yeah. So if you've got questions about the 49ers,
DOAs.
Larry is here for you. Before we get to the Niners, I do want to send a heavenly shout out to my mom, Sue. Sue Dibley, rest in peace. Today is her birthday, would be her birthday. Sue would be 84 today.
Her heavenly birthday.
Correct. And so thank you, Grandy. And I thought about it this morning, and June 9th always hits me in that way. And then I thought about you, because we were working together, and I know that you lost your mom, and I think that you post every year about her heavenly birthday.
Yeah,
and so the idea about the heavenly birthday, it's never something that I've posted, never something that I really think about in those terms, but having it be my mom's birthday and having you here today made me think, you know what? I'm going to mention that to Larry. I'm going to shout out my mom, give you a chance to shout out your mom, because, both of us are momless, and it sucks.
Yeah. Carol Kruger was one of a kind. I would come home from school as a kid and say, I hate this teacher. I just want to kill him. And she'd be like, oh, Lair, don't do that. She used to say that.
Voice of reason.
My mother was an unbelievable cook, which is why, I've always, kept a little bit of a boiler.
Man, not bad.
But yes, I miss her. She was absolutely wonderful. Great mother, great wife. My parents were married for 56 years.
Yeah, wow.
And they died during the pandemic about 100 days apart, if you can believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a very, very rough time for the family, but I always think of, how blessed I was to have such an amazing set of parents, my mother, my father, George Kruger, for my entire life. I mean, I'm literally 50 years old. How many people can say they had their, a loving, caring, devoted mother
no doubt.
And father for 5 decades? I see people, I hear stories, my mom died when I was 3. I mean, that truly makes me sad because my mom was such a great listener. She was such a great, whatever sickness you had, she had some kind of dietary thing of, have you tried doing this? Have you tried that? She just, my friends would have a problem. I had a friend in high school whose parents divorced. He literally was invited to dinner at our house, like our entire senior year at St. Ignatius. And it was like, she'd pack him stuff to take back to his house. Oh, but because she knew his home was, fractured and that kind of thing. So she was just like the kind of person where your problem and your friend's problems became her problem.
That's really cool.
And it was just, one of a kind. So
Carol Kruger,
love her
Sue
to death.
Dibley, happy heavenly birthday. And she was the same lady where we had all kinds of strays live with us, whether it was my buddy Jeff Ferreira, whose home was a little bit fractured, or, my brother had a friend and he lived with us for a while. And the classic was my sister, Hurricane Gale. Shout out to Kaner. She had a boyfriend. She was probably 18 at the time, and he was 35, and he moved in. They moved in with us. Gail and Billy Hamilton, I don't know if he's still with us or not, but my sister, the Kaner, and Billy break up. She moves out. He stays in the house.
Wow.
So now it's me, and this is when I was in high school, so I was the last of the Mohicans. It's me, my mom and dad, my buddy Jeff Ferreira from across town, and the 35-year-old short order cook from Sambo's. I don't know if you remember Sambo's. It was like a
Lombard?
Denny. Yeah, no, this was one in the North Bay. But Billy Hamilton.
Not the most sensitive name, but it was
At all.
It was like kind of like Denny's.
It was the 80s, yes. Not sensitive at all. But
this is an era where 5 blocks from Sambo's on Lombard was Doggy Diner with a dog head that was about a story tall. I don't know if you remember. You had to be
on Lombard. Yeah,
it was on Lombard and Fillmore. There was a Doggy Diner.
Okay, yeah,
and it was just a hot dog place, but it had a dog's head.
Oh my God, yeah.
You talk about bad marketing for a hot dog place. You can have a dog,
sure,
but Doggy Diner, and it just. I mean, I can remember seeing this. I mean, seriously, it was like as big as it was like a story tall dog head.
Yeah,
wow. Doggy Diner.
Just while we're flashing back, and your calls, Ask Larry Anything, Niners camp questions coming up here in just moments. Zims. Your thoughts. Zims on 19th, and I think, was it Taraval?
19th and Taraval. And then there was the place that's on 19th and Lincoln was also like Zimmerman's. So that was like, and then that place kept turning over because it was too big and probably the rent was too big. And so no business thrived there. But yeah. We're going to old San Francisco.
But just real quick, I had to get Zims out because when you mentioned Doggy Diner, it took me a minute to picture it.
I love Zims.
Yes, it was right down from from like Lombard back in the day was the way you went to Giants games and Niners games. That's the only way you could go, quite frankly. 888-957-9570. Your camp questions. Then the phone lines are stacking up with questions for Kruger. But first, we go to Bud in Oakland. Bud, what's going on? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's good? Hey, Dibs, man. I just want to say, man, I knew for some reason that you were a pretty good guy. I just heard you say that your mom's birthday is today. Today actually happens to be my mom's birthday as well. So I just wanted to call in and say happy birthday to you for your mom, just do it in remembrance of her, I just heard you sharing some thoughtful memories and, continue to be happy as we can, as we still have the air we can breathe, and manifest life and everyone else in this world. So,
amen to that, huh?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, thank you, Bud. I appreciate that, Bud. Thank you for the phone call. And, Gemini's in the building. And, my mom, and it's only a funny story because my sister and I were there, but my mom was on death's door. And, nothing funny about that. But it was Christmas Day, and this had to be 2017 or 18, and my mom was not doing great. And we are near the end. I mean, she ended up dying on the 27th, so we're down to the nitty-gritty. And my sister and I are meeting with the lady from hospice. So you go down in the waiting room, and the hospice lady is trying to explain to us what's going on. In the waiting room is the Warriors-Cavalier game, Christmas Day. And this thing's going down to the wire. And I'm there with my ex-wife, Chonda. It's me and Chonda and my sister, Gail. And we're listening to this lady talk about what's going to happen with Sue. And she's going to go here and she's going to go there. And it's going to be this and that. And this lady's talking to me. And I look over at my sister and she's watching the game. And then the hospice lady would turn her attention to Gail. She would pull her eyes down and lock eyes with the hospice lady, and I would shoot my eyes up to the game because this was that game where there was they're going to review a call. It's like a 1-point game, and it's on mute, and we're both like locked in on this game, and we're watching the game, and we're listening to hospice, and I look over at my ex-wife, and she is just disgusted at the two of us because, we were listening. Hospice, sure. She's got 10 more days in the hospital, and then she'll go here, and then she'll go there, and all the rest of it, but we were so locked in on this Warrior game. It's just, my mom wouldn't have wanted it any other way, to be honest. Yeah.
Right. And shout out to those people because the hospice people were at our house with my mom at the end too. And it's just, what a difficult job. What a
dude, it's brutal. I got bad news and I have even worse news.
Right. And they're just trying to provide comfort. And
and me and my sister, a couple of jackwagons, just locked in on this possession. Was it off LeBron or did Iguodala touch it?
You insensitive bastards!
No, completely. And my ex-wife she's a really nice person. She's really locked in on Sue. It's not even her mom; it's her mother-in-law, and yet she's the only one invested. And she's looking at this like you too. And I just want to say to the hospice lady, do you have 5 minutes here? Because this thing's going to overtime, and I'm going to need a conclusion here.
Right.
But, yeah.
Sweet memory. It's amazing how, too, in the midst of tragedy, how you remember things, right? You probably have a memory of these moments that's even greater.
Totally.
Because you're just like heightened senses.
Yeah, no doubt. Anyway, we could do mom talk the entire day, but people have questions for Larry about the 49ers, where
anything they want.
We got to get to it. And it's Lefty in San Francisco. Lefty wants to weigh in. He wants to talk to Larry Kruger. Lefty, what's going on? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Diz, it's Lucky, man. How you guys doing today? Kruger.
What's up?
My
What's up,
favorite
Lucky?
guy, man. How you guys doing today, man?
We're doing great.
We're doing great.
It's a Friday. It's a payday Friday, and we're loving it. What's going on, Lefty?
Yes, sir, man. It's Lucky.
Lucky.
I'm actually excited, man, for the wide receiver core, man. I want to see what we're going to do, man, because I keep hearing all the pundits saying that we don't have a very good wide receiving core, but what do you call Debo? What do you call Brandon Ayuk? What do you call Jawan Jennings? That's Mr. Dependable for me. So I'm excited to see what Danny Gray's going to do this year, and I just want to see us get to a sixth Super Bowl, man. I don't want to see it like we've been doing like the last 2 years, getting to the championship and falling short. We're a way better team than that, man. So
no question.
I'm hoping that Kyle and everybody gets their act together, man. Let's go get it, man. Number 6.
I hear you. I'll say this.
Thanks, Lucky. And sorry for the name butchering. The person who put the wrong name up has been punished. Rest assured.
He no longer works here.
Well, that was a 5 push-up punishment. Lucas did it, and we're on to Cincinnati.
I did 15.
Thank you, Lucas. Appreciate the effort.
Don't tear a pec.
Seriously.
No, but it's funny. 2 year when the Purdy draft happened and he got drafted, I was like, oh man, I just thought he was a weak-armed college guy that I saw at Iowa State. I didn't realize there was more upside, that he'd worked on his arm strength, and that he was going to be far better than that. I didn't realize it till my buddy, who's a road scout, said, "Krug, I know you're insane about being right. Go do a deep dive on Brock Purdy, man. You're gonna like what you see." And so I did. I read everything, and I started watching everything, and sure enough, he won me over. And then by minicamp, I was sold. This year, I did the same thing with Ronnie Bell. I was like, why? Why would you draft a wide receiver who's medium height, medium 40 time, medium everything, doesn't stand out, has had an ACL, you got all these other receivers, you don't have a real roster spot. And then I saw the rookie minicamp. Then I started reading the story about Ronnie Bell. Then I started studying his Michigan film. Ronnie Bell is going to be heard from this summer. This guy's got ball skills. He's got all the nuances down. He'll catch it in a crowd. I thought he really shined at the beginning of OTAs and in the rookie camp. Had a couple drops this last OTA period, but Ronnie Bell is legit. And to me, I don't know if he'll make the team, if he'll be a practice squad guy, but Cooper Kupp doesn't look like much either. I'm not saying this guy's Cooper Kupp.
Can't stop Kupp or Coop.
But Kupp's like, 4'6", 240, 6 feet, medium arm length. Nothing special, but he's probably one of the top, 2-3 wide receivers in the game.
Yeah.
Ronnie Bell is an NFL wide receiver. And then when I saw that his dad coached college wide receivers, then it all kind of crystallized for me. I'm like, oh, now I know why. It's like, it's like if your dad taught broadcasting, you would have the nuances down. His dad coaches
Joe Buck.
Wide receivers, and you can see it. You can absolutely see it.
So whose door would he be knocking on in terms of the way he plays? Debo is such a unique player, but Brandon Ayuk as a route runner, or Jawan Jennings as a third down versatile wide receiver, or Ray McLeod as a return man, or a wide receiver hybrid, who would Ronnie Bell be going after in terms of spot?
Jennings and Ray. Because I asked Schneider, the Brian Schneider, the Niners special team coach, what he thought of the young return guys. And he started absolutely just talking up Ronnie Bell as a return man. He's like a veteran return man with his footwork and his hands and the way he catches the ball and how calm he is and how reliable he is. So he's obviously a very dependable return guy. But I would say he's also a guy that can move the chains. He's very dependable. He'll catch it in a crowd. He plucks it with his hands, sinks his hips going in and out of the breaks. He's fast enough. He ran 4.54. He tore his ACL junior year at Michigan, comes back senior year, didn't even have a sleeve, and led them in receiving and had his best season ever. So Ronnie Bell is legit. Now I don't know if he'll make it, but he's going to fight for a job this summer, and I think he's got a great shot.
Ask Larry anything 49ers edition, 888-957-9232. 9570. We are also streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957thegame. Watch us live. If anyone swears or takes off their brand new Marine Layer maroon hoodie, you'll get to hear it and or see it. Like and subscribe for all 957 The Game content on YouTube. Still to come in this show, Larry, we've got tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan at Chase Center in November. It's a very exclusive, very sought-after show. Your chance to win 2 tickets to that great comedy show coming up before 5 o'clock. It's a guaranteed giveaway.
Can we win?
We actually cannot win,
okay.
Which is a kind of a bummer because I was talking to my wife. Thank you.
Can Lucas win?
No, he cannot win. My wife's Supper is her nickname because she calls dinner supper. She'll say, like, tonight, what are we doing for supper? And so she goes
Really?
by the name.
What is there a difference between supper and dinner?
Depends where you're from.
Okay.
She's from Chicago. So, she lived there until she was like 6 or 7 years old. And so she grew up with dinner being called supper. Just like soda is called pop.
Pop.
You
They
got
call it
that
pop.
right, Pop?
You want a pop? I'll get you a pop.
Exactly, depending on where you're from. So supper, my lovely wife was telling me how she's seen Seinfeld twice. She would love to make it thrice. And I said, sorry, Sup, but I am not eligible, nor are you, since we tied the knot back in November.
Oh,
So that's a bad beat.
It would probably be a bad optics if suddenly the winner of all the 95-7 contests were Mark Willard. Come on down, Mark Willard won.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like Bonte Hill has won.
That would be awkward.
That would be awkward.
Yeah, and
people might start to maybe call in on the line.
People
saying,
would be irate.
Fix. The fix is in.
Yes. Ask Larry anything. 888-957-9570. We've got calls to get to in a moment, but first, Chubby's on the YouTube. Chubby's or Chubby's.
How about Chubby?
CHOOBYS.
Chubby?
I'll handle the pronunciations, Kruger. But Chubby's says, hey, Larry, can you explain the process of restructuring contracts? Are the players actually taking less money? That was paid for, that was asked, and now it will be answered by Larry Kruger. Restructuring. Break it down.
Okay, well.
To the layman. Not me, but,
Your bonus money can be turned. It actually kind of, the players like it because they get more guaranteed money. It's spread out over the life of the term. So if you have a 1-year deal and you do a 3-year deal, you can spread that money over the life of the term of the deal. And you can turn base money, which is into bonus money. And you can, there's a lot of complexities to it, but basically the players are incentivized to do it because they are given more guaranteed dollars, if that makes sense. And why you see it is because you've got a big cap number. So give you an example, Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa is going to sign a deal this year. He's going to sign it on the morning before the first training camp practice. Nick Bosa is going to sign a deal. He's going to be the highest paid defensive player in the history of the National Football League.
It's going to probably be 5 years and $150 million with, let's just say, 100 guaranteed, right?
That's damn close, Dibs. That's really close. I think it's going to be about $30 million a year. And that is going to mean that it's going to be able to be, it's going to give the 49ers probably $8 to $10 million of this year cap room because it will lower his cap figure from what it currently is to, let's say $8 or $10 million. And then the 49ers will either be able to take that money that they save and make a trade, make a signing, or roll that. There's a lot of people think they're just going to roll that into next year's cap so they can pay a lot of the players to
like
stay
Brandon
on the roster.
Ayuk, for example.
Brandon Ayuk and others next year, yeah.
Okay, so in fact, it does the team a solid, and the player, in fact, a lot of times ends up getting more guaranteed money by having the restructure, spread it out, and it gets not amortized, but the money gets delayed or deferred over the course of years, and so the player eventually gets more guaranteed money, but they don't get the guaranteed money until down the road.
And it's always your best players. If a guy gets restructured, it's a compliment. It means that you think he's going to be with you in future years. And so you only restructure the best players. We saw Christian McCaffrey right before the draft. I think on the eve of the draft, he restructured his deal to give the Niners, I think they were like $500,000 over the cap, and I think he gave them like $8 million. And people wondered, why did they do this right before the draft? Maybe it was to give them the flexibility to sign their draft class, or maybe it was to potentially give them flexibility to make a trade during draft weekend, but he did that. And only your best players typically get restructured.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. Ask Larry anything. BG, we saw you on the line. If you call back, I think your phone dropped. We'll get you right to the front of the line. We're asking Larry questions about camp. Larry and I were both out there with Mark Willard. On Wednesday, we were out there. Larry's been out there just about every day, so Larry's got real insight in terms of what's gone on with the 49ers. Real quick before we dip to the break, the backup running back spot. You mentioned Christian McCaffrey, and he's absolutely a mainstay. He's a lock. It feels like he's been a Niner forever, even though it's only been half a season. What about his backup? Elijah Mitchell coming back from injury, hurt again, TDP, Jordan Mason. How do you see the running back spot shaking out behind Christian McCaffrey?
Yeah, I mean, this is a stacked position for the 49ers. McCaffrey's never looked better. As we said, tone-setting player. Great, he's out there playing a million miles an hour, setting a tone. Elijah Mitchell, in a lot of ways, is the perfect complement because he's fumbled once, I think, in his entire life. He's great at running between the tackles. If you block it for 2, he gets you 4. You block it for 4, he gets you 6. And he's very reliable. So I think in an ideal world, he's healthy, and he's a perfect complement to McCaffrey. We saw that, and Shanahan showed us how he wants to use him. McCaffrey in the first half, Elijah Mitchell to ice the game. But Elijah's having a hard time staying healthy. He wasn't on the field a lot during OTAs. Jordan Mason, who played last year at about 240, the former Georgia Tech star, he's down. I mean, I don't know what he weighs, but he looks lean and mean, and he's been one of the stars of the offseason. Jordan Mason very, very well could take that job away from Elijah Mitchell. Ty Davis-Price is looking faster and more explosive in camp. And then they got 2 undrafted running backs, Ronald Awatt, who's a really nice receiver, and Kalen Laburn, who started at Florida State, transferred to Marshall, graduated from Florida State. But he was a 5-star guy coming out of high school, compact build, real powerful runner, had 300 carries last year, very instinctive, average over 5 yards a carry. So they've got Bobby Turner's the coach.
Right.
He's got really high standards. Anthony Lynn's there. So they got great coaches, incredible depth. And then, of course, Juszczyk and Jack Coletto at fullback. So they're loaded at running back. It's going to be
tough to make it if you're one of these rookies. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, some of these guys may have so much depth that this might be another spot you may see a trade.
Yeah, and Elijah Mitchell, I think the guy under the most pressure based on his inability to stay healthy. TDP, Jordan Mason on the rise. So interesting to see what they do at that spot. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. It's also the Comcast Business text line number. We got some questions for Larry that have come in via the text line. I'll get to those coming up on the other side as well. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs. Kruger is in for Willard on 95.7 The Game. Are you looking to learn? Friday back in. It's Willard and Dibs. It's Kruger and Dibs today. Larry Kruger is in, coming up at the top of the hour. Larry's thoughts on the Golden State Warriors. I haven't had a chance to talk to Larry about what happened, what should have happened, what will happen, what comes next. Bob Myers is gone. We don't officially know who the new GM will be. We expect it to be Mike Dunleavy Jr., but there is still work to do ahead of the draft, which is 13 days from now. Larry's Warriors draft board is coming up as well because very few people can speak to what they should do at 19 like you can. So I do want to have that coming up here in just a little bit. But I put it out to the people, Larry. Ask Larry anything about the 49ers, and people are lining up to ask you questions. We're going to go to the phones first because this guy's been on hold now 3 different times, and he's dipped. And I want to make sure we get BG in Rohnert Park because he's got a question for you. BG, thanks for calling back. What do you got for Larry Kruger on the Niners?
Hey, guys. I just got a quick question about the secondary. We know Ward and Hufanga are locks to start. I was wondering how you think the rest of the secondary shakes out.
Thanks, BG.
Yeah, I think actually this is the most maligned group that's going to be the biggest positive. Steve Wilks, I asked Steve Wilks the other day at practice, or after practice.
Steve and I were chatting.
Steve and I, it was a one-on-one.
Totally.
And I said to Steve said back to me.
Exactly. We're close like that.
And then Steve put his arm around me and said, No, but I asked him how, he's going to run the back end. He's the DB coach. And Daniel Bullocks, who we talked to with the coaches last week, I said, for us, for laymen, how's the secondary going to look different? You're running this defense. D'Amico, there's a number 1 defense in football. How's the defense going to look different this year under your guidance as opposed to D'Amico? And I thought he was going to probably take the high road and just be like, hey, D'Amico's great. And we just hope to, they were number 1 and we're just hoping to, do what we can do. And I thought he was going to give me kind of a pat answer. And instead he's like, we didn't take the ball away enough last year. We did not play down the field. We gave up too many chunk yardage plays, and we didn't intercept the ball enough. I mean, he was like really clear. I felt like it was like what he probably said to Shanahan and Lynch when he got the gig. It's like, you know what? I can come in and I can help the situation. So Steve, I think, has already improved this secondary quite a bit. Isaiah Oliver is not Jimmy Ward as a hitter, but Isaiah Oliver might be a better cover guy as a nickel. And he's coming out of Atlanta last year where he really thrived in that spot. So they may have a coverage upgrade going from Jimmy Ward to Isaiah Oliver in that nickel spot. And then the guy who's really looked incredible on the practice field is Samuel Womack, the second-year corner out of Toledo, 5th-round pick. He's everywhere. He's super fast. He almost had a couple pick sixes last year. This year, the recognition is going to be better. He's going to get a couple pick sixes. He looks great. The rookie from Penn State, Jair Brown, is a culture player. He's going to be every time I look up, he's better. But the guy who they lucked out into, I don't want to call it luck because it wasn't luck, but Deshaun Jameson, the last couple days, he wears 49.
Oh, you loved him.
I mean,
you were gushing when we were next to each other on Wednesday.
Seriously,
He was gushing.
This guy might be as good as Darrell Luter, the guy they used the draft pick on.
As good as Darrell Luter?
I think so. I mean, Jameson got great break on the ball. He's 5'10", 190 pounds, but he's just awesome break on the ball, 5-year starter at Texas, and he's just got a lot of the things that you're looking for. He's not the biggest guy ever, but it doesn't matter because he goes low against the run. He's a really nice return guy with explosive return ability. And then Diamador Lenore looks bigger and stronger. And I asked him, I said, have you put on weight? And he said, actually, I lost weight. So he's lighter, but he looks bigger and stronger in the upper body. So, Lenore, Luter, Jair Brown, Womack, Isaiah Oliver, Jameson, these are all relatively new players in their secondary that the arrow's pointing up. So I expect the secondary to be kind of a quiet strength for the 49ers.
And it's quietly gotten better year over year. And with Charvarius Ward, you didn't even mention Mooney, who sat out during these camps. He's got the veteran status. He didn't need to be out there.
He's a genius, by the way. I did an interview last year with Charvarius, and I said, hey, Charvarius. And he said, call me Mooney. All right, Mooney. I'm going to name a receiver, and you just tell me what's in your database, And so we're going down the receivers, like DK Metcalf, and, he's telling me what routes he ran. D-Hop. We're going through every receiver, Cooper Kupp, and he just starts giving me, it's all sitting there on YouTube. You can go watch it. It's amazing. I mean, this is just a guy at his locker, and he had all this stuff, like incredible details on every wide receiver that I named.
Impressive.
Then I said, let's go through the team. And he's like, Ayuk, Debo, Jennings, Gray. And he's like, Danny needs to work on this. And Debo's greatest strength
breaking
is
it
that.
down.
And
That's
he's
so
breaking it down. Probably my favorite interview last year.
And a subtle promotion for the Krug show, too. As if the T-shirt, for those of you watching our YouTube feed, as if the shirt that you still haven't brought me, by the way. I'm not going to mention it again.
I don't know what size. I was thinking about it today. I got two of them.
Yeah.
But what size
2
are you?
is in 2X, right?
Well, I mean, I wear 2X, but I'm 6'2", about 230. You're more diminutive than me.
Take a guess. You got a scout's eye.
I would say you're probably a regular XL for the boiler, but maybe L, but now lately you've been wearing some XLs.
Scouting report's good. Larry Kruger, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't need the ding, Grandy. The fact that he called out the boiler is the reason why I'm wearing an XL. I'm a fat red pumpkin. There's that as well.
Was that from today?
No, that's from every day.
What? Damn that soundboard, huh?
Yeah, Grandy's got me. He's got me cornered constantly.
Now, Grandy, I would say, is probably, he's kind of a little bit leaner, but I would say he's probably still an XL. He's got a little bit broader shoulders. You know what I mean?
Quietly 6'2",
really,
as well.
Grandy, you're going large?
I'm a large.
Yeah,
You're large. All right.
He's still, he's in his 20s. If he was an XL, it'd be a cry for help.
Goo's
on the soda
Goo's a bigger
campaign.
guy. Maybe
yes, he is.
Steiny would probably be maybe an XL.
I think Steiny's in tweener country. If
Bonte XL, Shasky maybe an L.
That's a good scouting report. I think Steiny would say he's an L, but know that he could never fit in the shirt and never wear it.
Lucas could go with a medium?
Absolute medium. He's the captain on Team medium. 888-957-9570. What size are you?
What size are you? I do have a triple XL for those, and some of my bigger fans, as I like to say.
Like the shirt I have on right now is a large, but it's been like
it's cut big.
It's an 18-year-old shirt, so it's a a little bit stretched out.
It's it's one of your favorites. Drake, it's at Drake High School.
Yeah, it's when I coached boys volleyball at Drake in 00 to 04. We won 3 straight NCS titles.
My son played there earlier this year for Northgate against the Drake.
Archie Williams.
The Drake
is the new high school.
Drake. What's the
Pirates?
Pirates.
Well, now it's the Archie Williams
short porch and left. Short porch and
tall
left.
Fence, though.
Yeah, tall fence, kind of like upper deck at Old Tiger Stadium.
Like the Green Monster, except this is all Cyclone.
Yes,
and you got to hit it on the track.
And I think it's a turf field.
All turf. It's a good one.
Oh, it is now. Wow.
Yeah, Drake. They got a
Archie Williams.
Got a little money.
It's Archie Williams now.
There's no longer Drake. It's Archie Williams.
No, the PC Army forced the name change because Sir Francis Drake, turns out, spoiler alert, was a bad dude.
Really?
So 500 years later, all of the PC Karens in Marin decided we need to change the name of this school because Sir Francis Drake was a bad guy.
It's a better world because of it.
It is, Larry, but don't worry about the longest street in Marin County, which happens to be Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. We won't change the name of the boulevard that goes from San Quentin to Point Reyes. It is a one contiguous, beautiful boulevard that still bears the name of this bad dude. But the high school where I won 3 North Coast section titles, where my brother Doug played alongside Steve Lavin and won the
I love Lav.
high school.
Lav's a good man.
You don't know Lav.
Well,
Lav's an all right guy.
I like Lav. I've had Lav in studio. I enjoy Lav.
I've known Lav. Lav coached me when I was 11 years old. I've known Lav for a long time. Lav's a good guy.
He's a good-looking man, too.
I could tell you some Lav stories, but we're going to go to Mike in Michigan instead, Larry. Because Mike has a salary cap question. Ask Larry anything. Niner edition. What's going on, Mike? Larry's in for Willard here on the game.
Hey, happy Friday, gentlemen. Long time no talk. Dibbers, I appreciate that shout out to your mom. R.I.P. to Miss Dibbers. So my question is two-pronged. One is, what does it mean when the team has to have the money in escrow for contracts? And the second is if the team has salary cap money after the season, do they get to carry that into the next year? And Dibbies, I'll take your answer off the air.
It's a good uptick, Mike. I appreciate the tick. And he's coming down my road because that's my pet peeve. When callers say, I'll take my answer off the air, what you really mean is I'll take the answer while I hang up.
Right.
But you'll take the answer on the air.
Right, on the air.
Yeah.
You'll be off the air.
And so will you and I if you go too long on this salary cap answer.
I know. Well, you can roll roll your cap into next year.
Okay.
So you don't have to use all your cap money. You can roll that money from year 1 to year 2. As far as the escrow part, I think it has to do, and that might be above my pay grade.
Yeah, and it's a little bit too nuanced for what we're trying to do here with...
I could answer you, but then Hagian would come down the hall.
Already, I can see him out there pacing, wondering about the direction that I've taken the show today.
Right.
I'm in a little bit of hot water, so I'll just say this. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. This comes from the 408. Larry, what do you think about Seattle this year? I believe they're going to be much improved, my friend. Are you a believer in Geno Smith? That from the 408 on the Comcast Business text line.
I'm definitely a believer in Geno Smith. I think Geno Smith's improvement is super legit. But this idea that Mike Clay from ESPN says that Seattle's better than the Niners, I mean, what's he smoking? And Louis Riddick, what are you trying to get a job with John Schneider? I mean, Louis Riddick said like 3 different times that he's a huge fan of Seattle, and then he keeps backing down a little bit and taking a little bit off of it. And they're gonna own this division, and then it's like, well, they're gonna be improved, and then by week 1 it's gonna be like, they got a shot, and by week 10 it's gonna be like, well, the Niners are the Niners. Seattle, I did a position by position breakdown, Seattle and the Niners, when I saw the Mike Clay breakdown. He's got the Niners like 15 or 14 or 16. He's got Seattle like 15. Seattle is better than the Niners in 2 areas. The defensive backfield, that kid Witherspoon they just drafted out of Illinois is awesome. Devin Witherspoon, he's tremendous. They also have Tariq Woolen, Kobe Bryant, Quandre Diggs, Jamal Adams. I mean, that secondary that they have is legit. So I'll give Seattle the advantage on the Niners in the secondary and maybe the specialist. They got a good kicker. They got a good punter. I'll maybe lean every other spot, D-line, linebacker, O-line, quarterback, running back, wide receiver. The Niners are better than Seattle in every category. Now, Seattle was 26th in the NFL against the run. They were 24th on defense. Guess where the Niners were? Number 1.
In both.
And what did Seattle do? They improved they had a nice draft. John Schneider's one of the best personnel guys there is. Back-to-back really good drafts, but they've done jack up front to improve their defensive run-stop unit. So bringing back Bobby Wagner ain't going to be enough. You're 26 against the run. I think you can run on Seattle. I mean, Seattle's coming, and they're the second best team.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that, Larry. Does this division feel like the kind of a walkover for the Niners that might give them some wiggle room at some point to give Trey Lance a start or experiment in any other possible way if the 49ers are able to get a nice healthy cushion over a pretty weak division?
I don't know how it will impact who they'll play at quarterback because, teams typically roll out their best quarterback every week, and you don't see that too much. But maybe in the second halves of games, if you get one-sided, Arizona's just given up for dead. Kyler's not going to be there till week 5. They let go of J.J. Watt.
D-Hop is gone.
D-Hop. They didn't have to get rid of D-Hop. They just voluntarily did. They've got character issues. There's leadership voids. There's new coaching staff, first-time head coach. I mean, draw a line through Arizona. The Rams are going to be better than they were last year, but I'm thinking more like 8-8. They still have an aging core, and even though Les Snead's one of the best GMs, they're still beneath Seattle.
Yeah.
Seattle, I think, is maybe a playoff team, one of the top 5 teams in the conference, but the Niners are going to be able to run it on them.
Pretty weak conference, though, other than the top. I mean, a couple of good teams at the top and then a bunch of question marks in the middle.
I mean, to me, it's Niners, Philly, Philly, Niners. Then there's a line, big drop off, and then I think it's Seattle, Detroit.
Detroit, right? Yeah.
I like Detroit. I like Seattle a little bit,
But nobody from the South. And, I mean, Minnesota,
No.
I don't think is going to be as good as they were. Green Bay without Aaron Rodgers.
No.
You got a lot of question marks around the conference.
The arrow's pointing up in Chicago.
Yep.
The arrow's pointing up in Atlanta. But, they're leaning on Desmond Ritter.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, to me, the NFC, this is why the 49ers, this is why it's go time for the Niners. Because look at this conference. I mean, you should be able to commandeer this conference. It's the Niners and the Eagles, and maybe the New York Giants. I don't give Dallas much, but New York Giants, Seattle, Detroit in that second tier.
888-957-9570. We are wrapping up Ask Larry Anything. Niner questions. Larry's been out there more than just about anybody in Santa Clara. Leroy's in Oakland. He wants to ask you about Shanahan. What's going on, Leroy?
Hey, crew, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Hi, guys. How you doing, man? Hey, crew, it's a pleasure to be on with you guys, man. I rarely get to call. Normally, I'm calling Goo and Steiny, but pleasure to be on. I'm glad I got through. Real quick, I'm a lifelong 49er fan, right? And, I just always kind of felt like Shanahan with our quarterbacks, man, he's got to kind of change up his style a little bit, man, and specifically like with the attempts, man. I'd like to see our quarterbacks, have a few more attempts, man, maybe 30, 35 attempts a game, because I'm just like, man, he's good enough to, construct a nice offense that'll carry, a quarterback for a couple of months, and then it seems like after that, getting to the playoffs and the season just kind of goes down the toilet. So I just wanted to know, what do you think about Shanahan kind of looking at how he approaches these quarterbacks and changing up his style with letting them rip it just a little bit more as far as the attempts?
Yeah,
Thank you, Leroy. Appreciate it.
I think you're spot on that one. I think, first of all, I don't know where you're at, dibs on Shanny, but, I think Shanahan's really a top-tier coach. I mean, if every coach in the NFL were a free agent, I think he might get the biggest contract.
He'd be top 5.
I mean,
if you're an owner and you had your choice of any football coach in the NFL, I think you're taking Andy Reid before you're taking Kyle Shanahan.
But there's age. You got to factor in age and that kind of thing. I'm just saying, if every coach were a free agent, I think he'd get maybe the biggest deal. But you're right. Reid, Tomlin, Harbaugh, Belichick, McVay.
Right.
I consider Shanahan a top 5, top 6 coach.
Agreed.
Now, some people, don't believe in him. My one thing with Kyle would be, use some analytics a little bit more, lean on your analytic department a little bit more.
Game management.
What I'm saying is use those, look at the trends in the sport. Go for it more on fourth down. I would go for it a lot more. I'm not going for it inside my 30, but from my own 30 to the other team's goal line, I'm going for it at a much higher clip than they go for it.
Yeah.
I really believe. And I do think that it's become more of a passing league. And I think you've got to, but it also depends on who's your quarterback, and you don't want to get your quarterback killed. There's people that want to see him pass more, but there's also the other side of the argument saying, man, he gets his quarterbacks killed. So,
yeah, I don't want to see him pass more necessarily, because what he does with the run game is next level. And the way he sets up the pass game through the run game, the deception, the pre-snap motion, the sleight of hand, and all the rest of it, I think that is his true advantage. So I don't want to see him go 11 personnel and go 3 wides, or go empty and go 4 wides. I love watching him use the fullback, use 2 tight ends with the 2 wide receivers for the most part on the majority of snaps. I think that is his separation skill.
I agree. I will say this. I thought the game plan against Dallas was too conservative in the first half. People were like, oh, the Brock Purdy struggled and the Niners offense struggled. No, they just got a little conservative, because that was the more sure way of winning the game, as opposed to, let it all hang out. But, I think Shanahan's talking to Greg Cosell about the run-pass fusion. I mean, Shanahan's ruthless as a play caller. He may look like a nice guy, but, man, he'll find that defender he wants to put in conflict, and he'll just go at him. And I love that about him. I think he's one of the top 5 or 6 head coaches in the game, and I think as he builds confidence in whatever quarterback he goes with, you'll see him open it up a little bit more. But I'd like to see them go for it more in short yardage, go for it more in fourth down. And I'll tell you, I would love to see them copy. It's a copycat league. Copy what the Eagles did. The Eagles went to that rugby scrum.
I hate the rugby scrum.
Well, I hate watching it, but it's if they're not going to blow the whistle and you're going to get a surge, and then you're going to get a second surge, and you're going to get a third surge before they blow the play dead. That's a pretty high percentage, 4th and 1, 4th and 2 play. I would love to see them, copy the Eagles and go with that.
You got to use that now before it gets outlawed. I think we're one more season away from that being banned or
quicker whistles to call it dead. So
you can't really call it dead because there is forward progress. I think the problem is the play is not aesthetically pleasing. And
what if they went no huddle and did it?
Then it would be fine.
No, what I'm saying is, what if a team literally said, we're going to line up on our 25-yard line, and we're going to go rugby scrum, first down, second down, third down, and we're going for it on fourth down. And it just became a gigantic rugby scrum. They're average. Some of these teams are averaging. I thought Philly averaged
like 3 yards a tote.
3 yards. I mean, what if you have a real huge center, 2 behemoth guards, a powerhouse fullback, or take an offensive lineman, put him in the backfield, get a Jordan Mason type guy, and just go rugby scrum first down and then no huddle it. Maybe you get the defense in a bad formation, and all of a sudden they got smaller people on the field. What if you just did that up and down the field? They would absolutely rule it out.
Right.
They would change the rules in season because it's terrible to watch.
No doubt. And you saw it in high school football for decades, the old double wing. Bellarmine would run that a ton. Coach Janda, when I was doing a lot of high school football, they would run double wing, which is 5 linemen, 2 tight ends, and then 2 wings. So you would have 9 on the line of scrimmage and a quarterback and a running back, and you would send the wings who were outside the tight end in motion, and it was basically rugby scrum football, and that's what we're kind of seeing in the NFL. Let's get one more before the break. JJ in San Jose has got a question for Kruger. What's going on, JJ?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Happy Friday.
Yeah, you too. You got about 60 seconds here, JJ, if you wouldn't mind.
No worries. I'll make it quick. I just want to know, because I know Steve Wilkes, like you mentioned, he improved the secondary. How much more blitzing is this defense going to do, and who do you think is going to lead the linebacker core in sacks this year, Warner or Greenlaw?
I'll say Greenlaw. I think Greenlaw is, gap shooting monster. Greenlaw, I think you'll see a lot of kind of a 5-2 look with Greenlaw and Warner being the stack backers, and I think you're going to see a lot of delayed blitzes. Kind of think of the way that Seattle with Carroll used Bobby Wagner. He's reading the play. You got really smart guys. There's a hole in the A gap, and they just fire. And then also the kid they just drafted out of TCU, D. Winters.
Does he replace Azeez Al-Shaair in terms of when they go base 43, who's that third linebacker now?
I think it's going to be Marcelino McCrary Ball. Okay. I really do. But D. Winters is going to get a shot. And during the coaches' interviews, I got a chance to talk to Johnny Holland. And I said, Johnny, what do you love about Winters and Graham and Marcelino? And he's like, these guys play exactly the way we want them to play. They're 4-5 speed guys who have great instincts, and they don't hesitate. They get in their film study and their cut-ups, and they see an opening, and they shoot gaps, and they're real aggressive, and we want to make more plays on the other side of the line of scrimmage. So I think you're going to see the linebacker attack mode from the Niners this year.
I love the breakdown, Larry. More football talk still to come, and also we're going to get into the Golden State Warriors because Larry hasn't had much of an opportunity here. I know you have on your YouTube show to opine about the Golden State Warriors, but I've got questions for Larry in terms of where this team is and where do they go from here now that the Bob Myers news was the first piece to drop. Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan will be live at Chase Center November 3rd. We're giving away tickets coming up on 95.7 The Game. That'll happen between now and 5 o'clock. And if you're looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth, do you want to earn up to $39 an hour within 3 years of starting? Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA bus to 333-161. Again, text VTA bus to 333-161 to apply. Larry's thoughts on the Warriors, Jordan Poole and Draymond. Can they coexist? That comes up next. It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Ever since...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, welcome back. Happy Friday. It's Kruger and Dibs here. Kruger is in for Mark Willard. Mark will be back on Monday, and just reminded me of an old Gary Radnich bit. And Gary, I worked with Gary for about 5.5 years on the other side. You worked with him for about twice as long. But the old
talk to him today.
What kind of car are you driving bit?
What are you driving?
Totally. Because you just we were just talking about the drive-in and whatnot. And I said, where'd you park? And you said, behind you. And then you said, boy, you got a small car. I got a Honda Fit. And yes, I prefer a small car.
My kid said to me, Dad, do you ever get nervous? You know, I said, I'm filling it on the radio next week for Willard. And he's like, Dad, you ever get nervous? I'm like, yeah, you should see this. You should see the garage, man.
Seriously.
I'm nervous pulling in and out of that spot every time.
Because you got a Tahoe, Chevy Tahoe?
Well, I don't even bother bringing the Tahoe in. I mean, that would just be like, I might as well just hand the keys to somebody on Broadway and say, just drive it around. No, I'm driving the Buick Encore commuter car, but still,
okay.
It's like a Tahoe compared to your Fit.
Right. How many cars in the Kruger household? You got 4 or 5? Because you got kids all over the place.
Yeah.
How many drivers in your household?
I have.
It's you and the lovely Mrs. Kruger.
Me and my wife.
Whom I've never met. But
my wife, Amy. And then I have my daughter, goes to med school in Atlanta. She's got her car. She's got a car. My son goes to Cal Poly. He's got a car. My high school kid's got a car. So we've got 5 cars.
5
cars.
How does that work in terms of garage, driveway, and street? Is there a shuffle? Shuffle-offagus?
You know, we bought one in Atlanta, right? So one's out, and then the kid who goes to Cal Poly, he's got the car down there. So
coming home though for the summer here, in a matter of days.
That's right. He'll be working construction management. He's got a great summer job.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean it's, and then I built a studio as part of my garage. So I've got a YouTube studio, so there's a lot going on.
Gotcha.
There.
So you park 0 cars in the garage?
No, I've got, it was a 2-car garage. It's now a one car garage.
Gotcha. Okay. So you're able to clave that down.
So if you see me walking through the greater Walnut Creek area at 1:00 in the morning, it's usually because I had to move a car.
Okay.
I'm like the Flying Dutchman,
I gotcha. Because I've seen your studio, and I was wondering if that was in a room or...
It actually works out better that it's not in the house because, I can scream and yell to whatever hour I want. And nobody, I still married and my wife still likes me.
No, that's good. It's actually very good in terms of...
You know the challenges. I mean, to try to broadcast from your home, if you're doing late night or early morning, that's a challenge.
Absolutely.
You wake everybody up because, we don't necessarily talk quietly.
Right, and we've got an office in our house, and it's kind of a temporary studio. I set up my Comrex, my mobile radio unit when I need to do a radio hit. I do a little thing with our sister station, Alice. They got a morning show, Sarah and Vinny.
Yeah.
It's been around for 20 or 25 years. They'll have me on maybe once a month, and so I'll plug in my office, and the baby's usually asleep. So I do my whole, hello, friends. I do my Jim Nance for them. Because the last thing you want is waking baby syndrome, where
I admire you just for the whole baby part too.
I appreciate it because you
got a very, very cute baby.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm lucky to have found one woman, let alone 2, who wanted to procreate with me. So when my current wife said I want to have a baby, I said let's go.
Say, you know what? I can do that.
I said it's going to take a couple of things. There were a couple of hurdles that your boy had to clear.
I've heard.
One surgical and a couple of other ones, but Grady hates when I talk about my testicles on the air.
It makes me queasy. We were talking about it in the press box at a Niner game, and I was like, this is not getting me in the mood for the Niners.
Sorry about that. I'm an open book.
The snip and the unsnip.
Yeah. One is much more difficult than the other, but I don't want to go too far down this road. But I do want to say that we are streaming on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957thegame. Watch us live. If anyone swears, you get to hear it. Like and subscribe for all your 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. And by the way, you want to stay tuned because between now and 5 o'clock, we will give away 2 tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan live at the Chase Center November 3rd. That is a guaranteed giveaway between now and 5 o'clock. Before we get to Warrior topics, and Larry's in for Mark today, it's Willard and Dibs. This just in, Lucas sent me this from the NBA Central on Twitter. Some executives around the league believe the Timberwolves will trade Karl Anthony Towns in the next few weeks. That according to Eric Pincus. This is a recent report, not quite breaking news, but a developing story nonetheless. What do you make of Karl Anthony Towns and what his market value might be out there?
Well, I love Karl Anthony Towns. I think he's he would be an incredible fit next to Draymond Green. I don't know what exactly you'd have to move to get him. Probably heaven and earth, but you're talking about a skilled big man. I know there's a lot of people that don't like Karl Anthony Towns. What's the downside of Karl Anthony Towns?
He's soft. And
I know he's a skilled player who's...
Well, that's one way to say that he's soft, is he's a skilled player. He's 7'1", but he eschews dominating on the interior. He's a guy who wants to play on the perimeter. He wants to shoot threes. And to me, he's not the kind of roll up your sleeves, get dirty big man that he potentially could be. To me, he's more fashioned in the model of Anthony Davis. And Anthony Davis is incredibly skilled, but when the chips are down and the going gets tough, Anthony Davis tends to go Yertle the Turtle and disappear.
Yeah, no, I hear you, but
that's the criticism.
Karl Anthony Towns, though, I mean, maybe it's just when I've seen him, there's times where I'm like, wow, look at this guy. Look at this guy's skill level. And if you surrounded him with somebody who complemented his game, I think he'd be nice. Now, they've got Naz Reid, right? So I kind of was hoping. Naz Reid has been a guy who's kind of been a warrior killer.
Yeah.
But they're kind of similar in some ways, right? They're both big men that shoot the three ball.
Yeah, Naz Reid, trying to think of what his injury was. It was a bad one. Just broken wrist in the offseason. I thought he had one of the Achilles or the ACL, so it wasn't necessarily that bad, but it's a bit of a development ahead of the NBA draft, and we'll get to your draft board, Larry's big board for the Warriors coming up here. 13 days away, the NBA draft. The Warriors are currently selecting number 19, but the real elephant in the room, or the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Go to atcopestcontrol.com. I don't have the full read in front of me, but it's a freebie for you, Guru.
For your pest control needs.
Thank you for your pest control needs. Appreciate that. The real rat on the table, the ROTT, is the Jordan Poole situation. How do you think that this plays out? Disappointing end of the year by the Warriors. Not completely shocking, but disappointing nonetheless. You lose to the Lakers in 6. Jordan Poole becomes largely a non-factor, and it feels like the discontent between the veterans and the young guys really boiled over and came to a head in the postseason, centered mainly around Jordan Poole. So what do you do?
He's really talented. You're talking about a guy who's averaged 20 a game in the NBA. So they dramatically overpaid him. So it's going to be hard to move him. I would move him. I don't care if it would be hard to move him. I'm not a Jordan Poole guy. Why? Because Jordan Poole sees himself as a Steph Curry, and he's not Steph Curry. He's shot 25% from three in the playoffs, I believe, and he shot around 30% from three in the regular season. And he takes these heat check threes like he's Steph Curry, and he's not Steph Curry. And his game is best when he's on a team that doesn't have a lot of dribble penetration, and they need him to dribble penetrate, get in the lane, go to the line, and match what he did a couple years ago at 95% or 94% or whatever. And he shows no interest in doing that. I mean, you just want to say Karl Anthony Towns is soft. Jordan Poole's softer. So, I mean, Jordan Poole doesn't want to have contact. So, personally, I'm not a Jordan Poole fan. If Jordan Poole would understand who he is and play to his strengths, that would be a good place to start. But it seems like he needs to take it off the dribble and go to the lane. But there's two problems. He doesn't want the contact, and he's got a horrendous reputation with the refs. And so what does he do? He's just pouting all the time. He's just pouting about calls that he didn't get. He's stopping playing in the middle of the game. He's got value because he can go for 20 a game, but I'd rather move him on and change up the dynamic. And I don't know that you can really make big changes to this roster and keep him. So
I don't think you can unless you move off of Draymond Green. So What I'm hearing you
And I'm
say,
not doing that.
Yeah, so you're interested in running it back with the core veterans, the core three, Steph, Clay, and Draymond, Kevon, GP2, and Andrew Wiggins as your core six, and then anybody else is up for grabs in terms of what you might be able to get? Because this is what I've said, Larry. I think that if you want to really, quote, run it back, you need to get better. And I think to get better, you need to get more veteran because Steve Kerr has shown somewhat of a reluctance to take a chance and play younger players. They don't want to experiment with Ryan Rollins and Patrick Baldwin Jr. and, James Wiseman had a fairly short leash this year in terms of being out there and being able to learn on the fly. Even Jonathan Kuminga, when you got to the playoffs, Jonathan Kuminga was no longer really playable. So I look at a team, and this kind of leads into what to do with the 19th pick in the NBA draft. I think the Warriors should look to get as many veterans as they can now in order to try one last time to win a championship before Steph, Clay, and Dre all move on.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think you're going to have to add some veterans to your bench, but I don't necessarily think Kerr, I know, gets that moniker of can't play young guys. Well, go look around the NBA. Who's kicking butt with what the Warriors had? The Warriors had like 6 guys on opening night that were 22 or younger.
Right.
You can't win in sports when you have guys that are too old or too young, and you need guys in their prime. So I do agree that they need to go in the free agent market and get some guys who aren't old but aren't babies and aren't young and are ready to play their best basketball. I'd love to see Seth Curry here. I think that one makes sense. I would definitely try to bring in some free agents, but their situation, the luxury tax line is what, 162. That's the tax apron is like 179. If they keep, Draymond and they keep the pick, I don't know that they're gonna be able to do a ton in free agency. The mid-level might not be at their disposal, right?
Exactly. They're going to be well over the tax, and if they keep everybody, and that includes if Dante DiVincenzo was to opt in, which he's not going to do, you'd be looking at a total payroll and tax bill of about $460 million. And Joe Lacob has said, we're not doing that much again.
Yeah, but
to paraphrase.
But and so what do? I personally think that there are no shortcuts in the NBA. They're not going to be able to go get free agents necessarily that alone and somehow keep this thing rolling. They're going to have to do it the way they did it, which is they found Steph Curry and they found Klay Thompson and they found Draymond Green. And what are those guys? Those are skilled players. I mean, Draymond's a skilled passer and rebounder and shot blocker. He's not a scorer, but the other guys were skilled players. Jordan Poole was the same thing, that were overlooked for different reasons. And I think they need to do exactly that. And there's options in this draft at 19.
But even if you try to do that, Larry, you're not going to find a player who can be ready to contribute now. And that's where
I don't
even
know
if you
that
look
that's
at,
for sure.
Well, you look at Draymond, Steph, and Clay themselves, none of them in their rookie year or even their second year was that ready-made to come in and contribute to a winning culture. It's not the way it happens.
But I mean, to me, that you're not. I don't see them winning a title doing it any other way than the way they did it originally. And I think they're uniquely positioned here because there are some young players that have skill that aren't necessarily as raw as Jonathan Kuminga or as James Wiseman. The Belmont kid, Ben Shepherd, who lit it up in Chicago. This guy's got a beautiful shot.
At the pre-draft camp you're talking about?
At the pre-draft camp. He's a 6'6" 2 guard. They think he's going to go around, maybe top of the second round.
How old is he?
They're all going to be relatively young because they're college kids. But I like his game. I mean,
I'd
he's
be more
refined.
interested in a 22 or 23-year-old as opposed to a 19-year-old.
I think he is 22. 21. Okay. But I mean, this guy is really a polished player. I really like Shepherd quite a bit. There's a big man in this draft that's projected right now to go in the second round named Tristan Vukovic, who's a Serbian-born kid who grew up in Italy, played for Real Madrid. He's 6'11", and if you saw him in the Chicago camp, draining threes, but he's not just draining threes. I mean, he's putting the ball on the deck, top of the key, moving to the elbow, rising up, and it's just buttery. I mean, it's like I'm not saying it's Klay Thompson, but it's a beautiful shot. Vukovic, they say, is round 2. That means he'll definitely be there on the board at 19. There's no way I'm passing him. I mean, he is incredibly skilled big. That would be a great compliment to Draymond Green because he's your stretch 5, while Green's or stretch 4, and Green's your inside guy. Jordan Hawkins, the UConn 2 guard, very polished player. UConn won it all this year. This guy is one of the best pure shooters in the entire country. Very experienced player. Love him. Dale Davis's kid, Trace Jackson Davis, who played at Indiana. Not a shooter. He's more of a more of a 5, but he's a shot blocker. He's an athlete. He's a rebounder. Averaged 20 and 10 this year. Really, really nice player. I think he's available to them. Leonard Miller, who played in the G League this year. Last year he went to Chicago. He was like a fish out of water. This year, after a year with the G League Ignite team, you're talking about a guy who's 6'10", and there's a little KG in this guy. I mean, he's got handle. We're talking about 6'10", super skilled, very fluid, can get his shot all over the place. He's nice. I mean, he's raw. He's young. He's one of those guys you're going to have patience with. But I really like him. Amari Bailey.
Yeah, you still haven't hit on the guy that I would love to see them take, but keep going.
Well, I got a couple more here. Amari Bailey from UCLA is a super, super tough kid from UCLA. Combo guard, but I think he hit that big shot against the Zags. Zags got the shot that beat UCLA in whatever it was, the Elite 8 or Sweet 16. But Bailey, before the Zags hit that shot, Bailey hit the big dagger shot to put UCLA up. I think Bailey would be a really intriguing player. Super tough, Chicago kid, 6'5", long arms, very productive. His game developed this year for the Bruins. He's really nice. The guy that I really like that my buddy Bill Duffy reps is Brandon Podziemski for Santa Clara. This kid transferred, I think, he played for the Illini? I think he transferred to Santa Clara. All WCC this year, 6'5", combo guard, 39-inch vert, went to Chicago. Looked really, really good in the Chicago pre-draft camp. Is he a point guard? Is he a 2 guard? I mean, he's nice. That's what he is. So, I mean, I like those guys. I mean, we're talking about Vukovic, Hawkins, Jackson Davis, Bailey, Leonard Miller, Podziemski, Shepard. You got 7 or 8 guys there that have skill, but I think could come in and actually play a role in a rotation. And I don't think you can just draw a line through the entire draft and see, Kerr doesn't play young players. That's it. Boom. Moving on. If you take the draft out and you're going to have all these new CBA rules that prevent you from getting players here and there, how the heck are you plan on getting better?
Trade, Larry, and that's what I'm advocating. I'm advocating a trade.
Be a hell of a trade, man. Be a hell of a trade.
Well, and that's the kind of trade that you're going to be looking at. And
I haven't seen any trades out there that I thought were like, wow. Like, this team is
you
not...
trade with Toronto. And
okay,
you trade...
Anunoby is a nice player, but
you're not... You get Chris Boucher as well. Boucher's a 30-year-old.
Right. They had
He's
him.
a veteran. Well, they kind of had him. They had him when he had a torn ACL. I don't think he ever played for the Golden State Warriors. He played in Santa Cruz.
He's skilled. I like Boucher, but
he's skilled. He's 30 years old. He's a Duck, which we love. Thank you, Mark Grandy. I see you back there clapping, which is how I always remember that somebody went to Oregon. You mentioned Diamador Lenore earlier, and the guy was in there doing victory laps because he went to Oregon, I'm told. I didn't even have to look at the roster. He went to Oregon, so...
Grandy's a big Duck.
Any Duck gets an ovation from the Grandy man behind the glass, but I would make that trade, Poole, Kuminga, and the 19th pick overall for Boucher and OG Anunoby. Anunoby's got 1 more year of team control. Boucher's got 2 remaining, so you come into this year with a more veteran team and a deeper team. And I also, money-wise, it absolutely works, and you might actually save a little bit of money in terms of the luxury tax because I think Boucher and Anunoby make less than what Poole will make and what Kuminga makes.
I'm not in a rush to give up on Kuminga. Kuminga's got...
I'm not in a rush to give up on Kuminga either,
he's
Larry.
Got a ton of upside. I mean, you're going to regret that.
When do you think Kuminga will be able to be the kind of player that can help you win a championship? Because I don't think it happens within the next 3 years.
I mean, he's just... I mean, you're gonna.
He's too raw.
You're going to look really bad if you trade Jonathan Kuminga. If
you're going to look bad when you trade James Wiseman?
Potentially.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to look bad at that one at all.
Well, I don't know. I mean, James Wiseman's a gigantic marshmallow. I mean, I think he's kind of proven that. I think Jonathan Kuminga is much more than that. I didn't love the way they handled Kuminga. I didn't love the way they just, they decided that he just was a non-factor. This guy was going 30 minutes a game in a key stretch down the stretch of the regular season, and all of a sudden he doesn't look good early in the playoffs, and you just banish him. I didn't love that move.
888-957-9570. What should the Warriors do? Should they trade for veterans, or should they use the 19th pick to take one of Larry's guys?
Well,
I'll tell you,
look at it this
the
way,
guy that
Gibbs.
I like, Larry,
Yeah.
at 19 is the kid out of Duke, Derek Lively.
Yeah,
I know
he's
he's
nice.
another big, he's another young big, but this kid's got more experience. He's got more versatility, more toughness than James Wiseman. He played in a big-time conference. He's been mocked in the top 15, the top 20. He might be available to the Golden State Warriors.
I don't think so. I doubt it, man. I doubt
You don't think he'll be available?
No. I think he's going late lottery. I mean,
Which is what, 14?
12, 14, 13, something like that. I mean, I think he's gone. I mean, they pick at 19, right? So
Right.
I think he's gone. I mean, the kid from Marquette, who's from Canada, Olivier Maxime Prosper, 6'8", 230, combo forward, super athletic, can run the floor. I really like him as well. I don't know. This is the thing. You're going to have to. How did you build this team? You built this team with skilled players that got overlooked. Steph was too weak. Clay was, whatever Clay was. I mean, Kings took Jimmer Fredette 1 pick higher. Draymond fell to 35 in round 2. That's how you built this team.
But you built it that way over time, and you don't have time now. So if you want to build this team, the team's already built in terms of Steph, Clay, and Dre, Wiggins, and Looney, and GP2. So to me, you're just looking to add ready-made players. And none of those names that you rattled off are guys that you would look at and say, yep, rotation next year for sure.
Well, yeah.
And I think that's what they need.
What about Chris Murray? Keegan's brother, the twin brother out of Iowa, he's polished. A lot of people think Jaime Jaquez is a polished player. I just think when you're talking about those kinds of guys, you're talking about limited upside. I'd rather swing for the fences. I don't like singles. I like home runs, and when I'm watching that kid Vukovic, there's no doubt in my mind that he can play in an NBA game right now. I mean, he is nice. I mean, you're talking about a guy that has a little bit of Dirk. He's got the face-up game of a KD. I mean, you're talking about a 6'11" guy who shoots it really high. You can get a hand in his face. His shot is so pure. He looked awesome in Chicago. So there's no way he's going mid-second round like he's projected on NBADraft.net.
888-957-9570. What do you want to see the Warriors do? And from the text line, the Comcast Business text line, which is the same number from the 408, having Larry on talking the future is getting me excited. Whereas a lot of recent talk on all the shows has seemed a little more pessimistic. Nice to listen to today. Parentheses, not a knock on Willard. Love this show on the regular. Thank you from the 408. We've got more on the Warriors. What do you think they should do? Use the pick? Use some of these youngsters in their rotation? Or make a bold move, make a trade, and bring in some veterans? Larry and I are at odds over
We're going to fight it out.
Over the immediate course of
what are you driving?
the Golden State Warriors. It's a Honda Fit, Larry.
Yeah, that Fit ain't going anywhere. I'll just say that.
What's funny is I can get around you very easily. I get around Mark or Lucas every single day.
What is it, a part helicopter?
No, I can 3-point my way out of there. You can't lock me in.
Try 33-point turn.
Yeah, I got the tickets, Lucas. I'm holding the read right here. Larry's talk blocking me because what I'm going to tell the people is within 20 minutes, make that 18 minutes your chance to win tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan live at Chase Center. We're going to give those tickets away between now and 5 o'clock. And your calls as well. What do the Warriors do ahead of the draft in 13 days? We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. We're making it through a Friday. It's Dibs and Larry. Larry is in for Mark Willard here on 95.7 The Game. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors and their offseason, which can really ramp up here over the course of the next couple of weeks. The NBA draft is up in 13 days. I've released the first pick, Larry, in my mock draft. And I've got San Antonio taking Victor Wembanyama.
No, I don't see that happening. Yeah.
I haven't mocked it any further than that.
Did Joe have him as number one on Joe's board?
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen Joe's board. I decided this year.
What do you think of Joe's board?
With my mock, I'd do a one and done. Joe who? Joe Fortenbaugh?
No, Joe Lacob. Joe Lacob.
I don't think that.
Supposedly Joe has his own board.
Right. And I would love to see what his board said when they selected James Wiseman, because I've always thought that pick, it felt to me like that pick came from somewhere outside of the Bob Myers purview.
Well, didn't we get the answer to that at the presser? Didn't Bob kind of zing Joe with Joe likes size?
Right. Size matters is the famous drop from
size matters.
Bobby Fitz. Yeah. So I think we know that, but it's one of those things where I don't know if we'll ever hear a definitive answer of him saying, yes, it was I who pushed the button. I am the true puppet master.
Why can't we get the answer to that? Why does nobody has enough clout to ask that question? Or they don't want to answer that question? Nobody can ask the question. By the way, I know you got a lot of people in your organization, and you got Larry Harris, and you got this guy, and you got that guy, and Joe's kids. Who actually picked James Wiseman? And then just shut up and let's see what he says.
I don't think that it'll get answered. I mean, it's a collaborative decision.
Has anybody ever asked that question?
That directly? I don't think so.
I would love to hear that asked that way.
I would too. I think now it's water under the bridge. It doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter. Well, I don't know if it doesn't matter because, who's making the next pick? How about that? That would be a nice little question to ask.
Right.
Who's picking at 19?
Well,
exactly.
We don't even know who the GM is yet.
I love Tim Kawakami's question at the presser when they threw the timeline out there, and all of a sudden Tim was like, "Oh, so Bob's you're gonna make Bob stick to the end of the third? Well, the draft is between now and then. So is Bob gonna be running the draft?" Right then, I was like, "Yes." I love Tim Kawakami for that question.
No, it was great.
And, of course, it created all kinds of awkwardness and, and then, whatever we got nothing out of that. And, of course, Bob wasn't going to be the guy making that pick. We all knew that.
Yes. And that whole, he's going to work till June 30th, that whole thing was so awkward, and it made me feel a little bit better about the reasons why Bob maybe is stepping away. More from Larry on the press conference and your calls coming up in moments, but it's time, my friends. It's time for you to be a winner. Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan will be live at Chase Center November 3rd. Caller number 5 right now to our contest line, 415-951-2386, 415-951-2386. Caller 5 right now will get 2 tickets. That's 415-951-2386. For show and contest details, visit 957thegame.com. Hike from San Francisco was our first winner in the 2 o'clock hour. You could be the winner right now. 415-951-2386. Caller 5. All the best and good luck. Larry, when that press conference happened, we carried it live here, and we all reacted immediately after it. And all the questions about why was Bob going to step away? Was it he wanted to work elsewhere, spend time with his family, burnout? I think it became pretty crystal clear. And we talked about like the pie slice, right? Like, I think it's all of those reasons all fed into it. But the pie slice of I don't want to really work for Joe anymore because Joe's too demanding. By the end of that press conference, that might have been the biggest slice of pie.
Yeah. Well, I think the revelation of that presser that made everybody go, was the 15 calls a day from Joe or whatever it was. I don't care. I don't want to talk to people that I like 15 times a day, let alone your boss who's not qualified to make those decisions, questioning you about everything. So, I mean, he is a self-made billionaire. I'll give him that. And I got a lot of respect for Joe.
And you don't become a self-made billionaire by just letting things ride. And let's just see if that works itself out. If you have an idea or an input, you pick up the phone and you exercise your right as the owner to offer your input.
But at the end of the day, I like the fact that Jed York does not care about D. Winters or Jalen Graham and doesn't have a board. And I like the fact that, Larry Baer isn't sitting there in the amateur draft going, we need to take this guy. To me, when the owner starts making picks, that is an issue.
It can be, unless, you get it right. And when you're Joe Lacob and you've won 4 championships since you took over a moribund franchise. And
that had Steph Curry and Klay Thompson sitting there.
Doesn't matter. They didn't win a championship with those guys on the team before he took over. So if you're Joe Lacob,
and they would never have won any titles without those guys.
And they probably never would have won a title without Joe Lacob.
That's debatable, but we know for sure that they wouldn't have won a title without Steph Curry.
Right. I don't think that they would have won a title without Joe Lacob, because think about what Joe did aside from the players that were acquired, whether or not he had his board out from 2012 on. He brought in the logo, which was instant credibility. He brought in Rick Welts, who was one of the best executives in the association, and the structure that he built in terms of winning from the top down, I think permeated the team. And yeah, Steph turned into a good little shooter, and Klay knocked down a shot or two, fine. But
right.
The organization that he created, I think, also led to a culture where you won championships.
Okay.
And yes, it's always the players, and you've been around long enough, and you're Bay Area native. You've been here almost as long as I have. You've seen what Warrior ownership normally looks like. And, shout out Frank Muley, rest in peace. It was a different era. But the Chris Cohan days was...
The litigation sensation?
That's a buck. That's the first buck of the day, actually, Grandy, right there, from Kruger, too.
I don't know. Fill me in. What's the buck?
Anytime you use a Tim Roy ripoff of Elevation Sensation.
There you go. My good friend.
Litigation Sensation, that's a buck. And it's kind of like a show thing that we do. Normally, Grandy plays a little bit of... Yeah, he plays a sounder when it's not a Mail It In Friday. This show is brought to you by the U.S. Postal Service, apparently, because Grandy's got the stamps out. Don't you, Mark?
I'm cutting a video for YouTube here. I'm staying busy.
My fault.
It's a busy man. You guys put a lot of stuff on YouTube.
We do, yeah. And it's been, the popularity of YouTube and what it can mean for the relative success of an entity. And
no doubt.
Yeah,
you're in the right lane. You're in the right lane.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570. What should the Warriors do? Let's go out to Tim in Orinda. He's got some thoughts on Poole and Kuminga. What's going on, Tim? Happy Friday.
Hey, happy Friday to you guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
Yeah, in terms of Poole and Kuminga, the thing, they're both obviously talented. They're both obviously young. But the thing that I don't see in either of them, and I don't know if they could ever get that, is they're not dogs. They don't play with passion, really. And I think to be able to play and be able to be successful in this league, you have to have kind of a mean side to you. You have to be able to dig down deep when the going is tough. And, Poole turns into room temperature butter, and Kuminga looks like he's going after an ice cream cone.
The imagery is awesome.
Thank you, Tim. Great imagery and a couple of personal shots there on the way out.
Which is what makes sports radio.
That's what we do, right? We all take shots, and some people taking shots on the text line, which I won't read, which it's fine. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. I don't think that Jordan Poole is necessarily that soft, per se. He's a young player who doesn't play a lot of defense, and he's not a very physical player. My issue with Jordan Poole from this year seemed like he lost his way. Why did he lose his way? Well, that's a whole nother question, because the culture around the team this year was different than previous years.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, he's, your best player is Steph Curry, and Jordan Poole is best when Steph Curry's not on the floor with him, right? I mean, he doesn't play great with Steph. He doesn't complement Steph Curry. How do you, I don't know there's a limit to how high your star can go if you don't play well with the best player on the team. He is the greatest stretch of Poole's career, and the reason he got the contract was the stretch where Steph was out and he lit it up.
Right. And that's where, even this year, when Steph was out and Jordan got the start, he played a lot better than when Steph and Klay were both around, and he was forced to come off the bench. And I think Jordan Poole had a difficult time this year knowing what his role was going to be night to night and week to week. At times, it felt like the message was go out there and get yours, go crazy, look to score and light it up. You're the man. And then at other times, it was, okay, now you need to be more of a deferential player. Steph and Clay are back. And I think that was a difficult thing for him to navigate. Similar to Jonathan Kuminga, who, while Andrew Wiggins was out, Wiggins missed 2 months for his personal reasons. During that time, Kuminga was able to play a lot and flourish and get comfortable. And then Wiggins comes back and you get into high leverage playoff games. Now Kuminga's on a very short leash and he lost his confidence very quickly. So,
I mean, was he directed properly? That would be my question, because how do you have that kind of frame, that kind of athleticism, and be as bad as he was in areas where he should dominate? I mean, there were times where he's on the weak side of the floor, 3 goes up, and he makes no movement at all to go to the rim for the rebound. You know, it's like the scene from Office Space. What would you say you do here? You know, I mean,
right.
What are you doing? What are you doing? So his feel either isn't there or it wasn't communicated to him.
I think that play,
what they really needed from him.
Sorry, Larry. And everyone talks about that play as, you know, an iconic moment for Jonathan Kuminga and really the nadir or the low point for his whole season. And not to excuse it because it's a ghastly visual, but that to me was a great example of him having lost his confidence, because of all things to do as an athletic young player, aggressiveness is what he had done so well throughout his first 2 years. And yet here he is on the weak side, paralyzed as the ball is careening toward him. And then he took a step toward it and then he took a step back, and it was complete paralysis by analysis.
You better, if you move Jonathan Kuminga, you better get something seriously good in return, or you're going to be looking really, really bad, because there's so much upside there. And, you know, it's one thing in a sport that doesn't value centers anymore. And Wiseman, there was a softness to his game, and clearly he's enamored with his guard skills. And, you know, but Kuminga has shown glimpses of greatness. And all I got to say is if you move him, you better get something really, really good. Otherwise, you're going to look bad.
Oh, you could potentially. I don't think that it's an automatic that it would look ugly. I think you're more likely to get burned by a Jordan Poole trade than you are Jonathan Kuminga, because Kuminga's got a long way to go, in my opinion, until he goes somewhere and you feel like, oh man, we got totally burned. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. It's Willard and Dibs. Larry Kruger is in for Mark Willard today, and we're talking about the Golden State Warriors. What do? Do you pick at 19? Do you package the 19th pick with a couple of players to get veterans? You're not wrong in terms of trading Jonathan Kuminga and the potential for getting burned. He's a 20-year-old player with unbelievable upside. I think you could get burned down the road, but if you trade Kuminga in a package with Poole and the 19th pick, and you get players to help you win right away, as a Warrior fan, I think you could excuse it if it netted you another championship.
Sure. There's a lot of ifs there.
Yeah, tons.
And I think you got recency bias with Kuminga. I mean, you could have, you know, I've noticed that you haven't thrown Moody into any of these conversations. Why? Because the narrative totally changed on Moses after he actually got run. We were told forever that they couldn't be played, he couldn't be played, he can't be trusted, and then suddenly, wow, they played him, and he played pretty well. And guess people were wrong that said he couldn't be trusted. I guess he could have been trusted. So, you know what? I just think that we're oftentimes, you know, especially if you're super close to the story, you can't see the forest through the trees. And I think there's some people that are so gripping on what we just saw that they're like, that's it. You know, I can't see what potentially could be. I can only see what I just saw, and that's what it is. Well, if we made that same deal about Moody in February, I mean, where were the minutes for Moses throughout the year? Why did Moses have to wait in eternity to get on the floor? And then by the end of the year, suddenly it's like, wow, you got this incredible player. So what changed? Opportunity. He got an opportunity.
Right. And he fell out of favor with Steve Kerr. Steve had mentioned it to Mark and I when we had him on either the second to last segment or the last time we interviewed Steve Kerr. He talked about why Moses didn't play, and it's because he wasn't playing well. He had fallen out of favor. And for me, the idea of trading Moses has nothing to do with recency bias. I just don't think that his value is high enough to where you would even include him in a trade. If I look at tradable assets right now for the Warriors, and I'd love to hear your thoughts, 888-957-9570. That's also the Comcast Business text line. A couple interesting trades have come in on the text line, and I'll throw those out, and you can poo-poo them as you see fit. But for me, the tradable assets in order right now, Jordan Poole is 1, Kuminga is 2, the number 19 overall pick would be 3, and then Moses Moody would be 4th.
And what are you ranking them based on?
Based on Jordan Poole's 20 points a game. But
what about that massive contract that he's not worth?
Who's to say he's not worth it? Do you know how many people average 20 a game in the association this year?
He's clearly overpaid by what, this is a guy who has quickness. He just doesn't use it on the defensive end. So he plays matador defense. He plays half the floor. He doesn't do what you want him to do, and he's falling in love with things that he's not good at. I think you're inflating his value. I don't think we'll see. Time will tell on this one, but I don't think there's people just dying to get their hands on Poole. I think Kuminga is way, way more coveted than Poole. I think there's probably 3 times as many teams in the league that would want Jonathan Kuminga that would want Jordan Poole.
I disagree with that. 43 players in the association this year averaged 20 points a game, and he's one of them. And only Steph Curry on this team, and as I was saying, Clay averaged 21.9, so they had 3 20-point-plus scores. So the commodity that you have in Jordan Poole is more known than Jonathan Kuminga. Kuminga's value is strictly upside. It's athleticism
and contract.
And
look at his contract. His contract is totally favorable.
Right. Jordan Poole's is also fairly favorable for a guy who gets you 20 a night.
I don't know. The rumors that I'm reading have the Warriors getting very little in return or getting players that you really don't want coming back. I've seen rumors like, to Dallas for Davis Bertans and Reggie Bullock. I've seen, trades where they're moving Poole and having to take back bad players because of the contract. We're talking about a player. What's his cap number next year?
I'd go to 28, I think.
Yeah, so 27, 28. So I don't know. I mean, by definition, because of the NBA rules, you're going to have to take back an awful lot in players or somebody with a huge contract to make it happen. But the rumors that I've seen with Poole, none of them really sound. I mean, you want Porzingis? I mean, I don't want Porzingis. I mean, I wouldn't hate Porzingis, but I'm not loving it. I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen. I think Utah is going to want Jordan Poole. I think Dallas is going to want Jordan Poole. I like Grady Dick. If you can get Grady Dick from Kansas, if you can get a late lottery pick and Dick's there for you. I mean, I think he's a 6'8" player with a lot of upside. There's a lot of special talent there. But I don't know, man. I haven't seen the projected Jordan Poole trade that makes me go, yes, that is it. Maybe in a deal for Siakam, maybe if you could get Toronto, who makes a grip of cash, and you could group some players. But
I don't think that they're going to trade Siakam, which is why I was looking at an Anunoby and either Otto Porter Jr. or Chris Boucher as a package, because I think if you do trade Jordan Poole, you want to get 2 veterans back if you can, just guys who can come in and be in your rotation, veteran pieces who can help you win now.
I hear you, but I mean, what happened? This arena is opulent. It is absolutely breathtaking. The reason for the two timelines was not out of left field. The reason for the 2 timelines is because Joe knows that you can't drive your franchise off a cliff and then charge $52 for 3 beers in an opulent arena.
That would be 2 beers for 52.
Exactly. But I'm just saying it's expensive, and he understands that. As soon as I got a tour of that arena, I was like, uh-oh. The Warrior business people have seriously challenged the Warrior basketball side to make sure that this is a consistently competitive basketball team through the years, or there's going to be empties. There's going to be people going, I ain't paying that to see this.
Well, the 2 timelines is already over.
Okay, but what if you somehow accelerate, trade all your young players in some of these deals? There's a rumor about LeBron and this and that. If you accelerate and drive your thing off and don't get this title, you could be looking at 3-4 years in the lottery, and Joe can go to any press conference he wants and make any proclamation he wants, and he's a self-made billionaire. But guess what? It doesn't make it so. Just because you say, hey, excuse me, we're gonna win. Oh, okay, that sounds good. It's like you're Dirty Harry of owners. But you know what? Now back it up. Now, how are you going to do this? I I mean, your general manager probably tucked tail and walked because you called him 15 times a day when things were great, and now he's looking at old Steph, old Clay, old Draymond, and you're still calling 15 times a day and making public proclamations that you're going to win it all, when in reality you got no shot.
But your young core doesn't have a shot either. And I'll just say
maybe they don't have a shot.
No, they don't have a shot, Larry. And I'll say this: they
could be moved.
So you make no trade, and now you've got Jordan Poole, you've got Kuminga, you got Rollins, you got PBJ. And I'll give you Looney and Wiggins in 4 years. Steph decides I'm good after the next 3. Clay's done. Draymond's done. That core that I just laid out with whatever draft picks you want to pull off your cute little sheet over there, you're a play-in team at best. You're probably still in the lottery. So for me,
not if you draft the right guys.
Well, I don't know. This year, there's not that many guys who are the right guys, impact players.
Nobody thought Draymond Green was the right guy. Nobody thought Klay Thompson was the right guy. The Kings took Jimmer Fredette in front of him.
Yeah,
David Kahn took Johnny Flynn and
Green. So
Johnny Flynn and Ricky Rubio over Steph. I'm just saying, you're going to have to roll the dice, and you're going to have to handicap the draft correctly the way that you did last time around. There are no shortcuts. I don't think there's a trade. I mean, if you can show me a trade, maybe. But I don't. I look at all these trades all the time. I haven't seen any that I said, you know what? Warriors, that is making the Warriors a champion. I don't know if I see that.
Well, it might make them just competitive. The West is fairly wide open, aside from Denver. Here's one from the 408. Poole for Ayton straight up. A scoring big is what we're looking for. Poole and KD can bond over disdain for Draymond.
And Ayton is gonna play
a slightly tongue-in-cheek capper to that.
I mean, you got Ayton, and you got Looney, and you got Draymond, and how you gonna work that out? I mean, who's sitting, who's playing? Do they play together?
Right. The problem this year is having 2 non-scorers on the floor at the same time.
Right. I mean, to me, I'm going with Draymond Green. Okay, that's the first decision I'm making. I'm going with Draymond Green, so he's there. So that means my other big's got to be a shooter, and so I need an offensive player who's a big.
Here's one from the 925.
Stretches the floor.
Kuminga, Poole, and the number 19 pick for Brandon Ingram of New Orleans.
Now, that's interesting because he's very skilled, and he's skinny, but he's got a lot of talent. There's no doubt about that.
He's a matchup nightmare.
What's his health situation?
Yeah, I'd have to look.
I'd want to investigate that. That's interesting. That is the most interesting one so far that I've heard. Ingram. Because Ingram does have a ton of skill. Ingram's got huge upside. I think if you put him on this team, he would probably reach the potential that he has, which is a significant statement. I don't know if that's a fair trade. I mean, I know that works financially. That seems like a lot of talent going out for Ingram. So that's hitching your wagon. You're going to hitch this whole franchise to Ingram?
Oh, he's 25. Yeah. So if you're looking at a piece who would be around when the big 3 is gone, he would be a guy that you could certainly look to as a future piece. The 510 says, I'm being disingenuous because the big 3's contracts are off the books. So you'd have extra money to do the other thing at that point to bring someone in to help the young core as I was laying it out. And you're right, 510. I didn't intentionally mean to come across as disingenuous because, yes, they would have money at that point, although not a ton because Wiggins' contract would still be on the books. And if Jordan Poole is still here, he'd be making 30 plus, so you wouldn't have as much money as you're indicating. But yes, Steph would come off, and Clay in that scenario, and Draymond.
Then there's the other big question with Klay Thompson. I mean, Klay Thompson's a huge, huge question. How are you getting that done? It sounds like
he goes where you went today.
What's that?
To get a haircut.
Well, but
you got a nice haircut today,
thank
Larry.
You like that? High and tight.
Yeah, you lost about half your hair. He's going to have to lose about half his money.
And is he prepared for that? And what's that going to do to him? You know, what's that going to do to his whole persona? I don't know. I mean, does he want that? Does Klay Thompson want to be here at that level of a haircut, or would he rather make his money and be somewhere else? That's a conversation I think has to be had, right?
And that's a conversation that I would love to sit in on because if I'm Joe Lacob and I sit Klay down for that conversation, okay, Klay, how you doing? Man, good year this year. You played a lot. You were able to play back-to-backs. And, you had a rough Lakers series. But by and large, Klay, you had a good year. And we're thrilled to have you. You're making 44 this year. We're not going to be able to pay you that going forward. But I do want to remind you about the deal we gave you when you were...
Or the years they paid him for nothing.
Yeah, we paid you for 2 years.
How much, too? $60 million or something?
Roughly. I'll have the exact figure for you coming up, but that's what you don't lead with that, but before I allow Clay to respond, I'm going to remind him just how good we were to you, Klay Thompson, when they didn't have to do that.
I know, and I love Klay Thompson.
We all do.
I know all you guys love Klay Thompson. We all love Klay Thompson. He's probably one of the most beloved athletes in the history of the Bay Area. But what he did from 3 camouflaged how he's regressed from 2, and we all know he's a shadow of what he was defensively. So the 40 is laughable. The 30 is, in my mind, laughable. How much of a haircut do you need him to take to make it make it work for you? And then what does that do to him emotionally, mentally? Is he bitter? I don't want a Klay Thompson walking around bitter that we stuck it to him. Kind of a feel, because I think his persona
43.2 this year, Larry. 43.2 in the upcoming year.
It's a lot. It's a grip of cash.
It's a lot.
And I love him, but he ain't worth that. So then what? And who's having? And since you chased away your GM, who's having this? Who's having this? Who's brokering this deal? Who, by the way, is making the pick? Do we have any idea who's making the pick?
I don't think that we know definitively. It seems like, by all indications, and Matt Steinmetz seemed to indicate, according to his sources, that it will be Mike Dunleavy Jr. who gets the job. So ostensibly, he would make the pick. But you know this, Larry, from your scouting background. And Larry Kruger's in today for Mark Willard. Willard back on Monday, 888-957-9570. Your Warrior calls coming up, and I see Rich and the other calls up on the big board. We're going to get to you. You know this from your scouting background. The pick is always a collection of thoughts in the room. It's not just...
Come on.
No?
I mean, you're going to get input, but the buck stops with somebody, and somebody makes the pick, and it sounds like it's going to be Joe.
Who makes the pick for the Niners?
John Lynch.
Unless it's a quarterback.
I
who
think
is responsible
John
for the
Lynch
Trey
is in charge
Lance
of the
fiasco?
draft. That's a good question, too.
If it's a fiasco.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's a fiasco.
Well, I just said that to draw a reaction from you and the listeners.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people going, damn, Dibs.
Totally.
It's not a fiasco. He's played 4 games.
I didn't use the B word because he's not a bust. But
I mean,
if he ends up not playing,
I hear you what you're saying.
It becomes a fiasco.
I just think I'm a little uncomfortable with the Warriors situation. There's one guy who has credentials to make the pick. His name is Larry Harris. And I didn't hear anybody mention him. He's not seemingly up for the GM job. He's the only guy who has the credentials to actually do the job. Mike Dunleavy is a nice guy, and he's been there, but he's never done that job before. And then is Dunleavy the buffer so Joe can make the pick himself? Is Dunleavy the buffer? Because, hey, we'll make you a GM when nobody else in the league is going to give you a GM job, but we'll make you the GM as long as you let my kid make the pick. I mean, seriously, who's making the pick? This team had Jerry West running the show. You had Bob Myers, who, drafted Draymond Green at 35. And now...
Well, that was Larry Riley who drafted Draymond Green.
Well, yeah, and Don Nelson had a huge hand in the drafting of Steph Curry.
Of course. And so, this is what...
These are awesome personnel guys.
But
Don Nelson brought in Dirk Nowitzki and Steve Nash in the same offseason for the Mavericks. He was a proven talent evaluator. Jerry West is the logo.
Right.
He's like the most proven talent evaluator. You're going to go from that to guys who have never done it before or God forbid, your kids?
Well, is Larry Harris going to be a guy whose voice gets louder now? And that's a question that we can't answer. And it's an interesting point because Larry, son of Dell, has been in the association for the better part of 30 years.
He's been a GM.
He's been a coach, and he's worked, for Milwaukee as a scout, general manager, assistant GM, and now he's the director of player personnel for the Warriors and has been. So you would imagine that he's going to have a big say. If it's Mike Dunleavy Jr., he's going to listen to what Larry Harris has to say when making this pick, if they make this pick at all. And that, to me, becomes even more interesting in terms of what do the Warriors do in 13 days. Rich is in Fremont, and now he's on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, Rich?
Hey, what's up, guys? Just getting off work and trying to tackle this traffic in the Bay Area. You guys know what that's like. So,
yep.
I basically am kind of with you guys, with, the picks. I think that, I probably would move on Poole before I go with Kuminga. I think Kuminga can bring really a big part of the future of where the direction the Warriors want to go. I just don't think that Poole would. And to be honest, I really don't like Poole's work ethic. I really don't. I think that he's a guy that wants to have the spotlight. He's too busy caught up on his hero ball stuff, sulking on the bench, doesn't want to come off the bench. That type of mentality just doesn't work in the Warriors culture. So if I got to move on somebody, it's definitely Poole. But I wanted to ask Larry something because, Larry, you've been down to Levi Stadium.
Yeah.
You've seen the mini camp. And I just wanted to know, is there anything out there that you saw that kind of surprised you these last couple of weeks, or was it just nothing to see here? What do you think?
Surprised in what way?
Oh, sorry, we lost Rich.
Drake Jackson. Drake Jackson is just absolutely looking terrific. He put on upper body weight, but he's as fast as ever. He looks like a guy who can play the starter role opposite Nick Bosa and maybe have a 10 to 12 sack season, especially with Hargrave and Armstead inside, kind of changing the configuration of the pocket. I think, the quarterback's going to try to sneak out the side door, and you're not going to run towards Bosa. So I think Drake, if he just stays healthy, could run into 10 sacks. I think he could have a tremendous year.
What about Javon Kinlaw? Is he going to be able to take that next step and be a part of the rotation? Because it feels like if Drake Jackson wins that other end spot opposite Nick Bosa, and you've got Armstead and Hargrave in the interior, it looks like you're pretty set.
The thing about Kinlaw is he didn't play in the minicamp, and, we all know the injury with the knee, and he's constantly challenged. They haven't been able to figure out what weight to get him out. Now, Chris Koceric, the D-line coach, said that this was the first year, and he kind of outlined Kinlaw's entire career between the injuries and the pandemic and all the different things that have gone on. This has really been his best offseason for Kinlaw. I think I really don't know what to say to that, Dibbs. I don't know what – I think Kinlaw, every option is available. He can be a total nothing and be cut or traded in August, or he could have – he's lighter and leaner, and I'm not sure how effective he's going to be. He hasn't really been that effective. We saw him get bounced around last year. His best game was the first game back, and as the knee pain, I think, started to bother him, his production went down, down, down. Every game he was worse. That Philly game was embarrassing. So I don't know. Is Kinlaw's lighter? Now, is he lighter because the Niners wanted him lighter, or is he lighter because he saw Hargrave get the bag and knows that you got to be a pass rusher to make money as a defensive tackle, and he's super lean? Because he looks like a basketball player at the OTAs when he was out there, but he didn't play the last couple of days. So I don't know. I don't know what to say, but as far as positive surprises, I would say Ronnie Bell, the rookie wide receiver, has been a really positive surprise. And I'll give you one it's kind of a wild surprise, but the Niners picked up after the draft a defensive end from North Dakota State named Spencer Wagee. And this guy has the size of a defensive tackle, but he's got the movement ability of a defensive end and a crazy motor, and he looks terrific. Now, it's all shorts and shoulder pads. It's shorts and jerseys. They're helmets and shorts. There are no shoulder pads. There are no, we have no hitting. But look for that guy. He wears 69. He plays defensive end. If you told me that Spencer Wagee went to camp this summer and somehow earned a role on first and second down as a defensive end opposite Bosa, I wouldn't be shocked because he looks phenomenal.
888-957-9570. If you've got Niner questions for Larry, go ahead and line it up on the phone line or the Comcast Business text line. We're also talking about the Golden State Warriors offseason moves, with them picking 19th in the NBA draft coming up in 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks from yesterday. Do they make the pick? Do they trade the pick from the 408? Kuminga, Poole, and the 19th pick for Karl Anthony Towns. And this is amid news that the Minnesota Timberwolves may be looking to move off of Karl Anthony Towns between now and the draft. Kuminga, Poole, and number 19 for Cat. What do you think about that, Larry?
I like it. That one I like.
Even though you're giving up on Kuminga?
No, I know. I love Kuminga. Man. You know how much I love Kuminga. But, Karl Anthony Towns, you're talking about a guy who's really, really good. You're talking about, I don't know. I think he's a borderline star player. And he fits your team because he's the stretch 5. He's a super skilled guy. You want guys who are ready to win now. He's ready to win now. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to like there. I mean, Karl Anthony Towns. What's Karl Anthony Towns defensively, Dibbs? What is he? I mean, how good of a defender is he?
He's a good defender, but he's not as good of a defender as I'd like for a 6'11" guy. He's more of a rim protector, and I think when you get him out on the perimeter, he gets in a little bit into the deep water. But if you've got Draymond Green behind him, and you mentioned Klay Thompson having not been a shell of himself defensively, I think that he's lost a little bit defensively. I don't know if I would go quite that far. Andrew Wiggins can still be a good defender. Anthony Towns doesn't hurt your defense, especially when you're losing Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga, 2 guys who aren't good defenders right now.
Well, and when I think of this trade, I think of Wiggins in Minnesota and what he was there and what he's been here, and then I think, wow, if Towns could find himself here the way Wiggins found himself here, that would be pretty exciting. Absolutely. That one is really. That one's intriguing.
I got another one for you here from the text line, and also I've got some rumors, and we love rumors. Look at all these rumors surrounding me every day. I just need some time, Larry, some time to get away from all these rumors. I can't take it no more. My best friend said.
Are you quoting Adele or are you quoting
Timex Social Club?
Okay,
we'll go back
You're
to
going
the 80s.
further back.
Of course, Larry. I got to go back.
I used to love that song. That was a great
song.
song.
Darn right you did.
It's a good riff.
From the 408, and he or she, they, as I'm now learning in this pronoun neutral era in which we live, sent in this: Jordan Poole and the 19th pick for DeMar DeRozan and Andre Drummond. Feels to me like
done. I'm doing that.
I don't think that that trade would happen by both sides.
Oh, DeRozan? Are you kidding me? DeRozan. Now, DeRozan, I love some of the things that DeRozan said, too, about, the NBA players and how, because it kind of illustrates, when you see what DeMar DeRozan was at SC and now what he has become in Chicago, there's, I don't know, I don't have to know anything else other than to see the development, know that he works on his game. He takes his game very seriously. And Drummond is a huge-bodied center who I think could help them on the boards. Absolutely, I like that.
No doubt. I just don't think that the trade would work on the other side. You're giving up Poole, a player who I think has more trade value than you do. The 19th pick, though, is, to me, more of a throw-in, and you're getting DeRozan and Drummond back, too. Legitimate NBA vets, although Drummond is, they're both closer to the end of their careers than they are the beginning.
Here's the thing, though. We're talking about the cost of things. Many of these trades that doesn't impact they're still going to have this $500 million bill, right? If you're going to move off of Poole, isn't Poole the ticket for Joe to save money by moving him to an Orlando or one of these teams? Here's one that came up the other night on the show. What do you think of Ben Simmons as far as moving him in a deal for Ben Simmons? Why? Because to me, I know Simmons is a train wreck as a shooter, but man, there's something really intriguing about Steph and Steph off the ball later in his career, Simmons at 6'10", running the point. If you could surround him with some big-time shooters, or do you not believe that there's another chapter coming for Simmons?
He's been in the gym. Have you seen those biceps recently?
I mean, Simmons to me, I'll say this too. Joe wants someone who's going to put butts in the seats. You let Simmons run the point on this team and surround him with even more shooting than they have right now. I think Simmons is absolutely intriguing on Golden State. Do you not agree because of the structure? I don't agree
because of the fact that you already have 2 non-shooters on the team. It's kind of the same thing that you were mentioning before on one of these trade scenarios. If you've got, I think it might have been DeAndre Ayton, or I'm not sure who it was mentioned who doesn't score, but if you've got Kevon Looney and you've got Draymond Green and now you've got Ben Simmons, a guy who is shot averse, he literally doesn't want to shoot.
No, I know. I know.
I love the idea
he's broken, really.
He's totally broken. I love the idea of a 6'10" point guard who's an elite defender, who's a great passer, and can be a good two-way player. But he is a guy, I think, from a confidence standpoint, is fragile. Let's go to Lucas Alexander, producer extraordinaire. he's got a little something. And then we've got some Chris Paul rumors to talk about, Lucas.
Love Chris Paul rumors. Really, I'll be. In fact, I'll take that answer off the air once I hang up here. My buddy's been begging me to put this on air for weeks now, so I feel like this is finally a time. Straight up, DeAndre Ayton for Jordan Poole. I know you just mentioned DeAndre Ayton. Is there any interest there? I don't know that the Suns would really be that interested, although if they're moving off Chris Paul, maybe they need a new point guard, but DeAndre Ayton for Jordan Poole straight up.
Ayton's not my favorite player. I'm not sure what his upside is. I really liked him a couple years ago. It just seems like there's just, I don't know. There's just weird vibes around him. I mean, it's like an old school move that you would never have made, right? If you're Phoenix, you never would have traded a big for a small. But in today's game, you would consider that. Ayton's got a big price tag too, which is why it works and why you could make that deal. I don't know that Ayton and Looney and Green are a fit together on the floor. I'm trying to see all the pieces fit together.
Yeah, it's a yes for me. It's
you would make that straight up trade.
Straight up trade. Absolutely. DeAndre Ayton is the kind of physical big. He's a rebounding presence that you need because outside of Kevon Looney, you didn't have a ton of rebounding. And what did we say during the majority of the Kings and Lakers series? They were getting out rebounded, and Kevon had to get 20 boards a night for it to even be close. DeAndre Ayton is a double-double machine. He's a guy who can rim protect, and he gives you a little bit more of that edge that you don't have outside of Draymond Green.
He's a talented player. I mean, and if you'd said this to me a year ago, I would have said, yeah, I kind of like Ayton, but he's just something. There's the fact that the Suns have never really gotten. I mean, they got to the finals at one time, but it hasn't worked. And then they evaporated 2 years ago in the playoffs, and it's just, I don't know. There's some weird vibes there. I mean, I'm not sure about DeAndre Ayton on this team. If are you going to play him with Draymond Green, or is it now you're going to sit Kevon Looney, and it's going to mean less minutes for Looney? Looney's pretty valuable.
Yeah, I mean, between the three, you probably only have two of them out on the court at any one time, and DeAndre Ayton more of a scoring threat than Draymond Green or Kevon Looney. Yeah,
on the block,
which gives you a different dimension. And Jordan Poole, I think, is a little bit repetitive in terms of how he scores with what you already have. But that's an interesting one, Lucas, and I'm glad you threw that out. And while we're talking Phoenix, this from Adrian Wojnarowski on Friday's NBA Countdown. I quote him, "If Chris Paul is out there as a free agent this summer, look at the two teams in LA, the Clippers and Lakers, the Knicks in New York, or the Golden State Warriors," says ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski on Friday's NBA Countdown. Those would all be potential destinations for Chris Paul, who would then sign a deal at a much lower number than the $30 million he's guaranteed in Phoenix if he stays there past that June 28th deadline. Chris Paul to the Warriors, Larry. We've been split as a station. 3 in favor, 3 against. I won't tell you where I stand. You probably know because you listen to the show. Where do you stand on Chris Paul to the Warriors?
Goo and Steiny asked me about this yesterday, and
that's right. This is repeat material because you knew you were coming on with me for 4, so you did a 12-minute spot with them anyway.
Right.
Which I find offensive, but go ahead.
I mean, what is this guy? How old is Chris Paul right now? 40?
No, not even close.
38?
Yeah.
He's not 40.
No, how dare you? He's going to be 38. I think he's entering his 38th season. So, yeah.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Thank you.
I don't love it. I mean, I look at the NBA, once again, this is the temptation. Guys who have big names, who are long in the tooth, that, you don't want babies, and I understand that. But I'd rather gamble on youth because youth gets better. I'd rather go too young than go too old. LeBron, too old. Chris Paul, too old. If the NBA season were half as long as it is, I might consider it. But you're asking me, is Chris Paul next year, because it's not about the future, it's all about next year. Is Chris Paul next year at 39?
38. He just turned 38.
Okay, but
stop trying to age him.
He's May of 85 is his birthday.
Yeah, it's good knowledge. Oh, so, Larry, where are you getting this knowledge?
That's amazing. I just know everybody's birthday. No, I'm a big birthday guy. I used to work at Farrell's.
That was a shout out to Gary, who, when I was working with Gary Radnich, and you worked with him after I did, this was back in like 2006, and he would throw something out, and I would look it up. I would Google it.
You were the
or
Googler.
Maybe it was Ask Jeeves at the time, and I would jump on the mic from 2 rooms away and give him the answer. And
you got to Google it.
Dan, that is just fabulous knowledge.
It's unbelievable what Dibbs knows.
Gary, I just looked it up.
Yeah.
And so I became the good knowledge guy only because I had the internet and he didn't.
It's part of the charm of the show.
That's how my
back then.
whole career started.
It did work, though. It worked well.
And then it became a whole bit of, hey, Dan, look this up. What did Ted Williams hit in 1941?
Yeah.
380, Gary. Fabulous.
I'm not a
Dan.
freaking search engine. This guy's played almost 2 decades in the league. I mean, there was once upon a time, I love Chris Paul when he could get in the middle of the floor, break you down, be in that kind of triple threat position in a lot of. But then you're taking the ball out of Steph's hands in crunch time completely. I don't know if I like that. You're awfully small. I don't know if I don't like that defensively.
You're not looking for this guy to come in and play 30 minutes a night.
I know.
You're looking to have him come in and be your 8th or 9th man. I'm in favor of the move. You need veterans.
Why is
he
doing it
grown
again?
Men.
Why is he doing it?
Why is Chris Paul doing it?
Yeah, I think this is a move that you would have to entice Chris Paul with other moves that would make him want to take the whole lot less dollars to play here.
I think that he would get a buyout from Phoenix for this to happen. He has $16 million guaranteed, so he's going to get the 16 from Phoenix, and maybe they give him that and say just go away. And at that point, this is a bit of a leap because he's never come off the bench. Even one time in his 1,224 game career, he started all 1,224. So we talk about Clay.
Right.
Well, Clay will never come off the bench. Well, he did as a rookie, and he hasn't since. So Chris Paul would have to come off the bench, sublimate his ego, and admit that he's ring chasing, which I think that the last one he would do because he's on the list of best players to never win a chip.
Yeah, no, I hear you. 18th year, this guy's going to be healthy in May and June. So that's my skepticism.
Well, I got faith in Rick Celebrini to use him the right
I think
way.
Celebrini's no.
Whoa, that was about to get inflammatory.
No.
You had me there at Celebrini.
I have faith in Rick Celebrini. No, 18th year.
Nobody turns on Celebrini. Not on my watch.
If they had a different trainer, I'd do it. No,
it was Chelsea Lane.
If you had Abdenauer, I'm making this deal.
Thank you, Tommy.
No Abdenauer.
That is
no
fabulous knowledge.
No thumbs up. Now,
Great trainer knowledge.
I don't think that an older team with an older core needs to be older. I think they need to be younger. I know it's harder to find younger players, and they're oftentimes more expensive. I don't like the idea of older players gambling that older players are going to be healthy. I mean, look at LeBron. People talk about LeBron trade to the Warriors at the end of the year. He was barely. I mean, he looked pained. He looked sore. And now you're going to ask him to be a key cog for a championship team. I think those days have come and gone. I like Chris Paul, and I think he's a basketball genius. But I mean, I don't love. There's so many parts about his game I hate. This whole falling down stuff, and I mean,
it's what
especially
if
they're going to penalize flopping. You're going to get you're going to consider getting one of the king floppers in the year that they're like, we're going to push back on flopping. I don't like it.
I don't think that they're going to push back on flopping. They've said it before, and they did briefly.
It's a bad look.
It'd be great if they did, but they haven't yet done that. So I don't necessarily forecast that as being a change. I just want to get your thoughts on Chris Paul. I do think it's more likely that he goes to one of the LA teams if he's able to get his way out of Phoenix. I don't really see him in New York with Coach Thibs. I don't know if that's necessarily the fit, but I think.
Go ahead.
No, I like the idea of him coming to the Warriors. He doesn't have to be a key cog. He becomes a bench piece. That's all.
I just would like, if they're going to have another point, I'd like that point to be a bigger point than a smaller point. You know, I'd be more excited to try to get R.J. Barrett out of New York and see what he could do than go with, a 6-foot guy in his 18th year who played less than 60 games this year, and you're really banking that Chris Paul is going to be able to play good minutes for you in May and June against let's say Denver, because they're the team that's on top right now. Denver's got all these guys in their prime. What's he gonna do to defend Jamal Murray? I don't know. I'm not loving that.
Speaking of Denver, they're getting close to being on the floor. Game 4, NBA Finals. Nuggets up 2-1. Game 4 from Miami, tipping off here in about 3 minutes. We'll get Larry's thoughts on the NBA Finals. The Denver Nuggets are favored next year to win the NBA championship because the futures odds are already out, even though the current season is yet to conclude. That's what we do in the gambling world. Our station, courtesy of Lucas and the Grandy Man, they put out an interesting poll on Twitter, and I want to get your thoughts on that because I believe the results are still running damn near 50-50 in terms of the question that was put out. So I'm going to throw that to Larry and you as well. You, our dear listeners, we have one segment left to go here. It's Willard and Dibs, and we are sponsored by CalHope.org. One more go round with Larry in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Life is.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You know, I love when this happens. This is Mark Grandy, ladies and gentlemen. You hear him in the best of the game coming up in about 15 minutes. And I was just saying to Larry, I kid you not. Larry and I were talking. Larry's in for Mark Willard. We were talking about the producers, talking about the bench. Larry was talking about how much he likes the culture here at 95.7 The Game. And I said, you know what? Lucas is phenomenal. Lubman's a star. Giddings is awesome. You got to keep your eyes on Mark Grandy. Did I not?
He did.
Then here it is. Grandy hears me mention.
He said, someday Grandy's going to be my boss.
I did. Hopefully not for a long time, because I'm not ready for that. He's bullying me around now. But Grandy's coming back with Rumors by Timex Social Club, a song that we mentioned about 26 minutes ago. This is why you're the best in the business.
Well, not only that, there's also a YouTube element to this. So if he actually played the song, he couldn't play the song. So he goes to like a rhythmic version of the song.
Yeah.
The instrumental, that's producing.
It's
That's hustle.
It's next level. And it's what he does. And I used to hate Mark Grandy, but now I admire him.
There you go.
Yeah. Anyway.
I hate Mark Grandy.
There it is. He likes to buzz me.
He's going to edit you out of the next hour.
It's funny because, and I'll have the official read in 10 minutes, but the best of the game is coming up. We were talking yesterday on the show how Mark and I, probably more me than Mark because I am the needier one, but I always want to make sure that I hear my voice between 6 and 7 in best of. And today, especially because I've been in the power chair, if there's no sign of the dibber from 6 to 7, I'm going to go into the weekend with hurt feelings.
Yeah. And we know how sensitive you are.
Super sensitive.
You're very sensitive. Very sensitive.
And which is why I don't often read the text line or the YouTube, but Mr. Irrelevance MC paid $1.99 for this, Larry, on the YouTube feed. It's a super chat. If Shaqtin' a Fool McGee, JaVale McGee, can make it here, then Ayton can. What do you think about that take paid for by Mr. Irrelevance MC?
Yeah, I see it. I mean, I wasn't thinking that Ayton couldn't make it here. It's just that I don't know that that's your big move. I don't know that gets you over the top. I mean, are you beating Denver next year with just because you add DeAndre Ayton? I don't know. I would say no. I need to see. I need more pieces to the puzzle than just Ayton. I need to know what the complementary pieces would be in addition to that.
Yeah,
you know
agreed.
what I'm saying?
And that's why when I say that I want Chris Paul in with the Golden State Warriors, I'm not saying that would be the only move. For me, it would be a Jordan Poole trade to get Boucher and Anunoby, and then you bring in Chris Paul as well. Now you've got a bench where you've got real veterans, real grown-ups, because my problem with the Warriors going forward, if you stand pat, completely pat, no trade of anybody, next year your second unit's going to be GP2, kind of a niche player, I think, in terms of what he brings. You'll have Jordan Poole, and then you'll have a bunch of other youngsters. PBJ, Ryan Rollins.
And I love. I think there's a lot of game with both those guys that you just named. I think they could have played. I think they could have played PBJ more this year. And Rollins didn't stay healthy, but Rollins has got a nice future. I'm convinced of it. I see kind of a, the guy who played, in Portland. He reminds me a little bit of the guy who played opposite Lillard in Portland.
CJ McCollum?
McCollum. He reminds me of kind of a poor man's McCollum. I could see he's got a little bit of McCollum in his game. That's interesting. What's going to happen with DiVincenzo? Is he for sure gone?
I think so. His player option is for $4 and change million.
He'll get double that.
I think so. And if you're the Warriors, remember they're in the luxury tax where every dollar is $4.75 as well on the dollar. So if you pay Dante $5 million, then that $5 million also turns into like a $23 million tax hit as long as you stay over the threshold. So
God, it's too bad because he was such a good fit. I mean, there were many nights I felt like he outplayed Poole.
No, he was great. He was great. He was reliable and a good defender and
good rebounder.
Right, and had a great sense for what the Warriors needed from him. And that's where, and I don't want to scapegoat Jordan Poole. And somebody earlier on the text line said, here we go again on this show, blaming Jordan Poole and then dismissing the fact that Steph, Clay, and Dre all didn't play well. I always, and I kind of got this from Steiny, so I do want to give him credit, but when things go awry, you got to look at the veterans first before you look at a young player. Even though Jordan Poole became a non-factor late in the Lakers series, and Jonathan Kuminga was mostly unplayable, and Moses Moody had a cup of coffee here and there and didn't really have much of an impact, you got to look at the big boys first as a reason why your team falls short.
Sure. And it's about your stars. You can't, but I mean, just because you're pointing at Jordan Poole doesn't mean that he's not the issue. Just because I'm saying just because there's other issues beyond Jordan Poole. Still, though, at the end of the day, Jordan Poole doesn't like to do what he does well, and he does like to do what he doesn't do well, and that's a problem. So I don't know how you're going to fix that problem, and that's becoming a more expensive problem as time goes on.
Yeah, real expensive, and in fact, to the tune of $28.7. Poole goes from $3.9 million to $28.7. Dante DiVincenzo's option is for $4.725.
Yeah.
So, and he was making $4.5 last year. I can't imagine that he would pick up that player option. I think any other team would love to have Dante, even for the mid-level exception, which is about double that in terms of just a one-year salary. So I think Dante, at 26 years of age, is going to be in line to get a better deal. But other than that, you come back with PBJ and, like I said, Rollins and Moody on your bench and, other rookies that you get this year if you pick somebody at 19. And I don't think that that's enough in terms of your depth and your bench. I think you need a couple of veteran players, and that's why I think that trading Jordan Poole is the only recourse, because you're not going to have the mid-level exception if you remain over the luxury tax. Then you're looking at vet min guys. And how did that work out for you this year with your vet men?
Don't you think that if they move Poole, they'll probably look to get at least one player coming back who's got a deal that it's expiring at the end of the year to kind of save them some money in future years? I could see that. I could see them trading for either some combination of players, but one that is going to be walking at the end of this year and maybe a pick. So then you could kind of, so you can get off of the tax burden.
Yeah, but I think that makes the most sense, and trying to minimize the tax burden going forward. So if you are going to stay over it this year, and you're going to end up paying between $400 and $450 million to try to go for it and run it back, I think you do that, like you're saying, Larry, with an eye toward, all right, the year after that, when Clay's $43 million comes off the books, maybe you keep Clay for 15 or 20, whatever that number is. You make it much more affordable at that point. OG Anunoby, 18.6 next year, and then a player option for the year after at 19.9, which if Anunoby plays like he has, he probably wants more than 19.9. So maybe it's just a one-year deal for 18.6. Otto Porter Jr. has a player option for 6.3 next year. So might he?
What's his health situation? Where was he?
I don't think he played at all this year. He played very few games.
I know. What was the injury?
I think it was a shoulder. I'd have to.
By the way, you think the Miami Heat are completely done, or you giving them a shot? Because I think they're done.
Done. Yeah, Otto Porter was a foot. Thank you.
Was a foot.
Grandy.
Well, that's a concern. Foot injuries in basketball need to be investigated.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially for a player he's 30, just had a birthday last week, so he'll be, coming up on his 31-year-old year, and with an injury like that, it's something to be concerned about. That's why I was leaning more toward Chris Boucher, make it 11.7 next year. Then he goes down to 10.8. So 2 years of Boucher, you'd have 1 year of Anunoby. You move off a Poole. You bring back about the same amount of salary, so no savings next year per se. But to your point, you do get a savings the year after.
I just picture Boucher, us getting a real good look at his wardrobe, because I think he'll be sitting on the bench a ton, and I that concerns me for the price tag that he's now at. That's a lot of money.